Baby, oh baby, it's good to be back on the roast here on the Bay Area Friday/Frisco Friday/non-payday Friday as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the great folks who was at the Positive Coaching Alliance Game Changers event last night. A great time. I'll have more intel on that in just a second. Good morning to Spinoni, Lubman. Of course, you Shasky here. Let me get my rundowns here, so make sure we get all our reads in. Our printer, we don't have ink, so the toner's down a little bit. So
unacceptable.
It's always our tone on this show.
It's always our tone. It's always a tone. Always a tone here, but let me get my.
It's always a fun game.
It's always fun.
That guy.
It's always fun game.
Can we start?
Pacers Warriors tonight. By the way, chasing a pretty big game, and these are the games the Warriors have found a way to lose at home this season. So let's see if they can buck that trend. But shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. The Comcast Business Text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. You're going to call it to the roast. You already know what it is. I don't know if you guys flushed anybody yesterday, but we have to flush somebody today.
Yeah, we flushed the interpreter for Otani.
Oh, boy, that's
That fool hit the jet stream.
Well, is it sure you want to flush him? Or do you want to flush Otani? That's something we can get into a little bit.
There's
by the
no way in hell Otani didn't place a bet.
Yeah, I mean, something happened there. The roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water and Plumbing. Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain, we should say. So we got to fix that read there. Anyway, what's up, Shasky, man? What's going on?
I'm looking at this television show that I think might be the most overrated television show of all time. It's on our TV right now.
Oh, Friends?
Friends.
Yeah,
I never got it.
Yeah,
I never understood it. Never thought it was good.
Me either.
I mean,
Me either.
I don't get the appeal. I don't get how, like The Office, I will grant some people, like, I get some of the humor, even though I think The Office is dramatically overrated.
I think The Office is really good.
Okay.
I can see how some people may not get it. That's kind of my type of humor. I love The Office. I don't love Friends. I don't get Friends.
The appeal of The Office.
Right.
I think it's overrated, but that's a totally different
that's fine.
conversation. Friends, I just never understood.
Yeah,
now, the only thing I do like is when Wilmer Flores. I
don't even like that. I don't even like that. I just think the intro is just like, whatever.
It's Wilmer Flores' walk-up song.
Sex and the City is so much better than Friends.
Okay, Mr. Big.
Hey, call me Mr. Big. Mr. Big was a player. Hey, but listen, Friends is, like, I didn't get it. I really didn't get it.
I feel the same way. I feel like I missed out on an entire cultural movement that I wanted no part of.
Yeah, no, I didn't miss out on it.
Did you watch Sex and the City, though?
I did watch Sex and the City. I watched the entire series.
Are you more of a Carrie or Samantha?
Ooh. Carrie was cool.
What is going on here?
She was a writer, too. She was a writer. You know, that's why.
What's next? Are you a Ginger or Marianne kind of a guy?
Good Sex and the City knowledge.
Gilligan's Island. If we did have Gilligan's Island, you would be Gilligan, Sam.
I'll take that.
I never watched Gilligan's Island.
Are you for real?
Yeah, no, I never did. Never got into it. Felt like I missed the boat on that one.
That's a good pun right there.
It's actually very unintentionally hilarious.
You like that?
I do.
You like that? You like that? I'm sure you guys talked a lot of Shohei yesterday. When I did tap in yesterday, I heard my boy David Sampson, and I tuned out for a second. It's like, hurry up and get him off the air.
He was spitting, though.
Lord knows we all want to hear from him about baseball shenanigans.
He was spitting. No, but you know why? It's fascinating to have him on. He had Ichiro in the Marlins organization for multiple years, and he was talking about on his podcast about the interpreter thing. And basically, when you sign a player of the ilk of, let's say, Ichiro, that guy comes with his own interpreter, and he does not pay the interpreter. The team pays the interpreter. Now, he also gives that guy a stipend, and the guy who was Ichiro's, I think his name is Alan, Ichiro's interpreter, apparently beloved by all. By all. And when people talk about, Shohei's interpreter was one of the guys. Yeah, everywhere they go, that guy goes with them.
Yep, no doubt. And he wears the team gear.
Yeah.
And even his Seoul, Korea, South Korea, he was standing next to Shohei 3 hours before the bomb dropped about this whole scandal that the stories flipped from Shohei's representatives. I mean, listen, this is the risk you take when you implement sports gambling into pro sports with pro athletes. You don't think a guy who's making the minimum knows that he's going to be part of a game plan, make it the baffled, and third-party source saying, hey, I'm part of this game plan here. The over-under looks good, dog. Let's get rich. Like, I'm not saying that. I mean, Calvin Ridley didn't have to gamble.
Jameson Williams.
You think Calvin Ridley, Jameson Williams are the only guys gambling? This is it. Fantasy, pro gambling, it's all part of pro sports. So how do we regulate it? I have no idea. But Shohei just to all of a sudden wire $4.5 million. Now,
did you hear our conversation yesterday?
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear most of it. I heard a little bit here and there. I was
you
kind
didn't
of
hear about the 10K?
No, what 10K?
So I'll throw it at you, and I want your opinion of this. Right. So, Spadoni made it out like if you he said something to the effect of, because Guru made it out like he was just helping a friend. Look, man, I love you, Bonte. You know I do.
$4.5 million.
If your daughter,
I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Like, let's just take it at face value.
Let's take it at face value.
He was helping his friend out with a large debt.
Okay,
like, let's just take
but
that.
I think it matters what the debt is.
Yes.
I can get down with that.
But hear me out. Hear me out. If you know gamblers, right, or you know somebody who's got an addictive personality, and they say to you, "Hey, Joe, I owe this bookie 10 grand. Like, I'm the equivalent of what normal people. Right. That's a lot of money. You know what I mean? I'd be like, I love you, but I can't help you because that money's gone. No. Now, if your daughter needed $10,000 for some surgery or something, like, God forbid that would ever happen. I'm sorry I even said that, but of course I would do it.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, B, I love you. Me giving you 10 grand, if you're a gambler and I know you have I might as well set down 10 grand on fire.
I'm not doing it either.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do it either.
Good. I don't feel so bad now.
I don't feel, I wouldn't, you shouldn't feel bad. It's 10K and it's a gambling debt that, hey, first of all, why did you holler at me when you were down 3 Gs or 4 Gs or 5 Gs? Why did you let it escalate to this point to get to $10,000? Now, this whole thing with the $4.5 million and the interpreter having a gambling debt, I mean, come on. There's more to the story. However, I know a lot of people are roasting Major League Baseball saying, come down with the gavel now.
No, I want to watch
come
it
down.
play.
And it's like, baseball can't afford to have Shohei Otani. They have to protect him at all costs here. And they have to know that, you know what, there's going to be a risk in the future of guys gambling on games in the sport of baseball, especially now that you're trying to suppress contracts and go through all the arbitration. You just had the J.D. Davis situation.
100%.
He missed out on $4 million. What if he's like, I need to make up some cash here now? He probably doesn't. And a lot of people don't gamble, but this is the risk when you implement gambling in a sports. Now, how does Shohei get involved in this? I have no idea. $4.5 million.
So it's a lot of money.
Like, first of all, there's a lot of the bookies who are not letting it get that far.
That's what my question is.
A lot of bookies are going to say, all right, I'm cutting you off right now. Yeah. You're in debt 7 figures. I'm not letting this rise and rise and rise and rise and rise again. But if you know that
Shohei's the bank.
If Shohei's maybe the bank, and maybe you're letting it escalate, then Shohei, your company, you're trying to make a deal, all of a sudden it gets out. How did it get out?
Let me play the angle.
Real quick. The bottom line for me with the interpreter is he's the fall guy. 100%. He's going to be taken care of in Japan.
100%.
This is to avoid jail
Greg
time.
Anderson thinks he's doing a good one
This is a David Stern special. If you all see the Donahue docket, David Stern caught wind of the referee scandal. He knew what was going on.
It's an isolated incident.
It's an isolated incident.
A rogue referee.
Dude, come on.
So
man.
Here's the angle that I would take if I'm Major League Baseball. Shohei has to play through all of this because I think the spotlight on this guy for every at-bat is going to be through the roof. We talk so much about how Major League Baseball is too many games. There's no sense of urgency. I would be doing the da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da. We cut live to Shohei Otani, who's in the batter's box right now. Every stadium should be doing something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what we need. Like, because I remember when Bonds was going through his thing, steroids, people threw inflatable syringes out onto the field. We've got to do something.
Yeah, no, we got to do something. How about this text, 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte Shasky, you guys hyped up the Giants so much that I went and bought tickets already.
Me too.
I haven't bought tickets in 5 years. Now, I haven't bought tickets. I'm probably not going to buy tickets because I know there's an avenue to get free tickets. However, I'm just well-rounded. Your boy will be at the park. They are a lot more intriguing. I was talking to Sean Jordan yesterday from Bleacher Report at the PCA.
How happy is he?
Oh, he goes, Bonte last year I wouldn't buy a ticket. I boycotted. He goes, at least this year, I'm open-minded. I'm excited. Maybe we can do this. And Larry Barrow is working the room. He knows.
Did he give you the Paulo Banchero?
Oh, no. He didn't give me the Paulo Banchero.
Double tap on the chest and point?
He didn't give me the Paulo Banchero, but there is definitely an off-air story about that.
Yeah, did you reference me at any point?
And I knew you were going to somehow, some way. I knew somewhere.
Desperate.
Why would I mention you when I'm trying to get mine?
Living on a prayer.
Let me tell you about this Joe Shasky guy.
Are you serious?
Let me just give my money to you. Here you go, Joe Shasky. Here you go. But I did run into Matt Cain, and I was shocked. Matt Cain goes, hey, I listen to you guys, man. You guys are pretty entertaining. I was like, what? Matt, life after baseball must not be going so well for you. No,
oh, my God.
Everyone's got a little butcher in them, you know? Not a little surprised?
Yeah, no, he didn't bring you up either.
Oh, damn it.
But anyway, this whole Shohei thing, and now I started thinking about this, and nobody's brought this up.
Give it to me.
Maybe that's why he deferred all the money. But that's why he's like, yo, I know I have a gambling addiction. Let me help myself by saving all this bank. Let me defer this money until I'm 45 because I know I have a money problem. Maybe I'm a gambler. Maybe I like to spin, but let me defer this money knowing that, hey, if I do things the way I'm doing things, I know once life after baseball happens, I got money in the bank and I'm going to be okay. Nobody ever brought that up.
It's the first step, always acknowledging the problem.
I'm telling you, man.
So you're telling me the guy who was hiding his wife from all of us, no one knew he was married, no one knew he had a wife, all of a sudden has, like, I don't know, man. There's just too many. There's just so much unknown.
First of all, I don't think he was hiding his wife. Like, I think
no one
about
knew
this
he was
now,
married.
But see, I think about this now too, and I want to protect my family. Nobody knew he was married. That's everybody else's problem. Everybody wasn't even tripping off Shohei's relationship. I never heard one person say, I wonder who Shohei Otani's dating. Everybody just assumed that, hey, Shohei Otani's crushing.
When you get someone like Shohei on your team, as David Sampson was talking about yesterday with Ichiro, I don't think you understand. There are literally a half a dozen Japanese reporters assigned to that particular beat that you would have never had the year prior. These guys are rock stars.
Right.
In their country.
And
so they want to poach and find out every single little thing about them. I do find it, in this day and age, with social media being what it is, where you can't step outside without an Adam Sandler TMZ, snapshot of him in shorts that are baggy. Like, everyone knows everything about everyone. I am surprised.
No, I'm not, because I could see how the Japanese media would want to protect their guy from the American public, at least. I could see how they would want to protect their guy and say, you know what? Shohei's our rock star. We want to elevate him, and we want to keep as much to ourselves as possible, and maybe try to protect this guy. But the whole wife thing, like, when people get, oh my God, he's married, blah, 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 we don't know if they're dating. Maybe he goes to Japan in the offseason. Do American beat writers or reporters keep up with him in the offseason?
No, but I don't think so. He's like I don't want to say this flippantly. He's like a demigod over there. The guy is humongous.
Well, maybe they knew about it over there in Japan, and maybe we didn't know about it. And maybe they just tried to protect him, saying, hey, we're going to keep your private life private.
It sounds like it's a complete mystery, and it was shocking. And then the entire ESPN broadcast for both games is just showing her over and over.
Well, that's just too much. Woo! But they obviously were dating. They kept it private, and that's cool. I don't think that's a big deal for anybody. And the cultures are different over there. It's so much different. The way they do things compared to the way we do things, they look down on us with the way we do things. And a lot of things we do in America, sometimes I'm like, man, what the hell are we doing? But you know what? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'm confused. But you know what? Like, the whole Shohei and the $4.5 million debt, there's some smoke there. And I would love to hear from Pete Rose on the situation.
What about Phil Mickelson?
Phil Mickelson, he's got some theories here. And there's going to be more to this story. There's going to be people now who's going to be on Shohei, and let's see how he responds to it. Let's see how he responds to all the heat that he's going to get this season. Whenever he walks up to the plate, whenever he goes to a different stadium, how are Giants fans going to react when he get in the batter's box?
That's what I'm saying.
Are they going to be chanting here? Because it feels like Giants fans are loving this right now.
Viva Las Vegas. That's what I would be chanting. Like, what else could you chant? Royal flush. Like, Bonte.
Crapped out.
Shohei the money?
That's not bad. If I was putting together a starting five of athletes who bet, okay, when that connote betting, okay, starting five athletes who connote betting in terms of it immediately jogs me to them. It's got to be Phil Mickelson, Michael Jordan, Shohei, Pete Rose, and Joe Flacco, who bet on himself in that 1 year.
Well, no.
I did that just to Shannoni.
But it's Calvin Ridley.
Oh, Calvin Ridley, Ridley. So that's your starting five.
I mean, I got four. I don't care who the fifth is. I got Jordan. Well, I've got Jordan. I got Phil.
Enjoy. It's a hobby.
Oh, Charles Barkley.
You're right. How did I omit
Charles Barkley's lost millions.
So that's the starting five.
That's the starting five. Jordan, Barkley, Phil, and now... you got to know when to fold them. Now, the thing is, what were they betting on? Were they betting on baseball? Were they betting on horse racing? Were they betting on boxing? What the hell were they betting on?
I'm guessing everything.
The interpreter
I don't know.
Dude, the interpreter, he took the fall like a champ.
Sorry, my bad. No, the article explained he did say he bet on international soccer, NBA,
of course.
And I think those were the main two that he in NFL.
So
college football.
Everyone
too.
has their own
Football.
opinions, and I don't know what you believe. I don't think I've ever actually gotten your. I believe in certain conspiracy theories because I'm a weirdo and I get it, and people can call me the tinfoil man. That's fine, the tinfoil hat man, whatever. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that there was some truth to the Michael Jordan suspension over gambling thing. That's what I believe to my core.
Yeah.
I find the whole thing odd.
I don't know. I've picked a lot of people's brains about that because I've wanted to know that. The guy needed to step away. Dad got murdered. The guy needed to step away. And I think Jordan was just like, I think Jordan really wanted to retire. He's probably was like, this is too much. I'm getting all this heat. Remember, they were showing all the cameras on him, and it was wild. The guy couldn't walk around anywhere. He was getting treated like he was Michael Jackson and Prince, some of the biggest icons ever.
Yeah, he was
so
humongous.
At the end of the day, I always think, why would David Stern want his cash cow to step away from the game? David Stern is about that money.
Well,
David Stern is about those ratings. David Stern is about being box office and competing with the best. Why would he take the face of his league and say, hey, I'm going to suspend you on the under because of the gambling? I just don't buy that.
Okay.
I don't buy it.
Well, we can disagree.
And I get to conspiracy theories. I've heard it all. But
the whole thing was very fishy, and I know his father's death is just, I don't want to ever poke light at anyone's father's passing, but the whole thing is very mysterious and very fishy. And to me, that's just I believe it more than I don't believe it, I guess is where I'm going.
Yeah.
I don't know to what degree, but there's clearly something there. I'm looking at this thing, B, and I'm saying to myself, I don't give two rips whether Shohei Otani bets on games or not. I really don't, me personally. But I do understand from Major League Baseball, if he's betting on the actual sport of baseball, I do get the outrage. But I don't care.
Is it worse to take steroids?
Steroids, there's layers to the steroid thing, everyone's like, you're cheating the other players. Yeah, you're also outworking them. There's lots of different angles. You still have to hit the ball. Right. You still have to execute and throw pitches. Yeah. It absolutely gives you an advantage. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. I go back and forth on these things. I don't. The conspiracy things. I don't know, man. Do you think it's worse than steroids?
I don't think it's great necessarily, but what was he betting on? Was he betting against his team?
Oh, so it matters.
Was he
what he was betting on.
What was he betting on? How was he betting? It's just not a good look overall. Here's the thing. As I get deeper and deeper into my career, I used to bet on NBA basketball a lot. Okay. Especially my first few years here at 95.7 The Game. I was betting on it a lot, knowing that, hey, offshore accounts, I'm at the game. So you can't hit me with a live bet. I'm here. I'm watching. But now that I'm doing a pre- and post-game show and I'm getting deeper and deeper and deeper, I feel like it's unethical for me to bet on NBA basketball. It really does. I just feel like I'm sure it wouldn't be a product. Probably this guy bet on points and whatnot. But I feel like it's unethical for me to do it because I do know a little bit about something or injury reports, or I'm finding out earlier than most people there.
Got certain insights.
I just feel grimy with it. I feel grimy about that.
That's fair.
So there is some, you're involved in the game and you're betting on that batch and you're in the clubhouse. You may know a game plan that nobody knows. And it's like insider trading, right?
No,
you may know that, we're only going to pitch this guy for 4 innings. Now, we may think we'll take Walker Buehler, for example. We may think Walker Buehler's a full go. Okay, he doesn't have a restriction. But in that clubhouse, Dave Roberts may tell Walker, hey, we're only going to throw you 50 pitches. We're going to have you throw 50 pitches today. We're going to keep it easy. We got a big game ahead in 5 days,
believable.
blah, 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 blah. The public may not know that.
Yeah.
And so you may have Shohei may know that. It's like, we only go at Walker for 5 innings or 50 pitches. We're going to go to the bullpen. Our bullpen is shaky here. I know that. You know what? Let me take a chance to gamble on the over here. Or let me take a chance to bet on the prop saying Walker Buehler is only going to last 4 innings instead of 5 innings. So maybe that's something there, and that would be bad.
I want to ask you on the other side about not just about the Warriors, but just you've been around all of these locker rooms, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. I want to know how much the actual topic of over-unders, plus minuses, these props, and I know it's increased dramatically the most recent years, but I'm very interested. Like, is there conversations quietly, like around the scenes of what's going on? Because I'm not in those locker rooms. I don't know. I'm just curious. Like,
all right, it is a Warriors game day presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Shout out to Nicole, who I ran into last night at the PCA. Obviously, Xfinity and stuff. We got to know her at Battle Rock, at a couple Warriors games. Always great seeing Nicole. Hopefully you have a good morning out there. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Cars for Kids. We'll get into more gambling. Shohei, and we'll get to the Warriors with a big game against the Indiana Pacers today. Shameless shout out 745. A lot coming up on the roast here on a Friday.
I enjoy it. It's a hobby.
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, Day-Day. His Michigan State Spartans won last night, 61, I believe, 51. It was the first game of the day. I was kind of keeping track of the scores, but I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky. It's March Madness. I guess there was a lot of upsets yesterday. After the PCA Awards, I was listening to whatever was on 95.7 the game. What is it, Fox Sports? And who's on that night? Who's on that night?
Mike Harmon, I think.
Is it Mike Harmon? They were talking about Calipari, how, he's been there for 15 years, which is crazy, at the University of Kentucky, UK, in Lexington. And it's like the second time in the last few years they've been knocked out in the first round as a 3 seed and how he could be on the hot seat. But I was just listening to that, and I'm thinking to myself, yesterday was the first time in my life that I can remember where I didn't watch a second of live March Madness action. Now, I was busy. I had a lot of things to do, but I wasn't even eager to check in and watch a game live.
Was there anyone or any team that you had to see?
No.
I kind of agree.
I got more intrigued with the women's tournament than I am the men's tournament.
I'm sure there are a lot of people that feel that way. I mean, there's the Clayton Clark effect, and obviously LSU, and I mean, there's a lot of different great stories. Yeah, you know what I mean. So
Stafford,
I get all that. I think I watched the worst half of basketball I've ever seen in my life.
What's that?
Colorado State, Texas.
Oh gosh,
I was feeding the little guy. I couldn't find the remote fast enough, and when you got one hand holding the baby, the other hand holding the bottle because he can't hold his own bottle, and my eyes are looking for the remote. I couldn't. In the words of my dad, I couldn't find the Tums.
Right.
I couldn't find the remote fast enough.
Right.
It was the worst half of basketball I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean, Virginia scored 14 points the other day in the first 4 game in a half. 14 points in a 20-minute half.
Colorado did that 11.
They scored 11 and a half?
It was 27-11 at halftime.
Are you serious?
27-11 at halftime.
That's
I will say this about Texas. In terms of all of their uniforms, baseball, football, basketball, they might have my favorite uniforms. They just always look vintage and classic and classy and very less is more. And I do appreciate that about the Texas Longhorns uniforms. They're always sharp.
Yeah, Texas not bad. Burnt orange.
They have this font that I really like on their basketball jerseys in cursive. I don't know. I really like their unis.
Right. I didn't watch a second. And today I won't be able to watch anything because the Warriors play the Pacers. And I'll be prepping for the Pacers. And of course, the last time the Warriors played the Pacers, they dropped 45 points in the first quarter and won that game going away. Now the Pacers are going to come back here and look for revenge. Now, Benedict Mathurin, the young man out of Arizona, second-year pro, he's out for the season. But Indiana still likes to get up and down. They're going to score a lot of points. It's going to be a shootout tonight at Chase Center. They got to win this game. They have to win this game tonight before they go on the road for a monster road trip, which starts Sunday in Minnesota. But by the way, the Giants are back in action for the 2024 season. And we'll get back into the Golden State Warriors. We will. But back in action are the Garlic Fries and Baseball guys, Joe Shasky and Sam Lubman. This podcast is going to be live on the air Sunday from 12 to 3. It's not even going to be a podcast. It's going to be a show right here on 85.7 The Game as it gets you ready for the Giants. And we know they're excited about the Giants this season with the latest addition of Blake Snell. When is he going to be ready to go? Where's his arm at? Is he going to be stretched out in time for the first week of the season? What does he look like? A lot of excitement around the Giants. So Shasky and Lubman, Sunday 12 to 3 right here on 95.7 The Game as it gets you ready for the Giants season. And there is this underlying confidence now. It's brewing with Giants fans. They're feeling good about themselves. We see Yamamoto, which is, he got rocked the other day, and I'm not going to overreact to him not making it out the first inning, but this is why I never wanted him. There's an unknown going from, playing in Japan to throwing the batters there to facing major league talent every single night, the best of the best. And Manny Machado took him so deep. Oh, wow, what a swing he had out in Seoul, South Korea. I never want to pay pitchers that type of money and an unknown in this long contract that they have with Yamamoto. There's going to be an adjustment period. And there's been some studs come out in Japan. There also been a lot of duds. Like Dice K, Shasky. I don't think he lived up to expectations.
No, but he was okay.
He was good.
Yeah, but not what they thought he was going to be.
Nobo came off like a comet, right? He was great those first few years. Kind of tapered off. Hideki Arabu.
Look, there have been some great players. There's been some, underperforming players. Like Ryu is like a middle of the road guy, the lefty that the Dodgers had for many years.
He's in Toronto.
Yeah, solid. You know what I mean? Just solid.
Solid.
Kente Maeda, solid. Nothing to blow your mind away. Problem is that when you're paying the I forget what they call it. It's not a relocation fee, but it's like
the international fee or the posting fee or something like that.
Yeah, the listing fee or whatever it is. You have to pay the team that you're getting them from. The cost to do business on these guys is through the roof. And I think the pitchers more so than the hitters have such a taxation from over there where, they're from 14 years old on throwing heavy innings. I mean, the Yamamoto, if you just looked at the game logs and how many innings that guy's thrown, sneaky, threw a ton of innings and then also played for their national team, and you rack up a lot of innings that way. Exactly. So I don't know, man. I do love, there's a lot of great hitters. Look, Matsui was a beast. Ichiro, one of the greatest players ever, period. Obviously, Shohei's been brilliant. And there's lots and lots of other guys that have been excellent coming out of there.
Let's go to Esteban. He's got a question about the Giants here, and maybe a guy we won't see for the first month of the season. Esteban in Fremont. What's happening?
Hey, so just curious what you think about Luciano's performance yesterday. Do you see that as a turning point? That's the first question. And then do you think it's more concerning we had 8 base on balls, or more interesting that we had 15 strikeouts?
Shasky?
Well, Luciano, there was a couple of posts yesterday from some national Major League Baseball pipeline accounts saying that, Luciano still has a chance for the starting spot. And it's I don't know where that information's coming from, because the people that follow this team on a day-to-day basis are all saying the exact opposite. And my understanding was that Matos, Casey Schmidt, and Luciano were all reassigned to AAA. Is that correct, Sam? Lubman?
I know Casey Schmidt was,
Schmidt was, David VR was. I haven't seen anything on Luciano, though.
Or Matos,
I guess it's coming soon.
It's coming.
Look, he had a nice RBI single yesterday. I believe I would like to see him just play at the big league level and kind of figure it out at the big league level. I understand why they wouldn't want to do that.
He was 2 for 4 yesterday with the home run.
Yeah, but
he's got to play.
Honestly, Bunty, I don't know.
He needs at-bats. And look, what if Nick Ahmed gets off to a slow start in the field and at the plate? How much patience will the Giants have with him?
He's not a hitter.
He's not a hitter at all.
He's not going to be a hitter.
He's an automatic out.
Yeah.
And you know what? It feels like you need, if the Giants are serious, because now the expectations are raised, and I'm listening to what the fans are telling me. A lot of fans are saying, we're going to the playoffs. That's what they're saying. Yeah. Giants are going to the playoffs. Yeah. Okay, so if I bake that into the equation, and we're thinking playoffs, well, then I'm thinking about the Braves, the Phillies, the Dodgers, some of the top teams. And what do I need against them? I need depth in my lineup. I need ballers in that lineup. I may have to sacrifice a little defense at shortstop to get that bat into the lineup, to be a threat at the plate. So then if you get a lead, I'm going to put pressure on that opposing team to try to swing for the fences and try to get right back into the game, because I don't believe in the Dodgers bullpen. That's a dirty little secret.
At all.
I think the Giants, last year I thought the Giants, if they would have got into the playoffs, they had a World Series caliber bullpen. I still believe that. This bullpen is legit. You get to the 6th inning, I think the Giants can shut the game down. I really do. Get a lead going into the 6th, 7th inning, I think they can hold off for dear life and shut that game down with Doval, the Rogers brothers, Ryan Walker. I'm really excited about this bullpen. But Luciano, if Nick Ahmed, let's see this guy. Let him play. Bat him 6 or 7.
So here, let me play the other side of the coin. What if he started in AAA for a month and a half, 2 months, and you see him end of May? Right. And he gets brought up at just the right time. I personally don't think that they can afford to have defensive woes up the middle, because that's kind of going to be the hallmark of the team this year.
No doubt.
And so I'm okay with sacrificing the bat of Nick Ahmed, because I do believe that they've provided enough infrastructure in the rest of the lineup to offset that. So I'm leaning defense just to start the season.
Right.
I will meet you halfway and say, if I don't get a chance to see half a season at the bigs of Luciano, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
I'll be really disappointed, because look at it this way, and my brother brought this up. Let's say everything goes great for the Giants. Chapman has a monster year. Soler, monster. Well, Soler's different, but Blake Snell, monster year. Giants win 98 games, okay? Find a way to somehow win the NL West. And a lot of these guys opt out on these one-year deals, and you don't get a chance to flip over the card of the youngsters and get a look at those guys. Now they're all free agents, and let's just say they go on to elsewhere. How are you building on a successful season?
Right.
Now, I'll worry about that. Is what I told him. I'll worry about that in November.
But it's a legit concern because these guys would opt out.
And go to 2021.
Right.
They didn't build on it.
They didn't build on that whatsoever. So you don't have a long-term future here with some of these guys if they do ball out. If they don't ball out, they'll opt in and they'll get their money and it will be all saying, oh, man, they're getting overpaid. Oh, they're going to opt in. Anyway, let's pick this up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Your health is important, so keep yourself and your family covered with medical.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Can you just do me a favor?
What? No. What do you want me to do?
Bring to air the private show you just gave me, because I'm smiling ear to ear.
All right, so this segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. So I'm going to bring to light. So it is baseball season, and we got basketball. We're going to get into the Warriors. I promise you guys, we got 14 games left, and tonight's a huge game for the Go to St. Warriors. It is huge, massive. They have to win tonight. You got to win just to feel good and have a winning homestand. And these are the games you haven't won all season at home. You lose to Chicago after beating the Bucks. You have back-to-back 1-point losses to the Kings and the Lakers at home. You have a horrible homestand when you go 1-5 and you get swept by OKC. In Minnesota, you lose to the Cleveland Cavaliers. You got to salvage one against the Rockets. You had all these bad homestands.
7 in a row for the Rockets?
Yeah, I'm aware. How about the Kings losing to the Wizards?
Objects in mirror are closer than they appear.
Oh, trust me, we know. And Dylan Brooks and them were ready for seeing them getting into it with DeMar DeRozan last night. But I love baseball because it allows me to play fantasy baseball. Fantasy baseball is my favorite fantasy sport. So we've had the Frisco Bosses League for, I think this may be year 18, maybe 19. I don't know. I've lost count. So I won a championship a few years ago. And last year, I felt really good about my team.
Every time I hear the drop now, I think of Bob Myers.
Yeah, I do too. I'm going to be humble in this one. And so I stepped down from being a commissioner a couple years ago. Philly Zoo gave me the name the Dictator because he thought I was being too hard on the league.
Stalin.
Right. So I said, you know what? I'm going to step away. I'm going to step away from being a commissioner.
What do I get for that? He just cruised right through that.
No, I did because I'm not going to
either go that or Bonte Castro.
I mean, come on.
I don't like that because of what those guys. I don't like being labeled like that. That's a little strong when you consider what those guys, guys are.
That's true. That's
a little.
But in fantasy baseball terms,
baseball terms, if you want to put it like that, I'm not going to go there. You guys can. I don't feel comfortable saying that.
Bonte Hill's team.
So last year, anyway. So we had. It's a keeper league. It's a keeper league, and you get keeper designations. So going into the year, I designated 3 keepers.
Okay. You maximize 3.
Maximize 3.
Are they for life? Because I'm in a league now with Craig Sargent. He invited me into this league, and you're only allowed 1 keeper, and you can only keep them for 1 year. And I don't love that, but that's fine. I'm new to the league. I'm just going to quietly shut up.
In our league, where Big Dog City's the commissioner. And I'm not shutting out Big Dog City. I'm sending a warning shot to Big Dog City, so I hope you're listening while you're texting me right now.
Probably pumping.
This is a warning shot to you. I don't get my way, and I don't get what's right. I will cause hell in this league. All right? So that's number 1.
Okay.
So you get keeper designations, and you can maximize to have 3 keepers. But the catch is, one of those keepers you keep for 1 year, one of the keepers you keep for 2 years, and one of the keepers you keep for 3 years.
Oh, I kind of like that. That's a really cool concept.
So
I like that.
I had a 1-year designation on Fernando Tatis. So I could just let him go this year.
Oh.
I can let him go.
That's the Farhan
I don't want to.
Yeah.
So I had Trey Turner and Julio Rodriguez. Trey was for 2 years. Julio Rodriguez was 3 years. My team, my offense was rolling. Midway through the year, I was in contention for another championship. I had no problems with offense. I needed to fix my pitching. DeGrom got hurt. I had like 3 pitchers go down for the season with arm injuries. Max Scherzer, it was all bad. Closer situation was all bad. So I said, man, I need to get pitching. So I traded Julio Rodriguez, who people, don't forget, got off to an awful start.
Horrific.
I traded him straight up for Luis Castillo. Now,
a good pitcher on the same team.
On the same team. By the end of the year, it looks like a horrible trade. But my thought process was this. Number 1, I don't have to keep Julio Rodriguez. I could get Luis Castillo. Maybe I get back in a race and win, but if it doesn't work out, I get back into the pool for more keepers. I just let I don't have to worry about Julio Rodriguez and keeping him for another 2 years. That's 2 keepers gone from my team. Trey Turner, who, remember at Citizens Bank Park, got a standing ovation for sucking, and they needed to pick him up. I forget who I traded him for. But again, I cleared the deck.
Okay.
And I said, look, I'm going to try to compete and win a championship. But if it doesn't work out, it's all good. Because a lot of guys that I traded with have to get rid of keepers. And I'm right back in the pool, and I get 3 picks in the first round where other teams will keep their 3 keepers. Fair, right? It's a good strategy.
I like the strategy. You are the Jimmy Johnson of this league. You found the algorithm to get yourself more picks.
Exactly. So now, as we get closer to draft day, and I'm saying, and Big Dog said, hey, who you keeping? I'm saying, nobody. I don't have to keep nobody. I'm back in the pool. What? All of a sudden, the commissioner, Big Dog City, said, no, you have to keep Tatis, and you can't pick in the first round. It's not fair to the league. You don't get to blow up your team and get a first-round pick. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What's the loophole here? What did I do wrong?
Who's the commissioner of this league?
Big Dog City. I was the co-commish for a long time. I'm the co-commish. Technically, I'm the co-commish. But I'm saying, wait a minute. You're punishing me for thinking outside the box about my team. And so now you're telling me that I get 2 supplemental third-round picks and I have to keep Tatis? No, I don't. I don't have to keep Tatis. I shouldn't get supplemental picks.
Is Mike Williams in this league?
No, he's not in this league. Thank God he's not in this league.
Otani in this league?
He's not in this league.
Okay.
So Big Dog and I, even right now.
Is Jock Peterson in this league?
No, hell no. He's not. He's definitely not in this league. So anyway, I'm saying it. So he said, no, you have to do this. And I was like, no, I don't. So I left the fantasy baseball conversation. I left the thread, first of all. And people were like, why'd you leave the thread?
Oh, and then you got the comment, Devontae Hill has left the
Yeah, I did it on purpose. I'm done.
Yeah?
I'm done. I'm out of here. This is how serious I am.
Wow.
So if this goes on.
Serious.
No, it is serious. So if I don't get my first round pick, and if I don't get my second round pick, and if I don't get my third round pick, I'm going to say it right here on the air. And you can clip this for the thread. This is what will happen. I will auto draft. I will not be at the draft. I will auto draft, and I will bench my players every single day, every single game, and I will come in last place on purpose, and I will get no points. And guess what? Now I don't have any keepers, and I will be back in the game next year where more players and more attractive players will be available. So we got big beef going on in the fantasy baseball league right now.
This sounds like you need to read The Art of War.
Maybe. I heard it was a good book.
It's a great book.
I actually used to have that book on my shelf.
It's like military and strategy and there's just lots of different things. I believe that's where the enemy, what is it? The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Isn't that where that came from?
Maybe.
To some effect.
But and Big Dog's like, oh, we could put it to the league vote. Now, let me tell you the problem with that is half this league views me as Al Davis. I am the renegade of the league.
So
these guys, hold up. There's guys in this league who compete just against me. So when I have to make trades, because my team name's the Waller Street Hustlers, I am the most difficult owner to make a trade with because everybody's always trying to get over on me. Everybody. I can't make any, so I have to give up more to make trades happen in this league. If I don't do that, trades don't happen. League is boring. So these guys, it's basically like Al Davis. He should have been the commissioner of the new NFL. But Pete Rozelle and Lamar Hunt and all these guys conspired against Al Davis, and that's what happens in this baseball league. They all conspire against me to make my life difficult. But it's okay. You want to play that game? I can play that game too.
Should have had John Elway too. They conspired against that too. They didn't want the Raiders to get him.
They did. So this league,
is incredible.
It is all bad. Big Dog's like,
speaking of conspiracies, I need Stanley Kubrick to create a movie about this.
He should. And Big Dog's like, call me. I was like, no, leave me alone right now. I don't want to talk to you right now. You know what to do. You know what's right. And he's mad that I outsmarted this league. That I thought, hey, if I get rid of my guys, I'm good for the future. If I compete and win this year, fine. But it's not the worst thing in the world because I know what's out there in the pool.
So are you saying to me that Big Dog City is acting kind of like a, like he's suffocating your style?
He is.
Oh.
He's hating on my style, and now he's making up new rules saying, well, we trying to do this to prevent taking. No, you didn't.
Right.
I'd never heard about supplemental picks in a keeper league. Now, I've never heard about that. If you trade this guy, you get a supplemental pick. Now he's saying, well, you should have got equal Yahoo. Now he's saying you should have got equal value for your trades. I'll stop it. Nobody ever gets equal value for trades in fantasy baseball.
Yeah, if you're one of the people vetoing trades,
right.
you're a
dork.
You stink.
You're a dork.
You stink.
You're a dork. Grown men should be allowed to make trades.
Yeah.
Grown men should be able to. I'm the GM of this league, but he's acting like I'm the New Orleans or Oklahoma City Hornets, where Davis Stern in the league is running the team. So now you're running my team and telling me what I have to do for the first 3 rounds?
You cannot trade Chris Paul to the Lakers.
Yeah, you cannot do that. You're acting like I'm the Montreal Expos and you got Major League Baseball's running the team and making moves. No. It doesn't work like that. But if I don't get my way, I may not even auto draft. I may be present at the draft and I may act like everything is good. But I'll say it right now, big dog. If I don't get my way, I will bench my players every single day, every single game, and we'll turn it into an 11-team league instead of a 12-team league. So I'm not affecting nobody's team. I'm not affecting the race or the standings. I will just take and finish it last and get my keepers next year. And I will just take the year off of fantasy baseball and clear my mentals, which is fine. I don't have to spend time on it. So the choice, it's a win-win for me.
Fonte Churchill laying down the law. I love it.
Hey, big dog and everybody else in Frisco Ballers.
He drank the water with so much vigor right there.
Wet. All you guys,
all right,
play with me if you want to.
Yeah.
I will have the last laugh, and I will get what I want, and it will be a win-win for the Waller Street Hustlers. I'm either playing this year or you'll see me back in 2025.
The king has spoken, so it is said. So how does it go in Game of Thrones? So it is said, so it is true, or what?
So let it be said, so let it be written.
Thank you. So let it be written. Now here, let's pivot because it sounds to me like Big Dog City is trying to tamp down your fun.
He is.
Okay.
He is.
There's a guy in baseball, Miguel Rojas, who was tamping down Jazz Chisholm's fun, and I kind of want to get into this conversation because baseball is deemed, there's like a clash, there's like a war. Bumgarner was going at it with Yasiel Puig because Yasiel Puig was playing the game the way the young kids want to play the game. And Bumgarner was playing the game the way the old people wanted to play the game. And I see this all the time. I see coaches, like, you follow different things on Instagram and social media. And here's my theory. Whatever makes you like the sport, whatever sport it is, lean into it. If you're a coach, get the young people excited. So I see a lot of old school baseball coaches. When you hit a double, you shouldn't dance. You shouldn't do a bow and arrow to the dugout. That's what the young kids do. They get on base maybe 2 or 3 times out of 10, all right? And when they get there, they want to celebrate. It's not like basketball where you hit 50% of your shots.
Right.
You're actually failing significantly more. Right. So I want to see the guys at the big league level have fun. I want to see excitement. Jazz Chisholm is one of the more flamboyant, exciting players in baseball. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Hurt a lot, young guy, but he's very flamboyant. To me, he is a microcosm of the movement of the youth.
Yep.
Well, this is what he said on a podcast. What's the podcast, guys? The name of the podcast?
The Pivot. Ryan Clark?
The
This what Ryan Clark? The Pivot.
This sounds like an NBA player or an NFL player, not a baseball player. And that's why I want to play it, because I think it's very, very fascinating. Listen to what he said about the clubhouse dynamics.
I'm like, I was already a team leader without being called a team leader. But the vets, you can't be a team leader when you got guys in the clubhouse that's been in there for 9, 10 years. Even though they suck, they've been there for 9, 10 years. Yeah. And the team calls them the team captain, but like, they're not a good captain. They're not a good person. You're not even a good athlete at this point. Yeah. You're just here. Yeah. And you're bringing down the young guys that are supposed to be good. Bro, like, I watched someone get called up to the big leagues, supposed to be like top 3 prospects on our team, right? He gets up there, hits a homer. Like first or second at bat, hits a homer, right? His next at bat, he goes and does the Juan Soto shuffle, right? Like, he's a kid. His favorite player is Juan Soto. He just got to the big leagues. Tell me why he comes in the dugout after, he walks, get around the base, comes in the dugout after. These vets sit on the side of him and start yelling at him saying, bro, you're not Juan Soto, bro. You shouldn't be doing that. Juan Soto is an all-star, da-da-da-da. You can't be doing that. Bro, what do you mean? He's having fun, bro. We playing a kids games. Yeah. Like, that's when I step in and say, bro, y'all better back up off this boy, bro. This man is starting. He's playing every day for us. Why are y'all in his face? Y'all don't even play every day. What's up? Like, get off my man, bro. He's supposed to be helping us win when y'all bringing him down.
Now, you can go a lot of different directions with this. You look at the Giants. They've been boring for a long time. They lack guys like this.
Yeah.
I look at the Warriors, and I look at Jordan Poole, and I think it sparked a lot of older fans like, why are you so arrogant?
Well,
why do you play that way? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I think people forget during the championship season, they were all about Jordan Poole.
No,
we're all having Poole parties.
I agree.
But then when the team started struggling, we need to point a finger at somebody. And so who are you going to be loyal to? The guys who have been here the longest or the young hotshot who you say, he hasn't really put into work like the other guys, or quote unquote, even though Jordan Poole was into work and they were tracking his usage rate in practice, the guy was working. But there was some after the fact, he's too arrogant. But when he was balling and scoring 25 and helping you win games, it was all good.
Don't you see this a lot in the NFL too?
Oh,
prime player shows up here and thinks he's the man, and he's not that good. Like, I know we associate that probably more with wide receiver, but you see that across the board. I think there was a lot of people in Washington who thought that about Chase Young. Wouldn't you agree?
No, absolutely. By the way, shameless shout out 745, shameless shout out 7045. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search for 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. And shout out to the Comcast Business text line as always. I see you, Zucci Main. I see you out there. Oreo cookie as well. Oreo Cookie's out there. He's with me on the fantasy stuff. He goes, Bonte light years is correct. Haters are everywhere, big dog. They are hating.
I like that.
But to the whole point about that whole the last laugh, that whole will get what I want. Yeah. Can you play that one more time? I will have the last laugh, and I will get what I want.
You sound like Jazz Chisholm.
Sounds like Benny.
Yeah, he does.
I will get what I want.
He sounds like a villain in Batman.
I am a villain.
I will have the last laugh, Batman, and I'll get what I want.
I am evil. oh, they hate me in this league. Oh, they hate me. Philly Zoo. I left the conversation before Philly Zoo even chimed in. I had to. These guys are hating on me. But he showed his ass.
It is interesting. Like, there is a culture war going on in sports. Like, Steph Curry's a great example. Internally, we love Steph Curry. But I know, and Steiny's talked about this, and I'll give him some credit here. If you're, let's just say, the Sacramento Kings, okay, and he's, dancing before the three-pointer even goes through the net, I am sure that triggers a lot of people.
Well, I mean, a lot of people around the league. There was when the Warriors lost that championship, and I remember talking to a beat writer.
Yeah, what'd they say?
And they were like, Bonte, teams have been wanting to beat the Warriors. They said they can't stand Steph Curry with these big head bouncing. And we like it for the entertainment, which is why I love touchdown celebrations. And the NBA, the NFL embracing the touchdown celebrations, saying, you know what? We need this in our game. The fans love it.
Yes.
We need to cater to our fans. But there are this, hey, get off my line.
Yes.
Do it the right way. No, man. These guys put in so much work to try to be successful. God bless their souls for trying to show some emotion in a baseball game or a football game.
Absolutely.
And baseball's been late to the party with this, but baseball over the last couple of years have finally started to embrace the pipping home runs going down there. They saw what happened when Jose Bautista threw that bat in that wild card game against Texas. It's one of the sickest bat flips in the world ever. Do
you think that there's obviously there's the off the court stuff? So remove the off the court stuff. Maybe people can't separate the two.
Right.
But I feel like Ja Morant falls into this category where there are a lot of people around the league I see rooting against Ja Morant because of how flamboyant he is. Well, and I'm telling you right now, it resonates with the kids. The kids love Ja Morant.
I don't think it has anything to do with that when it comes to Ja.
You don't think?
It's the off the court stuff.
Okay.
It's the gunplay and whatnot. Ja on the court is box office.
I agree.
We love Ja's always trying to duck us.
Totally agree.
We love Ja on the court. It's the other stuff that people see is like, Ja, how does this happen? And he can live his own life, but the stuff that gets leaked out, so people look down on strip clubs. Some people look down on being in a room full of money and naked girls. Some people look down on being, and like, I'm not a fan of him showing guns off. Ja, you're a robot.
No, that
like,
I agree with.
I get to want to be that guy, but you're not that guy. Yeah. You don't need to be that guy. You're a role model, and I know you didn't sign up to be that.
Yeah.
The rules when you play for an NBA franchise and carry an organization, and you get paid a lot of money. There's baked-in rules to that. So, I think people love Ja on the court. People are, but the old guard. The old get off my lawn.
Yeah.
I don't like this. He's got the dreads. He's got the different colors. He's got the swag.
Pounding his chest.
Pounding his chest. Iverson got the same heat.
That's a good point.
Iverson got the same heat from these guys. So I don't know what it's just. Some people don't like it.
Ronald Acuna essentially called out Freddie Freeman like, yeah, your style doesn't work anymore in this dugout.
Yeah, no, he was like, dude, we don't like you anyway. Like, we don't do things like that. We want to have fun.
Exactly.
And that clubhouse does seem a lot looser.
Oh, way looser. Way looser. And there's a vibe. And there tends to be a vibe. I just found it interesting. I very rarely have ever heard any baseball player just talk like that.
Right.
To the way that Jazz Chisholm was talking. And to me, it was a microcosm of where sports is going.
Yep.
Kids, people, us as the consumer, we want to be entertained and we want to have fun.
Yep.
Yes, I understand that there are certain things that people see like running up the score and you're insulting the opponent. This is entertainment. And if we're not having fun, what are we doing?
And listen, it's a healthy respect for opponents.
Of course.
I don't think people were trying to show up opponents.
No.
Not for the most part. People want to celebrate the work because the work that you do put in, the hours that you spend to get prepared for a game, to get prepared for an at-bat, the time that goes into it. These basketball players, basketball, baseball, they're on the road all the time. They're trying to get rest and recovery and whatnot, and just try to put in the work to be good. It takes a lot. So why not celebrate that accomplishment?
I heard Tyreek Hill on one of his podcasts was talking about like, when I score a touchdown, I want to do something fun. You know why? Because I work 6 days a week thinking about Sunday. And then when I get to Sunday, I might not score.
Right.
So if I do score, I'm going to take a second to appreciate
Absolutely. You put in the work.
Exactly.
You put in the work right there.
He's like, when I'm running sprints in May and you don't see it, like I'm thinking about what I'm going to do when I hit the end zone.
This is funny. Jay LaFrey, YouTube. Pickleball standings incoming before Warriors talk. Let's talk pickleball. Pickleball, the fastest growing sport in America. Shout out Rick Barry.
Did you see the biggest injury in pickleball right now?
No. What is
Bernard Langer hurt his Achilles playing pickleball.
Oh my God.
Pickleball's legit.
It's a golfer.
Pickleball.
It's a joke.
Pickleball's legit. No, I didn't know.
Ciao, Germany.
Michelle got a couple of pickleball paddles and some balls, and we were going to play it up the river. She had played with her family during a family reunion. I was out of town, and she says it's extremely difficult and taxing.
Yeah,
I have yet to play. I'm in for it.
All right, let's do it. You guys want to talk pickleball or Warriors? I'm kidding. You guys don't think we're going to talk Warriors? Relax. Just because we can talk all three sports on this show, just because we could diversify our portfolio. You want to talk tennis, guys? We can talk tennis. Don't test me out there on these streets. No, I'm kidding. I'm feeling spicy today. The Fantasy Baseball League got me in the uproar. But look, man, we will get to the Warriors because I'm going to be humble in this one. They do have
You basically called
game.
Out Big Dog City like Jazz called out Miguel Rojas.
I did.
You're really not that good.
Big Dog's not happy with me, Aaron. I can guarantee that. When the whole league. But you know what? Test me if you want to. You got 2 days. You got 48 hours to make the right decision, Big Dog. I'm putting you to the test.
Whoa.
I'm like Al Davis. I will sue the NFL. That's how I feel right now.
And win.
And I will win. I will win. Trust me on that. And if I don't get my way, you just watch what happens over these next 6 months.
Bonte Boris over here. Scott Boris,
dude,
Bonte.
In the thread, I threatened him. I said, hey, look, if I don't get what I want, I can't be bought this year. Just FYI. He did not like that. I was like, I will be bought.
Wow. You're ruining the integrity of your league.
I am. I don't care. Not now, because I thought outside the box. All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. We're getting into the Warriors. 888-957-9570. Wide open phone lines, folks. Dub Nation, where you at? This is a huge game. Let's get into it. Let's recap. I know you guys talked a little about the Grizzlies. We can talk a little bit about that game. Jonathan Kuminga's ascension. This guy's coming. But also Andrew Wiggins. There is something there with Andrew Wiggins, because if we got any hope on making a run, Andrew Wiggins has to play like he did the other night. 888-957-9570. Wide open phone lines. Let's get to the Dubs here on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. I will have the last laugh. 877-9570. Let's get the Dubs talk cracking here. I'm ready to get into some Warriors right now. I got some stuff out of the way in the first hour. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too, like with George Contos. My man, Contos, what up, George? He joined Willard or Dibs, or actually FP yesterday. FP said Tangelo was in for Dan Dibley. Is Dan Dibley in Las Vegas for the tournament? Is he there for the first weekend? Confirmed Dan Dibley in Vegas for the tournament? Yep, he usually does that every single year, so FP is in for him. The Warriors do get a win the other night against the Grizzlies, 137-116. They go on a 31-6 run. The blow that game open there, 10-0 run in the first half. They ended up going on a 22-0 run. It overall was 31-6. They blew away the Memphis Grizzlies. And one guy who played well, who, let's face it, man, we've talked a lot about him. And as Kuminga continues to rise, and he scored 26 points and 5 rebounds and 4 assists, and he looks like a keeper for the Warriors. And
a lot of people walking back their thoughts on Kuminga.
Trust me, I've kept receipts on that one. A lot of people walking back on Kuminga, and a lot of people walking back their takes on Klay Thompson, who had 5 threes and scored 23 the other day. And since Klay Thompson has come off the bench in 13 games, was it 12, 13 games? He's shooting 45% from 3. So the move has worked, and Klay does not look like a wash player. But if the Warriors want to make a deep run, as Steve Kerr was mentioning, and Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibs the other day, and he was saying that I still believe this team can make a run. Look at what Miami did last year. Look at what the Lakers did last year. Some people are going to laugh at that. But they do have the pieces, I think, to win a round or two. But if they have any hope in doing that, obviously Curry has to play like Curry. Draymond has to be special. Kuminga has to continue to rise. The key is Andrew Wiggins. And I know it's funny to say that. And I get why people don't want to count on him. I get it. I understand it. He had 22 points the other day and 10 rebounds, a double-double. It was a Memphis Grizzlies. Problem is consistency with Andrew Wiggins. But the Warriors want to have any shot at doing what Steve Kerr thinks is possible, which is making a deep run out of the play-in tournament. Andrew Wiggins has to do what he did the other night, which is be aggressive, be efficient. He was 9-14, 4-6 from the three-point line, 22 points and 10 rebounds. And there's 14 games left. Is there anybody who has hope that Andrew Wiggins can be that consistent player over the next 14 games and help the Warriors go on a little run here? I know it sounds ridiculous. I sound ridiculous right now. But on the postgame show the other day, Mully and I talk about this all the time. Mully says this every single game. If the Warriors make a run, it can't be if Andrew Wiggins plays like this. It has to be Wiggins has to play like that. He has to play like that if the teams want any freaking shot at doing something and making some noise, as Steve Kerr mentioned the other day.
Well, he'll have a game here and there. It's more about the consistency, Bonte, right? I can't remember the last time he had 3 or 4 great games in a row.
I agree.
When was the last time? 3 or 4 great games in a row.
May have been a couple of years. No, it was during the 16-game stretch. It was during the 16-game stretch where
3 or 4?
You know, three or 4.
It just feels like to me it's been 1 out of every 3 or 4.
No, I understand.
Been good, and maybe I'm underrating some of his performances.
I understand why you feel like that.
So it feels like we've been asking for that for multiple seasons, and he hasn't been able to deliver. I feel like that ship has left the harbor and it's not coming back. I would go, watching Draymond the other night, and then his podcast and him going at Taylor Jenkins. I don't know what he's getting at with that. I don't know why he continues to rip Taylor Jenkins. I think he just needs to let that one go. To me, it's like an engaged Draymond.
Wait, he ripped Taylor Jenkins?
Well, he was basically saying that when they got into the fracas, this is on his podcast. It got dropped last night, and I listened to it, parts of it last night, parts of it this morning. He was basically saying, I'm
listened to a lot
here.
of his podcasts lately.
What?
You've listened to a lot of his podcasts lately.
He's put 3 or 4 out in the last 2 weeks.
You were taking a break from it for a while.
Hashtag new media.
Well, you know what? They've been shorter episodes, so they're easier to consume. And then once it starts and I'm feeding the baby and I'm just kind of there, Right. He said that Taylor Jenkins flopped when he hit him. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, flopped and sold it like he was hurt and got up slow. And Draymond was like, if you were really that hurt, then you should go to the locker room. And I think he was insinuating that Taylor Jenkins was selling it so that the officials would kick Draymond out of the game.
Okay. Anyway.
My thing would be like, Draymond, I need you to just play engaged basketball. Like, I need you to go. Like, right now, I think Kuminga is more of a sure thing night to night in terms of focus than Draymond, which is kind of like, sucks.
Well, Draymond's played well.
But his attention is so dedicated toward the extracurriculars.
But you can say Kuminga's focus. Well, Aldama's hitting wide open threes. And they had to call a timeout to say, hey, Kuminga, you need to focus on this guy. This guy just hit 6 threes. He just hit a 6-3 in the first half. Let's go. So it was a team-wide lack of focus.
No, I agree with that. But Kuminga's bringing it intensity-wise. I thought he rebounded brilliantly in that game, and I thought that his attacking was outstanding. I mean, Kuminga right now has whatever. You want to say he's the second most important Warrior, second most consistent Warrior, second best scoring? Like, he's somewhere in that mix.
I think, I look back to Andrew Wiggins, and people could say it's a lost cause. If he's a lost cause, his team's going nowhere. They're just going nowhere. Now, you asked, when did he have a 3-game stretch? I was looking at the game logs here.
Yes, please, when?
Dude, he had a 3-game stretch where he shot 16, 22, 20 of 30 from the floor. He scored 17, 22, 23. He was very efficient. That's when they lost the 1-point game. They lost the 1-point game to Sacramento when they blew a lead. They lost to the Lakers double overtime. Then they beat the Sixers at home. But he went 17, 22, 23. Rebounds 4, 5, and 5. Assists 4, 3, and 4. Again, 20 of 30 from the floor. So he had that stretch before he stepped away from the team due to personal reasons to where he was giving you 15 to 5, but he was shooting 46% from 3 and 53% from the floor. Now, this may just be who Andrew Wiggins is this season. Hey, love it. You're not going to change the screen from orange to blue? You're slipping. I'm kidding. I'm messing with him on YouTube. Just make sure he's working. But
it's already blue. Don't scare me like that.
Sorry. I'm behind on YouTube. But honestly, but that to me is the key going forward. Am I off base with that? Like 888-957-9570, Dub Nation. By the way, shameless shout outs coming up in 20 minutes. And again, if you're new to this, shameless shout outs, you can shout out your car, you can shout out your dog, shout out your wife, shout out your husband, shout out your baby daddy, shout out your baby mama, shout out your goldfish in your fish tank. Shout out, if you want to shout out Disney Channel and having all those movies available for youngsters, shout out to the Disney Channel. Shout out whoever the hell you want to shout out. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout outs coming up. But I do want to take some Dub calls. Dub Nation, what has to happen over the next 14 games to get you to believe that the team has enough to make a run? Because I feel like Dub Nation is down on this team. Dub Nation is just like, they're already talking about the offseason. I'm saying to myself, there's still a season. Still got 14 games left.
I know. I do believe a lot of people are ready to hit simulate and go to the offseason. I don't think you're wrong when you say that. I do think that there's a lot of people, because I think this year has been on the heels of last year. It's been an exhausting couple of years for Warrior fans. Every time they try to wrap their arms around this team and think that they have a chance, they stub their toe. And a lot of it is self-inflicted, whether it's suspensions, team guys walking away, not playing well. It feels like guys don't want to be. Some guys didn't want to be here.
Right.
Like, there's just a lot, man. There's just a lot going on. And, I do also think that, Pajemski feels like he's hit a little rookie wall here, and not necessarily that he's tired, that teams are adjusting to him. And they're like, all right, you want to take a couple dribbles into the paint? Fine. We're going to cut off the passing lanes.
Right.
We're going to force you to put it up, right? And I think that they went down the road with Pajemski, and I think it was working for a while. I'm not sure it's that sustainable.
Yeah, but Pajemski's not going to be the reason why you lose in the first round of the playoffs.
He's playing 35 minutes a game.
No, I hear that, but he's not going to be the reason why you don't advance to the playoffs. This is about the big boys.
But he's got to play better, too.
No doubt. But
if
this is about
play 30-something minutes.
That's on curb. However, this is on the big boys.
I mean, he's got to play
This is on the big boys. So
yeah.
If you want to get to where you need to get to, Brandon Pajemski's not dictating whether or not you're winning or losing games. Now, can he make some losing plays? Can he make some winning plays? Absolutely. But my expectations for him going into the season and my expectations for him now, it's not as high as it is or it should be for guys like Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul. And Chris Paul's doing a damn thing. Chris Paul's playing excellent basketball. Klay Thompson's playing excellent basketball.
Well, but like when I look at it, like just like the last couple of first quarters, it does feel like they've come out flat, right? And he's a part of that. And
he is a part of that.
So like, and again, I'm not blaming it all on him. I'm just saying like when you're this dire and things are at the end of the season and you have to get rolling right now, he's got to get rolling. He's got to hit some shots.
Yeah, but
or they got to adjust that starting lineup because they cannot fall into these 12-point gaps to start games. They're not good enough.
They're not good enough. But in my baked-in equation or my pecking order on who needs to do what, Pinsky's down on that list. This is about the big money guys. That's why I always look to Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins looked like the biggest bargain in the NBA a couple years ago when he signed that extension. And now people can't wait to flip him or try to get something from him. But here's Anthony Slater. I'm Brandon Pinsky. Then we'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Still a few open phone lines here. Here is Anthony Slater on whether or not Brandon Pinsky has hit the rookie wall.
Well, I still think he does a lot of the small stuff, although he didn't rebound well the other night. And typically he does, right? Usually you see him up at 6, 7, 8 rebounds. His assist totals are, chunk assists, 4 or 5. He's going to take the charge. He's going to play solid enough team defense. Where you have not seen it lately is the scoring, right? Scoreless in 25 minutes the other night. I think his offensive limitations at this point in his career, in a starting lineup that, does not have Klay is maybe shown lately, but that's, part of his growth process. I do think longer term, he has some scoring upside. He's off the bounce threes have been solid this year. His catch and shoot ones haven't. I've talked to him. I know he wants to eventually kind of polish up the mid range and maybe go to the mid range a little bit more. It's been floaters, those little hooks that haven't worked as well, not finishing inside as much. But again, you mentioned it's part of why the team is the 10th seed. They're starting a 19-year-old rookie. They're playing a rookie center a bunch. They're leaning young, and young is exciting at times in the NBA, but young typically doesn't get you to the West Finals, NBA Finals.
I'm 100% with Anthony Slater. That's not going to get you to the NBA Finals. Starting pods or leading out pods and TJD, they're ascending. They have had very good rookie seasons. Pinsky and Trayce Jackson-Davis. But if you're counting on these guys on a team that has championship players that has been part of championships, then you're not going to go far.
I don't think fans are counting on them. I think the team is counting on them.
Well, I think the team wants to count on Andrew Wiggins.
Well, that I agree with.
To me, again, if you want to do anything like Steve Kerr or Steve Kerr,
let me pause you right there because I agree with you. But this is where Andrew Wiggins has been so disappointing. They clearly need a 2-guard defensively and offensively. And I thought he could fill that void, and he has yet to do it.
No.
At all.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Let's go to, he just dropped off. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in about 15 minutes. Shameless shout-outs in 15 minutes.
Wouldn't you agree the number one need for this team is starting 2-guard? A two-way 2-guard?
Sure, every team in the league.
I think, but with Curry specifically.
With Curry, but if you, again, when you have Andrew Wiggins not defending at the level he should have been defending at, this should have been a year where you could get by with Klay. Now, I do like Klay coming with CP3, Trayce Jackson-Davis, because some of the things on offense, especially now, Draymond Green is looking for Steph and Curry at the top of the key. I don't know. Draymond and Klay can still play together at a very high level.
Yeah.
But in that starting lineup, when you're trying to get Andrew Wiggins force-fed, and you're trying to get Jonathan Kuminga going, because remember, Kuminga's now taking shots away from Andrew Wiggins, from Stephen Curry, from Klay Thompson in that starting unit. Sure, I would love to have a 2-way guard. But how about, what if Wiggins could play the 2 in that starting lineup?
That's what I'm asking.
You know what I'm saying?
Because you keep telling me we shouldn't be asking Pinsky. He's 3rd in minutes per game.
No, to me,
that's what the team's doing.
I know that's what they're doing. But I can't lean on him. I can't.
No, I know you
can't go out of the way and blame Pinsky.
No, I'm not blaming him.
You know what I'm saying? To say he's the reason why you're losing or winning. The guy he's having a rough spot right now. He's having a rough spell for a week. It happens in the league.
He's been a good rookie.
But he's been a very solid rookie.
No, he's been a really good rookie. But I look at it as the team is over-relying on him.
They are because of the ball pounding. You're not playing .5 basketball. You're not moving the ball. There's a lot of ball pounding, a lot of dribbling here. Here's JJ in San Jose. Spent $10 on this on YouTube. Hot take. The way the Warriors handled Jordan Poole really turned off fans, including myself. Then this year's issues with Draymond and Wiggins really disappointed us. We are done. That's JJ in San Jose. Is that the case? Has some of the things that have happened with this basketball team turned you away from the Golden State Warriors? Because I do hear some people say, well, they're not watchable. They're unlikable. I think they have a very likable team. The brand of basketball they play when they're humming is very watchable. I
think they've spoiled us.
But they have spoiled us.
I think that's and I'm speaking for myself, and I don't know how many agree with me out there, but I do believe that a lot of us were so accustomed to seeing the best basketball any of us has ever seen in our lifetimes, and everything was beautiful. The defensive end was just connected to no degree. You watched passion and ball movement and spacing and the high IQ backdoors, and if you left a guy off screen, the selflessness to set screens, and like we were watching the highest level of basketball the Bay Area has ever seen. For almost a decade. And we were watching some of the most genuine, down-to-earth dudes. Like, they were also great guys, which I think, baked into the whole thing. Family guys that everybody related to. And they were lovable and so many things. And when they start to struggle, I think everything gets, all the negatives get kind of accentuated and the flaws go out there. And I do believe that a lot of people like myself, we got spoiled. And we thought it would last forever. And that's just not sports. Nothing lasts forever. The Patriots just ended.
Yeah, they're done. Nothing lasts forever. But you know what? Is there something with this team? We still have 14 games left. We'll get to the offseason, and trust me, if with the way everybody's talking, the way people believe in this team, the season will be over sooner rather than later. A lot of people mindset are saying, yeah, whatever. Let's just move on and get to the offseason. Well, the offseason will be here. And there will be a lot of changes or a lot of choices that this team has to make. The decision makers, the top dogs, the Lakers, the Levies, they're going to have to make decisions on how to move forward with this roster here because obviously there's been a struggle. There's been a struggle with consistency. There's been a struggle with injuries. Draymond being suspended didn't help situation. There's a lot going on here. And then the fact that you haven't won at home, you're just 18-18 at home, that fear of having that devastating home court has dissipated this season. Teams are coming in like Aldama. We read a segment the other day on the pregame show. Who are all these guys just lighting up to Golden State Warriors? Guys who are having career highs. Harrison Barnes had a career high this year against the Golden State Warriors. G.G. Jackson, we all remember him. Aldama was cooking the other day for crying out loud. Miles McBride, who had 3 games in which he scored a total of 19 points in 57 minutes, all of a sudden plays 46 minutes for the Knicks and drops 29 against the Warriors. That's been happening way too much.
Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with fear. I think that has to do with we're not as good.
Teams just not playing, or teams not playing capable.
We're just not as good. You know what I mean? And when you see somebody who's slower and older in front of you, you're going to blow by them. I just think I look at this team and they're older, they're slower, and they're short. And that's a really bad recipe for where you're at right now. Look, I know the offseason is the offseason, but I'll just put a little something into your head here, and you can say, Joe, you're an idiot. They're old, blah, 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 blah. And that's fine. I believe with the youth across the board of the NBA and how extremely athletic and how extremely dynamic every team is, I think the only way for the offseason to go, if I'm the Steph Curry and the Warriors, is I'm doubling down and I'm saying the old guys need to take the league back for 1 year, and I'm dead serious on this. I'm finding a way. It feels like to me everything's lining up this way. You're getting LeBron, and you double down on the old guys, and you roll with just Kuminga and a bunch of old dudes, and you try to run one championship back.
LeBron's in a nice spot right now, right? He comes here. I mean, back to LeBron James. LeBron James not guaranteed a championship.
There's no guarantees. There's no guarantees on any championships.
You become older. You're just as slow. I just don't. All right. Other than box office reasons and content reasons and ticket sales, what is LeBron?
To think that a 27-year-old or 26-year-old is going to want to come here via a trade and demand to come play here feels even more asinine than me suggesting that LeBron will be great in year 40.
I'm just looking at it stylistically. LeBron's going to have the ball in his hands. He needs the ball in his hands, right? Draymond Green needs the ball in his hands. Chris Paul kind of needs the ball in his hands. There's a lot of guys who need the ball in their hands to be effective.
I know.
I'm not sure
I know
how
you're
that-
not going to agree.
I'm just trying to figure out how it works from a basketball. Like, I know LeBron and Curry can play together. There's no doubt.
But we're trying to talk ourselves into a team that I know is deeply flawed right now in the Golden State Warriors. And if LeBron came to this team, instantly he's the second best player on the team.
Like, you do that, and it feels like Carmelo to Gary Payton going to the Lakers. It feels like Dwight Howard and Steve Nash going to the LA Lakers with Kobe Bryant and not making it past the second round. I just don't see how you get better. I just don't see how LeBron makes you better. You have to get younger.
I mean, they're closer to 11 right now than they are to 1.
No, of course.
I mean, like no
doubt.
They're closer to 11 than they are.
But think about why that is. Why is that? Andrew Wiggins, inconsistencies, right? We can till we're blown. Andrew Wiggins this year, the guy's averaging 12.7 points a game. 12.7 points a game, Andrew Wiggins, right? 4.5 rebounds. You think about his lowest numbers, it's come the last 2 years with the Warriors where he averaged 17 to 17, and we know why he averaged 17 to 17 because you got to feed Clay, you got to feed Curry, you got a lot of scorers on his team. But usually it is the height of heights for Andrew Wiggins. He's averaging 20 a game. He's down. Think about this. He's down to 12.7.
Can I use your thing though?
So now
on Wiggins,
hold on,
who fears him?
Here's the other thing too. He's taking 14 shots a game. He's down to 10 shots a game. So the aggressiveness is gone. So now I'm thinking about Andrew Wiggins being inconsistent. You're asking me why they're closer to 11th? Or Andrew Wiggins averaging 12.5 points per game.
He's not the only reason.
Oh, he's not. No, well, I'm getting there. Draymond Green missed 18 games due to suspension. Got kicked out of 3 other ones.
And now his back's still hurting.
And now his back is aching.
And they're
he's
locked
missing
up
games
from
here and there.
Warriors.
Exactly.
He was talking about it yesterday on the podcast. Like his back's not good.
Back's not good. So that's another reason. Clay getting in his own head and then all of a sudden get out of his own head. That helped. The young guy's not ready to roll. Not playing Kuminga early this season, which hurt. They needed his athleticism. So there's a lot of baked-in reasons also why they're in 10th place. But LeBron James the answer? Going old is the answer?
Well, I think praying for one of these younger stars to demand out and come to the Warriors as like a savior, like that feels less likely than
it does
me
feel
banking on LeBron being good in year 40. Who's been like talking about Curry for months now.
But what if LeBron is just setting this up and then maybe he tries to get Clay to come down to L.A.?
That could be possible.
He does have a $51 million play option.
Doing?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Let's go to Chris in Daly City. Chris, what's happening? By the way, shameless shout-outs in 5 minutes. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Your opportunity to shout out anybody you want to shout out. Chris in Daly City, what's happening?
What's good, Bonte? I'm just wondering why we're so doom and gloom on the Warriors right now. We got 2 weeks.
First call of the day, and let's just go ahead and flush it. Let's just use the flushing.
Poor guy.
No, Chris in Daly City, call us back. I just wanted to hear the flushing sound. Call us back.
Am I too close to the painting? Should I be more optimistic?
Call us back. By the way,
do I sound doom and gloom?
That flushing sound was brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I think you've lost faith in this team. It sounds like you've lost. Hey, look, I'm not telling you to be, hey, man, they're going to wave your pom-poms. They're going to be okay. The Warriors going to go 11-3 in the next 14 games. They're going to win. They're going to go to the finals. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody should do that. They are who they are. They're 18-18 at home. You are what your record says you are.
Last year it was the road. This year it's home.
Yeah, it's home. It's just strange. And think about all the games.
I don't think it's strange. I just think they're not as good.
No, I think it's strange because they've blown. Think about how many leads they've blown. It's been very weird. They've blown so many double-digit leads at home where we're accustomed to, hey, they're going to win at home. They're going to freaking blow teams out with a third quarter run or whatnot. We have been spoiled here. We have been spoiled. But I think if you want to move forward and you want to get back to being a competitive, if you want to get back to a championship picture, I don't think going down the LeBron route is the way to do it. That's a quick fix. Quick Band-Aid to fix or try to fix a problem, and there's no guarantees there. LeBron James can't beat the Denver Nuggets with AD.
Well, you're just trying to maximize the last year or two of Curry's prime.
Yeah, so there may be other avenues to do it.
That's the reason why it makes sense.
There may be other avenues to do that. I'm not sure that's the avenue to do that. I'm really not.
I'm looking at this year, and it's just every time I'm ready to give them the benefit of the doubt that they had earned the 9 years prior, it feels like then they come out and they lay an egg, and you get a game where you're just like, what is going on here? There's no sense of urgency. They don't realize where they are in the standings.
No, there's a sense of urgency, and I think they do understand where they are in the standings. They understand that clearly where they are in the standings. They understand that they put themselves in a foxhole. I think that's so fair to say. They don't know, but they're in a situation to where they need to try to just regain their form for the 14-4 stretch of playing good basketball. And it's not about the standings at this point. It's about playing the best basketball you could possibly play at a consistent level. You got to get consistent here over the next 14. They understand where they're at in the standings. They know the Rockets are 3 games behind them. They understand that they're in 10th place.
Is it only 3 now? It's 3?
It's 3. 3 in the loss column.
3 in the loss.
And the Warriors right now have the tiebreaker.
So there's 4.
I'm not necessarily too worried about the Rockets right now. I'm worried about how the Warriors are playing, what their form looks like. And tonight against Indiana,
Halliburton.
Now Halliburton's had a little bit of a bump in the road. He hasn't been as efficient lately over his last 10, 11 games as he was the first half of the season. And maybe that has to do with the injury. Maybe that has to do with some of the things that he said off the court about being used as a prop. But you look at him over the last 10, he's shooting 42% from the floor, just 17% from 3. That's Halliburton. Last 10 games, he's shooting 17.6% from the three-point line. He's got 1 of 3, 1 of 9, 1 of 9, 1 of 6, 2 of 6.
I hope he doesn't bust out tonight.
3 of 10, 0 for 6, 0 for 6.
Who's marking him up tonight to start the game?
It's got to be Kuminga or Wiggins.
Yes.
That's where Wiggins comes into play. If you want to have any faith at making a run and winning a play-in game, Andrew Wiggins has to be Andrew Wiggins. And I know it's a big ask. It's a big ask right now.
He did it against Luka a couple years ago. Why should it be any more crazy?
I thought he played hard against the LA Lakers. It defended LeBron James and made him work for things.
Yes.
So
it was a little easier when AD got off the floor because it makes the rotations a little easier. No, but I agree. It was a much better effort. Absolutely.
So
beggars can't be choosers.
Exactly. So 888-957-9570. Line them up. Let's shout them out, man. Shameless shout outs here on a Friday.
Yay!
Crack, crack, crack.
All right. So this one may be a little bit long, but I got a lot of shout-outs to do right now. A lot of shout-outs here. This is going to be from the PCA event last night, the Positive Coaching Alliance Game Changer Award to benefit. First of all, shout-out to the PCA's president, Jason Sachs. Great to meet you. Great organization. Got to chop it up with him a lot. We're going to do some things in the future. So Jason Sachs, number 1. Julie Foudy, who I got to MC with last night. I was in awe of being on the same stage as Julie Foudy. Felt like I've known her for forever, for what she's done for U.S. women's soccer, for what she's done for women all over the country and playing soccer, being an ambassador, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 2-time World Cup award winner. I'm thinking to myself, how the hell am I on the same stage with Julie Foudy? So I was flattered and honored to be alongside her. Devin Fox at NBC, my boy Sean, who produced the show last night, did an amazing job last night, making it easy for us. Everybody at PCA, everybody, the presenters, Matt Cain, Logan Ryan, Gary Payton II, Lucy Rushton, Bay FC, Matt Cain and the Giants, Dallas Brayton giving his stories, honoring their coaches, Daryl Jordan, Frank Wader, Mauro Gazzo, Michael McHugh, and, of course, Brian McDermott. Hopefully I got those names right. But the PCA event last night was special, a lot of fun, a lot of people who listened to the roast. I want to shout out everybody at Chase Center, the incredible staff at NBC Sports Bay Area, Michael, who works with the 49ers, who allowed me to put on the white gloves and hoist a Lombardi trophy. He's like, go ahead, Bonte. I'm going to do a shout-out. And people are like, Michael never does this for anybody, Bonte. Feel lucky.
Oh, wow.
I do feel lucky.
But for the king.
I feel lucky. Ted Griggs, longtime NBC. Big shot at NBC. I saw Sarge last night.
Kingmaker.
All right, man. Hey, listen, man. It was a who's who. Larry Bear. Sarge was there. Raymond Ritter was there. Shout out to Raymond Ritter.
How close did Sarge get when he was talking to you?
Oh, we always get close.
Nose
we get
to
up close
nose?
and personal. We get up close and personal, man.
Very Sopranos-like.
Carlos Ramirez had to come over and give a joke, and I was like, be careful with that with Sarge. You don't do that with Bobby Sarge.
Yeah, you might get
better
shanked.
kiss the ring. But shout out to everybody at PCA, man. Truly, it was an honor to MC that event, man. I feel flattered. I feel very, very lucky. I feel blessed about that. So, Julie Foudy, Jason Sachs, DePage, everybody involved, Devin Fox, everybody out there. It was a great time last night at Chase Center.
So I've got a couple quick shout-outs. The first one, and this goes to everybody out there, whether you're applying to a private school or you're applying to a public school to try to get your choice for high school. All the kids out there in 8th grade. Parents and kids, listen to me and listen to me good. In the words of Gary Radnich, I went to many high schools. Many. I was a bad kid. Got kicked out of many of them, deservingly so. But what I learned, it doesn't matter where you go. The energy you put forth every single day will dictate the experience you have at the school you go to. So even if you're sad that you didn't go to your first choice, or you're sad that you didn't get your second choice, or whatever it is, you will find friends. You will find a good experience if you go in with an open heart and an open mind, and you put in the work wherever you go. You will get a great experience out of it. Because I know there's a lot of kids that are frustrated or whatever, that they didn't get the lottery choice that they want or the selection into the high school they want. It is irrelevant, all right? It's whatever you want out of it. So I want to make sure we know that, because a lot of kids got their acceptance in and out this week. The other thing I want to say, 17th annual Dante Benedetti Classic at Oracle Park, triple header at Oracle. If you're going and you're a Little Leaguer, wear your Little League uniform. 11:30 University versus Piedmont, 2:30 Redwood versus Marin Catholic. And at 5:30, under the lights, SI Sacred Heart, Bruce Mahoney game. The Dante Benedetti Classic isn't just a tournament. It's to celebrate a great organization that donates for kids. They do every year. They sponsor certain kids to go to school. Dante's Boys Foundation. Find them. I will tweet out the link one more time today. Support people who support our community.
One quick one here. PCA. Bay Sean was in the building last night. Sean Jordan. Got to shout him out. Chopped it up with him. He's very excited about the Giants. And then Camilla. Camilla had a fangirl moment. She goes, oh, my God, Bonte, because her husband, Alexei, did not show up last night, but he's a huge roaster. She told me, she goes, my husband always comes into the car saying, did you hear what Bonte said? He didn't say Butcher Boy. He said Bonte.
That's fine.
I'm just jabbing you because you always say, did they ask about me? They didn't ask about you. They asked about me. So shout out to Camilla last night, who was out there working the room. Shout out to all you roasters who were in the building last night.
Who worked the room the best?
Last night, everybody was working it, man. I thought Julie Foudy did a great job working the room. Devin Fox works the room. Carlos Ramirez, I seen him working. Raymond Ritter works the room. Festus Azili and Monty Plore in the building. They were working the room. Matt Murphy's working the room. We're all working the room.
Dog,
we're all pros.
How many name drops?
Oh, I'm name dropping everybody. Name dropping everybody.
Get flowing plumbing and drain in here, because my guy has a leaky faucet from all the drops.
Man, I'm name dropping everybody, baby.
Seriously.
Too. Shout out to Gary
hell?
Payton II. You don't like that? You don't like PCA awards. No, I'm kidding.
Okay,
Shout out to the Positive Coaching Alliance.
Napier.
Game Changer Awards and Benefit. All right. Do we get to the calls or we get to Lubin? Lubin, you're dying to talk.
I don't know. You guys say I'm long-winded. I want to give a shout out to the Peninsula Humane Society and SPCA in Burlingame. My friend Allie works there, and
nice.
They are going to be at the Warrior game tonight.
Nice.
They're going to be out front in Thrive City from 4 to 7. You can go to their adoption booth, meet some of the animals that they adopt out. Warriors players are going to be arriving with some of the animals that could be adopted, and word on the street is at 6 o'clock, a certain pregame show might be having some of these animals visit.
I didn't know anything about that.
That's what I'm seeing here in this release. So,
oh well, okay.
You might have.
Monte's a big gerbil guy.
Well, I guess I'll.
They do have gerbils there.
I guess I'll find out at 10 o'clock when I hit my Zoom meeting for today's Warriors pregame show.
So this is all in celebration of National
News to me.
Vontae's gonna start with a giant snake wrapped around his.
Oh, I love snakes.
Beautiful. Really?
Like Britney Spears
I do love snakes.
You love snakes?
Oh,
I'm like
snakes
Indiana Jones. I'm out on snakes.
Yeah, no, I like snakes. I like snakes. Yeah, I know how to tame them.
Shout out Peninsula Humane Society and
listen, King Cobra or a python.
I thought you were going to go like haters, snakes in the grass, like that.
There are snakes in the grass.
He's a big fan of Jake the Snake.
Trust me. I was a big fan of Jake the Snake. There are a lot of snakes in the grass. Before we go to the live, Spinoza, you got something?
Yeah, shout out my mom and my mother-in-law helping your boy out this week. Jade has been halfway across the country out in Providence, Rhode Island all week for a work trip. She's working very hard out there. It's very difficult for her to be away from her kids. She's doing awesome. But shout out my mom, mother-in-law helping your boy out this week. Very early mornings for both those kids. I got to be away from them. So shout them out. Also shout out, we were shouting out women's U.S. soccer. Shout out the men's side. Big win last night in the CONCACAF Nations League semifinal, taking out Jamaica. They will face Mexico this Sunday in the final for the CONCACAF Nations
love that.
League.
I know we're going to go to the lines here in just a second. I also want to shout out a guy from Lakeview, Baldhead Rick, passed away last week.
Rest in peace, Baldhead Rick.
You know, he was a very influential person in the neighborhood and obviously was a musician and an artist and just a great person. I got to meet him many, many, many times. We used to drink with me and my dad when both of us were drinking back at the Ave on Ocean Avenue, the bar, and just a great dude, an absolutely great dude who always had an ear-to-ear smile. And, man, shout out Baldhead Rick.
Shout out Baldhead Rick, no doubt about that. Let's go to Coach Adam in the city. Coach Adam, what's happening, Coach?
Good morning, fellas. I just want to give a shout-out to City College alumni Darion Trammell, who's about to lead the San Diego State Aztecs at 10:45 tonight on another wonderful run through the NCAA tournament.
Shout out the jungle. Shout out Marin City.
Get to a TV and watch our boy.
Yes, sir, Coach Adam. I love it. Love it, Coach Adam.
Also, Coach Adam, I want one of the pinstripe baseball jerseys that City College has. Those are so sick. I'll pay for it. Dude, what? They're sick jerseys.
I got a bag of
a shameless
swag.
segment. So.
Yeah, it is a shameless
segment.
I'm not judging. I'm just going to the lines. I'm not going to the I'm just judging. I'm just judging.
My number is 24. I'll take a large.
You're a small guy. I'm an extra large. RJ Fairfield. Oh, RJ Fairfield. RJ. What's up, RJ?
What's up, man? I thought shameless shout out. I got something to go. I'm about to run through these real quick.
All right, go ahead.
Be my guest.
Shout out to Washington Wizards. Shout out to Washington Wizards first, right?
Okay, hold on, Bonte. I got something for you. Hey, shout out to my coworkers for hosting a baby shower for me last night. Thank you very much.
Oh, congratulations. Your first kid, RJ?
Oh, my first kid, man.
Oh, congratulations, RJ. Congratulations,
man. Appreciate it, man. Baby Robbie on the way. So, thank you. Appreciate it, man. But you ain't going to like me after this. But shout out to the Kings for sweeping the Lakers this season, in the season. Shout out to the Rockets for winning last night. And let's go Pacers. Thanks, Bonte, Shasty. I love y'all.
All right, RJ, that was harmless. That was harmless. Let's read a couple on the Comcast business text line. Shout out to Dregs one of the best Bay Area podcasts.
Oh, yeah,
like that. I do like that. Thank you for your kind shout out to my daughter Kennedy last week. She had her surgery Wednesday. It was extremely tough but successful.
Nice.
She is currently listening to the roast from the hospital to help get her through. Thank you both again to Go Kennedy. That's TJ San Jose. Shout out to Kennedy, man. That's awesome. Shout out to you guys at TD West Electric. Love you. Wiseman Joe. Wiseman Joe. I don't know who's Wiseman. Joe and King Bahate. You don't have to call me King Bahate. Shout out to all the amazing bartenders at Velvet and Martinez and Napa. That's from Brandon Cadiz. Got any calls here? You want to go? No. We'll go straight to the injury report. All right, Warriors hosting the Pacers tonight at Chase Center. While the Warriors are healthy, the Pacers may not be. As forward Obi Toppin is listed as day-to-day with a left ankle sprain. He's giving you about 10 points a game in 21 minutes for the Pacers. Of course, the former first-round pick with the New York Knicks. He's a high flyer. He can get above the rim. He's the type of player who's giving the Warriors issues this season. He may not play, so it could be a big boost for the Golden State Warriors, as well as Benedict Mathurin is out for the season with a shoulder injury as well. So the Pacers coming in shorthanded but desperate for a win. They're looking for payback as the Warriors in that first game dropped 45 points on the Pacers in the first quarter. They got to win this game to have a winning homestand to go 2-1 before they go to Minnesota Sunday for a big-time game against the T-Wolves on the road. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. More of your calls about the Dubs, man. Where are we at with the Dubs? Where's your panic meter at? Do you even want to go to the play-in? Where's the Dub Nation at, man? Why are you guys so down right now? Team still has a shot. They still have a shot. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. I will have the last laugh, and I will get what I want.
Business. Morning Roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on a Friday. We made it. We made it. Long week, but we have made it. Warriors and Pacers later today at Chase Center before they go on the road for 4 games. Man, this schedule's coming up is brutal. Indiana, Minnesota, Miami, and Orlando. My Orlando Magic. Remember that? Guys are laughing at me about their Orlando. The only guy who was rocking with me on Orlando was my guy, Tyler Miller. How you guys like us now? Anyway.
I mean, they've been bad since 2009. So it's about time.
No, it's not about time. Hey.
I have always rocked with Paolo Banchero. Always.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you. By the way, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? If you're in traffic, drive safely, folks. People are driving crazy out here these days. Be safe. All the overnight dancers. Hopefully you have a great weekend as well as the weather warms up. Homicide detectives, all the baristas out there making those cappuccinos and lattes. Good morning to all of you guys. Good morning to Lubman, Spinoti, YouTube, and Twitch. And you, Joe Shasky, by the way, YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today at the Comcast Business Text Line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will get flushed. Maybe that's why we're not getting as many calls. Because people are nervous. I really believe people are nervous of getting flushed. I don't want to flush you.
It's a badge of honor.
Yeah, if you get flushed, it's okay. It's how Guru made it.
I threatened Samson yesterday to flush him if he didn't have a good interview.
You should have flushed Samson. By the way, shout out to Flowing Water, Plumbing and Drain. It's funny how Samson always comes on the show when I'm not around. Immediately when I'm not around. Boy.
We make great radio together.
Oh, boy.
Bonte out, Samson in. That's basically how we do it.
I like that because I don't want to talk to that. Guys, unbelievable.
What is it? What is it about him?
Because go ask about David Sampson in South Florida.
Yeah, but
if David Sampson did to the Giants what he did to the Marlins, would you have that same energy?
No, but it didn't happen. But I also acknowledged. Wait 1 second. I also acknowledged we wouldn't get federal indictments with people snitching on each other. We wouldn't find out about the mob if there weren't a Henry Hill.
Oh man,
right? Like so, those people are very important.
Well, snitches get stitches.
Like, you can be a very decorated individual when it comes to your past, but that doesn't mean you don't have knowledge and bring things to the table. I don't have to agree with everything the guy says or think that he's some, angel who walks on water. Like, there's somewhere in between.
I just see what he did and now the way he talks.
But that doesn't discredit all of his knowledge.
No, it's not. He does have knowledge, but he's a crook. He's a crook. He robbed the fans of South Florida of a lot of money. Again, he can't walk the streets of Miami without security.
Well, I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far, but
I don't know.
I don't think he's beloved in South Florida. That's for sure.
No, that is definitely factual. But I don't want to make it about David Sampson. I'm not a fan. I just kind of hear what he says. I'm just like, all right, dude, you did this. I don't want to go to you about baseball. I'll go to Dallas Braden, who's trying to help grow the game of baseball, who's trying to help the game of baseball.
Yeah, but Dallas Braden's never been an executive.
Right. No,
so like when I want an executive's opinion, that's where I go.
I go to Bobby Evans. I'll go to Bobby Evans.
See Bobby at a lot of his son's games. He's
Bobby was there last night.
Another young man.
Bobby Evans was there last night. Shout out to Bobby Evans.
I believe he's got one in high school and one, a younger.
Yeah, but
good ball players.
I'm not going to advocate for a snitch.
Bobby's the best.
David Sampson doesn't get credit for now snitching on everybody after what he did to South Florida. You don't get credit for that. He got ousted. He'll never have a job in Major League Baseball again. He'll be podcasting for the rest of his life. Says a lot about him.
I mean,
if I want executive expertise, let's go call Bob Myers. We got plenty of execs we could call. Not a crook who robbed the people of South Florida and they can't even walk down the block in Miami. Anyway, let's go to John at Highway 4. John, what's happening? You're on the roast. Forget David Sampson, man.
What's up, guys?
Hi.
Hey. So this call is probably getting flushed, but hear me out for just one moment.
Okay.
2024 finals, Warriors, Bucks, Warriors in 6. Thank you.
Wow.
Why? Well, John, hold on.
I mean,
why do you believe that?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that? Give me a reason why you believe that.
Well, I'm a little bit delusional to start, and then I don't know. I think it's possible the rookies rise to the occasion. We make it out of the play-in by some miracle. Clay keeps on hitting threes, coming off the bench. Steph Curry swings up on the uptrend right at the right time, along with Andrew Wiggins. I think we got a chance. Plus, we smashed the Bucks last time.
So you got the Bucks going to the finals, beating the Celtics, Sixers, Heat.
So the
Orlando
Bucks are the
Magic.
most surprising part of that sentence.
Yeah, the Bucks are the most.
I love you.
The Bucks are the most surprising part of that sentence.
You know what? Me and this caller, you've now swayed me. I have a change of heart. Warriors over the Bucks in 6. Let's go. It starts with the miracle of getting out of the play-in game.
That is brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. No. I don't know why you.
I don't know why we're all doom and gloom.
No, you're
just
doom and
need
gloom.
the miracle of getting out of the play-in game.
Don't say all
We're
of
there.
us. Just don't say all of us. Look, man, I know Steiny's laughing. I know people are laughing, and the Warriors, and everybody's kicking them
I just found it funny how you were like, so the Bucks are going to beat this.
Right.
It's like the Warriors are the 10th seed of all of the things to pick apart.
Bucks are currently the 2 seed in the East.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the Bucks is plausible. That's the
Warriors are not?
They're mathematically available.
Exactly. Until they're eliminated, I'm going to pull a Darren the Guru Johnson here. Until the clock says 0-0-0, Steve Kerr said the other day, and until the season is completely over, then I will still believe.
I lost. I'm out.
But I'll also say.
What was that from, Guru?
That was the knockout tournament.
Oh, is that what a
very
beautiful-
first guy to get eliminated.
What a beautiful sound of audio. It literally sounds like he's walking off the court.
I believe I rattled Guru.
Why?
Because I walked into the gym right before the tournament. I said, so who's coming in second?
Oh, you did the
pulled a
Larry Bird.
I actually made the Final Four.
Wow.
Yeah, I pulled a Larry Bird. I walked in when Shasky didn't show up. I said, hey, I go, who's coming in second here? And they were like, and the whole point, they got rattled. And I'm just well-rounded. I made it to the Final Four, and then I realized it was Grandy. Who was it was another youngster there. There was, I think Lucas was in the Final Four. No, Lucas wasn't, because I knocked him out, and he was really ticked off about
Lucas,
that.
I can throw 80 miles per hour.
I knocked him
Alexander?
out. I knocked him out, and he was really ticked off. But I realized that, look, the cardio was going to be a factor in the Final Four. Your boy's cardio ain't up there. It just isn't.
I appreciate your honesty.
I'm not going to be a high school All-American at the age of 41. People say, oh, yeah, I'll play 5 games. I just met a guy, I think his name's Sean. He listens every day. I met him on block. Brother, he's 55 years old. He's like, oh, you can't shake my right hand. My hand hurts. He's 55 years old playing with the youngsters, and I applaud his energy.
Yeah,
I applaud his effort.
it.
I do respect it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we got to be smarter.
Well, I'm in a lot of trouble at home right now over the amount of activities that I'm involved in currently. So the guy's name was John. Tell him I can relate. Sean. Sorry, Sean.
Why are you in trouble?
Too many games, too many practices.
I don't know, Joe.
We got to pare this thing down. I'm in a lot of trouble.
Well, you know.
Unlimited possibilities.
It's a constant struggle.
I'm like your life coach, man. I just like, this is why I love you, Shasky. This is why I love you.
But what if it makes me happy?
No, I know.
Doesn't my happiness matter?
Happy, but this is why I love you. Because after a while, you realize you're like, damn, Bonte did have a point. Shasky, I was like, Shasky, man, little baby LJ, man, I'm telling you, man, you're going to have to pare down some things and you're going to have to cut back on some things, man. I'm just telling you, man. Life is a father. I'm telling you. Yeah, whatever. And now here you are. A couple months later.
See, here's the problem.
Michelle mad at you.
If I had it my way, I'd just bring him with me. But she's like, no, he's not going out in the cold. It's too late.
I know
I'm like, bundle up. Let's go.
He's going to get him sick.
What do you mean we're going to get him sick? We're exposing him to the elements. We're going to keep him from getting sick. It's called building up callus.
Oh, my gosh.
Baby was raised in cave for thousands of years. And we're like a little wind at Moscone is going to kill him.
Let's compare to that.
We also evolved from that.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, the
trial and error.
The guy who tells me, Bonte, sports isn't the same. This isn't 30 years ago. Things are different. And now we're going back to before AD, after BC or whatnot, about how kids are living in caves. You are the gift that keeps on giving, my man. I love you.
You know
Tony
you love
on
it.
880. Tony
What's
on
up,
880.
Tony?
What's happening? Tony, you there? Or are you making a left turn or a right turn? There you go.
How you doing, Shasky, Bonte? How you doing?
What's up, Tony?
man?
Just wanted to talk about the Warriors, man. I heard a caller earlier say that the 2024 NBA Finals, Bucks versus Warriors. I mean, he's not too far off based on our experience, but I mean, I think we got a good chance to get to the second round, fellas. What you guys think?
Why do you think we can? I'm going to ask you why you think you have a chance to get to the second round, Tony.
Health-wise, I think we still got that experience, and, you know, you give those guys a good amount of rest in between games, and it's only maybe less than a handful of teams that I think that'll beat us based on experience and talent, Denver being one of them. But I don't see a team like maybe the Timberwolves just taking us out, even though it'll be a good test on
Sunday
when we play Minnesota.
Yep.
In Minnesota, right?
Yep, in Minnesota. The first game since first game between the two teams, Tony, since we had that ruckus in the first 90 seconds of the game.
I thought you were going to say first time since Alex Rodriguez took control of the team.
Since the brawl for it all with Rudy and Draymond, right?
Yep. Klay Thompson, McDaniels. Klay got his jersey ripped. Draymond and Gobert. We had the chokehold.
I mean, what could go wrong?
I mean, this is good. Well, Gobert, I don't know if he's back yet. I don't know, because he missed the Denver game the other night. Him and Naz Reid missed the Denver game.
I'm sure
they still almost
Draymond will
beat
be
Denver.
super quiet.
No, this is going to be fascinating on Sunday. However, this is good news for the Golden State Warriors. They will have a day off. Minnesota will be on the back end of a back-to-back. They'll be their second game within 24 hours.
I think I said that about, what team was it? It wasn't the Knicks. It was the Bulls. There's no way the Bulls are going to play everyone.
Well, no,
Not only did they play everyone, they played phenomenal.
Right.
In fact, they played better the next day than they did the night before.
Exactly. And then the Warriors should have still won, but Curry got hurt. They were up 3 with 3:59 left in the game. They were up 112 to 109. Curry turns the ankle. And
those clutch games.
Yeah, those clutch games. The Warriors have been in the league leading.
But we are clutch, remember.
I was going to say not clutch games, so they should be called.
I mean, hey, you relax over there. Let's go to David Fresno.
Misery loves company.
Hey, we'll see you in the play-in, Spinoni. You get
Great.
ready.
I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to the play-in.
Get ready for Chase Center, baby. It's going to be rocking for that.
Wow. Raise the banner. We're going to meet in the play-in.
Have you ever
the Lakers and the Warriors, and we're talking about a play-in
tournament. Just because the Giants signed Blake Snell don't mean you can start taking shots to the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors been carrying this damn station for a long time. But you better be careful what you wish for come to Giants baseball. You better be careful. You're feeling all good and all fat and happy right now about the damn Giants. All of a sudden, you want to take shots at my Dubs? Oh, love it. Get the hell out of here. Go to
Time out.
You know what? I'm feeling spicy right now. You got a Laker fan in here cracking the mic, talking about, who cares about the play? When you were bragging about the damn IST tournament, the in-season tournament.
Well, that was mostly just to piss you off.
No, it wasn't to piss me off. You were bragging about it. So the hell with you, Spadoni, and your damn LA Lakers. I'll see you down at Crypto.com Arena later on in the season, and we'll kick your ass in the play-in tournament all the way to a run in the playoffs. Forget the damn Lakers.
Dude, the Lakers are playing for Darvin Ham's coaching career right now.
They fighting for his life.
The hell don't the Lakers. Get out of here. The Lakers. The
Warriors 0-1 all-time in the play-in. One that lost to the Lakers.
0-2.
Actually, 0-2.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, they lost both.
Remember, they were the 7?
They were the 8.
They were 8. They lost
Grayson
the 7-8
Allen,
game,
tough.
and then they lost the the rebuttal game.
Tough.
Don't forget, that was the 17 rim game from LeBron.
Clutch. He saw 3 ribs. So
And
you
Curry
will be
was like,
bragging.
"Get out of
You will be bragging about that play game.
No,
so
I will not
you
be.
just be prepared
I
for
promise
that.
you I will
You
not
prepare
be.
for that.
I didn't even brag
for
last year when the
NorCal.
Lakers beat the Warriors in the
No,
playoffs.
because I didn't allow you to.
Well, okay. I control the mics.
What was that?
That was me just laughing at the cap that just happened right there.
I thought it was another toilet or something. I didn't know what was going on.
The cap, I didn't allow you to talk smack.
I didn't allow him to
As
talk
if you
smack.
control what Spadoni says.
I looked at him every second of that show as I was talking to see if he was smirking. And I was going to sit his ass home. Then he could get him out of here. I don't want to see him after Lonnie Walker cooked us in the fourth quarter. Because I looked at Spadoni and I said, I am depressed. And I was depressed. So the hell with the Lakers. You know what? It's personal when it comes to the Lakers and Spadoni. I'm going to be humble in this one. He knows that. It is personal. Against the damn team, those frauds in L.A.
It's one-sided personal in this scenario.
No, it is personal. It's two-sided.
Not for me. It's okay.
The hell was Spadoni and the Lakers?
David Sampson, it's just business. It's never personal.
Well, that's why he's out of business. That's why he's in the business of podcasting.
Meadowlark Media.
Good job on this business headlings. That fraud, a little snitch. David Fresno, what's happening?
Hey, Dave.
What's up, Dave?
Ooh, man, how do I follow that? Y'all on fire this morning.
Right, Dave? Dave, real quick. This guy advocated for a snitch, and he's the biggest Sopranos fan I know. And you know what happens to snitches? They get dug in ditches.
Time out. Tony gave the FBI certain information so that he could get the drop on Phil Leotardo. Hello?
Yeah, I know. Which is why
what?
Which is why I don't, Tony lost me a little bit.
No, he didn't. Man. You think you're Tony now.
No, I don't think I'm Tony. My girl thinks I'm Tony because
that's even
you guys all ticked me off.
Sentence.
David Frizzo, continue.
Gabagool.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for squeezing me in, guys. No, I was just gonna say, stay with the Warriors. It's hard, in the NBA when you guys that make, top dollar, they're not performing consistently. That, Draymond, Clay, Wiggins, it's not like the NFL. We have a larger roster where you can probably find somebody that's on a backup or something that can step in. In the NBA, your top guys have to perform. They have to perform consistently. And I just don't see an avenue for the Warriors this season or even next season because, Clay comes off the books. It's not like, okay, the NFL, you clear your cap and you can sign somebody. They kind of stuck with what they have. So I just don't see a way, trade Wiggins for what? Because whatever you trade him for, the contract has to match. And who's going to trade for him? Your only trade chip now is Kuminga, and it doesn't look like we're going to trade Kuminga. So you kind of stuck with the roster you have. You just got to hope they get better. And I don't see that consistent second all-star or player. Curry, he's playing great, but he's 36. It's very hard to win when your best player is 36 and you count on him every night to be Superman. That's just too hard to ask. So again, I love this team. I just don't see an avenue away where they can fix it this season or even in the near future.
Well, let's see what happens in the offseason. Dave, call there.
Can I throw something at you?
Let's see what happens in the offseason because we don't know who's going to be available, what team could be moving what. We don't know what's going to happen.
What if I said this? And don't shoot the messenger. I'm just giving you an alternative opinion that I'm not even sure I subscribe to currently.
Oh, boy.
What if they did this?
Oh, boy.
We always have a build around Curry. We all get that. What if they started building around Kuminga?
I'm cool with that.
And that doesn't mean move Curry. That's not what I'm saying.
Curry's still the top option, but having the mindset to say, okay, if we're committed to Jonathan Kuminga.
Exactly.
How do I surround him?
Let me ask.
How do I maximize him and surround him with the best talent? I'm not mad at that.
So his ceiling, if you were to project today, not knowing the future, and we never even knew Curry would evolve into what he evolved into, but not knowing today what Kuminga can evolve into, could he be a guy in your mind down the line who would be the top dog on a championship level team?
I don't know yet.
With the right roster around him.
I don't know yet. He's only 21 years old.
So what?
It's hard to project whether or not he will be there because I think Steiny, I was listening to Steiny yesterday a little bit, and he made a great point about Kuminga when it comes to his moves. Because this is why I want him to be in the playoffs, shout out to Kuminga, to gain that experience and go through the bumps and roads of a playoff series to figure things out when teams are game planning for you and taking away what you do best. Steiny made a good point about Kuminga adjusting with his handle and how teams will adjust to him with his first dribble. Will they force him to be a jump shooter?
Yeah.
Will they back off him and really wall off the paint? Because right now he's attacking the basket at will, and he's talking out everybody.
And he's taking the mid-range.
The mid-range floater's right there. What's the next step for him? The ball handling, right? Passing, team defense, because he still gets lost in team defensive concepts like he did the other night with Aldama. And JK mentioned it after the game, like, hey, man, they were yelling at me. They had to call timeout. I had to focus up. I had to really focus on the team defense. So that's the next step for him. Can you build around him?
What do you
want? Well, obviously you need shooters because Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a player when he does attack the rim. He may start to force a lot of double teams.
Oh, I would agree.
When you start to force a lot of double teams, you start kicking it out to shooters. Swing, wide open threes.
Don't you think he actually passes better than he gets credit for?
I think he's a very underrated playmaker.
I agree. Not that he's he's not Chris Paul, but I'm saying
he's a very underrated playmaker.
I would agree. And regarding handle, I believe you can develop handle. Kawhi couldn't handle the ball early on in terms of dribbling. Jason Richardson is a famous example for the Warriors. Klay Thompson's another example of a guy who didn't dribble very well when he first came into the league and has been much, much better. I believe Kuminga can get better at dribbling. What else are you looking for?
I do too. I mean, And then crashing the glass a little bit. Crashing. I think he's a very underrated shooter.
No. I'm saying, what else?
Shoot.
What else would you build around him?
Shooting.
Can you play a traditional big? Are you looking for an athletic big?
Absolutely, you can play a traditional big, because one thing that I was excited about last year, and I wish the Warriors, for whatever reason, I'm not going to question Steve Kerr and his methods and his coaching methods. He's a hell of a lot smarter than I am. It's the reason why he's in that job and I'm not. Right? He knows what he's doing. However, I wish the Warriors were a little more patient when it came to the two-man game between James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga. In the small sample size we saw, even in the preseason, early in the season, I thought that could work really well. So if you talk about a big, can he play with a traditional big? I have no doubt that Jonathan Kuminga can play with a traditional. I think it would make him even more devastating. Kuminga throwing lobs, the pick and pop, the pick and roll game. You see him and TJD have a nice little rapport. TJD with a nice pass to JK on the dunk. So yes, I do think he can play with a traditional big, and you surround him around shooters. Yes, JK is playing well, and he can play. I think he's adaptable, like Stephen Curry.
Is he a 3? In your mind?
Who cares?
No, well,
we're playing positional basketball.
The reason why I care is because I think two guard is their number one need right now.
Hey, look, this is what I know about Kuminga. He can guard guys on the perimeter, and he can rebound. And as a 4 guy, offensively, he could put his back to the basket, or he could face up and do damage. So whether he's a 3 or 4, I think is relevant.
So you think he's more of a 3 or 4? Okay.
I think it's just irrelevant.
Okay.
He's a wing player, a wing defender. Are you going to play him as a small ball 5? No, not necessarily. No, not at all.
But a couple years ago, I thought maybe they could, and I don't think they're going to. Yeah. But no, the reason why I ask is because I'm looking. Draymond Green is talking about I can sustain playing small ball 5, right? So let's say Dre's playing the 5 in the offseason. Are you looking for a 4? Stretch 4? Are you looking for another 3? That's why I'm asking, if you were, hypothetically, to start to build a team, a roster around Jonathan Kuminga and obviously an aging Steph Curry, what does it look like?
Yeah, well, it could be 2 other wing players who are 6'7", 6'8".
Okay.
They try to work it with Clay, Wiggins, and JK, but they all need the ball in their heads. They all need to have the ball in their heads. So I think sliding Clay off the bench is better for this unit, because if you start Clay, Clay's going to get his shots up. Then Wiggins is getting lost in the shuffle, and he's not as aggressive. You start Clay, all of a sudden Kuminga is getting his shots up, and maybe Clay's not getting his shots up, and he's out of rhythm. And then you have Curry, who needs to get going, and you're going to get him his shots. Yeah. He's the most devastating player on your team right now. So what does it look like? Look, I would not focus on whether or not. I think people make too big deal of position. I think once we saw the Miami Heat with LeBron James, they started playing positionless basketball. So whether you're a 3 or 4, I think is irrelevant. Can you defend? Can you be a two-way player? And you need more two-way players with JK, but you need some shooters. And yes, a traditional big, a guy who can protect the rim and play above the rim, like Derek Lively II. You were seeing it with TJD and JK. With JK's with that second unit with Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, wow, the spacing, diving to the rim. So I think JK, the beauty of him is you can put different type of players around him, whether it's a traditional big, whether it's a shooter, whether it's a traditional point guard. I think you're fine there. You're fine there with JK. Now, how do you build around JK and Steph? That's going to be a big tipping point for the Warriors moving forward, no doubt. Oh, we got a break? Oh, all right. You're looking at me. Wow. I can't believe it.
Sorry, they were in, yeah.
Oh, they were in your ear? Okay, all right. It's time for Caller of the Week. This week's caller is Gil in San Francisco.
Gil in San Francisco.
Hey,
What's
Gil.
going on, Gil? You're on the Morning Roast.
This is Christmas, okay? Christmas came early. Otani is involved in a scandal. Shalomano's getting shelled. Oh, my God. All I need to hear is, I don't know, Freddie Freeman, I don't know, something. I don't care. I wish no ill will on anybody. And if Otani is not involved in this, okay. But, come on, man. My wife doesn't have my bank account to wire a dime out, let alone my best friend. I am not believing that his interpreter has a bank account. Really?
That's Gil in San Francisco, who's happy about the Dodgers' misfortune. That was Caller of the Week. Caller to the roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named Caller of the Week, too. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by The Floor Store. Our boy Rob Parker. He's going to join the show and talk about some baseball, talk about some Otani, talk about the Dubs, all that coming up with Rob Parker here on The Roast on 85.7 The Game.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor.
hell was Fedoni and the Lakers?
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Rob Parker coming up in the second here. Can't stand Spadoni and his Lakers. I really can't. 888-957-9570. Who do I hate more? Who do you hate more? Like Cowboys and Lakers. I can't stand both of those jokers. I guess they're both the same. They're both Laker fans and Cowboy fans. They're all one. We know Guru's a Laker and Cowboy fan. Spadoni the Lakers last night.
I lost. I'm out. I'm
Spadoni
out.
the Lakers. He used to whisper that. It's like, Guru, he said, why are you so concerned about the Lakers, man?
The Guru fan algorithm is an interesting one.
It is a very interesting
Kobe's his favorite player. Let's
You know what it reminds
clarify
me of?
there. That's why.
Yeah.
Whenever you see like the FBI doing like investigative searches on who the capo is and who's the Don and this, that, and the other, and you'll see this like entire chart. That's how I break down Guru's fandom. Well, I'm a Pirate fan, but I'm also a Cowboy fan. And then once the Warriors got eliminated, I rooted for the Kings, the Lakers, and the Dallas Mavericks. But also I had an East Coast team, so maybe I'd root for the Knicks. And don't forget, some of my buddies, you know, they're now coaching for the Hawks, so I'm also a Hawks fan.
Yeah, no, I mean, Laker fans are so annoying because they can really root for anybody. Let's ask Rob Parker how annoying Laker fans are. Check out his website, MLBBro.com. Founder and editor, covers black and brown players from around the major leagues, chronicling the past of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now from a historical standpoint. Inside the Parker Podcast every single Thursday, the MLB Bros Show every Saturday and Sunday. And Rob, good morning to you. Welcome back to the Roast, man. Long time no talk. And you got something else cooking in Detroit I want you to explain to the people that I think is groundbreaking and really special for that city, and you being the pioneer behind it. I just saw it on Facebook not too long ago. Believe it's going to be an all African-American station in Detroit, if I'm not mistaken.
That is it. It's called, and thanks for having me, guys.
Anytime.
Always a pleasure, no doubt. But yeah, man, we're launching a all black sports talk radio station in Detroit called Sports Rap Radio. We're supposed to launch May 16th,
That's right.
which I'm really excited about. And BJ Armstrong, the former Chicago Bulls, Maurice Ways, who's a former Michigan football player, and Dave Kenny, who's a music guy. The four of us have started this station. And as you know, in this business, and I first got my first sports talk radio job 30 years ago in 1994 in Detroit. I was the first person ever hired on the Fan in Detroit. And the opportunity for African Americans on the air just aren't good. I mean, it's just a slim pickings no matter what city. And 4 years ago in Detroit, they had 0 African-American hosts. Can you imagine that in a city that's 83% black? They had none.
You know, Rob, I'm glad you said that because I know Bonte won't say it, but I will say it on his behalf. He's one of the only guys who drives a morning show or any show who didn't play at the professional level, who's a black man in America talking about sports. So, like, yeah, there are few and far between, and I'm very proud of him and all the things that he's accomplished, and it's ridiculous that there isn't more representation. I completely agree with you.
It is, and so that was really what motivated me. So I wrote a column at that time 4 years ago for Deadspin, and they hired an African-American guy named Rico Beard to do the afternoon show, to co-host it, and that was so they still have the one guy, but that was 4 years ago. They hired him 10 days after my column was put up. But still there's a void, and we are hoping that we start in Detroit, and I'm really excited about it. But if we start in Detroit, we want to make it a network and try to hit the top 10, 20, 25 black cities in the country. And make it a network, and who knows, maybe it catches on, the format, and before you know it, there's 100 jobs around the country for African-American or brown people to talk sports on the radio, and that's our real hope. So I'm thrilled about it. And basically what I'm saying in my line, my money quote is basically that Detroit has been listening to American Bandstand for a long time, and we're finally going to give it Soul Train.
Wow.
So that's all.
I love that. I love that, Rob. That's a great drop right there. And that's why I love the National Association of Black Journalists Convention, which you were inducted into the Hall of Fame for, because, Rob, I tell the story all the time. My first, I met with a white guy from the Dallas Morning News, and then I saw you. And the contrast and the conversations were completely different. The guy from the Dallas Morning News said, yeah, son, you're going to have to pick a lane. You can't write and try to be in sports talk radio. And then I see Rob like 20 minutes later. He's like, dude, do both. Why wouldn't you want to do both? And here I am doing television and radio. So, Rob, I thank you for that, because it is possible to do both and do both lanes. And you have to in this business now. You have to. They're all intertwined, man.
And the more versatile you are, the more valuable you are to an organization. So, you know, when I was doing it, and I've been doing it for almost 40 years between, you know, writing a column and doing radio and doing television and all those kind of things. So the more, the better. Yeah. And, you know, I'm proud of your success. And,
I appreciate that, Rob. We were proud of you, too. And we obviously love talking baseball with you. We love talking basketball with you. We're going to touch all sports here in a second. But obviously the Shohei Otani news has been taking Major League Baseball by storm. So I'll just ask you, Rob, what was your initial reaction to the Shohei Otani news?
Couldn't have been worse for baseball. Like they're in South Korea. It's the first game of the year. And the next day, instead of talking about Shohei's Dodger debut, to comeback win for the Dodgers right over the Padres, it's this bombshell. And you're not talking about like $10,000 changing hands. You're talking about $4.5 million. And the biggest star in the game, his name is attached to this whole thing. And then you got flip-flopping stories and what's going on. And there'll be an investigation. This is bad. My first reaction is, how in the world does an interpreter who makes between, what do you say, $300,000 and $500,000, right, being his interpreter, how does that guy get a credit line of $4.5 million with a bookie? Like, somebody would have to explain that to me. That doesn't make sense.
Well, and Rob, like, it's just there's just so many layers to this one. But also, like, the bigger takeaway to me is, man, betting is everywhere. I don't bet, right? I never had enough money to bet. I always figured, like, man, I work really hard for my money, and I really don't want to see it go out the door. And I never met anybody who's had a successful family and homes and lives who was an active bettor. It's just in my life, you know what I mean? And so,
no, but you're probably right. And I tell people all the time, go look at Las Vegas. Go look around. You don't think they're building those buildings because they're losing money, do you? You don't think so?
No. So I guess where I'm going is, when I see all of the media attaching themselves to BetMGM, DraftKings, like, we're all just taking money, all of us. And if it was legal in California, I'm sure this station would take money, and we would be the benefactors of that. But this is the slippery slope that you go up against. And I feel like Pandora's box has been opened, and the regulation portion of it has to be mandatory if you want everything on the up and up and you want to have integrity. And these games aren't the WWE, and they're scripted.
You're 100% right. And I said it last night on The Odd Couple, that sports, the league should should get out of gambling, as hard as it would be for the money aspect. And here's the bigger part. And J.B. Bickerstaff, I don't know that you guys talk about or hear his quotes, but fans have become more vile and angry, not because their team lost, but because the team didn't cover the spread, or the coach took out the best players, and then the other team, you know, who was down by 20, cut it to 8, and then you lose money. And they're like, these are what fans are looking at now. And people, let's go back to the NFL. The NFL was doing just fine, but it wasn't the juggernaut that it is now. And when that turned was when fantasy football became prevalent in football. Remember, ABC took Monday Night Football off. Monday Night Raw used to beat the NFL on Monday night. People don't remember that.
Wow.
And when fantasy football, go look at the history of why it came off of network television. It wasn't doing well. And I remember the fantasy football infusion changed it, because people now, and this is where the gambling comes in, they're not following their local team. They could care less. They don't want to go to the game because they want to watch their fantasy. They're all the players around the league. They got a player from everywhere, So that's what's more important to them than going to the game and watching your team and hoping your team wins. It's a totally different animal, and that's what made the NFL bigger.
Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton was just discussing this, saying we feel like a prop because everybody's making these prop bets, and when you don't come up with the rebound, you're like, I had the points, rebounds, and assists prop bet. What are you doing? Shoot the ball or grab that rebound. You're so spot on with that, with the fantasy football explosion, because that's how they got a lot of women involved in the NFL as well, because women in the Family and Friends League, not to say that women wasn't involved in the NFL, but I started meeting a lot of women who were casual fans who were like, I don't really watch football, but I had that guy on my fantasy football team.
My wife.
Yeah, see, there you go.
She's in the family league talking smack.
They don't watch it. They're like, oh, but he's on my team.
Yeah,
right.
exactly. We're rooting for him to catch 5 passes or have 70 yards and a touchdown. You're spot on with that as we're talking to Rob Parker. Here he does all things. Check out his website, MLBBro.com. It's coming up with Sports Rap Radio in Detroit. That's going to get launched, an all-black radio station. First all-black sports talk radio station in the country is going to launch in May in Detroit, Michigan, of course. All right, let's switch gears here and talk about our Giants out here in the Bay Area. They've made some moves. It was a slow offseason. Next thing you know, they end up with Matt Chapman, Blake Snell. They have Jorge Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee. There's a lot of optimism about the Giants this time around, Rob. How much better do the Giants look on paper? And do you feel like all of a sudden they could compete for a playoff spot with this new look roster?
Yeah, well, Blake Snell to me, I mean, now you got Logan Webb and him at the top of your rotation, man. You go into a 3-game series, you're in a good spot right there. I love that. I know Blake Snell should have been signed a long time ago, and I know that they're looking for all kinds of contract specialties that a lot of teams didn't want to deal with, and the Giants accepted it because he basically, right, can bolt after, can opt out, right?
Yep, him and Chapman. Yeah, opt-outs after each year.
Right. So I mean, the Giants are saying, okay, well, we'll take it. If we win, maybe he'll want to stick around and continue, and if not, that's fine. But at least put a team on the field that can compete and people want to see. We already know the fan base up there and how much people love the Giants. So I'm glad to see that they didn't punt like some of these other teams. Like, I don't know what the Red Sox are doing. Like, there are teams who have punted. But the Giants, I think getting Blake Snell and Chapman and the Soler and the moves that they've made have made that team better. And you know what? In baseball, we just saw it. The best team on paper doesn't always win. The Dodgers have won 100-plus games the last 2 years and got knocked out last year. The Dodgers didn't even lead in any of the playoff games when they got knocked out in the first round. They didn't lead once. I mean, which was incredible considering the year that they had. So that's great for the Giants.
You know, I'm looking at your website right now, MLBBro.com, and you have an article about Mookie Betts. Now, my dad, he recently passed, thought that Mookie Betts was the closest player to Willie Mays that he's ever seen in terms of his ability to change a game from running the bases, the way he played the outfield. And I'm watching him, and to my lifetime, Craig Biggio going from catcher as an all-star to second base to going to Gold Glove to then going to center field because they signed Jeff Kent, moving to left field, back to second base. Like, he's one of the most versatile defensive players of all time. Are we watching Mookie Betts be a better version of what Craig Biggio was? The guy hit 39 home runs and batted 300, and now he's playing shortstop after being a Gold Glove outfielder. I feel like the game hasn't talked enough about how great this one player is.
100%. 100%. It's funny because I'm going to write a column to start the MLB Bro coverage for baseball season, which is don't forget about Mookie Betts. I get the Shohei, and I'm not trying to discount him and what he's able to do. And they signed Yamamoto, and they're all excited, who got shelled in his first start. But that's all good. But don't forget about Mookie Betts, and I'm with you. Nobody of that talent, to see a guy as a Gold Glove, an MVP, who played the outfield, who moves to second base, he could easily say, dude, I'm a Hall of Fame potential outfielder, right fielder, and why would I move? Why would I upset my apple cart? Why would I, the responsibility of playing shortstop and making plays and turning double plays that need to be turned. It's the difference between winning and losing.
Right.
If you don't turn that double play and give a team another out, it's huge. So I'm with you. he is one of the top 3 best baseball players right now in baseball, and we can't sing his praises enough.
No doubt. I'm with you there. Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Couple quick ones for you before we get you out, and we do appreciate the time. Before we get to the Warriors, just got to ask you, because yesterday I had a lot of things going on, but it was the first time in my life where I didn't watch a second of March Madness on the first day. Like, I used to love this stuff. I can't name 5 college players right now, and I'm actually more intrigued with the women's basketball tournament than I am the men's tournament. Does March Madness still do anything for you, Rob?
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, it really has fallen off. It is amazing on how little people are into it, and I know there's still a gambling aspect and people gamble on it and that. But for me, last night doing our show, in the background, all we could see was Kentucky. I think that's the biggest. I think Kentucky losing to Oakland, and everybody needs to say, Oakland, what school is that? Because that's in Rochester, Michigan, and that's Oakland County, where I used to live and where my house still is in suburban Detroit. So most people don't even know what that school is. And I think it's cemented that John Calipari is the most overrated coach in college basketball history. 15 years there, the talent that's come through Kentucky, 1 championship, and they've only won 1 tournament game in the last 5 years. He should be fired at Kentucky. I don't know if they'll do it, but he really has failed them. I cannot get over how bad Kentucky is. And, John Calipari in his career, great recruiter. I call him Can't Coach Cal. I mean, I think that's the right.
Hey, Rob, I need your opinion on the Warriors for this year, like right now, because Warrior fans have been spoiled. We've been spoiled, and we're accustomed to the year starting in the second round, and then we start getting super fired up. And this year they're in the box, they're in the play-in game. All right, and they'll be lucky to make it because the Rockets are on their heels too. What do you got on the Warriors, Steph Curry, and just where they're at as an organization?
You smell that? That's the Warriors. I'm not buying them at all. I'm not. I know everybody. All I ever hear from people, don't count out the Warriors, don't count out the Lakers, because I get it. They have iconic players and guys who have won in the past, so people never want to shut the door on them. But my goodness, the West is loaded and a lot of good young teams and scenarios, and I get it. People always, well, if OKC has to play the Lakers or the Warriors, you know what I mean, with the young team, could they beat them? Sure, they could beat them. But I think it's on fumes in the last legs when you talk about the Warriors. And you've seen it. They'll win a game. They had a nice little stretch going, and then there'll be a game that they need to win, and they don't win it. And that's the thing, the inconsistency where you think that they were rolling, right? And then they play a game that they should win or need to win, and they don't do it.
All right, last one for you here, Rob. My guy Shasky over here wants to see LeBron come up north and play with Steph McCurry. I don't. I'm an old school type of guy. I don't think Magic fans ever wanted to see Magic play with Bird. I don't think they want to see Jordan play with his top rivals, like Jordan going to team up with Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas. We don't want to see that stuff. Do you want to see LeBron James and Stephen Curry team up on the Golden State Warriors next season? Because the rumor's hot right now. Come on, Rob, save us here. Tell me you don't want to see this.
No way, no how do I want to see that. I'm with you. I don't want to see that. And I'll say this. I think it would be a mistake on Steph's part because, let's be honest, in the so-called LeBron era, Steph has as many championships as LeBron. Why would you do that? I don't understand what Steph would get out of it to have LeBron come. And I told you this before. When LeBron retires and they build that statue out in front of the arena in Cleveland, in one hand he'll have a basketball, and in the other hand he'll have a suitcase. That's what his career is all about.
I never heard that before.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
It's incredible. Rob Parker here on the Roast. We always love talking to you, man. We're going to do it throughout the baseball season. Covers black and brown players from around major leagues, chronicling the path of both past and present black and brown players, highlighting their achievements in the game right now and from a historical standpoint. I love it. Inside the Parker podcast every single Thursday. Check it out, the MLB Bro Show every Saturday and Sunday. And, of course, he's launching an all-black sports radio station in Detroit in May. Rob, you're so good to us, man. Continued success for you. Congratulations on the Hall of Fame bid. Sorry that Sam Lubman had to run into you at Oracle Park last season. You had to hear from him.
Good.
Yeah.
You know I'll be there. You know I'll make my annual trip. I come every year to catch a Giants game, so I'll be there, guys.
Nice.
Thanks so much. Continued success.
Absolutely, Rob. Thanks for the time today.
I love it.
Rob Parker here on the Morning Roast.
There's a lot of stuff I want to get into.
Yep.
We played Tyrese Halliburton tonight, the Warriors do, and he said some things that he was alluding to, Rob Parker, that I want to get into in a second. But I want to start with the Mookie Betts thing for just a minute. I know he's a Dodger, and I know people just won't give in like an inch on a player being good who plays for the Dodgers. I do believe you're watching one of the greatest baseball players ever. And I know there was this argument about Mike Trout, and Mike Trout's awesome. Awesome. I don't think people understand how difficult it is to go from center field to right field, be a Gold Glove right fielder, MVP, and then move to second base last year for the necessity because of Gavin Lux getting hurt, and then moving to shortstop and playing plus shortstop. Craig Biggio is the guy I referenced. He was an all-star as a catcher, won 4 straight Gold Gloves at second. They signed Jeff Kent. He moved to center field, was good in center field, then moved to left field, then moved back to second base. It's very difficult. A-Rod, to go from shortstop to third, Cal Ripken, go shortstop to third. Okay, you're still in the infield. I get it. Do people realize what we're watching? And he hit a home run the other day. He is one of the greatest baseball players to ever play the game. And I hope we can just see through the Dodger uniform for just a second. No, not fanatics. And just realize how great he is.
I don't know about greatest ever, right? He's a great player.
I'm not saying he's the greatest ever, but what he's doing is unique.
But you know, obviously baseball's been down, right? In terms of ratings and eyeballs, and a Giants fan's probably not watching every single Dodger game. And a Giants fan's probably not watching every single Red Sox game when he spent 6 seasons with the Boston Red Sox. Mookie Betts is a special talent. I mean, he's a 5-tool player. Now, he slowed down a little bit on the base pass. He doesn't run as much as he used to. Only 14 steals last season. But the power's still there.
I mean, come on.
He feasts on mistakes. Think about Game 5 against the Giants in the NLDS at Oracle Park. He was the only one to get the Logan Webb 3 straight singles, making things happen on the base pass, making things happen in the infield. And you best not run on him when he's playing in the outfield because he will throw you out.
Yeah.
One of the best moments in baseball the last 5 years was Mookie Betts being mic'd up and the ball hit to him in right field. He goes, all right, hold on, fellas. Got to go get this ball real quick. Or whatever he said.
It was incredible.
It was incredible. It was authentic. Mookie Betts is a special player. And I think Giants, you say it all the time. You guys are still mad at the Red Sox for trading Mookie Betts to the L.A. Dodgers. And although Verdugo helped out the Red Sox or whatnot, now he's with the Yankees, of course it's not an equal deal. They picked the wrong guy not to pay. Mookie Betts is a guy who should have been a lifetime member of the Boston Red Sox.
You think?
I mean, this guy in the last 2 years, think about what he's done with the Dodgers.
Yeah, give me his numbers.
55 games in a pandemic season, 16 home runs, 39 RBI, batted .292. All right, OPS is
the year they won the World Series.
OPS is 927, right? Jeez. Then he plays in 122 games, 23 homers, 58 RBIs. In a down year, he batted .264 in a down year. Then he bounced back. He goes 35 homers, 82 RBIs, 12 stolen bases, bats .270. Then last year he explodes for 39, 107, 14 stolen bases, 307 batting average, OPS at 987. And now he has Shohei Otani, Freddie Freeman, and Will Smith batting behind him. So Mookie is an all-time great. He is special.
John Broderick, who's out there somewhere, former FBI agent.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Every time I see him, I'm telling you, Joe, he's as good as Teddy Williams was, if not better. He does everything well. The kid can do everything on the diamond. He called it the worst trade the Red Sox have made since Babe Ruth.
You know, and I'm coming around to that. I am coming around to that because when you watch him play,
he's incredible.
It's like, damn, you gave that guy up? You let him go? You didn't have to let him go. Just pay the guy. You're going to get rid of Xander Bogaerts anyway. Jackie Bradley Jr. is going to move on.
Verdugo.
How do you not keep that guy?
I know.
You already traded Verdugo to your rival.
I know.
That isn't all. And now Boston Red Sox fans, they're going to be up. They got a hard knock version coming with the Boston Red Sox, and people have no idea outside of Rafael Devers who the hell's on the Red Sox.
Do we have that sound of them going around, Joey? I know you pulled it. Their fans are doing what the Giants fans were doing a couple of years ago.
We'll have it in a minute for you.
Okay, apologies. But their fans are doing exactly what the Giants are doing. Now, they paid Rafael Devers.
Yeah.
And
he's a special player.
Yeah, he is. He is. Mookie won you a World Series.
Yeah, Mookie's next level.
I mean, come on. And you knew you were going to have to pay him, and they gave JD Martinez, and they gave all these guys money, and it was just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, you're so spot on to that. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. Look, we're early with the legal. KGMZ FM and HD1 services. That's because I'm going to keep talking. I want to get this out the way. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you, we always killing the reads. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today, and shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. So Rob said a lot of things. We started off the conversation talking about gambling and Shohei Otani and how these fans, they are, because the first time I was ever privy to it was in Las Vegas covering the Pac-12 tournament. And I obviously was in Vegas. Hoops. Yeah, men's basketball tournament. Yeah. Hoops. This was when Eric Gordon was at Arizona, Slow-Mo was at UCLA, Zach LaVine was coming off the bench for UCLA, go figure. It's a fun tournament. But fans are yelling in the background, come on, Stafford! I got you guys at plus 10.5. Now we tend to do that, right?
Wow.
But now we got the player props. And you got the points, rebounds, assists. You got the points and rebounds. And now with DraftKings involved, Prize Picks involved, people go to games. They don't care if their team wins. They just want to know if they cover or whatnot. There will be a Warrior fan not happy with them not covering the spread. They'll win the game and people be, man, the Warriors didn't cover. They suck because they didn't cover. That's what people think. It's crazy, right? But the players are starting to feel it now. They are starting to feel it, including Tyrese Halliburton, who comes to Chase Center today to take on the Golden State Warriors. Check out Tyrese Halliburton the other day discussing gambling and how fans treat these players due to gambling. Here's Tyrese Halliburton the other day. This is very insightful stuff.
I've done that for, kind of the last couple of years. It's been good for me, even when I'm not, I don't want to just talk to them when I'm struggling, I think there has to be a conversation at other times too, because I think, obviously what happens on the court is what happens on the court, but just life in general, it's important, I think, for us as basketball players, as men, to get those things out, because not everybody cares to hear how we feel, or that's just the point blank period. To half the world, I'm just helping them make money on DraftKings or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm a prop. You know what I mean? That's what my social media mostly consists of. I think it's important for us to have somebody to talk to, and I think all that stuff is it can be funny sometimes. If somebody's like, I lost $1,000. I don't give a I do think that it's important for us to just have conversations with people who really value who we are as human beings, and it's not just sports psychology, but it's our teammates, it's our loved ones, it's people who really look out for our well-being, and that's important for me to just have those kinds of conversations.
So that's Tyrese Halliburton discussing going to see a sports psychologist, because people are using these players as props and look at them as just robots and props to make them money. And now we're going to see that more and more and more. And I feel for some of these players right now discussing this stuff where we're betting on them. We're like, damn it, De'Aaron Fox, you didn't grab that rebound, or you're yelling at the coach for not playing it. It is real. And I like that Tyrese Halliburton came out and said that, because a lot of fans do say, we don't care what the players think. You guys make millions of dollars. Who cares what you think? Who cares how you feel?
Wouldn't you agree also that the social media is out of control? In general, it's out of control, right? Just in general, it's completely out of control.
I can't wait till X is done.
Well, it's not just X. Instagram comments are wild.
Yeah, they are wild.
I don't want to pretend like I even have a fraction of what Tyrese Halliburton's going through. But anytime we get aggregated for anything and people don't like it, they will go onto my page and they'll start commenting reckless about my family, about appearances, things like that. And I'm like, yo, I see your entire bio and where you work. What are you doing? And that's people who are dumb enough to put all their information. Right. And then there's the anonymous ones who have an egg account avatar, or they've got some, Warrior logo or whatever. And just the way that we talk to people on social media is completely out of control.
No doubt.
And it's not everyone. I don't want to, I know people are hearing this and they're like, it's not me. And I know it's not. It's a small fraction.
Fans. So, for example, the other day,
But it really is out of control.
It is out of control. And people think they could just pop off. So, guy at the gatehouse the other day. I'm walking in. We're about to do a post-game show. Go double time, go use the restroom before the show. And guy's like, hey, man, Latin cat. He knows who I'm talking about. I think I've seen him before out there. But I walk by him. He's like, hey, man, Bonte, man, see if we get bullied, man. Sign his hat. I was like, I just kind of nod my head.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hurry up and get back in the gatehouse. I got to move.
You're distracted.
Then he says it again. And he goes, Bonte, man, see if you get bullied, do it. If not, I'm going to go get Draymond on you.
Wow.
And I turn around and I just look at him. So I'm like, Willie, this guy, man, wants you to sign it. So Willie checked the guy. It's like, yo, you talking about mans like this? What is your problem? But a lot of that stuff now is like, it's like, look, it doesn't bother me.
I know, but that's
but it's
for
like,
me. That's shocking.
But listen. People think they could just talk recklessly to you because they know a guy like Halliburton, a guy like you, a guy like me cannot respond to that in the way that we want to respond.
Yes.
Or we would be the people who look bad or lose a job or get canceled or whatnot. So people are reckless behind these keyboards and saying whatever they want to say. And I just say, if you want to say things about me, that's fine. I can handle that. Don't mess with my family.
Yes.
Don't mess with my child. Don't mess with my family. Don't mess with my friends. Don't do anything. And I tell my family and friends, do not reply to any of that stuff.
So hard.
Stay away from it.
It's so
I can
hard.
handle somebody telling me, hey, Bonte, you suck. Bonte, you this. I'm cool with that. Whatever. I don't. That doesn't bother me.
But you know what we've heard, like, I think this was more 10 years ago, like cyberbullying. That used to be like a big topic. We don't talk about it anymore. Now it's like we just file everything under trolls. It's out of control.
Oh, it is.
It's out of control. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say every Instagram account should have a social security attached to it. Like, I'm not going to go that far. But I will say that, like, I just think in general, I believe, this is my personal belief, that there should be classes for the young kids when you hit about 11, 12, 13 years old, explaining the consequences of your actions online.
Absolutely.
And what you're doing online and how it will stick with you and will give you a stigma for the rest of your life. We see this every year. We're going to have the draft. I guarantee there will be a player drafted in the NFL who tweeted, posted, liked something online, and it's going to be a bad look for that. And it was a child. I mean, when you're 13, you're a child. I mean, you're a child. And the point that I'm getting at is as important as social studies and mathematics and all of those things are, and in civics and all that, navigating social media should be mandatory for these youngsters, and understanding that things that you do online will be attached to you forever. And I say it every single day because I see these kids, they do things on Snap and on Insta, and I'm like, guys, anything you post will be used against you. Please be careful.
And I explained that to people. I was at SF State last week talking to the play-by-play class. It was good to talk to them.
What'd you say to them?
I said, look, man, basically the same thing you just said. Be careful with what you tweet. Because it'll all come back to you. You don't want to be reckless. The position we're in now, Shasky, I'm actually thankful that I don't have to tweet as much as I used to, and I like it.
Yeah, but imagine if you were 13.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't grow up in this.
No,
if I was 13 and I had this, I'm talking about the phone.
It's brutal.
I got kicked out of 2 schools, and I didn't even have the phone. Imagine what, like, I guarantee I would not have this job currently.
It'd be tough.
I just know, you know?
Real quick, let's get to May in Florida. Then we'll get to You Don't Know Jack here. May in Florida wants to talk some Dubs. May, what's happening?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning,
to
May.
you all.
Good morning, May.
Hi, I want to talk about our Dubs. I've been a Warriors fan and a Steph Curry fan for, I think, the time Steph has been there. And it's just so much that the team has to go through when we have to have players out, put in, new players. You got to have a team chemistry with teams. And if you don't have that, it's going to be a little bit mumbo jumbo because it's like family. You got family members that's kind of just like your team. You have to treat that in a sense. Some may want to do this way. That want to do that. That's discord. But when you fight together and at the head say, listen, we got to be like this. But when they win or lose, sticking with them, encouraging them. But if they win today and they lose tomorrow, I've heard so much about people, well, they not this, that. But yeah, the Dubs is this. It's up and down.
It is.
You have to be on a consistent base, even in spite of it. And you all probably have children, talk good about them one day, and next minute you put them down. No, you have to stay on the same level. Encourage them regardless to where they are at. That's the thing in their mind mentally.
That's a good call, mate. Good stuff there. We do. Like, we got to realize Major League Baseball and the NBA, it's a marathon. Football's a little different because of the urgency and playing only 17 games. The freak out in January over basketball teams or the freak out that we're going to have in May if the Giants go on a 3-game losing streak. Got to realize the big picture. It's 162. May's on that. We got to be consistent. But that's fandom. That's fandom. That is fandom. So, anyway, time for our new segment, man. It's time for You Don't Know Jack, presented by our great friends at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. I love the one at San Bruno, Shasky, right by the crib.
Have you heard their new commercial?
Oh, I
think it's the best commercial 95.7 the game has ever produced. I'm dead serious.
Well, outside of Guru's Blue Chew, not bad. But Jack's
That's
Restaurant.
Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
You know what? You're
it's
right.
a Hall of Fame. But no, this Jack's commercial was great. I do love it. Hey, see, I don't change the station. I was like, oh, that's interesting. But Jack's Restaurant and Bar, shout out to all of them. They plugged us. What was that, last week?
Yeah.
Was it just last week?
Could use one of those breakfast burritos.
Quite about that right now.
Oh, man, I could definitely use that.
Pretty hungry.
This week, these Red Sox fans don't know Jack about who is even on the Red Sox right now.
No one seems to be talking about the Red Sox. We sent our Mary Marcos out to Fenway Park to find out if anyone cares. Mary?
Well, if you walk around Fenway Park here and talk to people, you'll find not only are they unaware of opening day, many of them can't even name a current Red Sox player. How many current players can you name on the Red Sox?
None. Current? Danvers? Tell you it. Damn, I'm blanking right now. It's the camera.
When I was a kid, it was, must-see TV when Pedro Martinez was pitching.
Usually other years, I kind of hear about it or people are talking about it, but this year I didn't even know that they were starting. I had no idea.
I thought Red Sox fans were some of the best.
Yeah, that's what they say.
I thought they were diehards.
That's what they say.
I thought they get even angrier when the team's not good.
Unbelievable.
Interesting. What does Greg Hill have to say about that?
I like those.
I know you do love that guy.
I do. Greg Hill was good. Who's the other? Jermaine was good.
I love
Greg
Jermaine.
Hill was good. Who's the other guy who tried to sun me and he got sunned in his own market? And what was great about that? WEI simulcast on television.
Yeah.
So that guy I was cooking that guy on his own television network. It was great.
You were like Pedro Martinez in 1998 when he struck out 17 batters.
What a guy. The guy
You got a
goes.
good Boston accent.
It's not bad, huh?
It's not bad. I'm not even going to try it. The guy, what did he tell me? Steve Kerr can't win without great players. And I was like, you're in a town with Red Auerbach in the Boston Celtics who had the greatest of the greats all the time. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, wow, Red Sox fans are down bad. Think about that. The Orioles are rising. My Orioles.
Give them that last 2 months
See,
that
why you
Gunnar
gotta do
Henderson
that?
got with the
Why
Orioles
you gotta do that?
last year. Aldi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
I heard you guys yesterday, and there's a couple candidates. Max Fried. And
I
was
said
it Alcantara?
Fried on purpose.
No, you did. No, you did.
Did I not?
I was watching.
We said all the different ways to say those names.
No,
yesterday.
no.
Sandy Alcantara.
No, Alcantara.
But he's also pronounced Alcantara. I've heard it both ways. We talked about this.
You don't know Jack. That was You Don't Know Jack. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations.
I hate you.
Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. Shout out to our great friends at Jack's Restaurant and Bar. You guys are awesome. You guys treat us awesome here at 95.7 The Game. Also, Proposition Chicken came out of Gay House the other day.
That. Festus is opening all the chicken on television, and I'm like, dude, I want some so bad.
Absolutely incredible. I was like, dude, we were struggling to eat that food. And we were ready to go take a nap, man. It was hitting.
No. That's going too far.
David Taylor was over there killing the wedges. Like, what's going on? Tip is like, damn. Anyway, let's break. Mark, we'll get to you on the other side.
We're going to take a break.
Brought to you by Comcast, California.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on ear.
Oh, Jimbo, you guys have never sounded better. This is nothing but dead air. Oh, man. Why do people think that I don't want to talk baseball? We just spent hours talking about baseball. I was hired at this station because I talk baseball for 4 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours or 7 hours a day on the weekends. Like, relax, people. We talk all sports. That's the lost art of sports talk radio, the lost art. And look, it is basketball and football heavy now. I get it. It's sports. And we're going to talk Warriors here and there. But I do take pride in growing up, knowing that a radio host could talk about all the sports and be tapped in on all the sports and then do a little extra and tap in and show respect to all the sports. Being versatile. I take pride in that, Shasky.
Let me ask you a question. All right? It's a Friday night or a Saturday day. Let's go 5:30 Saturday. Let's do that. 5:30 on a Saturday, okay? The Warriors are playing, and I got 4 tickets to the final 12 games, one of the final 12 games. Pick an opponent. I'll let you pick one of the final 12 opponents.
All right. The Pelicans.
All right.
And then Blazers.
I give you 4 tickets to take your family to that, or I give you 4 tickets to go to the Padre Saturday afternoon, Giants versus the Padres. Now, I think there's an argument for a lot of people like, well, if I've never seen Steph Curry, I'm going to take the kids and the family to go see Steph Curry, which you're winning the argument right there. What do you think most people are going to take?
Steph Curry and the Warriors.
You think so? Still?
Yeah, absolutely. Basketball. I think they'll go. Do they want to see Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis? I don't know.
I think the Giants would have been 99-1 3 or 4 weeks ago. Like I'm talking 99% of the people are taking the Warrior tickets, maybe 1% taking the Giants tickets, and that might even be generous. Right. Now I think it's a little closer to like 60-40.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 60-40. I don't know. There's still I met some kids from Santa Rosa the other day. Mm-hmm. First Warriors game. Mom came down. What was her name? I took a photo with them before the game, but they were jacked up. It was their first ever game. Will O'Hara, Danny O'Hara's brother. He came by with his 3 kids.
Nice.
Liam, Rai, and of course SFO. And they were jacked about being at the Dubs game. So I don't know. I know I would choose a basketball game. I would choose because I know there's 162. There's a little,
now
there's
let's say if I said to you, Curry's sitting this game out.
That's a tough one. Do I want to see Tatis and Machado? Have I seen Tatis and Machado?
Soler doesn't do it for you? Blake Snell doesn't do it for you at all?
I don't know. I may just rather watch on the TV on Saturday night instead of spending money. And I get it.
Well, that's what I was saying.
You're going to spend a lot of money. Tickets are free. Maybe. Depends on the weather because baseball's outdoors, basketball's indoors.
I still think it's Warriors and by a healthy margin. But the fact that the Giants, you're even like thinking about it a little hard because a month ago, I don't think either of us even brings this topic up.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know if it's 60-40. I don't want to put a number on it.
That might even be too strong. Maybe it's 80-20. I don't know.
But it all depends on the weather, right? If it's a good day, the Giants are playing well, maybe you do want to get out the house. But we always discuss this, so always.
Let's say the Giants get off to a 20-5 start. Does that change things?
Oh, I think people will start to bandwagon and be like, "Oh, this team's on fire." And then the prices will go up, and all the bandwagons will come around, and that's why I would maybe even scale back a little bit even more and say, "I'm good watching a game on TV." I had no problem watching baseball on TV because I like to hear the broadcast. I like Crooked Kite.
Larry Bear is going to be like, hey, Bonte, you, Ches, Anna, and whoever is the 4th, come sit next to me in the Larry Bear seats.
Oh, we'll be there
Bonte would be in those seats in a heartbeat.
We will make first pitch for the first time in 7 years. If that is the case. No doubt. That is the case.
You would love to be in the owner seats, wouldn't you?
Who wouldn't?
Oh, I would.
Didn't you like sitting behind a bench?
There is a small part of me that doesn't want to be like courtside at a Warrior game because like the camera catches you when you're not knowing that you're there, and then just next thing you know, you become a meme.
Who cares? You like that. You like becoming a meme. Come on, man. That's a highlight of your career, being a meme at the Giants-Dodgers game
that was pretty
with
cool.
a blank face. Yeah, don't stop the cat, Shasky.
But that
I
was
don't
an
want to be in the
iconic
camera
moment.
side because
That
the
was an
camera's going to
iconic
ban me.
moment.
No.
If I was picking my nose, if I was picking my nose, it would have been totally different.
If I know anything about Joe Shasky the Butcher, he wants to sit courtside and he wants all the cameras on him.
That's probably right.
He wants all the cameras on him. Stop it.
We're going to be up in the nosebleeds.
Yeah, who said that?
No, you did. You and your mom.
Did you really believe that I was going to be in the nosebleeds?
No. Oh, look, Michelle admits it out loud now. She's like, it's club level or bust. We don't go to games sitting in normal seats. I go, Michelle, you had bleacher season tickets forever.
Yeah, no, we don't sit with this. We don't sit next to the banners.
Bonte's going to tell AT&T Park, or Oracle, whoever's running the light, I know you have a new LED light system, so make sure the LED is spotted light on me perfectly as DJ Umami is going through her set.
I like the lay low. I like to lay low. This is why I didn't tell you guys where I was sitting at for the New York Knicks game. And then I get to the New York Knicks game, and they say, third quarter, my phone's blowing up, and like, oh, Shasky took a picture, and you sitting right behind the Knicks bench. And I'm like, damn. Thanks for busting me out.
I mean, it was all over the television. Everyone saw it. Yeah.
Did you guys see me multiple times?
Yeah, a few times.
You see my little stripe?
I was looking for the most, basic, I'm looking off into space photo I could find.
I was looking at the scoreboard. I was looking at because underneath the scoreboard, you got, the little mini video board.
Yeah, I figured you were looking around to see who recognized you.
No, I was looking around to see. I was looking to see points off turnovers, rebounding numbers, Andrew Wiggins numbers. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. All right, let's take some calls, man. We got some calls here.
Let's go.
We got a little bit of everything. Let's go to Milkman and San Leandro. Milkman, good morning.
The Milky Milkman?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm doing great.
It's a beautiful day for a ball game. And let's play two.
Let's go.
That doesn't resonate with anybody.
Okay. No, we get it.
Banks, I get it. Ernie Banks, I get it.
I did. Yeah, we get it. Okay. Come on, Nick, man.
A little bit of Red Sox baseball here.
Give it to me.
The current ownership group doesn't care. They don't care. Hometown revenue is maxed out. All they're doing now is selling the Fenway experience for out-of-towners. They with that small little ballpark, and they have the top 2 or 3 ticket prices. They don't care if they get sellouts. They don't care. There's no point in getting a big name star in there because they want people to come in out of towners.
Do you know
I've done?
Do you know who's part of your ownership group right now? The John Henry Fenway Sports ownership group.
FSG.
Yeah, LeBron.
Fenway Sports Group. Well, that's great.
He is, though. I swear to God.
Oh, my gosh.
That was such a great... Have you been to Fenway?
Oh, yeah.
So cool.
I was lucky enough to be at Fenway for a Yankees-Red Sox game.
That's really cool.
Derek Jeter's last season.
Yeah?
And Yoenis Cespedes in his first game as a member of the Boston Red Sox.
Did you pull a Patrick Reed, wear your Masters coat, and then complain about the free seats you got?
No, I didn't complain. Oh, I was happy with the free seats I got. I don't know why you keep going down this lane with me. You're projecting on me when this is you. Orange polo shirt I did have on.
Oh, nice.
Bright orange polo shirt. It was a lot of fun.
What year was this?
2014.
Oh, that's cool.
World Series year for the Giants.
I went 07, Friday, Saturday, and we didn't go Sunday. We were way too drunk. We met Wade Boggs on Sunday. But when the Giants and the Red Sox, I have photo to back it up.
This guy is like, so hold on.
Was that when he was wearing a fanny pack?
Yes.
So this guy
with
Shasky,
his World Series ring in there.
Shasky, name drop galore. I was looking for people to recognize me. That's why Shasky's the one. When he says all these things about
me wearing a Joe Montana jersey too. By the way,
Shasky wants to be seen. I guarantee you, the next time Shasky goes to a Giants game, he's going to be walking around Oracle Park with his chest all out, but little LJ Michelle, and he's looking for people to say, "Shasky, is that you?"
Yep.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull a Shasky when he tells me, "Oh, Bonte, there's so many roasters. They let us show." Now I'm gonna pull a Joe Shasky. Did they ask about me?
Yeah.
What did they say about me?
The first thing they're gonna say. Where's Bonte?
I'm not going to say
I thought he carries you.
man.
I thought he carries you. Why is he not carrying you this moment now?
I need a break from you. That's why.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Me walking around with the baby Bjorn, we just got one of those that you put the baby in. It's Bonte walking around, and I'm like strapped to his back like Chewbacca and
I was more thinking
R2D or is it C3PO?
I was more thinking like the Hangover cover where
oh, that's a good one
you
too.
read my little
what's the baby's name?
Carlos.
Yeah.
Photoshop that.
Opens the door, hits him right in the head.
It's so good.
We do have a Photoshop of that. Steiny Guru and I went to Las Vegas for Summer League, and the Photoshop we had, we couldn't release it because it would have ruffled some feathers. I don't know if I have it. The little Spinelli, I think you know what I'm talking about. You've seen that one, right?
Fenway is dope, though. I will stand for Fenway. Fenway is nice.
Hey,
it is freaking cool.
The Green Monster's surreal in person, isn't it?
Unbelievable. And then the one red seat or whatever for Ted Williams with the final at bat that he had, which was a home run.
Awesome.
I mean, it's anyone who wants to go on a sports mecca, like that's one of the, to me, top 10 places you have to go to check off the list.
I just worry about Shasky out and about, and Shasky's giving little nuggets away to people in the public.
Well, you know what I'm going to do this year?
I tell Shasky's off the record, and then you find out 5 weeks later somebody comes to you, hey, Shasky told me this. I was like, damn, that was off the record.
You know what I'm going to do this year? I do this a lot. Is I'm bringing the glove, right? And I'm going to have a ball. And anybody who's got a glove, I'm just going to throw them a ball. Like, yo, you, bang, and let's play catch.
Right.
I'm trying not to hit anybody who's walking around, but that's what I plan on doing.
I don't know if you see on video at the Positive Coaching Alliance Game Changer Awards yesterday, benefit at Chase Center.
Yeah.
There was segment where we're raising money for the youth. We wanted to raise over $500,000. They got to like $400,000. Somebody already donated $75,000, and there was the big hitters in there.
Glad I wasn't invited.
Wally Haas, Oakland A's. Yeah, he was out there. So there was some big hitters, some big players in that building.
$500,000.
So we had to throw these little mini balls. Julie Foudy and I.
Yeah.
My arm got tight. I asked Matt Kane. I was like, "Is this how your shoulder feels after pitching 7 innings?" He goes, "Just a little bit." I was out there slinging it, but you could see some of my throwing motions. I was trying to get the ball out there.
Yeah. Did you throw like Phillip Rivers or 50 Cent?
Or Javi Lopez, little sidearm action, little Bernie Kosar, different arm angles, over the top, 3/4, little Patrick Mahomes.
No, I expected you to do the Juan Marichal high leg kick.
No, I
mean, like, what are we?
I wasn't going to do
He's toe tapping like Kershaw.
Are you a lefty, Bonte?
Yeah, he is a lefty.
I am a lefty.
Oh,
and listen, lefties are the best. Shout out to F. Flanders. Listen.
Michael Penix.
Me doing the leg kick, I told Julie Foudy, she was like, maybe you do the bicycle kick. I was like, we ain't gonna straight no hammies out here tonight. And I always feared that if I do a kick, I will rip the suit. I get a little worried about bending over or something like that because suits get a little tight, man. Your boy put on a couple pounds, man. Need to get back on that soda diet. Austin in Portland. Austin, what's happening? Austin in Portland.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you, Austin?
You sound great.
I'm doing great. I'm just dog sitting here in Portland, Oregon.
I love Portland. Love Portland.
What kind of dog?
It's actually a Shih Tzu.
Oh, nice.
Can't say that.
He's a super cute dog. But I kind of wanted to address the whole elephant in the room with the LeBron James to come into the Warriors.
Okay.
Are you guys still on baseball, or is it okay to go back?
No, we're on any topic
everything.
You want, man.
Open
That's
lines.
the morning roast.
We're on everything.
We get roasted.
We can give you a little bit of everything. That's the beauty of the show.
Throw it on the grill and let's just see if it cooks.
I like that.
Oh, I appreciate you. Okay,
you like that?
I do like that.
Absolutely. So the elephant in the room that I've noticed over the past few years surrounding LeBron James is when I watch this dude play, he's literally cheating the game. He off-arm shoves, which is an offensive foul all the way to the basket. That's a monumental advantage. He carries. He waits for the defender to commit or not, and then he dribbles, waits for whether or not to dribble. He gets all the phantom calls. Literally, nobody touches him, and he gets a and one. All like the Lakers, the game the other night on Saturday. At the end of the game, there was and one after and one after and one. It's getting to the point, and then he never gets called for a foul on the other end.
I was gonna say,
boy, you flushed 2 callers there. You
that was all Spadoni.
Hey, Anthony in Daly City, call back. We didn't mean to drop you.
And if you're gonna say he's cheating the game, the thing
that's the other one he dropped off on his own.
Yeah. Oh, Anthony.
Okay.
All right. That flushing sound right there was brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing. Hey, Dre, shout out to Brian and the whole crew up there. Listen, I don't know why
dogs named Shih Tzu.
I wouldn't have flushed, dude. Dude, what is going on here? I may have to steal that. Hey, let's just throw it on the grill and see if it cooks. I may have to steal that. I may use that tonight somehow, some way.
You better reference me.
No, I will not. I will completely steal it and not reference you and steal all your credit. I am telling you on the front end, just so you know.
That's fine. I'll know. You and I will both know. It'll be like a little wink into the camera. But here's the best part. If you're going to say he cheats the game, you have to bring up his hair. There's no way LeBron's hair is real. I don't know what he's doing. He went from completely bald to now he's got a poof in the front.
Hey, buddy.
Dr. Rosanelli?
Buddy could buy you a new hairline, no doubt about that. I wish I had the money to buy me a new hairline. By the way, LeBron James not only coming for new hair, but he's also coming for the podcast game.
Oh, yeah.
He's going for the top spot. He is going for the top spot. He has Draymond Green mad about not coming on this podcast.
Oh, of course.
So now we got a competition there.
I listened to this is Draymond next podcast. I listened to JJ Redick and LeBron James. It was absolutely incredible.
By the way, we're gonna get Antonio Davis on the show soon.
Nice.
AD. He's doing a lot of great things in Oakland. Met him last night. He out of nowhere come. I've seen his big arm, and I fanboyed out over Antonio Davis.
Really?
I like those.
Did you talk about? I was gonna say the Pacers.
You know me.
Yeah.
I love the all white uniforms.
I love
of the
Rick
Indianapolis
Smits.
Colts. So of course I'm the black guy who likes the Indiana Pacers.
Well,
I did like those teams.
Was it Travis Best? Who was the
Travis Best? They had Hayward Workman for a second. Mark Jackson.
Workman.
He's now a referee.
Aaron McKee.
He's now a referee. Derek McKee.
Derek McKee. That's what it was. You're right. Aaron McKee was 76ers. Yes.
Derek McKee, the guy who
Chuck
Xavier
Person, the rifleman.
Remember Xavier McDaniel had to save Derek McKee. Did we have that job? Get that job ready. Jalen Rose. Mark Jackson 1 year. Hayward Workman. Travis Best 1 year. Reggie Miller, of course. Rick Smits. They had Detlef Schrempf early in the 90s.
Dale.
Yep. Dale Davis, Antonio Davis.
Greatest trade in Warrior history when Dale Davis got traded from the Warriors with, I believe, Speedy Claxton. And then Dale Davis refused to report when Baron Davis got flipped to the Warriors.
Yep. There you go.
God, what a trade.
What a trade.
I remember where I was. I was in the Mary Sales warehouse, my uncle's business, and I'll never forget hearing Fitz on the rival station say, "We've traded for Baron Davis." It was the most incredible day ever.
It was.
Remember that?
Oh, I'll never forget.
And then they were like, "Yeah, we're going to get Montgomery the hell up on out of here.
Yeah.
We're bringing Don Nelson in." It was within seconds.
Like,
it was like, get Mike Montgomery out of here.
You got to go. Not only that.
You remember that?
Oh, I do remember.
B. Diddy was so much fun.
I'll never forget getting Steven Jackson to Al Harrington, which broke. And I think Ratnich brought in Fitz.
Yes, he did.
Because it happened during the Ratnich show.
Yes.
And he brought in Fitz. And I was like, I remember coming out of class.
Because you got to get down.
I think I was with the front office. Igor Spivak. We walked out. I was like, dude, we just got stacked checking Al Harrington. I kind of like this move. Now, shout out Mike Dunleavy, who's now back with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And then, things happen. But that was crazy. I do remember.
Were you a Troy Murphy fan?
I mean, listen, man. When you're a Warrior fan during that age, during that era, you talked yourself into a lot of things.
Yeah, the corner three?
The corner three, the double-double.
It was the second broken nose where I lost faith.
I mean, this is why we think Sabonis is Troy Murphy 2.0, the empty calories. Like, I know Adam and SF. Adam and SF tried to tag me in the tweet the other day. Bonte, 24 triple-doubles, empty calories, huh? That's going to age well. You just wait till the playoffs, Adam. And you just wait till the playoff, Kings fans. You lost to the Wizards last night. You tell me what's what when it comes to Domantas Sabonis.
There are certain teams that I think of as great video game teams. That Pacer team you're referencing was a great video game team.
Dude, they were legit.
The Toronto Raptors with Vince and Tracy McGrady was a great video game team.
Oh, NBA 2K with those two guys?
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
And that Warrior We Believe team was a great... When you had Monte off the bench, and that... Because in the video game, Jay Rich was healthy.
Right.
He wasn't at the end of that year with the broken wrist.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that was one of the all-time video game teams.
No, it was.
Also, the Jailblazer team was so sick.
Dude, they need a
Bonzi
documentary.
Wells was sick in video games.
Dude, Bonzi Wells. They had Chris. Dude, they were loaded on that team. Brian Grant.
Yeah, I love Brian
David
Grant.
Stoudemire was on that team.
Mighty Mouse.
Mighty Mouse.
Come on.
Let's go to Steve-O in San Francisco. Steve-O! What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I want to give a shout-out to Shasky. I hope to see you on the softball field this season, Shasky.
Nice. Yeah, what team do you play for? What team do you play for?
We're on the Mad Dogs.
Oh, yeah, I'll see you in a little bit. Yeah, heck yeah.
Go Mad Dogs.
All right. Yeah, good stuff. I also want to say on the baseball, basketball live, thing. I got to lean baseball because it's such a better experience live. And, I love both sports, but if I got those 4 tickets, I'm going to see baseball. I called in to talk about Shohei.
Yeah.
And for all those people who think this thing's just going to blow over, I think they're wrong. I think the feds are involved. It doesn't matter what Manfred wants to do about it and sweep it under the rug. The fact that this was part of a federal investigation, they are not going to let go.
Yeah.
They have the government does not. They got something out for baseball from the steroid era and all that. They're not going to let this thing go. We have not heard the end of this at all.
Hey, Steve-O, I'm with you here. And you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, not to take it too deep or take it this deep with the Shohei situation, you don't think there's some jealous Americans out there, especially in the world of baseball, saying the face of our league is somebody from Japan and not one of our American-born players? You don't think they're – I know baseball is such an international sport, and I may be reaching here.
Well, I thought it was the deferred money. So to me, I think that they pissed off a lot of people.
You think that?
So because like we had David Sampson on yesterday, and I'll let you get back in,
Right.
but he was like, when on his podcast, he said there are 29 teams furious at the Dodgers because they deferred all this money this offseason. So if you don't think one of these spiteful, owners around the league weren't like, you're going to defer $700 million, get out of here with that.
I'm with that.
So that was his speculation.
That's a good. Hey, I'm not mad at that.
He thinks
I'm not mad at that at all.
Like if I'm Steve Cohen and I'm paying all my money up front and I'm a zillionaire, aren't you pissed that they're finding like the tricks in the tax code to pay this guy $650 million deferred money?
No doubt. That's a great element to it. That's a good point.
Considered the Japanese portion of this.
But I'm looking at the jealousy of like this guy taking the league over. And America's like, who's our next American-born star?
That's a good point.
Well, Bryce Harper. Think about Bryce. We don't even talk about Bryce Harper no more. No. And Bryce Harper's been great. Bryce Harper's on a Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yeah, he's been amazing.
But we talk about Shohei. We talk about Acuna Jr.
Mookie Betts on his own team.
Mookie Betts. Yeah, exactly. Bryce Harper. We don't talk enough about it. So I don't know if there's some jealousy there. The deferred money aspect is a very good point. And then thinking about the gambling, if Shohei did get involved in it, maybe that's why he deferred money, knowing that I have a gambling problem. I'm going to save money on the back end. So if everything goes awry, I got my chips in place here, and I can retire at the age of 35, 40, whatever it is, and still get my money. I have no idea, but I do think something big is going to happen.
Well, the transferring of the money, the only way they're going to get out of that in terms of the federal prosecution, because you transferred money, you wired money to an illegal gambler. The only way they're getting out of that is if they can somehow prove that the guy did steal the money and erroneously wired money, as it's fraud, basically.
And think about baseball as a sport.
I don't know. Think
about baseball, too, though. They've been the slowest sport in terms of embracing culture, today's culture.
No doubt.
The showboating, the hats that you wear to the side. Some people still get upset about that. The bat flips, the pimping the home runs. And, a lot of guys do it from the Dominican Republic. Guys come over, and I'm not mad about that. They're celebrating the game. That's what they do overseas. But baseball is a prejudiced sport. Let's not be wrong. Like, it is, I'm not going to say a racist sport, but of all the leagues here.
It's very cliquey.
Exactly.
Like Jazz Chisholm, who we referenced earlier, was like, in a lot of clubhouses, there's the white boys, and then there's the Latin guys, and then there's some of the Asian guys. Like this is what he's saying, what it's like. It's like the lunchroom for a lot of high schools around the country. And so, you're right. And you were talking about the Braves.
Right.
The Braves all feel very united. The Astros all feel very united in that dugout. But I think those are few and far between situations.
Yep. So this whole Shohei thing, him taking over the league and getting that money and getting that contract with deferred money, there's a lot there. I don't think this story's going away.
Oh, no way.
I think this is just a tip of the iceberg when it comes to Shohei Otani and his gambling situation, but it's also going to create a bigger thing. Now, baseball's going to have to investigate because if Shohei's doing it, and he's got all the money in the world, and he doesn't really need to gamble if he was gambling or whatnot.
But maybe if he gets a rise out of it.
Right, maybe he does. Maybe that competitive juice.
Exactly.
Because some people do get kicked. Some people can't watch a game without having some action on it.
Yeah.
I was at a point sometimes when I was gambling heavy, and I just see, I swear to God, I see a game on TV, Shasky. I was doing this last season of college football. I text my boy Big P, like, this is how bad it was getting. And I wasn't losing money or whatnot. I know how to control myself, but I would watch a game. And it was a BYU Cincinnati game on a random Friday night in the middle of the second quarter.
Okay.
I'm just like, you know what? It's a Friday night. I was going to put some action on it. I'm going to make it spice. I'm going to spice this game up and make it a little more important than it needs to be. A lot of people do that. Pete Rose probably did that, right? This is why he's banned from baseball or whatnot. So Shohei may just wanted to be competitive, saying, hey, I want to take some action on something. Now, again, a bookie's not giving you a $4.5 million credit line.
Well, that's where I come back to. They know Shohei's involved in some way, because the only reason you're approving that much of a credit line is if you know the guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Go ahead, Spino. I know you guys
got to be able to collect. You can't just break a leg.
You can't just break it. No, hell no. That's not going to work. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
Chris Rose, Job Boy Media, was on with you guys yesterday. Go ahead, Spinoni. Fire away.
Here's what I would say, guys, is that I think the people that are saying, well, Ippei is a fall guy for Shohei Otani, it's way too early to say anything like that, and it's also not nothing. So here's what has to happen, in my opinion, and I'm sure it won't. Major League Baseball has to have a press conference, and it won't happen because Rob Manfred is not comfortable speaking in front of the media. It's just not, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like to, they really did him a disservice when they gave him the job. They should have given him PR classes. No joke. Like, he needs to be in front of a camera today. And I don't care if it's from Seoul, South Korea. I don't care if it's from I don't care. He has to get in front of it because it is we're talking about the face of the sport and a global sporting icon whose name has now been attached to a federal investigation over illegal bookmaking.
So there's a lot there. There's a lot there. I'm fascinated to see where this goes. I think it's the biggest story of baseball, and it's not even close. Well, and it'd be the biggest story all season long.
Absolutely. And like if you're the league, you want a resolution that doesn't get him suspended from the game, because I think that the eyeballs on him will be even bigger.
Oh my gosh, he gets suspended for the game. All that cachet, all that equity, all that juice.
Dark cloud.
Oh, it taints his career forever. It kills his case for the Hall of Fame. What about What about awards?
Yeah.
People now be saying, I'm not going to vote for him for MVP just because.
Yeah.
Just because.
There's the whole, I know.
So
for example, Ann Killian every year on the vote, well, there is a morality clause for the Hall of Fame.
Shout out to Ann Killian. I read it to her yesterday at the PCA, man. It was good to see Ann Killian, columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, who, by the way, the Giants, we didn't get into this today. Apparently, they're going to rotate their PA announcers. Let me just say this, and I'll get this away, give this away before the final thoughts. How about we just bring Riddell back for a 25th season? You guys shake hands. I don't want to get into Riddell's pockets or the Giants' pockets. Let's do right by everybody. Let Riddell come back for the 25th season. Platooning PA announcers is just as bad. It doesn't, come on. You're putting those people, whoever's going to be on that microphone, in a terrible spot, rotating. People are going to complain about it. Let Riddell be around. This is the 25th season, and this is something I want to talk about. We didn't even talk about this on the show call. This is 25th season at Oracle Park. You and I can remember when that baby was just dirt.
I remember when Bonds hitting home runs
in the dirt
on a construction site.
On a construction site. They built that park up, and it's held up so damn well in over 25 years. It's a crown jewel here in the city. Oracle Park is still one of our crown jewels. You got Chase and Oracle Park, but it stood the test of time for 25 years. And we're not going to bring Riddell back over some dollars and cents or whatever. I don't even know what it's about.
Well said.
But come on, we're going to platoon PA announcers. Just wash our hands. Yeah. Let's do right by it. It will help the Giants. It'll be a great PR move for the Giants. Bring Riddell back for the 25th season. Let's go.
I mean,
come on, man.
I think it's easier said than done. It sounds like the powers that be at the top of the organization have already made their decision.
No, I agree.
The question is that to me is man, how'd you guys not know how this was going to land doing it so close to opening day?
Come on.
You got to have a better feel for these things and how it's going to land in the public, and just the way they went about it was just not good. I'm a big believer in, when you're running a business, you can do things however you want, but you have to understand how it lands in your consumer's lap and how they're going to interpret it. And for them to be so blind to that is just, it's kind of shocking.
Right.
That they be that blind to it.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to say is, you're talking about AT&T and the beginning. I remember when they literally airlifted home plate and helicoptered it over. It's one of the coolest things ever.
And just watching it get built up in the area where there was nothing there. And I remember just always driving by. It's like, damn, they're really building a baseball park right there. We didn't know how to react because all we knew was candlestick, and they built it up, and then when you started seeing it rise with the skyscrapers, it's like, damn, we got a downtown ballpark. Set the tone, man. It's still beautiful. When you get that blip coverage, that aerial shot of Chase and Oracle, or when you're driving off the Great Bridge and you see Oracle with the lights lit up, the Coke bottle, the mitt.
New LED lights?
New LED lights.
That doesn't do it for you?
I mean, no.
I heard somebody ripping when the lights go down in the city as the final song that the Giants play like the same songs over and over. The Frank Sinatra. What's the one? Come on. Tip of my tongue.
Tony Bennett.
Tony Bennett, excuse me. Left my heart in San Francisco. Thank you. I don't know why I said that. But they play the lights, I believe, after the 7th inning stretch, correct? Lubman?
Yeah, I think it was the 8th inning when they do the sing-along inning.
I'm going to be real with you. I know, it's tired, but no, it's not. It's freaking amazing.
It's our tradition.
It's a tradition. And
Sweet Caroline and Boston Fenway Park.
100%, which is amazing.
Right, like, come on, man.
When I'm at a night game and I'm with my wife, I love singing that song with her, hugging her and singing that song. It's
I'm going to do this.
Sorry.
Quick thoughts on this, because I want to play this out. It's only 43 seconds. Deshaun Jackson with Kay Adams on Brendan Ayuk. Let's leave with this one.
I think it's only weird because he never tweets, and all of a sudden, and he's entering the final year of his contract, 5th year, and now he's tweeting Tomlin.
It's going to be hard for him to stay in San Francisco, obviously, with for cap space, and it's tough, man. Yeah, let that man be free and go get another deal somewhere else, man. Because in your 5th year, you're really supposed to get that extension. I don't think he wants to go play a whole nother season and wait to go get another bag or go secure his bag. So, in this perspective, I definitely see him trying to reach to get up out of there. And if it is a fit, I mean, hey, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Ayuk over there. They just lost Deontay. They just lost Deontay Johnson. They traded Deontay Johnson to Carolina. Mm-hmm. So they need another receiver. I definitely like that.
No. I do not trade Brendan Ayuk.
And don't go play with Russell Wilson.
I mean, Brendan Ayuk and George Pickens would be nasty.
Did you see Russ put out a video? Well, you know what? Final thoughts.
I did. Let's ride. Unlimited.
All right. I have a message to all athletes. I don't care that you're in the lab in the offseason working on your craft.
Unlimited.
When I watched the Russell Wilson video of him
let's ride
as he's like working on throwing.
Let's ride.
Does this guy not get it? You want to talk about someone who doesn't read the room.
Let's ride. Let's ride, Russ in Pittsburgh. Wave those terrible towels. Let's go.
You becoming a Russ fan is worse than me becoming a Pete Carroll fan.
I'm not a Russ fan. I'm not a Russ fan. But black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Shout out Wiz Khalifa.
You're talking about songs for stadiums.
Black and yellow, black and yellow. My final thoughts is once again the PCA Awards, Positive Coaching Alliance. I got to get Saskia involved because it's really a great cause for the youth. Oakland was represented yesterday. The Bay Area was represented, helping these youth, helping these kids have a positive playing experience and the life lessons you get playing with other players and going through the adversities of losing games and reacting to that. Great stories by Dallas Braden. Great stories by Logan Ryan, Matt Cain. It was a lot of fun. Gary Payton II as well. Lucy as well with Bay FC. Great stories last night. Julie Foudy, professional. I couldn't believe I got the MC next to Julie Foudy, who's a living legend. Felt like I knew her already. She was awesome. She carried me. Great stuff last night with the PCA Awards. I had a lot of fun last night at Chase Center.
To keep her away from 95.7 the game, it sounds like I might lose my job.
Yeah, you might.
Jeez Louise.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to bring Shasky involved, but just to make him feel good.
It's always fun game.
After I clip him. Give him the game like in The Sopranos. Hey, you can have the game. Give him the casino game, whatever. Get him out my hair.
I'll give you a small piece of the action.
Small piece.
That's BS, man.
What are you doing with the asbestos? You want to talk about that? That was just the worst.
Go ahead, love it.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout-out to Coach Katie Meyer of the Miami Hurricanes women's basketball team. She announced yesterday that she is retiring after 19 years, a 362-208 record in that span. Last year, she took the Canes all the way to the Elite Eight, one of the 10 tournament appearances she had. So, congratulations, Coach Meyer. She was one of my first sports interviews I ever had to do in Miami.
Really?
That woman is very intimidating. Little 21-year-old me, with my notepad, trying to ask these questions, and just domineering woman standing above me. But, she's a very good coach, very nice person. And, congratulations, Coach Meyer, on a great career.
Who's harder to interview, her Or Farhan.
I knew you were going to say Farhan.
I thought you know Kapler.
Kapler's easy. Kapler talks to anybody.
Sit on the couch.
Once you got going with Coach Mara, though, she was very easy to chat with, though. She looked intimidating, but once you start talking to her, it's very easy to do. So, congratulations, Coach.
We're up against it. Steiny and Goon next. I'll just leave you guys with the famous words of Kenny Rogers. Got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Are you talking about the lefty who played for the A's?
Know when to walk away. Know when to run.
John Lester, who can't
You
throw
never
over?
count your money when you're sitting at the table. Damn you, Shasky. It's 10 years since that, by the way. God. Just throw the first, man.
Who was the catcher that couldn't throw anyone out? Was it Derek Norris?
Yes.
Oh, God.
He was an all-star.
I'm not. A's fans, I have love for you. I'm not the one to kick you down.
He was an all-star.
I'm not going to kick you guys while you're down,
Alberto
A's fans.
Caiasso.
Oh, man, that was Fast Five. Brought to you by
Giovanni
Xfinity.
Soto.
Shout out to Nicole. I ran into Nicole last night from Xfinity. You know who she is.
Yeah, oh yeah.
She was great. Sweet bottle rock.
Used to live in Monterey, California.
Yeah, there you go. Love seeing her always. She's always positive. So that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. I always think of her when we do these reads. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny Guru next here on 95.7 The Game. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you Monday. We'll recap Warriors and Wolves and, of course, Warriors and Pacers. What if they win these next two games? I think Monday could be dynamic.
Johnny Lester.
I will have the last laugh, and I will get what I want. The hell was Fedoni and the Lakers.
I'm not a system player.
Okay, I saw that highlight.
Because I felt like, before you go, I felt like I let you down not bringing that up on the laptop. Was that worse than Missoula?
Well, it was exactly how you described.
Okay.
But what repulsed me more was what he said after the game. We're talking about James Harden contesting a teammate shot, Kawhi Leonard.
Who missed the shot.
He did miss the shot. They ended up getting a 3 out of it, though. They got the offensive. Anyway, Harden said, I just want to add a little excitement to the game.
Because we've been in a rut.
Put my little stamp on the game. What a goof.
They got action, though.
They got nothing.
I believe they got action.
Got nothing.
The clip joint.
You can't win with players that aren't serious about the game.
Well, he had 2 40-point games last year in the playoffs.
Doesn't mean he's serious.
No, I hear you.
He's fat.
Some say that was his best defensive play of the season. His best closeout. I say they might be right. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Hey, you watched some tournament games yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I watched them while we did a show, and I watched them when I got home. But the best part of my day yesterday was our show meeting. It was one for the ages. Because I already like them. I love this one.
I mean, we can peel the curtain back, but
it was incredible.
Like, I don't want to be the one to peel the curtain back because
it was a good meeting.
No, it was a great meeting. I'm the guy who's going to benefit from the conversation here because people are going to get a peek inside my leadership ability.
Oh, boy.
And how I galvanize a squad.
Oh, brother.
So we can go there if you want.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, I'll let you and Evan it down. Every day we come in here, we are a brotherhood. You guys are my best friends.
I reject that premise right off the bat.
We spend a lot of time together off the air, and sometimes I need to just, Donnie, how you feeling? And that's why I was walking the bar. My head was high. I just felt good, but...
You mean after the show?
Yeah, after the show, after the meeting, but the simple things you forget about.
Well, and I think it's important.
I love you, Evan.
I think it's important that after a meeting like yesterday, we can take those lessons and apply them to what we talk about in terms of sports. And here's what I mean. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know if this is the worst thing you could do on radio. So I go up to the boss yesterday. This is why we love our listeners, because you're us, man.
You're us.
You're us. So I go up to the boss yesterday, and I sit down. He goes, what's up? And I'm like, and one thing I think a great leader does is they take the responsibility, even if it's not all them. And I said, dude, I'm in a rut. He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, I haven't been crazy about the shows the last couple weeks. And he goes, well, neither have I. And I said, it feels and that. And we started to talk about why these things might be happening. And of course, it's all the Warriors' fault. The Warriors are the problem, not us.
Wow.
And so we just talked. Hey, remember how I was saying, like we were talking about Curry. Curry's in a little bit of a slump, maybe. And I said, sometimes you just play and play. You play for so long, you get stale. And that's what I kind of thought was happening with Curry, right? The last couple of weeks.
Right, we saw it.
And I was like,
Chef.
I said, you know what? I just feel like it's stale and stuff. So we had a meeting yesterday, our normal Thursday meeting.
Which I love.
No players only. We don't do players only. And hashed out some things. And we're ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go. And but here's the point. The point is that let's say we were a basketball team.
Gotcha.
I would probably be on a little 2 or 3 game losing streak right
But
now.
we're in first place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're in first place.
We're having
look at the standings.
We're having a great year.
That's why I walked in like...
But we just stubbed our toe
We're
a
in
little
first
bit.
place. Nothing to talk about.
But
there was.
And that's why I also brought up the analogy of, okay, yes, we're in first place. That's like Steph Curry is still great.
All right. But he could be... All right.
But he hasn't been at the level that we're accustomed to. I mean, we're still great. I think everybody knows that.
Yeah.
But we have another level.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
To get to.
Mm-hmm. I was fired up.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to ask us any questions about the big meeting yesterday at 95.7 The Game. It's our show meeting. Guru, myself, Evan, and Nahigian. Once again, Nahigian just...
nailing it. he's
pretty good.
There's a reason he's in that seat.
I mean, the strengths do outweigh the weaknesses.
You reap what you sow, brother.
We can get into the weaknesses, but we'll do that a little later.
But we're in first.
Yeah, so you know what? We're going to open up to question and answers today. 888-957-9570. Any question you have about the show, behind the scenes, we'll let you know. We'll absolutely let you know. We're efforting, I swear to God, we're efforting Jack Golke today.
Man, we might get him.
If you don't know who Jack Golke is, he plays for Oakland University. They beat Kentucky. He had 32, I believe, on 10 threes.
Man.
And listen, when you come up with a great stat, you deserve to share that stat
We all
by
should
yourself.
hear it. Yep.
I'm going to introduce Evan Giddings, who told me a stat about Jack Golke, the guy who had 32 against Kentucky.
He's the definition of a three-point specialist. And what I mean by that is he literally only takes threes.
Wow.
This season, he's attempted the entire season 8 2-point shots. And he's taken like 350 threes.
I got about 17 things to say about that.
There's no way.
No, there's a way. How about this? Evan says first, he goes, do you realize Golke's only taken 13 twos all year? And I'm like, no way. And I walk away, and 10 minutes later, he goes, I was wrong. And I was like, I knew you were wrong. He goes, it's only 8.
Oh, boy. Man, that's a nugget. But
So-
that lets you know the sign of the times, Prince.
Yeah, you can't like that.
Dude, man.
You can't like that.
Give me some Sam Cassell mid-range,
How
Rich
can you
Hamilton.
not defend that?
Well, and you know who my favorite college coach is. It's John Calipari.
Calasari. I did that one last night in the lab.
I've seen that online.
Dude, I had him in my final 8.
Yeah, that's why. So he should be fired.
No, coach.
Should he be fired?
I don't know what's going on. Come back to the NBA.
Fire Cal was trending on Twitter.
That bothered you. Well, how would you know?
I read it.
Evan,
He almost caught me.
Oh, he knew it. He said it was
No,
trending.
It was.
Is there something you want to tell us?
No.
It's going to come out at some
No,
point.
this is where you need to trust me. Read the ESPN story
All right.
on the game.
All right. Okay.
And it mentions that
I believe
was
you,
trending.
All right. I don't think you're lying.
Dude, I have no account.
Right. Okay.
You know how I say somebody has no status?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no status right now with Twitter. I have no account. I've never existed, apparently. My password doesn't work. And I just saw the interview Don Lemon did with Elon Musk, and I said, you know what? I'll stay off
How did that go?
It was contentious. It was I don't think the whole thing's airing until Monday, but they're putting snippets.
Yeah, Uncle Looney said, I got you.
He got what?
I got you. That you're on Twitter. But no, we believe your story. My day's ruined.
Why?
Because I'm feeling a little better. Went to the gym last night, and then
I lifted last night.
Somebody says I look like Carl Winslow from Family Matters. The dad.
Oh no, is that the guy?
Yeah, but I know I
Urkel's
don't.
dad?
Yeah, dude, I went. Dude, I don't look like that cat.
Wait, so
but that's who he is.
That's the dad from Fresh Prince?
No hair, no.
No, it's Uncle Phil.
Yeah, that's Uncle. Oh boy,
R.I.P.
yeah. Rest in peace.
Okay, so who did you get compared to?
Carl Wins, the dad. I believe that's
Carl
the
Weathers?
dad. No.
He wishes.
I'll tell you
Also
what.
Winslow.
R.I.P.
See, somebody's trolling me.
Okay, so seriously, who's Winslow?
The dad from Family Matters. I think it is.
You know Urkel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the show.
Yeah, okay.
Mike J said it, and I said Denzel.
And yesterday I was telling you about this guy I see on Instagram.
The influencer.
Neon.
Yeah.
Now,
Not Dion.
You know who he is? He's the new Urkel. That's like he's a nerdy kind of
But how do
guy.
people follow him? What's the
I don't know,
what's the gist?
Yeah, you know what? Can somebody please help me out with that guy Neon and what he's done, if anything, to get as popular and rich as he is? And also this guy Aiden. The guy Aiden out there. So these things come through my Instagram feed, and I have no idea.
Oh, well, that's where you're at now. You didn't left X to go to IG.
I'm on IG.
So you're getting pretty much less sports, though.
Yeah, Julia White. It's a good call. Otis Bird III. I'm excited. Okay, we got also Warriors Pacers tonight. That's a big game.
All of them are big. Then they got Minnesota at Minnie, then a back-to-back Tuesday in Orlando at Miami. Dude, Houston's coming. I'm just telling you. Like, ain't no room for error. We better see it tonight against the Pacers.
It's one of those things that if Houston catches the Warriors, then
I'm gonna be quiet.
We don't have anything. We don't have anything to worry about anyway. Then, because
this offseason would be something 30 for 30 like Steiny.
All right, here's one for you. Now, what'd you think about Tennessee? They took care of business. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But the college games, to me, the system holds guys back. So when you get to the NBA, I'm talking about your boy Nekty Steiner. He might be looking around like, oh, let me cook. Because you can't cook right now. All depending,
Well, and that's I one of the things I love to do at my age is inform. I love to inform people and teach and educate, and it's all part of the giving back process. And you brought up the college game. And you brought up, I don't know how it came up, but we talked about Duke and North Carolina.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And you said, I forget why it came up, but why don't these guys college, or why would somebody go?
Oh, no, Grambling was in the tournament.
Okay.
And they were getting plus 27. I said, that doesn't sound like a tournament to me. Shout out to HBCU. I love Grambling, BJ Kemp, my guy. But why would they even be playing each other? And then Evan talked about what they did to qualify for the tournament. Right. And then we talked about North Carolina, the Dean Smith.
There was something else that came up. But anyway, it was about, I know. Who was the coach? You said, or John Calipari said, my job's not to win a national championship.
Oh, God.
My job is to get these guys, get as many guys as I can ready for the pros.
I thought you said that was Dean Smith.
Well, no, then it was Dean Smith. But I thought somebody said it recently, and then Guru was like, oh, my God, I can't stand that.
No, Keyshawn Johnson said that about Calipari.
There you go.
That's his job.
So we're working backwards.
I wanted to fight. Here. No, hell no, that ain't his job.
He's right.
Go and coach AAU.
No,
you got to get the Cats back to prominence.
No.
Jamal Mashburn on line one.
Keyshawn Johnson's absolutely right.
That's
and I'll tell you why.
That's Carbo to me.
No? Okay, well then let me share share with you a story. And 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's just talk today, guys.
Look at my guy.
So when Antoine Jameson was a Warrior, his rookie year, I was covering the team. Okay, well then listen to this story and see if it changes your mind. So I said to Antoine Jameson, talking one day, and I said, what's the I'll do my Rick Tittle of Matt Steinmetz.
Love it.
So Twan, what? So I said, hey, what is the deal with Duke and North Carolina and the rivalry and this and that, and why some guys go? He goes, oh man, he said, it's just they're the big rival, and I said, what's the difference? Why didn't you go to Duke? What? And he said, oh, it's very simple.
Love that, E.
Dean Smith at North Carolina. He said, it's understood back then, when you go to North Carolina, Dean Smith's number one job is to prepare those players that come to North Carolina to play at the next level. That's his number one responsibility, to get Antoine Jameson ready for the pros. James Worthy, Michael Jordan, Sam Perkins, Kenny Smith, all those guys. And Antoine said, when you go to Duke, you know that the only objective is to win a national championship, which may not dovetail exactly with your individual goals of making it to the NBA. And you know what? It would figure, because North Carolina for decades sent way more guys to the pros than Duke, but Duke was always a very good team. So what do you have to say? What do you have to say about that? I was going to say, why do you love that?
But for so much of my life, North Carolina was doing that and winning chips, or getting close to winning the chips. So they were doing both.
Right, but the goal, what Antoine Jameson
the goal,
said,
I hear
the focus for Dean Smith.
Not win a chip, get you ready for the league.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how that would, I guess North Carolina having guys in the league would do better than actually hoisting up the trophy. Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
I like the Duke model myself.
Well, North Carolina ran an open offense, which allowed incredible freedom for all their players.
Well, there you go right there then.
You know how I know that? Because we ran an open offense at Franklin and Marshall College back in 1986.
That didn't get you drafted. Evan Latt. No, I'm serious.
No, that's funny. No, I'm serious too. It didn't. No, my college coach, who was a legend, the winningest coach in Division III men's basketball history.
He's still with us?
Yeah, he's with us, but he's not coaching. Won 950 games or something like that.
His name?
Glenn Robinson.
Wow.
He's more famous than the real Glenn Robinson.
The big dog.
No, anyway, my college coach would go down to North Carolina every summer and go to Dean Smith's coaching clinics. So he was a big Dean Smith fan.
How can you not be?
How could you not?
I mean, he's an icon. Like, if I had a game to win,
right?
John Thompson, people can scoff him. Evan.
Now, that's funny.
Doc Rivers.
John Thompson lost to Villanova. John Thompson won one title with Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, that he did.
Sounds like Calipari.
But he made you a man. That's what I'm talking about. See,
you know what? I don't want to be made a man.
Yeah,
I want to be made a champion.
He made you a man, and he taught you lifelong lessons.
If you, you know what? 888-957-9570. You got one coach to win you one game, any sport. John Thompson's not even on the top 10 of my basketball list.
Well, if you're putting it that way,
let's go, babe.
I'm gonna give you mine for my life, and I'm going to NFL football. And it is.
Well, that was one thing that kind of hurt you yesterday at the meeting. But it's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you know,
oh, boy. Guru Analytics, you got to share it now.
Well, when Nahegan
someone said you couldn't go left, and
when Nahegan went around the room and he basically said, you know, look, you guys know sports, you know everything, but yeah, Evan, baseball. He played baseball in college.
That got me hot.
Steiny, basketball. He played. You trend a little toward basketball. Evan, you trend a little toward baseball. And he goes, Goo, you know, the NFL. That's your, and you got so mad.
Oh, dude,
I can talk about everything. I can talk about everything.
You can't talk about.
I know.
It's like asking you I love all three sports.
You love football best.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Evan, I get mad. But this goes back. Jimmy
You're a
Johnson,
football guy.
Jimmy Johnson, the Dallas Cowboy, Miami Hurricane coach, to me, is the best coach, Evan, I've ever. Even if you lost, that team was going to be prepared like a mofo. That's just me. Tom Landry, I love you. I was kind of young.
Sure.
But Jimmy Johnson, to me, that is my guy, Stoney. So I don't know who yours is, and I'm curious to get Evan, being younger than us, whose his would be. Staley?
Based on yesterday, and no, definitely not Brandon Staley. Based on yesterday, I'm taking Greg Camp.
Dude,
Greg Camp.
Dude, he's been there since 1984. He's the longest tenured active head coach in the country.
So he literally finally won a tourney game.
No,
it was their number one. It's their first win in school history.
Not Oakland, California, but I'm taking
Oakland, Detroit.
He said, Dolkey, go win us a game.
That's
who's yours?
John Wooden. Although I'll tell you this is the fair question from the 925 on the Comcast
Bill Walton?
business text line. Exactly.
That's my guy.
Kareem and Walua back there. It just depends on the players you have on your team. We see how good Steve Kerr is. Okay, no shots today at Steve Kerr.
How can you?
But what he's saying is, I think everybody, Phil Jackson, right, because Phil Jackson
never
always had
the
Jordan.
Kings. Yeah, or Kobe and Shaq.
But just in terms of pure coaching,
talk to me.
I got to win one game. Let's put them into categories. NBA, it's Spoelstra. It's Spo, baby. You got to win a game. Here's the other thing about Spo. You got to win a game, but guess what? Jimmy Butler's not playing, and Adebayo's got a bad calf. You want Spoelstra.
I just hate that Spoelstra on his resume, and it's on LeBron's more, Stoney. How did you lose to Dallas? Even though Bron was going through something, I don't know what was up with moms or the rumors, but that is something. Give me a 30 for 30 on that.
Why? Like, this is the part that
no, really, that Miami team was loaded.
This is bigger than basketball. This is about me. This is what confounds me. I bring up the guy who I think I want to, and
I had to kick you.
Everybody says, Steiny, you're so negative. You're such a hater. Who the hell brings up Eric Spoelstra's lone blemish?
Right.
When you're talking about great, like right off the bat.
He's got two.
Right up there. Please, San Antonio was
Bron was cramping. They said they turned the AC up to heat.
So how's that Spoelstra's fault?
I got you.
Well, apparently Spoelstra couldn't coach around Jose Juan Barea.
Dude, who was a bad
They had nobody to guard him.
Player.
They had nobody to guard him.
D-Wade.
Kind of like the Warriors. They have nobody to guard penetrating guards. Yeah, put that in your pocket.
Big game tonight. I can't wait. And Siakam. Yeah.
Neesmith's going off. Book it.
Dude, he can play.
It's not Nesmith?
Yeah, either or.
You know, there's a Nesmith
McBride
that
on
was
Monday.
in the Monkeys, the group of
Dom on
Monkeys.
Wednesday.
Last train to Clarksville, I believe.
Now that's a
I believe
title.
there's an Adam Nesmith. You've heard that song. It's a great song. I think it's Last Train to Clarksville.
Last train to anywhere, I'm in. That's dope.
Hopefully we can play that on the other side. And in the meantime, somebody will tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong.
People saying Phil Jackson for basketball. I get it.
You know what? Coach a team that's not the best team in the league and get back to me, Phil. Seriously.
What about like Auerbach? I mean, because he'd do stuff like turn the the locker rooms
Kinda
up.
the same way.
Man, I heard those stories. Cold water in the shower.
You just made me put 2 and 2 together. Right. That's so weak what Red used to do, and I call him Red because I used to be a Celtics fan. He used to leave the windows open in the lock. The showers wouldn't have hot water. You know what? And now I'm wondering why they've got a clown as a coach there now who tries to block shots during timeouts.
He ain't going to be there for long.
It's an 80-year tradition, the more I think about it, of foul play in Boston with their coaches. 888-957-9570. What's tourney time? Baylor.
And we got Friends on the TV.
Baylor. Who?
The Friends. Give me the men's game. Friends is on the TV.
I thought you meant friends like colleagues.
Houdini.
You actually mean like Aniston and Schwimmer.
I never watched it.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. It looked a little too campy for me.
We weren't represented. Yeah. Not a lot of minorities on that show.
Well, there were some guests.
Yeah.
They always have a guest.
Give me the Jeffersons. Some guests. I'm out.
888-957-9570. One coach, any sport to win a game. And we're efforting Jack Golke.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Well, I'm not.
What do you mean you're not?
The boss is.
Well, he's delivered some big wigs.
Let's talk about, seriously, we got to talk about the boss and this weird infatuation he has with contacting people that are hard to get a hold of. It's a talent, and yet I also think it's a little bit of a vice. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to Steiny and Goof 4 hours a day. And just go download it. And, hey, we're here then 24/7 for you on 95.7 The Game. And this is why I'm such a loser. Now, do I know how to milk a cow? No. Have I ever milked a cow? No. But you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I could milk it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we got a new caller that's called in, I would say, a few times over the last month or two. No.
No.
Yeah, no. And I'm looking at a text on the Comcast business text line, and I'm just saying, no. We're not doing that today. Not only that, it's
doing
just,
what?
Like, if you're going to, we love the Comcast.
Well, I hadn't had it up this week.
Steiny should take the nickname Mr. Argue. Guru can't say anything without Steiny aggressively questioning him.
Well, that's the show.
Well, we addressed that yesterday, 415.
No,
and those
I
days
didn't
are
have
over.
any complaints. Let's put the rat on the table.
No.
The show was about me losing it here lately.
And what did I say?
I'm playing it.
What did I say when that topic came up? I'll tell you what I said.
It's all a fall.
I said I will.
You yelled at him.
That's
a 5.
Yeah, but
I said I looked at Nahigian and I said I will accept no less than half the blame for anything that goes on between Guru and I.
You're my guy.
Let's go to Seth in Oakland.
Seth.
He's the one guy who wants to answer the
and
question.
we got to talk about R.C. Davis, his hoop game. Dude, that's my guy.
God.
All right, go ahead.
What's up, Seth?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
All right. So I'm going to tell you about a 91-year-old Quebecois man by the name of Scotty Bowman. The man
That's
won
hockey,
9 Stanley Cups.
Montreal.
So,
Now
Montreal,
listen,
9
Seth.
Stanley Cups. Still
Seth.
kicking.
Okay, Seth, though, let's be honest. Let's
said
be honest.
9.
And keep him on the line. Let's be honest, though. Scotty Bowman is like the NHL's Phil Jackson. When you've got Guy Lafleur, not to mention Guy Lapointe, and you've got Kenny Dryden in the nets, how do you not win with that? And who's the other guy?
I don't know, man. 4 in a row for anybody. Come on. I mean, hockey's not an easy sport to repeat in. I mean, I know the 4 were back at a different time of hockey, but I don't know, man. The numbers, man, most regular season wins. I think he's got something like over 250 like playoff wins. I mean, if you want someone for one game in hockey,
Gotcha.
coaching you,
Hey.
I don't know how you don't say that.
Well, you know what, Seth? I remember a couple years back, I was kind of doing research on dynasties and what teams had won, 6 and 9 years. Here's one we all forget about. The New York Islanders, right? They won 4 in a row. Didn't they win 4 in a row?
True. They did win 4 in a row. Also very impressive at a totally different time. I think that was a bit after.
Yeah, it was.
In the 80s or something
Correct.
like that, right?
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
But it is equally as impressive. I wouldn't think, I don't know, I wasn't around. That was around the time I was born. I would say, though, that this guy, Scotty, I mean, he won 3 with Detroit. So he's done it with multiple franchises bringing the cup home.
All right.
It's pretty cool.
Appreciate it, Seth. You didn't know I knew hockey, did you?
No, people giving you love.
They had
I used
another
to watch it
guy,
on ESPN, man.
Larry. My buddy Derek will text me some names of those Canadian players. Larry Robinson, I believe, a great defenseman.
For the Rangers?
No, for the Canadians teams.
Montreal.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound Canadian.
You didn't have to be Canadian.
Can you get all the nicknames? Like if I gave you Vancouver?
Canucks.
All right. Toronto.
Maple Leafs.
Look at my guy, Edmonton.
Oilers. I can do this.
Okay.
This wouldn't be that difficult. Hurricanes in Carolina.
Okay, all right,
They're going to be the tough one.
I'm going to let you.
Predators in Nashville.
But look at my guy.
They call it Smashville.
Wow.
I swear.
It all starts with the Philadelphia Flyers. So then look, if you want to go old Canadians hockey, I'll go old Montreal Canadiens hockey and teach you guys something. Kenny Dryden was their goalie. He was about 6'6", and he was built like a vending machine. And he just stood. There was no holes.
I mean, you haven't even brought up the best athlete in Pennsylvania sports history. Yeah.
Well, I need a hint.
He plays in the sport of hockey like we're talking about.
Oh, Mario Lemieux.
After him.
Somebody
Crosby. Sidney Crosby.
There you go.
Sidney
Sid
Crosby.
the Kid.
Yeah,
How about Duquesne? Duquesne wins
You
at
just want
11.
to talk basketball, don't you?
I picked them in my bracket.
Both 11 seeds won, I think, yesterday.
Have you checked your standings? Like I'm in Warriors World. I'm number 2. I'm in their tournament or bracket
I wouldn't
tournament.
do that pool at gunpoint.
I don't think you were asked.
I wasn't. In fact, they're not answering.
Nah, that's not nice. Well, you're in one with Bonte. Who's Neff? Your guy? You guys got a mutual friend?
Yeah, we got
Neff.
I'll tell you what. That's one thing that happened this morning. Bonte walked down and he goes, "Dude, are you in the same pool with me?"
I was
and
here
I
for
said,
it.
well, "I don't know." He said, "Hella players," and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in that." And he was just like, because they're all city kids. Yeah. I call them kids. They're not that.
Well, you played pickup with a lot of them.
Yeah. So my street cred with Bonte has gone sky high. I'm like, oh yeah, I know Bindo. Bindo's in there. Of course, Equipto, my good friend E. I call him E.
Yeah. They all showed up to when you threw the reunion for the pickup before pre-Evan at the old ship. I was shocked.
But this is where people, I think. Now I'm not arguing with you. I didn't.
Well, how can you?
Well, because
what would you argue?
Well, this is the problem I have. My parents are both English teachers.
Oh,
I'm literal.
Okay.
So like I pick apart every stupid little thing and I know it. Like I didn't really organize it. We all organized. It wasn't like, hey, Steiny's the ringleader and he's
But the old ship is your venue and that's where it was at. And they came out.
We all showed up to see each other. We hadn't
look at my guy. I know what you're doing. I got you.
While.
Yeah. But Spadoni, I'm gonna say this. There's the greatest hockey player ever, the great one, Gretzky.
Yes.
I said Pennsylvania.
Yes. I think that's hard to argue.
Yep.
Although there's a dude whose name I can't remember who scored a lot of points this year. He scored like 50 points in the shortest amount of time.
He
in
ain't
NBA
on the
history.
Sharks.
I love this one. 3-1-0. If I got one game to win, I'm going with Kenny Reeves, the White Shadow.
Dude,
he never did lose a big game.
Dude, that guy was a great
They lost
actor.
early in the year, but he always had them clicking.
They need a reboot, man.
I agree
in
with
the
that.
hood.
I really love the.
What? I think there had to be a White Shadow movie.
I would know. There's not. And we call Pod Salami. That was great.
That was a good one. That was a good one. I could play
Coolidge with Shaq.
Coolidge grew up. How about this? Coolidge grew up in Marin. I'll tell you. I guarantee you right now.
I'm about to walk out of here. Don't tell me that.
Watch this. 888-957-9570. Coolidge, the center. I think he was about 6'5", 6'6".
Man,
was a good player actually. I'm pretty sure he played high school basketball in Marin.
What?
Yes.
Dibs would have told us that.
Can somebody
Brian
affirm that?
Stewart is his name, his real name.
I'm pretty sure I got that right.
Byron Stewart.
Really?
Yep.
Go Google him and see if he's from Marin. Just see if I'm right.
You know I don't like pressure.
No, you don't have to. Yeah. You don't have to worry about it. I got a couple other things. Warriors, Indiana Pacers tonight. We're going to preview that game because somebody's pissed.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't talked about it all right.
Dude, the Rockets are coming. Like, you're sitting there smirking like don't lose 3 out of 4. That's where I'm at. I thought the 10th was already wrapped up. Saran. It's not.
I don't think to me, if the Rockets catch you and you finish 11th, then what I would do, this is the way I look at it. The Rockets caught the Warriors? Well, then, you know what? There was nothing really to worry about with the Warriors.
There's
nothing to talk about.
Not even to cut you off.
If they finish 11th, it's night-night.
You've conditioned me.
Bye-bye.
I don't let you know, but you conditioned me that even if they go 10th, it's really 11th.
Why?
Because the play-in, the fact that you're the last spot to get in, the play-in, you can make a run, but what if you don't? You got me thinking like, the 10th is really the 11th for the Warriors when you're sitting with Curry in this dynasty.
There's no difference between 10 and 11.
See,
I mean, the only difference is you have a 10% chance versus a 0%
Well, I think Dub Nation would be up in arms that you've had 10th in your grasp. We didn't see the Rockets coming at all. And now the playoffs have actually started, which excites me. But I don't like the part or the component of it that if somehow they lose 2 out of 3, the Rockets could, But then what are we doing here?
But do you get what I'm saying? That if the Warriors fall to 11th, it's going to be because they didn't play well.
Oh, no doubt.
So if they play so poorly that the Rockets leapfrog them It's just proof.
There'll be anger, though. Yeah, you're right. I get you. The fans will be irate. That's where I'm going to.
You think they'll be more irate?
Oh, my God. This would be a failure, a collapse.
So would have lost to the Lakers in L.A.
Somebody go dial up on the Odyssey app. Guru and Steiny 2 weeks ago. Guru and Evan, Steiny and Evan. And we were talking about the 6th seed.
I know. And if they finish 11th, we're going to be like, well, we were dumb talking about them in 6th. Like, in other words, to me, if they finish 11th, that means they went, how many games they have? 15?
14.
14. That means they probably went 6-8, and the Rockets went 10-6.
Yeah.
Well, if that happens, there's kind of nothing to talk about. It's time to change.
Well,
you've got to rearrange.
Who is that?
Who you are into what you want to be. Sha-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Sha-na-na-na-na. Remember the Brady Bunch? Remember Peter's voice changed, and they had to change he wrote a new song about when it's time to change. Because his voice was, Peter was a backup singer, but his voice was changing because he was entering puberty.
Wow. I had a crush on Marsha. I can admit it.
Remember when, well, I shouldn't bring this up because I've seen you do this.
Oh, boy.
Remember when Cindy went on the game show and she just froze up?
Dibs on Wheel of Fortune. Oh, he ain't here. Let him hear that. Yeah.
I got one coach to win a game. Who you picking? Also, I don't know about you, but I'm serious when I say this. We had games on all day yesterday. While we were doing the show, I went back home and met a buddy out at. By the way, tell you what, I went to a place yesterday I hadn't been to, and I'd say since before the pandemic. I forgot.
You got to shout him out.
What a venue! Lake Chalet in Oakland.
It is incredible. I thought it closed for some reason.
Yeah, maybe it did, and I missed it.
Is it beautiful or what?
It's
right
incredible.
by the lake. So you sat outside?
We sat inside.
Oh, okay. Still beautiful.
But they had a special. They were running an NCAA special yesterday. $5 beers, half price wings, and
oh boy, you got after it, huh?
Not really.
All right.
No.
I shouldn't have called you.
No, I didn't actually.
Life. Yeah.
In fact, I probably shouldn't say this, but yeah. So my daughter's working there. So
that's dope.
She was getting trained there. So yeah, no, I popped in for watched the game there, then went home. Was on my couch for the tip off of the Tennessee game, which started at 6:20. They got it done. Tennessee connect with what 25 something like that. 8 for 15. He actually, I'll bet you his 8 He had 8 rebounds yesterday. That's got to be a season high.
They're in trouble.
I don't.
Who they got next? Oh, we'll find out after today.
They could get beat. No, we know who they play.
Who is it?
I don't know, but they wouldn't play.
They have Texas.
Yeah, Texas won. Texas.
Oh, yeah. Good. Their offense.
Oh, my God. Was Texas playing McNeese State? No, McNeese State was Gonzaga.
Yeah, they got blown out.
Did you watch that game?
Yeah.
I watched them all. McNeese State, for about the first 10 minutes, I was like, I'll tell you what, Gonzaga's got trouble.
Please.
Because McNeese State just had a bunch of
athletes.
Oh, up and down. And
dude,
they were missing layups. They were following up missed layups. They were kicking the ball around. Then they were blind. They do it all. They ended up losing by 25.
What about the play of the night, Kansas? The team they were playing got robbed. That was a block.
Okay.
All the stuff we can replay, you can't go replay that and you rob the kids. That should have been, who was it?
Stanford.
Stanford
gets
Not
Kansas.
Sanford and Son, but Stanford. I felt bad for the kids. Hell of a play.
Yeah.
You can't go review that. We are so dumb.
I have a theory on that.
They wanted Kansas.
Particular play. No. And if you factor the Samford coach after the game, they kept pressing him to blame, the official, rip the officials, and he said, that's a tough call. It was a close call.
Oh, man.
Okay, so here's the deal with that call. Take it from a guy who's watched basketball.
And why was your boy going in for the points? Go ahead.
What do you mean?
I would have.
Well, there were 14 seconds.
Back that out, yeah.
They were only up 1.
Well,
he had to go for the dunk.
You got to make that dunk. He didn't.
Well,
and then you can go to the line and miss.
You can't pull that ball out. It's a breakaway dunk.
Well, obviously it wasn't. He blocked it.
See, now this is where
he blocked it.
This is where somebody says Mr. Argumentative.
No, I'm not. I love it. My point is,
it's a fast break. He had a one-on-none.
If it was called in real time, it would have been. They would have been going the other way with a chance to lose.
Did it go off the Kansas guy?
it was such a great block. It may have just gone out of bounds off the Samford guy.
I know. Samford got it. 2 guys got the ball and went off to the left. And 2 guys were right there. They've been running the other way.
Here's a problem if you don't call that. If you don't call that, it's very easy. You could look at the replay and say, holy hell, he got all wrist on that play. And then it's like missing that call. Like calling.
But he got all ball.
He did get all ball.
Gotcha.
But it didn't help that the kid was upended and fell on his back and all that. That's a tough call, even if the ref's in position. And I got to look again to see if they had the ref down at the other end.
Samford had 2 dudes get the ball. Yeah, it stayed in play.
Yeah, a player should never be ahead of an official in a 3-man crew. I can tell you all the rules about a 3-man crew and how it differs.
Could you ref? Honestly, I would. That's something I never wanted to do.
Me neither. My dad was a college basketball official.
Legend.
Well, I don't know about that.
Could he hoop?
Could
your dad hoop?
Yeah, he played at Kutztown State University.
Like I couldn't watch guys do it. Like baseball, I could do it.
He shot a 2-handed set shot, but he played.
Wow. I got it.
Back in the day.
Do you think he called balls and strikes, Scoo?
Stink.
So the answer is no. That was terrible.
All 4.
Those are awful.
They hate me at Little Daryl's Little League. Like, dude,
that's because you were umping from the 7th row.
Ball outside. That's how I do it.
That actually wasn't bad, the last one. Say it again.
Ball outside.
Usually umpires just don't say anything when it's a ball.
And that's what the parents used to be like.
They just shake their head.
It's not play-by-play. Our neighbors,
The best one is when you don't even know what they're saying. Like my umpires, like you'll hear it on. Ha! I was like, what is that? It's like it's strike.
Oh, ha! Spatoni, when you don't know what they're saying. Oh, boy.
99% of the money line bets were on Samford. The fix was in. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Please.
I like Dickinson from this big center from Kansas. I like him. He knows what he's trying to do.
Is his first name Hunter?
Yeah. He's supposed to score 19 and a half. He scored 19.
Hey, by the way, did you see I got my check from Circa?
What check?
Circa Casino.
Why would you get a check? And where's mine?
Because right before we left Vegas after the Super Bowl, or before the Super Bowl, I made I don't even know the game.
You mailed it in, the ticket.
Literally, I mailed in the ticket.
Oh, yeah, you picked something out.
Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell.
Prop bet. It was 26 and a half, and he had 27.
It's on you at the cafeteria.
So we went to, so I got home, and I'm like, oh, this is a winning ticket.
So you spent it yesterday at Lake Chalet.
No, I just deposited it today.
Well, I need a little help today. So.
Okay. Oh, we got action?
Scholarship. Right. That was Rick Tittle's thing. Go scholarship. I'm in.
888-957-9570 is the number. And any tournament thoughts from anybody? It's funny. I shouldn't keep saying this because Goo gets jealous. I was talking to the boss.
I actually have one before you get into it. And it is based on your scouting report of Colorado State.
Oh.
Who scored 11 points
to clarify.
in 20 minutes.
Killed Evan and I, Steiny.
Wow.
We took them because you said you liked the Rams.
Wow.
Okay.
Shout out Michael Gallup. That's where we went.
I'll take you behind the scenes. I have a
own this.
This is not a theory. This is something I believe from the bottom of my heart. If you ever want to get the true assessment of a college player or a college team, and they're like you have pro scouts that scout college basketball.
Gotcha. Right.
If you ask them, a GM, a scout who watches college, about a team or a player, if you ask them in December or January about a guy, you'll get an assessment. Like they'll say, this guy's pretty good. We like this guy. But now as we get into March and April, like they won't tell you because it's too close to the draft. So back in December, I got a little intel from one of my guys. Hey, check out Colorado State. Check out Colorado State. I said, okay. Well, I didn't at the time, but, saw they made the play-in, I guess, and won their play-in. And then they played yesterday, so they played Texas. So, of course, I picked them to beat.
That game was
picked them to beat Texas.
Yeah.
And they were down 27-11 when I said, let's put Gonzaga on. But I texted the guy who said Colorado. I said, hey, nice assessment on Colorado State.
Oh, so
I hit him.
Forward that to Evan and Spadoni. They can send him a group text.
He got defensive.
He should have because they didn't.
But this is what he said about Colorado State. Of course, he said, I never said they were very good. but he said, "What the heck is it? Where's the player?
His boy Cartier,
No,
who didn't score
Gifford?
until the last 2 minutes of the
Do
game.
they have a Gifford? Gafford?
No, he's on the Mavericks.
That's Gaffigan.
No, Gafford.
I can't find my guy. Oh, man. I'm a mess at times.
But we get the gist.
Well, I want to get the guy's name right to see if he can play in the NBA.
Please tell me it was Cartier.
No, it wasn't Cartier. It was...
They had 11.
Somebody else helped me who's a college basketball expert.
Good Lord.
I can't find
I know somebody that took the
What
over.
happened to that text?
There's a guy named Clifford.
Clifford.
Yeah.
Huh?
Nikkei Clifford.
He says Clifford is an NBA player.
Yeah, it looked like he was shooting a medicine ball.
What position is he? Remember?
I have no idea. It was 27-11.
Left bench after half.
Man.
What happened?
Saying he's playing left bench after half.
888-957-9570. Nahigian was saying that when he was younger, he was just a tournament madman. And he's just not anymore. And he said, he was like, did you watch any of the games yesterday? I said, yeah, I kind of watched all of them. I left here and started watching games. And I didn't catch them all, but you know how you watch them.
All night.
Yeah, I'll be doing the same thing today.
Well, we got Warriors. That's what I hate.
Oh, that's right.
We got Warriors at 7.
Oh, we got Warriors at the same time as St. Mary's.
Yeah. That should be a walk in the park.
Who are they playing again?
Grand Canyon.
Dan Marley.
Yeah.
Dan Marley coaches Grand Canyon. Did you know that?
Of course I did. I told
who's their best player?
Milstead.
I
he was from a couple years ago from Hayward. Monroe Catholic. Yeah, Jules Milstead.
They don't have a great program there at Monroe, do they?
They got a damn good program.
Do they?
Yeah, it's been. Come on, Steiny.
I don't think so.
Why would
they haven't put together?
Frank Knight's an icon at Monroe Catholic High School.
I'm thinking of football. Do they stink at football?
No, they're all right.
How many straight 20-win season has Knight put together at Monroe?
Now that I don't know, but yeah, come on now. They're like I was going to say Kentucky, but they're like North Carolina of the Bay.
According to the 650, they're arguing with you. They're saying Duke Dickinson couldn't handle the pressure at Michigan. Oh, he's a transfer?
That I didn't. I like him. He gets the ball as a big man. He don't fuddle-duddle. He knows. He's just quiet and just gets his shot up or makes his move.
Why would you like somebody who's quiet? You hate guys who are quiet.
No, I'm talking about in regard to their movements. You see all these dudes get the ball and fumble, dumble, and waste.
He's no TJD.
Does he have the ha-ha or not?
TJD.
You like somebody without the ha-ha?
Come on now.
Anybody see a pro player yesterday? A guy who that's
Golke.
No, like I got a serious question.
I like that.
What player in college basketball is in this tournament are there any players who can make an impact on the NBA next year?
I'm gonna be honest, and I have not one name for you.
I don't.
Reed Shepherd. They played for the team that lost.
But we should know this already.
Well, connect.
I mean, Zach Edey, whether you like him or not,
True.
I think he's going to get drafted by someone probably in the top 10, I would assume.
The problem is, you laugh at Connect, and
nobody laughs.
I snicker too, but the reason Connect has a chance earlier than everybody else is because he's so freaking old. He's already 24.
Is that a turnoff, or is that
oh my God, yeah. For NBA teams, that's a red flag now. If you're 24, that's considered, think about it. Kuminga came into the league at 19.
Jalen Green, too.
Yeah. Slow down, Steiny. We had the HAAL League, us Hayward teams always ball.
Yeah.
Zuki, that's my guy Zuki Main.
Yeah, no doubt. Monroe is a factor.
You know what, though?
Shout out Logan, my alma mater.
My feeling is if your conference has 4 letters in its name, it's a small conference. You know what I mean?
Valley Athletic League.
HAAL. It's like
as opposed to
I played in the MAC,
Yeah.
the Middle Atlantic Conference.
Yeah.
All right, that's a big boy.
In high
you
school,
play in the NBA, National Basketball Association.
But what about high school?
But if you're in the MEAC,
no, Mission
you ain't
Valley
no good.
Athletic League.
That's 4 letters. That's too many
For high school, though.
Yeah, it's too many.
Nah.
That's obviously small schools.
Please. We have probably 5,000
Is Logan in that league?
Yeah, MVAL.
Oh. Yeah, I stand corrected.
I still ain't got a letter for the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Evan and I, let me tell you what didn't happen. It did not get lost in the mail. The mail, Evan and I had a great conversation about mail earlier today. And I now
this is random and up my alley.
That's a tease,
mail.
people.
Okay,
that is going to be a tease. But I will talk about male. I will talk about post-men and post-women. And let me tell you something else. You have one game to win. What coach are you taking to win it? 888-957-9570. Is there any player in this tournament that could make an impact next year? Educate us on 95.7. The game. It's sponsored by Ashley Home Furniture. Stu, I love you. I love you.
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's not payday today, though, is it?
No,
That's
sir.
all right. I got my circuit check.
Look at you.
$48.80. Thank you, Donovan Mitchell, for scoring 27 in a game 2 months ago. Appreciate that, D. Hey, by the way, this is really good stuff. Every Friday for the rest of the season, we're going to bring you the Big Three Unplugged. Check out our social media platforms each Friday as our very own Whitley Sandretto gets the Big Three talking about non-basketball topics like, and we talked about this one, who's the most famous person you have in your phone? That and other fun stuff from the Warriors' Big Three. It's the Big Three Unplugged, and it's brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department. Are you ready to make a lasting impact in your community? Visit joinacpd.org to start your journey today. Together, let's make a difference. Your community needs you. I'm going to be out in the community today.
And tomorrow sounds like you said.
Now, let me tell you something. I know you're going to think this is a shtick, but it's not. I may go out and see the boys at Friedman's Appliance tomorrow.
Evan and Grandy.
Yep. Evan and Grandy are going to be at Friedman's Appliance tomorrow from 12 to 3 doing the Warriors weekly show.
Yeah, we'll be talking Dubs for 3 hours from 12 to 3. There's also going to be a surprise guest appearance thing around 2 o'clock of someone you're very familiar with who's going to call in.
It's not me, though.
It could be you if you want to show up.
I'm going to be there. If I may show up.
We'll bring a third headset then.
Let me have, and I said this to Evan, and I'm just going to just be honest, Goo. Have you ever been to Friedman's Appliance?
I have not.
It is unbelievable.
And why would I lie about that?
Spadone's giving me the thumbs up. So you've been there, Spadone? It
was not what I was expecting.
It's incredible.
How big is it upstairs?
It's very big.
Okay, wow.
It's very big.
A lot of live working vignettes. Did not know what a vignette was.
I didn't either. I didn't know what a vignette was either. I thought it was like a short story or a little. So you go to Friedman's, and it's an appliance store, but it's so much more. So you go to Friedman's, and they have all this stuff that is just so freaking cool.
Wow.
Like they have all these setups that look like, like dozens of kitchens, like different style kitchens. And they're all like so tight and so modern and so updated. And you can get lost in there.
All right, there you go.
And so I did a Warrior show there about 4 or 5 years ago.
That I remember.
And after the show, I want to say somebody was out there. It might have been Uncle Gene from Oakland, or a couple listeners definitely came out. San Jose Jazz fan, maybe? I can't remember. But went out to Friedman's Appliance, did a show, and then we hung out at the store for at least an hour walking around. Now, there was a little reason why, but nevertheless, so some of the kitchens are so updated and they're so modern. Like they have built-in, like taps, like
beer.
Yes,
look at Evan.
Beer.
Yeah. Okay.
So they'll have a nice counter with a beautiful refrigerator and an oven, and it's all tight. And then you'll just see coming out of the counters like one. It looks like a faucet, but it's actually a beer tap, and underneath you put the keg.
So you were out there sipping.
Yeah, but it's also like they have like pantry stuff that is just.
That's dope.
It's incredible.
So you can sit down and, like you said, the vignettes and you're not in the way.
No, you can you can also just walk around. Like you can sit down at one of the kitchen tables.
What exit is that off of?
It's Pleasant Hill, I believe.
Got you.
Is that Pleasant Hill? Yeah,
yes,
Pleasant
sir.
Hill. But it's fun.
Yeah.
You can kind of get lost in there because there's it's different. It's like a maze. And here's the other thing I remember about Friedman's Appliance when I was there. They have a lot. They're fully staffed, and they'll help you with any of your needs. Friedman's Appliance.
Wow.
I may pop out there.
Tomorrow to support the guys.
Yeah, maybe what I'll do. Well, I don't
make promises.
And he's listening. He's listening right now. My guy Derek. See if hit some balls over at Contra Costa Country Club at maybe late afternoon.
What time do you start, Evan?
12 to 3.
Okay, there look at Steiny.
He and Grandy.
Yeah.
Holding it down.
Well, I got some, before you go, I got some Moreau news because I told you Frank Knight's a legend and that program. But Steiny in 2014 and 16, they won the North Coast Section Championship.
Okay.
And then They finished state runner-up in 2014. Now, I'm going to give you a name. It's kind of sad. It is sad. But they were led by a kid, Frayer. Have you had the last name Frayer? He was just a baller.
Did he go to
Oscar
Loyola Marymount?
No, he went to Grand Canyon, Fryer, and led them to the first ever NCAA championship tournament berth.
Okay.
So he was balling his tail off, Stoney, and he passed away in a car accident. So rest in peace. But, I mean, the school, the players, they got a history, Stoney.
All right, so here's why I love our listeners. From the 510 11 minutes ago. Hi, guys. Like, you can tell the person wants to be nice about it.
Okay.
And you don't have to be. You can stick it to us on the text line.
What would you say?
Well, he said, hi, guys. Dan Marley got fired in 2020.
Oh, wow.
That's Dave in Alameda. Thank you, Dave.
Night.
So he won't be coaching Grand Canyon tonight.
We won't see him tonight.
Hey, the boss didn't. Go ahead.
It's Bryce Drew.
Oh, guy who made one of the biggest shots in NCAA tournament history. Mm-hmm.
That'd be Michael Jordan.
Valparaiso, right?
Oh, Valpo, yep. He's also the previous head coach at Vanderbilt.
You all think I don't know, but I know.
Dave in Alameda, we haven't heard from in a minute. Remember he used to call in all the time trolling the James Wiseman pick? He would call once a week.
James Wiseman.
No, not doing the voice. He would just say how bad he is in comparison to everyone else. He would call constantly. You don't remember Dave in Alameda? I'm shocked, Steiny.
Dave.
Dave in Alameda, if you were listening, 888-957-9570.
Yeah, Dave, call in.
Victory lap if you want.
Well, what are you talking about? Wiseman had 8 and 9 last night in Detroit. Hey,
speaking of bad teams, Goo, you took a hit last night.
Oh my God. That one was a 2-game swing.
Oh, I'm
Sacramento.
That one hurts.
A wrap. I might even pay that off today.
I won't take it.
They lost to the Wizards.
Yes, they did.
You can't get that back.
No, you can't.
Damn.
For those who don't know, Guru and I have made 2 bets this year.
I lost. I'm out.
It's so funny. We only bet a beer or something. But they're the biggest bets I've ever made. I do not want to lose these bets.
Two.
Man. And one was the Kings had to win 49 games.
Gotcha.
They had to win 1 more than last year. And I said, you know what? The Kings last year kind of feel like they had that year before the year.
It's technically not over, though.
No, it's definitely not over.
They got 40 now.
What's their name? What's their record?
40 and 29. So they got 13 left.
And 29.
So I need them to go 9 and 4.
9 and 4.
That's doable.
Not
when you lose to the Wizards.
No.
Oh, my God.
No.
And then the Warriors had to win 25 road. I don't know how I was.
I don't know how that bet's not
25 road
over.
games.
Oh, I got a great stat for you.
They got 18.
Right, so they got 18.
32. How many more?
They
got
need to go like
8
7 and
8 and 1.
Yeah.
8 and 1. They got 9 road games
7
left.
and 2.
7 and
25
2,
gets
yeah.
it done.
Oh, wow.
7 and 2. So the Warriors got to go 7 and 2 on the
Must
road.
win in Minnesota.
7 and 2.
And the Kings have to go 9 and 4 overall for Guru to win those bets.
They can lose in many. That could be one of the 2, Evan. They just got to. But then they got Orlando and Miami.
But they're
back to back.
But they're
South Beach.
How about this stat? Now the Warriors won 2 nights ago against Memphis. I believe they're 18 and 18 at home.
Yep.
First of all, we can do trip. But I got
Take your time.
I know. I got a million thoughts. I'll do this one first. No, I'll do the other one first.
Yay!
How many teams do you think? Because the Warriors have a shot at this year. How many teams in NBA history have ever had a better record on the road than at home in the NBA? In NBA history, how many teams have ever gone a season where they've had a better record at home?
Okay.
I'm sorry, on the road than at home.
Well, I know that's never. Nobody's ever won a championship with that. Okay, all right, I'll give you that.
That's fair.
I'm going to say 2 times, Stoney.
Evan?
Derek Jeter.
How many times it's happened?
Yeah.
In the history.
In the history of
Right.
the NBA.
I said
like 4.
I said 3.
I said
when
2.
I was asked. Spadoni's doing work. The answer is 1.
Good God.
And how about this? It happened like 2 or 3 years ago.
Who was it?
Well, that's the thing. It happened recently, like 2 years ago. The Brooklyn Nets.
Wow.
Yeah.
During COVID?
I was just about to say that,
You
Evan.
could check. That just comes
Kyrie wasn't allowed to play at home.
from... That comes from Raymond Ritter, the great PR director of the Golden State Warriors.
R-double.
Yeah. And so, by the way, here I'll do this at 11:30 because you know me, I like to have fun with Warrior fans and I kid them because sometimes I think there's more Curry fans out there than Warrior fans. So I'm messing around the house yesterday, Goo, and I'm like, you know what? Let's look at some Steph Curry stuff. I didn't have to
on the TV.
No, just on the internet.
Okay, gotcha.
Just try to find it. Let me ask, anybody want to try? I got a Steph Curry trivia test. You think you know about Steph Curry and his career? You think you can go back to Curry's start as a Warrior and you know all about him? I got 5 questions, Steph Curry questions that I've come up with. And if you could get them all, then I'm convinced that you know Steph Curry's career. Like at that point, I'll say, you know what? You've watched as much Steph Curry as I have. Anybody want to do that? 888-957-9570. You think you know Steph Curry?
Start us off.
You think you know Steph Curry and everything he's done with the Warriors? Well, I've got a trivia question that I'm only going to allow an expert to play because it's not a bunch of crap questions on Steph Curry. We're going deep into his Warrior career, and you think you know Steph Curry and his career. We'll find out. Anybody want to take that challenge? Or are you afraid you may get embarrassed
the phones will be
by my
hot.
questions?
The phones will be hot.
everything.
You know what, Steph, you know this, but I wonder how many fans you have that are this big that would know these answers to these questions that I've come up with. It's a Steph Curry trivia test.
Give it to me. Us.
I'm going to do it at 11:30.
Yep.
I'm going to see if anybody calls and wants to take on the challenge. I'll tell you, and I'll tell you what, it's a gutsy challenge because I'm going to be honest, these questions are not easy.
How did you come up with them? Were you like, oh, that's a hell of a stat. Who knows
I thought of an idea, and I'm putting together a little proposal for Steph. I'm not. It's just something I talk about, but I'll never follow through on.
Like your book.
My book of...
Is the number of turnovers his first game in college one of the questions?
No. It's just Warriors. Just Warriors. Just Warriors trivia. You think you know Steph Curry? I got 5 questions for you.
All right.
Involving his Warriors career. We'll see how much you know about Steph Curry. If you dare. And I get it if you don't. I get it. If I'm kind of putting you on the spot and you know that you're just all talk, I get why you wouldn't call. But I dare somebody who really thinks they're a Curry fan and they know all about Curry for the last 15 years here in Golden State. We'll see what you know. Who's up for the challenge? 888-957-9570. You'll be vetted by Joe Spadoni because we're not just going to let a hack in here. It's got to be a true Steph Curry / Warrior fan. We'll do that at 11:30.
I'll have other questions, the ones that didn't make it, just to vet them.
Okay,
Steiny?
That's fair. That's fair. What else? One shining moment. It's that time of year. One shining moment. So my question to you, Goo, is if you got, and I'll do it to the listeners. 888-957-9570. If you had one shining moment, it didn't necessarily have to be in the tournament. What would your shining moment be? What would you choose?
In my career?
No, in your sports fantasy. What's your shining moment? What would it be?
It's not even close.
888-957-9570.
It is not even close.
Okay, give it to me.
And I hope I don't sound selfish.
Okay.
But nothing compares to hitting a walk-off homer and you solo dolo before you get to the party waiting for you at home plate and take your hat off, which is pretty brand new. Nothing is better than the Kirk Gibson walking around that trot around the diamond, knowing it's over, knowing they know you did it, and the love is waiting for you at the dish. There's nothing better to me. That is it for me. Because everything else, you hit the game winner, we'll hug you, and then you get lost in the pot. But that trot, where you know you hit it out the park, There's nothing close.
Like a Kirk Gibson or a Joe Carter.
All day long.
All right.
Or even game 8 of a 162-game season, you ended.
Well, that's when you'd be likely to hit a home run early in the season before call-ups.
The walk-off Steiny is the great. You get best of both worlds. The walk-off homer. Yes, sir.
All right. The walk-off homer. I mean, I don't want to get too specific here for mine, but it would probably be knocking down a 3, in Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Kyrie Irving.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Over Steph Curry with a hand in my face to beat the war. No, it'd be a 3-pointer at the buzzer in Game 7. No, actually, you know what?
But what about the aftermath?
Actually, it wouldn't be a 3-pointer. It'd be like a tough drive like Kyrie made.
Okay.
I wouldn't want it just to be, kick out to Steinmetz. Steinmetz 3.
Steve Kerr.
Go on, it's
John
good.
Paxson.
I'd rather Steinmetz penetrates. Doesn't look like he has anywhere to go.
Yeah.
He switches to his left hand high off the glass.
And you get mobbed.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that.
Have you ever cut down a net?
No.
That's too bad.
Never cut down a net.
It's fun.
Lost it to Coliseum.
It's fun.
Yeah.
You do it one at a time. So I would have thought maybe you would do it because even the one thing that's cool about cutting down a net after a big game is whether you're the superstar or the Scribini, you get to cut one cord.
Yeah.
So
I didn't get
even the 12th man got to do it.
Yeah. I struck out 14 to send our Union City American League A's team to the TLC. Yeah, 14, baby.
Is there any love for like Adam Vinatieri? Like a walk-off field goal to win the Super Bowl.
That's pretty good.
I think kickers just get, they're not part of the game until they're part of the game. But, man, that should be the ultimate. Who was the guy this year in the playoffs that sent the game to OT and he kicked the ball in monsoon? Was it the Eagles kicker? It might have been a regular season game. But I was like, how the hell did he make that?
It was like a long one,
and we kind of just took it for granted. All right, game's going on. Dude, that was incredible. I'll remember it. But, yeah, kickers, they get no love, Steiny. And how many people would call and say kicker? And I wonder if that's Evan's answer.
Well, my answer, I think it'd be kind of cool to be Sergio Romo punching out Miguel Cabrera to end the World Series. Closing a game.
Wow.
Or getting a strikeout, the bases loaded in Game 7.
Damn, and do your fist.
Yeah, that'd be good. Brian Wilson, that'd be pretty fun.
Would you have a signature thing like, what's his name's bow and arrow or?
Oh, Rodney?
I know the thing that.
Fernando Rodney.
You know what? I didn't like the thing that Brian Wilson did until I realized it was a tribute to his father who had passed. He had the thing where he would look up with cross his fists or something like that. That was pretty cool.
No, I never had anything like that. But I'd write some initials of loved ones like on the mound before you go out there and stuff. Like you're pitching with them, that kind of thing.
Hey, shout out to the 916 on the Comcast Business Text line. I'm here in San Francisco waiting for a buddy to get out of surgery. Thanks for the entertainment. You guys are funny. That's Raider Mark.
Oh, wow.
I hope your buddy's feeling better.
And hope you guys get a quarterback. I forget who Spadoni wants.
No, they got somebody.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
No.
Minshew.
I don't hate him as a backup also.
You're right. He's a backup.
Games every year.
No, he's not starting?
Yeah.
Probably not.
You got Mahomes in that division, Spadoni. You need a guy.
Well, I mean, Aiden O'Connell was the last quarterback to beat Mahomes, so.
The days of Rich Gannon.
They've got a program there in Minneapolis. It's not based on one guy.
A program.
Yes,
exactly.
Boy.
Let's go to OG in Alameda. OG in Alameda wants to talk about clutch coaches. Hey, OG, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. So, being OG, I'm going to go back a little bit. I have a problem with George Seifert not being in the Hall of Fame. As far as I'm concerned, he is a winner. He had a chip on his shoulder after following Walsh. He never was given the credit that he deserved. And he had a set that weren't papier-mâché, obviously. So he would be somebody that I think is overlooked. I also think, Don Nelson, for all, he never won a championship and all that. He sure could win one game, right?
Good name.
He had, big game, and he outcoached them. And he scouted Dirk better than anybody, and he had his number that game.
Yep.
So I'll give you one last one.
Sure.
Which will never happen again. So Dick Williams, I'm going back now, right? Dick
With the
Williams
Padres or A's?
in a World Series, right?
Yep.
Steiny will remember, I think. He did something in the World Series that'll never happen again. You know what I'm talking about, Steiny?
I don't.
He was going to walk, I believe it was Johnny Bench, and they put 4 fingers out, and then he squatted back down and threw a strike and struck him out.
He
in the World
stuck it
Series.
to him. That's right.
That's right. It to him, and I'll never forget, and it'll never happen again.
That's true. It won't.
Like those automatic walks, they're not automatic walks.
No. Great call, OG. See, that's what I'm looking for on a Friday.
The OG.
It's entertainment / knowledge. That's right.
Seifert is disrespected, man.
It must have been Ray Fosse holding out his arm to walk the guy, and they schnookered Bench. They schnookered him in the World Series. I think. Raider Mark is a legend, according to the 415. He used to call the Raiders so much they called him. Oh, so Raider Mark apparently is a monster Raider fan.
So that was a big compliment.
Yeah.
But why do you think Seifert's underrated? Like I think Tom Flores
totally
had
underrated.
2 and had to. I mean, it's just
there's something about
the
George
good old boy
Seifert.
network.
I loved Seifert.
Oh man,
he was cool.
How is he? I mean, Walsh is an icon, the one of the best to ever.
Because
do
he
it.
had to follow Walsh.
Yeah,
that's what.
But
happened.
he won.
Yeah, but
he won with an S.
Yeah, even still.
Yeah, I wonder
great
how many
fisherman too.
Like
he is lives in Bodega Bay.
How many head coaches have successfully followed a legend?
Dun, 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 dun. I'd have to think about
Switzer?
that. I'd have to think about that. Switzer won a Super Bowl after Jimmy Johnson, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
People call it Jimmy's Super Bowl, but it's still his. Switzer got one.
Exactly. All right, I see 2 people online that want to do my Steph Curry trivia contest. I've come up with 5 Steph
What
Curry
if they just
trivia
get
questions.
it super fast?
I'll know everything. If they get it right super fast,
Right.
then
You got something for them?
Then
meet them at the ship.
I'll get you one. I just won my Circa Donovan Mitchell bet.
It's not for more.
I bet $50
I
to win
got
50.
We
Who
got
we
our
got?
first overtime game.
Who is it?
Northwestern.
Oh, that's a 9 versus 8. That's
FAU.
a game. Everybody thought that was going to be a close game.
I got FAU.
They're in it.
They're still alive.
Yeah, they had a horrible possession that they had a chance to win it and just ran it out. Double covered Huck 3.
Well, you guys are talking about the final
Please tell
score.
me.
I had to even.
Please tell me you don't have odd or even.
No, I graduated.
I mean, that's.
Hey, it's 50-50. Talk to roulette.
Well, that's the
no
thing.
green in that bet.
Right. There's no skill involved. That's the thing.
We don't want to be skilled. We want to win ends. Cheddar, chicken,
Okay, what do you say? I'll tell you
fatty.
what, during the break, let's go out. We'll flip a coin for money. That's what we're really doing.
Hey, let's do it.
Hey, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
I was going to call him Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, the one thing that is very curious about you, Goo, that I can never, and it's I can never put my finger on things, and so bear with me here. There were two topics that came up today. One was, I believe, Frank Knight, the head coach at Moreau Catholic.
Yes, sir.
And another coach's name came up, John Calipari.
Right.
And I said, I said, yeah, okay, go ahead and fire John Calipari. Yeah, okay. And I went through his 27-4, 28-9, 27-6. And you're like, he hasn't won. And when's the last time he won a title?
Or been on the stage? It's Kentucky.
Okay. So you rip Calipari. Where's Frank Knight's title? And how long ago was it?
14 and 16.
That's when Calipari won a national championship.
Well,
and it sounds to me like Moreau didn't win it all.
Well, to compare high school and college, I think one is
Why?
That's not fair.
Why?
And then two, because Calipari's got top tier talent every year, and I just don't think a coach's job is to get preparatory for the NBA. You get a pass. I feel like there should be some heat on him. It's Coach Cal.
He coaches guys for 1 year.
Yeah. Well, then, make it happen, Captain.
He has.
Well, not last night.
They went 38-1, like 9 years ago. No, but that's exactly.
Jordan don't like it.
It's
either.
Just a theme.
Yeah.
That's all. A theme with you.
When he coached the Nets,
if it's a
Mike
Warrior, it's okay. But if it's somebody who lives in Kentucky, you rip him.
That's
Frank Knight.
I'm not that
Frank
guy.
Knight's from the East Bay. He hasn't had success since John Calipari has. You want to fire Calipari, but Frank Knight's a legend.
See, I can't do the high school college. I just can't. It's totally different. Yeah, Calipari, don't get mad at me, Stoney, because people are calling for his head.
Yeah, well, they don't know.
If you got that talent, make it happen.
Yeah, you know what? They don't have that much talent.
Oh,
you'll fire him for being a bad recruiter. Hey, it's now time. By the way, don't forget. Coming up in 5 minutes, the Steph Curry trivia contest, but it's only for people who really know about Steph Curry.
Or think they know.
Or you think you know. It's now time for the call of the game, brought to you by Xfinity. Oh, difference maker. Oh, boy. Go talk!
Well, I'll tell you, what's the old saying that escalated quickly? Northwestern 72, Florida Atlantic 61.
That's a walk.
With a minute and 13 left in the game.
I could be a ref. I had the walk.
You did call it quick.
Hey, it's time for the difference maker of the week. And it is, what's his first name? Jack Golke.
Two guys. Great closeout. Right out on Golke. He'll take it anyway. Why not? Why not? Is located in Rochester, Michigan, about 45 minutes northwest of Detroit. Golke banks it in.
Those banking stuff.
Yeah, definitely a couple of guys could use a blow. Golke comes off a screen, puts up a three. It's good.
Who is that on the call?
Andrew Catalan. Catalan, Turner Sports, difference maker of the week. Jack Golke led Oakland University to a win over Kentucky. That's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Who wants to do a little Steph Curry trivia?
Oakland already a dark horse, Donnie. Here we come.
Let's go to Judy in Alameda.
Judy, hey.
Judy in Alameda. Hey. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
Stick it to him.
So you think
you are?
You think what's that?
Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a Steph Curry expert. Are you?
Yes.
You are. Well, we'll see about it. All right,
here we go.
Hey, Judy, thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Steph Curry, in his rookie year, played for Coach Don Nelson, who is notoriously hard on rookies. How many DNP coaches' decisions did Steph Curry have his rookie year? Games that he did not play
I'm out.
While he was healthy, but Don Nelson did not play him at all.
Wow, I got...
Come on.
0.
That's correct.
Wow.
And let me tell you something. And let me tell you why that's a great. Let me tell you why.
For the dub.
Do you have Basketball Reference up? Anyway.
Yes, you could type that.
Okay, so let me tell you why that answer scares me a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Because for the last 8 years, I myself have been telling an anecdote about when the Warriors went to New York Curry's rookie year and Curry didn't play.
Yeah.
I said, you got a DNP CD. I went back and started look. He played the last 2 minutes and 35 seconds of that game.
That counts. So Judy's 1-0.
Okay. Question number two. Question number two. In that game, Steph Curry had 0 points. He had another scoreless game his rookie year. He started and played just 10 minutes, but didn't score and came out of the game. Can you name the opponent? This is so hard.
Oh, no.
It was the Boston Celtics.
Wow, okay.
That's
we
kind
still
of
got action. Judy,
All right.
you're 1 for 2, young lady.
Okay.
Hey.
Who in February of Steph Curry's rookie year, he had his first triple-double of his career. Who was the opponent? February of his rookie year, Steph Curry had his first triple-double, 36, 13, and 10. Who was the opponent?
New York Knicks.
Los Angeles Clippers.
Oh, I was going to
Los
say
Angeles
Lakers.
Clippers, February 10th. All right?
All right.
Yeah, I know. I told you it was going to be tough.
Keep your head up, Judy. You're 1 for 3. That first one was impressive.
All right. On Media Day, Steph Curry's first Warriors practice. One player said, I can't play with Steph Curry, and another player said, I want out of Golden State. Who are those two players?
Monte Ellis and Steven Jackson.
Let's go,
That's
Judy.
correct.
Let's go.
That's correct. All right. All right. They say that maybe Steph Curry's signature game was the last game of his rookie year that year. Give me a detail or two on the last game of Steph Curry's rookie year and what he did. All right. I'll tell you what, I got another guy. Judy, you did very well.
Good job, young lady.
Thank you so much for playing the game. Yeah. Let's go to Lando in San Francisco.
Calrissian.
What's going on, Lando? How you doing?
Sonny, good, man. How you been?
I've been good, man. What's going on?
Dude, first off, you should have phrased on the radio that this was a Steph Curry rookie year trivia thing,
Okay.
not his whole career. You just asked Judy 5 questions from 15 years ago, man.
What I like to do is separate the contenders from the pretenders right off the bat. That's what I like to do.
I mean, you were so nice to Judy. You thanked her for calling in, and then you basically hit her over the head with a frying pan. That was so rude.
She got the first one, though.
She did get the first one.
She did.
Because I thought
She probably got 2 more than I'm going to get, so I'm going to be embarrassed already.
Well,
keep your head up, buddy.
In the 80th game of the year, Steph Curry had 42 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, and he played 48 minutes, the final game of his rookie year. Who did the Warriors beat that night?
Final game. I'm going to say Lakers.
Portland Trailblazers.
Oh,
I remember it like yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, that's all I got.
Good job, man.
Lando, I hope you're doing well, buddy.
Yeah, you too, man. I did want to chime in. You know,
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was driving my girlfriend.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was driving my girlfriend's car, and I don't usually listen to talk radio, and I had you guys on, and
Get him off.
I just got to say, you guys were shockingly entertaining. I can't believe how entertained I was from you guys. So I've been tuning in lately, and
wow,
I wanted to chime in on the coaches. I can't.
Okay.
First off, how come nobody said Vince Lombardi? Do they know a trophy's named after him?
There you go.
That's big.
Well,
And,
I work with a lot of young people, Lando.
Bart Starr carried him.
Yeah, and we got to give a little love to the women's game since the tournament's going on. What about Pat Summitt, man?
Yeah, I'll give you Pat Summitt.
You know?
Wasn't my cup of tea, but I'll give you Pat Summitt.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hey,
she's a
Lando,
winner. I know you don't. I know you don't like winners. So we got to put some winners in there.
No, he just got paid on the Donovan Mitchell bet.
Let me tell you something, Lando. Here's what you can take to the bank.
We got a winner.
Here's what you can obviously take to the bank. The biggest takeaway from today: your girlfriend is very entertained by Guru and Steiny.
Change the channel to you guys. You think she's going to listen to you guys?
There you go.
Okay. I thought it was on.
Much
I
love,
thought it was
Lando.
on.
Yeah.
All right, Lando. Good luck to you. Good hearing from you. I used to work with Lando back in the day.
Oh, you being serious?
Yeah, Comcast Sports.
Come on, Steiny.
He's a smart kid.
There's one Lando. Billy D. Williams, Calrissian, Empire Strikes Back.
Donald Glover.
I've never. Wait, what?
Wow, he was pretty damn good.
Not
Lando
bad.
and Billy D. Williams played Lando Calrissian in Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back.
That is
Also,
not
Harvey Dent in Batman.
Oh, boy, look at my guy.
Hey, by the way, well, first of all,
Brian's song.
The guy Lando's
Don't get me this. I'm going to cry.
The guy Lando's a very smart guy.
Yeah, he gave us love.
Well, he
gave me love.
I used to work with him back in the day at Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area, and he's so smart, he knew to get out of the media business early.
I knew he knew you when he said, God, you gave her the rookie. He came at you.
Yeah. Let's see what else. I was going to say, no, I have it right now.
Is there? Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say something about the women's tournament, which I'm watching. Me and my pop, I love the WNBA and the women's game, Steiny. I just wish they didn't have to share the stage with the men's tournament.
They don't have to. You can watch. You can just watch the women's game you want to.
No doubt. But you know what I mean.
Presbyterian hanging in there.
You see that spread?
53?
That's
somebody texted that.
50?
Unbelievable.
Is that? I gave you guys 27, Gremlin and whoever this more. 53? That game should not be scheduled.
Presbyterian earned it.
I think I'd take the points.
53 means you can lay down for a whole half.
Like Presbyterian might have won the MVCLWX conference.
Steiny, being a collegiate athlete in basketball,
Thank
can you
you.
speak to why there's such a huge discrepancy between the men's tournament and the women's with some of these spreads? Like, it seems night and day with some of these like 16 seeds and 1 seeds. Whereas in the men's side, I could see them like going toe to toe. We've seen upsets.
good question.
Samford yesterday against Kansas. Like, why is that, you think?
Because I think there are more, I shouldn't say great play. Let's go with a level of play. There are more, I don't know if it's advanced, but I think there's a bigger pool. I think because the women's game is still not emerged like the men's game, that there are just more good men's college players to pick from. And so because there aren't as many great women players, they tend to go to the top schools, and there's just a greater disparity from the first team to the 64th team in women. That's a great question.
Man.
From the best team to the 64th women's best, like the great women's schools are dominant.
It's always chalk come play like tourney time for the women's side is why I'm
Shout out
thinking about
Stanford.
that. And we call March Madness for the men's side, but for the women's is kind of status quo. Is just what I was thinking.
I'll tell you what,
There's more
Presbyterian hanging in there. They're down 8-16.
Why do I feel like they're going to cover 50?
53.
Oh my
Well,
God.
there's more. There's more parity at the top. Like, isn't Dawn Staley still looking for her first championship? Even though they've been the number one team definitively for the past 5 seasons.
Oh, man.
She very well may be. She's from Philly.
Watching the modern day Steph Curry with Caitlin. I mean,
speaking of Steph Curry, you see Nebraska's Casey Tominaga? He wears number 30 because of Curry.
But he doesn't
Does he got game like him?
No, he does. He's Japanese. He transferred, but he can shoot.
I mentioned his name, and I was like, this guy, and somebody texted me and said,
Dawn Staley's one too, by the way.
That's like Dan Marlin fired in 2020. I brought up is Tominaga?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard
I brought his name up because somebody said, hey, this guy from going, and then somebody said, yeah, he doesn't even start, Steiny.
He can shoot, though.
Yeah. So he's one-dimensional like Golky. By the way, you would have.
Are we going to grade Steiny on his the feature you just did with the Steph Curry questions. I'm gonna go to Evan and Spadoni. Any grades come to mind of? I love that effort on the questions by one Matt Steinmetz.
Well, I had an insight. I think I actually gave you the last one, or the second to last one about the triple-double.
So executive producer Evan Giddings.
He gave me a question.
All right, Spadoni, what grade would you give Steiny? Because I didn't know whether questions. Yeah, I didn't think it was just a rookie year. I thought it was everything.
Yeah,
I
just started.
He did say, in fairness to Steiny, he did say like this is going to separate like just the casuals from the diehards.
But the rookie year, wow!
I'll work on another one.
She got the first one.
I could make 100 questions.
Oh my
Curry
God!
test.
Larry Bird next.
Nobody would. That goes back too far.
Where's he from?
The 650 is expressing a sentiment on the Comcast business text line that I have not heard ever. I hope Mookie gets another title.
Stop!
You're the only one. Nobody's rooting for LSU and that coach. Come on.
The people in Louisiana, the Bayou.
That's fine.
People like Angel Reese, I don't think can Mookie, though.
I have no problem with Angel Reese. Like, Mookie's the problem.
Is she the John Calipari of women's basketball?
No.
Bobby Knight. What about that video we saw of Bobby Knight this morning? Put the red on the table. Bobby Knight could
dead.
Rest in peace.
Well, you got to say that.
But his style, there's no way he would have felonies or misdemeanors. Steiny, he put his hands on a player in practice.
I don't like coaches that go out of their way to draw attention to themselves.
Well, that was Bob.
I was thinking Mookie.
Oh, okay.
That's what Mookie does.
You won't let her go. You won't give her a pass.
I won't give her a pass. And there's another guy on my list right now who better be careful.
Missoula.
No, he's on my list. This guy may get on my list. And I saw he just got an extension.
Patino?
No, this guy Bart Oates from Alabama. He wears the Wimp Sanderson type of jacket.
Oh,
There's only one guy who can pull off the Wimp Sanderson jacket, and it's Wimp Sanderson. Bart Oates, is that his name?
Well, if he gets
Alabama,
he's doing well.
You're not thinking of John Oates from Hall & Oates?
Dude.
They're
Pretty
from
damn good duo.
I mean, all the greats are from Philly.
Real quick, guys, this might be the compliment of the year for you two from the 510 on the Comcast Business Text line.
I feel like something bad's coming, Spadoni.
Steiny and Guru, you guys are awesome. You're like Kornheiser and Wilbon with hair.
Those guys aren't that funny.
They've been on together for like 20 plus years.
Right,
that's what he don't like about it.
We're funnier than them.
No.
We take ourselves less seriously than them.
But we don't try to be funny. That's the difference.
I do.
But they're the gold standard when it comes to all sports topics.
No doubt.
Right? Everything
that
they talk
shows
about.
it. Are you seriously not?
Yeah, I used to watch it.
Kornheiser is it? Give me more of him. Dude's just himself, man.
Yeah, those guys are great.
Yeah. You ever met him?
Oh, it's Nate Oates. That figures. Bart Oates is the former offensive lineman, I think, for the New York Giants when they won Super Bowls. Or maybe he was on the D-line.
Tominaga starts, by the way.
Does he?
Come on.
You know who I think told me he didn't start? Was R.C. Davis. Speaking of which, go ahead.
Yeah.
He's the director of broadcasting for the Warriors.
And a friend of ours. And I follow him on Facebook because he's a great dad, and I follow his kids. He sees my stuff I've been posting for years.
Good story.
Steiny, he has a video of him playing hoop, and he throws one off the backboard. I love the flair. And I don't know why I didn't picture him like he could be on my team anytime. R.C. Davis, UNLV.
Now let me get
running.
Let me be completely honest.
Oh my God,
and completely serious.
You didn't like the pass.
I know R.C. Davis.
Right.
I played pickup basketball with him once. One time.
Why the emphasis on once?
And the video he posted of him trying to throw a pass off the backboard is why I played with him once.
Oh, boy.
He ruins games.
Oh, Steiny.
I love the man.
You throw that around too much.
He's from Pennsylvania. He's from York.
He plays with a flair.
He ruins games. And I love him.
He threw it
I
off
embrace
the glass.
him.
I loved it.
He is a turnover machine in pickup basketball. I know he is listening. That's why I'm saying it. RC, you never cleaned up that game.
Oh, boy. I loved it.
By the way,
pass off the glass.
I want to turn serious here for a minute. Here's a serious RIP. One of the great actors of our time. M. Emmett Walsh has passed. M. Emmett Walsh.
Give me
Blood Simple. What a movie.
I'm going to Google.
The Coen Brothers. M. Emmett Walsh. You'll recognize him when you see him. One of the greatest actors of our generation. Mm-hmm. Y'all Googling him right now?
I got him right here.
Yeah.
He's in Blade Runner.
He was great. Great actor.
Wow. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. All right.
A wise man told me, Stoney, we got 2 days in there are 2 days in your life. The one day you come in and the other day you figure out why.
One more time?
There's 2 days in your life.
Okay.
The day you arrive
okay.
and the day you figure out why. When you find out what you were meant to do with your life.
Who said that?
It don't matter.
Is that Norm?
No, it's not. I would have cited him. But dude, kind of
Walt Disney?
This is what I wanted to do with my life.
You're breaking down your whole life into just 2 days?
2 days.
That's it?
But how profound is that? The day you arrive, you had nothing to do with that. But the day you figure out why, that is just like, that's a dream. And some don't. I'm just saying, some don't, Stoney.
So people figure out why they're here.
The purpose.
Oh. You remember the movie The Jerk?
Steve Martin, yeah.
Right.
What about it?
He said everybody has a special purpose.
I can't remember that line.
Yeah, go look at what the special purpose
Lay off of R.C.
is.
Davis.
It's
No, I
Mark
won't.
Twain, by the way.
I won't lay off of R.C. Davis.
Is it Mark Twain?
As a pickup basketball player, I'll go 2 more hours on him.
But the turnovers I didn't like.
That's all he did. That's all he did. He also has a...
RC, I love you,
He also has a
baby.
great... We got to go,
Yeah.
but he's got a great video of him throwing down a guy on the other team from when he was like a junior in high school. I'd like to see him post that. All right, 888-957-9570. We're having some fun today. One coach. Who'd be one coach you would pick if you had to win a game, any sport? And then what would your one shining moment be? Guru wants to hit a home run in the bottom of the 9th to win Game 7 of the Warriors of the World Series. I would like to make a 3-pointer over Steph Curry in a Game 7 to knock the Warriors out of the NBA Finals. No, I'm just kidding. Let me tell you what's going on. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru in the house.
And Grandy.
Oh, yes.
Come from the bullpen.
Mark Grandy is taking over for Evan Giddings.
See, I'm inclusive. You would have never mentioned Grandy. I give everybody their shine. It's just, I didn't learn it in radio. I just was brought up that way.
Let me tell you something about Grandy.
Grandy on the call tonight.
I want to say this before Evan gets in his car and starts listening, because he'll be upset that I'm praising Grandy. You know, I forget the game now.
Uh-oh.
What was the game? It was Bulls, and everybody was up in arms.
Yeah.
And Mark Grandy said, I could make a case that the season's already been a success for the Warriors.
Oh, that's up your alley.
And I said, why? And he goes, because of the young guys. And it's like I was talking.
And you've ran with it ever since.
How about this? I was talking to Raymond Ritter the other day about something unrelated, which maybe I'll get into it.
That's right.
About some of the caution. You got to be. Sometimes you as a team flagship. People listen to everything, and sometimes you say something that people in that.
Well, we haven't had any problems. We're 6 years in.
Not a problem for me.
Yeah,
might be a problem for some
Draymond
people in the organization.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say.
You talking to Raymond?
Okay, so everybody right now, and I see Big D in the hospital. I'll get to him in a sec. Everybody's kind of taking shots at Pajemski right now.
For what?
Because he's hitting a little bit of a rookie wall. He hasn't been scoring.
He's still a plus, man.
He's a bit in the starting lineup, but he doesn't score enough. Raymond Ritter, in his very calm voice, said he's going to be first team all rookie.
I said that to you a couple of days ago.
Raymond said it a week ago.
Oh, okay. All right.
So he's got 19th pick in the draft. He's going to be first team all rookie.
No doubt. And that's the reason
keep your mouth shut about Pajemski. He ain't the problem.
Well, now I'll give you that.
Oh, Pajemski can't score, and they can't. He's the 19th pick. He's a rookie. Played 1 year of college.
And he puts his body on the line. That's what I love about it. Hey, before you grab our guy in the hospital, Grandy, real quick. It's Freaky Friday.
He's not in the hospital. He works in a hospital.
Oh, okay. Freaky Friday. Why I said that, I have no idea.
Oh.
One coach, any sport, with your life on the line, who do you want that coach to be?
You got to win one game.
One game. And it could be who's the coach walking through the Grandy door? Save my life.
Oh, man.
You can take a minute while I do this.
Give me a second.
I'll give you a second. Spano, do you have an answer right off the top of your head?
I do. Evan asked me that. I don't think anyone's brought him up.
Who is it?
No. Bruce Bochy. Clutch.
Interesting.
Well, how can I be mad at
You know what? I'll tell you what.
Mad at that?
The reason that's a great one is because
he's a whore.
No, he knows how to coach in big games.
Yeah, he got 3 rings.
Nothing phases that guy.
But I see where you would take a Bochy over a Phil Jackson.
I didn't add the Texas one.
Phil just.
That's a great answer.
I mean, Phil had so much talent, and Bochy, you would look at those Giants teams. I know 2012 they were good from the start to finish, but 2010 weren't the most talented roster.
No doubt.
2014, they had Madison Bumgarner and a bag of chips in that pitching staff.
Right.
And he knew how to do it.
And then last year, that Rangers staff,
they almost didn't make the playoffs.
But they were pretty
so
stacked.
bad.
Neither did the Diamondbacks.
Well,
that's why baseball is about getting in, and that's it.
I got to tell you this. I detected something from you before we get Grandy's
Remember,
answer.
I got to plug something.
Oh, go ahead. Do it now.
Are you sure? You're going to remember?
I could take a play off.
Okay. Hey, listen, I brought this up earlier, and I said every Friday for the rest of the season, we're going to bring you the big 3 unplugged. That's Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Check out our social media platforms every Friday as our very own Whitley Sandretto gets the big 3 talking about non-basketball stuff. Who's the most famous person you have in your phone? Anyway, it's just dropped. And you want to check out our social media. Whitley asked the big 3, that's Steph, Clay, and Draymond, about the first time that they ever dunked. Well, what's Curry going to say? He can't dunk.
He dunks in warm-ups, Tiny. Come on.
Oh. So
I'm sure Draymond dunked first. No, Clay probably dunked first. I can't remember.
I should have put that in the trivia question. How many dunks in a game does Steph Curry have in his career?
I would say under 10.
I would probably say under 10.
What would he say?
And then
Raymond Ritter probably knows off the top.
The other thing that we'd have to do is we'd actually have to look at everything they supposedly called a dunk, because like a lot of times he'll go up and he just gets it over,
yeah.
and then the rim bends, and that to me is like, yeah, it doesn't
Steph's
count.
thrown down too, though. He'll go off verts too.
So anyway, it's called the Big Three Unplugged. It's brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department. Are you ready to make a lasting impact in the community? Visit joinacpd.org to start your journey today. Together, let's make a difference. Your community needs you. Go to our social media right now. Our very own Whitley Sandretto has talked to Clay, Steph, and Draymond about their first ever dunks.
I should go with her.
What do you mean?
I'll text her.
Go with her where?
Be like her muscle.
She's done it already.
Oh.
But I'm sure she does it every week. That's kind of the point. Okay, what do you want to say?
Oh, Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
I'm
not talking about Phil Jackson.
That guy was a psychiatrist. That's why he got those. You know how many other lame ass coaches probably would have succumbed to Rodman going toward the playoffs to play poker, and the Kobe Shaq, they probably would have quit. Don't hate on Phil. Not that you are, but I detected he didn't play on the Kings.
Not a fan.
Why?
And by the way, now let me be. Now this is how I'm a little bit.
Three-peats. Three-peats.
This is how I'm a little bit of a stickler. You said he'd be a great psychiatrist.
He was.
I would say he's more a psychologist.
All right. I'll give you that.
I just found this out recently.
I thought they were the same.
Do you know the No, I actually know the difference.
I don't, and I'd love to hear.
You ready what it is? A psychiatrist can prescribe drugs. A psychologist doesn't. That's more therapy.
But the other part of the job is the same.
You might not be wrong because Phil Jackson has a history of experimentation. So perhaps you were right. He was a psychiatrist if he prescribed some things.
He used to give all the players books. Dude, just think about that. That's some real stuff, man. That's an intellect. Hey, Steiny, I want you to read this book.
Half the team was like, this goofball.
Please.
Don't act like everyone's like, this is so great.
I just love the
reading
effort.
Life on the Road by Kerouac.
It helped, Steiny.
Yeah, oh yeah. Randy Brown was really exciting.
So you think, I'm just thinking of Adelman. You think he could have handled Kobe as Shaq?
Don't you? I can't stand when you do this. You just mention a random name.
He wouldn't have been able to handle that.
You'll mention a random name, but I'll actually love the guy.
But I love Adelman. He was great.
Badmouth Adelman.
Those were different stuff. That Shaq and Kobe stuff was real, man. Phil is a real one. You know, he went home and got high as hell to deal with that drama.
Let's go back to Grandy, who's had time to think about the coach he would select to win one game. You can jump in at 888-957-9570. You got one coach to win one game.
First name that popped into my head, and I'm going to go with it, Pat Riley.
That's a good one.
Pat Riley.
Wow. That is a good one.
And that's a great, there's no wrong answer.
And he went with the Malcolm Gladwell strategy there. Mm-hmm.
Real quick.
See, if I didn't stop to explain everything, we wouldn't have a show.
Grandy, can I ask you why, Pat? Well, how long's he been your guy?
Well, I don't know if he's necessarily been my guy, but I think about great coaches in the NBA. You got it. It's one thing to do it with one franchise, you do it with another. That means something. You do it with an entire different crop of players, which is why I respect your Phil Jackson pick as well.
No doubt.
I mean, both those guys had insane amounts of talent, but I don't know, doing it a couple of different places is meaningful to me.
I like that. And he established the Miami Heat.
Yeah, and I'm getting a lot of Andy Reid. Remember, I hated on him in Philly.
Boy, was that a big L for you.
It was Lonzo Ball type L.
That was a scarlet letter type L.
So just like your
Hester
Ben Simmons. Yeah. Go see the Wizard. That boy has no heart. Oh, man.
This is where I struggle.
Good God.
He still had a better career than Lonzo Ball.
Lonzo's ended because of my body, my neck, and my back.
Because of mental issues.
Oh, well,
but he's also got a bad back. He's got a bad back.
This back issue's been going for about 3-4 years now.
If you look at both players' resumes, Simmons is still better. He's had a better career.
Lonzo is not over. He's coming back.
Well, neither Simmons, technically. His season's over, but
he don't want to play. He just wants to sit on there and show his new outfits.
Did Lonzo Ball ever readdress Stephen A. Smith, who apparently was right about the injury.
Yeah, he went by a pool in the backyard and said Stephen and bent down and got back up.
But he never played after that.
Yeah, right.
He just said, I don't know what Stephen A. Smith's talking about. I'm healthy, but he never plays.
That part's coming.
Pajemski played at Illinois before Santa Clara 2 years. I thought he played 4 years.
He transferred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You knew that.
This has nothing to do with me.
Did we make a mistake? Okay, so we went to Grandy.
Those dudes, man, Bochy and Pat Riley.
Let's go to Big D's at the hospital. I think it's his lunch hour. He calls between 12 and 1, I think.
Well, he's probably mad.
Am I right, Big D?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes, my lunch hour, man. Hey, Goofu and Stumpy, how y'all doing? I love y'all.
He caught you, Stumpy.
I mean, Guru is my favorite.
What's
hey,
up,
but
baby?
you know what? Hey, my dream coach, man, you know I'm going to have to conjure up Bill Walsh, baby. That's
wow.
the winner.
Wow, man.
That's a good one.
You get no doubt.
Yeah. And as on pods, man, that man need to cut his hair off, man. It's getting that high top fade getting too high for him. He need to chop it down, and start hooping like Kuminga did.
All right. What's your one shining moment?
Oh, man, picking the ball off of Seattle, doing the Deion Sanders down the sideline and stick it right in Pete Carroll's face.
Oh, you would have been chased down like Leon Lett.
Wow.
Be honest.
And then tell him what's your deal, buddy.
Nice. Thanks, Big D.
All right, y'all, love you.
All right, man. That's Big D from the hospital. He works there. He's not sick. I love this kind of stuff. Where's my guy?
I'm getting a lot of Saban, too.
There's some new guy on the YouTube chat. And, yeah, I can tell when guys...
It's getting to you. I'm not even...
No. I just can tell when guys are thirsty.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Truth hurts. Steiny, I would have schooled you in one-on-one back in your... Please, stop.
It technically doesn't need to be over.
It's over.
Well, you had the new hip.
It's over.
Yeah, you can't go down.
By the way, you know what? You might have beaten me in one-on-one because there's nothing more meaningless than one-on-one.
Oh, you sound like Phil Handy.
Back you down. Let me guess. You're 6'4", and you'd back me down.
So you were the guy that looked at the caliber of player on the court to decide if you were too good to play, like Handy did.
Yes.
As he started graduating playing pro ball, and I used to call him out and be like, "You're from the U.
That's right.
Let's ball, not this. I'm here. I'm too cool." Oh my God, Steiny, your boy. I am really truly Rick Mahorn. You better play. You grew up with us. Now it's playing.
Not a baby, Phil. Yeah, Phil.
I hated that. I took it personal.
I'll tell you what, we could do 7.
Boy.
Remember we had that great segment, Pickup Protocol?
How did it end? I think the boss put a cap in it?
Somebody put a kibosh on it.
Show wasn't healthy like it is now. We might have to bring it back.
Maybe that's why it wasn't healthy. Oh, no. I mean, just honestly, I've done this many times where you walk up to the playground, a bunch of guys shooting around. You don't even have to count. You know it's about 8 or 9. You know they're looking for one more.
You are a loser if you do
and I'd
this.
see like a guy like Guru.
Oh, boy.
And like a white guy who's skinny and had a bad shot. And they say, hey, we got 10. And I'd be like, I got to stretch.
You are the worst,
I need to stretch. I need to get loose. I'm not ready.
Like you,
my shoelaces are untied.
Dude.
I got to put Bengay on. Anything to stall until
like
that second game when I knew my buddies were coming up at about 11:10.
That's so weak, man.
No,
it happens. It still happens.
That's strength.
Oh, boy.
Camouflaged as weakness. One of the things, to be a great pickup basketball player, you must know the games not to play in.
Wow.
Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. What's going on, Murillo?
What's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm loving this entertainment / knowledge.
Thank you.
Show, Steiny. Steiny, let me ask you a question before I drop you my coach. Are you a George Carlin fan?
Oh, my God, yeah. R.I.P. Yeah, he's funny.
Oh, my God.
7 words you can't say on TV.
You know how I can tell that, Steiny? By your speech, your wordship. I think it reminds me of him a little bit.
Wow.
But,
thank you.
Okay, my coaching. I'm going to educate you guys here a little bit. Soccer, right? I'm a soccer coach. Carlo Ancelotti, Spadoni is going to love this. Italian, a legend. He won 4 European championships, which is equal to win 10 NBA championships, to be honest with you. It's a very hard competition to win, plus the league tournament, the league season wins that he has. So Carlo is a legend and a player's coach. So he's an overall legend. I want you guys to put that name on the list, and I wish you guys a happy weekend.
Wow.
And let's go Dubs.
Thanks, Murillo. Spadone, can you vouch?
Well, I was just about to ask him.
Yeah, he's a baller. And the Brazilian national team is trying to poach him away. I don't know if that's still going to go through, but yeah, he's won it twice with AC Milan and twice with Real Madrid. And the Champions League, for those of you who don't know, it's a culmination. It's like a league of the best teams in Europe. They all get together from the top leagues. They all play, and the winner gets crowned the Champions League and the best of the best.
Appreciate that.
I want to watch more soccer. Like, I wish it was on Thursday night and out here, like Thursday night soccer.
It is.
Just get up at 4 a.m, Goo. That's what you want.
But I mean,
Exactly.
like the San Jose, Rick Tittle took me over to what's the San Jose joint over there. Just
Avaya
beautiful.
Stadium.
Yeah, it is incredible.
PayPal now.
PayPal. But
PayPal's still around?
Like, no, Grandy, I want America,
I would think that it's struggling with Venmo and Zelle.
Hey, what you doing tonight? Watching the soccer game. Who we got? San Jose? Like that. When's that coming?
I mean, this is where...
When is that part coming?
Okay, what you're doing right now is unadulterated shtick. You don't really want to watch more soccer.
I played first. I don't watch
never
much.
played soccer,
I
you
played on the
liar.
Union City Rockets. I was the best forward you ever seen. Shout out to the Pachenkos. Listen.
If Messi goes down there, Goose.
I love that name. Shout out Messi Moore, too. Listen. Soccer's a beautiful sport, Stoney, but I don't know where to go get it. In the 4 in the morning.
Get it anywhere.
No, I'm talking about like Monday Night Football. When can I come home and the Quakes play at 7 p.m. and they got a league like that, and there's a team in Dallas and there's a team in Minneapolis. I'm serious. Like, when is that day coming for soccer in the States?
Well, this proves you don't want it enough because it's all over the television. Just look for it. But see, you don't want to.
In AM.
You just want to say you do.
Like Randy said, you got to get up at 3 a.m.
No, you don't got it. It's all over the place. It depends what you want to watch. If you want to watch the top leagues in the world, the European leagues, generally speaking, it's going to be earlier in the morning. Although Champions League kicks off usually around like noon our time. But I mean, you guys are on the air at that point.
Okay, and most of everybody in the States is working at the job, so they can't dedicate their time like Monday Night Football.
As opposed to March Madness?
This is a flick in the pan. You know what I mean? Grandy, you know what I'm saying, right? NBA starts at 4, baseball and NBA 4 o'clock, 3:45.
I'm just saying, if you want to be a big Quakes fan, nothing's stopping you, Goo.
Well, no, I want to get fed to become a big Quakes fan. That's what I'm saying. Give me an option to
so you want a free ticket
work,
is what you want.
When
and
I get off of work, the games start later in the evening.
I'm sure the Earthquakes have a 7 o'clock start.
I might get to a game. But you guys admit, I think Randy's on there a little bit. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah.
Big win for the U.S. men's national team last night in the CONCACAF Nations League. I think that started at like 5 o'clock. So that wasn't bad.
Yeah, you watched it, right, Goo?
No, I wouldn't know what channel.
3-1 win over Jamaica.
USA Network?
This was on, I believe, CBS Sports.
Oh, 221 on it, yeah.
One of those, yeah.
I know you think I'm crazy, but there's something in women's soccer that really caught my attention about 2 weeks ago. What's her name? The women's coach, but she coaches in Europe? Who's our U.S. women's coach now? Maybe she's not. I'll get my facts straight.
But what was it that caught you? That's what.
Emma Hayes?
Yes, Emma Hayes said that it is inappropriate for players on the same team to have a relationship. And I think she was talking about women's soccer, but she was talking about any team. And I just really got me to think. And she's like, first of all, it's always inappropriate for a player to have a relationship with a coach. And I was like, yeah, I'd buy that. But then she said, it's inappropriate for teammates to have any kind of relationship like that. And I thought, okay, well, let's think. Now, you know me.
Stay in your lane.
You know me. Now, okay, let's think about that for a minute. Okay, I get what she's saying, but on the other hand, when we talk about teams, we always talk, they're so tight. They have a brotherhood. They have a sisterhood. It's like family.
Right.
Okay, so why can't you have a relationship with somebody on your team? Like,
I'm with you.
What her thought was, if players in the same team have a relationship, maybe one's in a contract year and another isn't in a contract year, and it can get a little bit complicated, or maybe one person in a relationship's getting playing time and their partner's not getting playing time, and it'll affect the team. And I'm like, well, what's the difference between that and two teammates who are just like brothers or sisters?
I'm surprised.
I'm not saying
that hadn't got more run.
Well, it did, but
yeah, I hadn't heard about it till you said.
Anyway, I didn't really have a well, that's right or that's wrong. I just thought, I don't know if I'd put an umbrella under that under every case.
Goo, if you want to get into soccer, Bay FC,
no, I swear,
the
dude,
new National Women's Soccer League team, Bay Area Professional Sports Team, the Women's Soccer League. They just started last week. They got their first win in their first ever game.
Where do they play their home games at?
Down in San Jose, too.
Wow.
And let me tell you something.
I wouldn't have got that info had we not been talking about this.
They're on billboards and bus stops all over the city.
Well, I go to work and leave.
And I'll tell you this. Here's something to get you excited about it. Their uniforms are awesome.
Wow.
Their uniforms are incredible.
Let me bring it up.
Take it to the bank.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Grandy. No, I'm serious, man. I love the sport. I just like your World Cup. I'm all the way in, and then it kind of goes away for me.
Yeah,
like Rick Tittle's a big
I think you're just pulling our chain, to tell you the truth.
And what would that get me? To tell you that I want
it would endear you to soccer fans who don't know you, who actually think you like the sport.
They're going to buy me gas.
Hey,
my
Guru's
check go up.
Hey, that guy Guru's pretty cool. I didn't know he liked soccer. He doesn't.
Please.
Narrator's voice.
I know what offsides is. I hate offsides in soccer.
All right, so you want 27-25 soccer games.
Dude, come on.
I will admit.
It was exciting. Let's see something.
You want to talk about a bang-bang play. Soccer offsides can be a bang-bang play. Right. You're watching a soccer game, you're like, that's a terrible... That was a great call.
Oh, boy.
What do you got there, Spino?
We're just saying,
what does that mean?
If Goo gets into soccer, he's going to learn to hate VAR like all of us do.
Yeah, I know.
It's their replay system. It's how a lot of the offsides decisions come down.
Dude, VAR.
They draw an invisible square in the air to go to the monitor, and I think it's the coolest thing ever.
That's pretty... So they get it right.
This is incredible.
Yeah, but the spirit of the game, Steiny.
Well, how about if I told you guys this random before we go to break? The best replay review in any sport is tennis. When they hone in on that line and there's nobody back, it's like, I'm done. Okay, you gave us your answer, and we clearly, dude, it is 100% incredible.
By the way, there's a text on the Comcast Business text line we'll get to on the other side. Apparently, Rick Adelman and the texter tried to is saying Rick Adelman has a connection with Phil Handy. They explained the connection, and I'm reading the text saying that's not right. Okay. I was here then.
All right.
I don't remember it that way. On 95.7, the game, that segment was sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing.
I did.
I love Grandy, but Evan is in the car, and he's producing in the car. He sent us, or sent me, the Steph Curry answer when he dunked. I got it right here in front of me. He
Wait,
said,
as a kid or in the NBA?
No, just in it sounds like to me the first time he ever dunked. Listen to this.
Okay.
It was my freshman year at Davidson, so it took me a while. After one practice, I finally got it done, and it was a big day. So he never dunked at 14, 15, or 16, or 17.
Or
he dunked
18,
in college.
19, 20, up to 36.
He dunked in college.
He never dunked before? Oh, so is it the first dunk at a game or the first dunk like at a playground when you were in ninth grade?
He said in practice, so I didn't take.
Yeah, let me use that to tell you what
Evan.
we're talking about.
Yeah.
Our very own Whitley Sandretto has the Big Three Unplugged. Go to our social media account, 95.7 The Game. Whitley's doing this thing with Draymond, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry, where she talks to them about non-basketball stuff. And she asked them about their first, although that is basketball stuff, but offbeat stuff. And
not their first love. I thought that's where you're going. Because we all have one.
Well, it was Aisha, one and only.
Was she black?
It's his wife.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you.
Oh, my God. No.
I thought you were talking about your first love, bro. My bad. Pennsylvania, Aisha. I'm just, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, now that you mention
it. You went to Rick James concert, so that, you know.
Yeah, it was in 10th grade. 10th grade. Oh, boy, I got so much.
You better be careful. Yeah, no doubt.
So we got a guy on the line here. I'm kind of kidding on the text line. What did he say? He brought up Phil Handy. He's your go-to whenever you
Our guy,
try
Union
to
City's
say that you know
finest.
somebody famous. And I guess he's kind of famous. He's just an assistant coach. It works out with guys.
He beat Huck Mitchell in a dunk contest.
Show me the video or it never happened.
At Mosswood.
So he beat... Not the day. He didn't beat him in the dunk contest when Hook jumped over the car.
Not that day.
I'll tell you that much. 704 says this is... Where's the 704, by the way? 704. 888-957. Tell me where that is, by the way. 704 says, this is for Guru. You mentioned Rick Adelman, Goo. Trivia. Rick Adelman kept Phil Handy from making the Warriors back in 94. Rick decided to keep John Barry over Phil because in the last cut that year, afterward, Adelman said he didn't know Phil was that good. Well, nobody knew Phil was that good.
That hurts.
Phil never played in the NBA.
We went to when he had the 10-day with the Warriors. We were all there. The guys you met, Relaford, Silk, Macy, Kane, we were all there. He never got in the
basketball reference.
So he didn't get in the actual,
but still,
non-preseason. You're saying the record should be there.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I seem to remember it was a 10-day during the regular season. So I figured even if he doesn't,
this was preseason. The game we went to was preseason.
Okay, so
now would that explain why it's not in basketball reference?
I want to say okay, fine, he got cut, but I seem to remember he got brought because you know how they used to sign 10 days in January.
Yeah.
I could have sworn he got signed to a 10-day in January.
He ran out,
year.
Steiny. We were there.
But if he didn't play...
Not during the regular season.
Does that mean he's not in basketball reference? I guess maybe that's true. But I would think if you were on a roster at any time, you'd be in basketball reference.
Phil was a baller at Hawaii, but let me just real quick.
I'm messing with Phil Handy.
Why did Adelman... How did he know he was good after he cut him? Because he didn't go... He went overseas.
Maybe he saw the videos of him working out. John Barry ended up playing in the league for 10 years. So
that's true.
Who's the most famous person you've ever played golf with, Steiny? Kerry Keating.
Coach.
Former coach of Santa Clara. Certainly up there. By the way.
I want him to get another coaching job.
He won't.
How many years
he's
go
making
by
too much money
Okay,
now.
Gotcha. All right. Well, there
he's making too much money now in his private business. You know what?
I'm about to text
I got to shut up. I have no idea what Kerry Keating's doing or how much money he's making.
Dude, he hits me and checks on me. I said, I got to hit him up. He might have a business venture for your boy.
In honor of the NCAA tournament, we're having fun with one shining moment. What would your one shining moment be? What would it be? Guru's talking about a walk-off home run in the World Series. 888-957-9570 is the number. One shining moment.
Who's that?
Barkley. He sings it. Charles Barkley.
Oh, please.
So
terrible.
So Guru would like to hit a walk-off homer in the 9th inning of a World Series.
Oh, I'd go slow.
And, you know.
What was yours?
Well, I've had them. So I don't really need to make one up.
I struck out 14 to go to the TLC.
I have about 4 shining moments.
Well, you were D3.
Exactly.
You going to tell us what they are? Or?
Sure. I mean, you want me to go through the list? I'll go through the list.
Well, I can break out my 24-hour stuff then.
Well, I'm talking about organized basketball.
Oh, go ahead, Stan. It's your.
I'm not talking about like G League Jonathan Kuminga stuff.
The floor is yours.
I mean, one shining moment was February 2nd, 1986. I went into Geigel Complex in Reading, Pennsylvania, and knocked off the Red Knights. The Reading Red Knights, where basketball is beautiful.
This college?
This is high school. This is my one high school.
Okay. All right. Look at my boy.
We ended their 38-game home winning streak against league opponents. Your boy had 16. I had 29 against them when we played them at our place, but we lost. What did we lose that game? 63-60, but I had 29.
Look at him.
Your boy stripped Charlie Chisholm at half court.
Wonder what your plus minus was.
It was probably about -3 because I can't imagine the coach took me out of the game. Then we beat them the next time at their place. I had 16, 12 in the second half, 8 in the fourth quarter.
Decided to pass that game.
Guys were making... no. You know what? If I were Steph Curry, you'd be like, Steiny didn't have enough help.
If we get
because
the win,
it's me,
I wouldn't ask.
Now all of a sudden, Steiny's not good enough. I don't know. Was it sophomore year when I knocked down a 17-footer against Gettysburg? Beat them by 1 at their place. You know what's funny?
You need footage.
There's no footage. That's why I'm talking about it, too.
You remember the days.
Tell you what, looking back at my career, I did most of my damage on the road. I was not afraid to. I had one of my best games at the Camp Hill medium security prison. I swear to God.
I played to Santa Rita.
We played when I was a freshman in college. The freshman team would play the Camp Hill medium security prison. And I
were you scared?
Not really. I had about 30 that night.
Look at you. You weren't then.
I actually wasn't. It was the weirdest thing, and maybe an ex-con can help me here. The strangest thing was it was medium security. It was still a little scary though. Parts of it. They gave us a tour, and then the gym. There were some people, like some prisoners that were watching the game.
Yeah.
They obviously weren't the hardcore.
We played against them.
So the funny thing was, and maybe an ex-con or somebody who's been in prison can explain this to me, but I swear to God, a lot of the inmates were rooting for us. They were.
Go figure.
We were on the road at the Camp Hill medium security prison, but I'll tell you what, we had some fans there.
Wow.
We had some fans there. Let's see what else. Gettysburg, beat Gettysburg. Oh, Johns Hopkins hit a 30-footer at the buzzer.
You said 3. How many we had?
4.
Okay.
4 total.
Boy.
And then Dickinson kept us in the MAC.
So you never thought maybe I might get drafted?
No. I mean, I thought for about 4 hours once, I wonder if I could play overseas.
Nope.
And then my dad said, well, son, if you play overseas, they only are allowed 2 Americans on each team. And they don't usually take 5'11" guards. They usually are looking for a big man. Yeah. No. I harbored no illusions.
You familiar with Santa Rita jail over in Dublin, right?
Now ask me if I think I could have played D1.
Do you?
Yes.
I know you'd think.
Yes.
So that's why you're mad when I bring up stuff.
I could have played in the Ivy League. But I didn't have the grades.
Well, why even regulate yourself to just Ivy League? You could have played.
No, but you got to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and say really who you are. I could never have played at a Division I school like a big
I hate
school.
that you say that.
Why?
I just do. Because you don't know.
I could not have played at Rutgers, let alone Kentucky.
I was thinking more of Seton Hall.
No chance. No chance. I applied to Fordham, thought about it.
What's their nickname?
The Rams in New York City.
Come on, give me some creativity.
But New York City would have gobbled me up at 18 years old.
Fordham.
And I also applied to Temple when John Chaney was a coach there. But I was like, who are you kidding?
Did they send you a letter back saying no?
No letter. Oh. He didn't even know who I was. I just applied regularly. They had a good journalism school.
I thought you were more of a Hofstra guy, Steiny.
We beat Hofstra. Actually, we didn't beat Hofstra. We lost late to Hofstra on a bad call. You know how Division
One still remembers it like
everything.
It was yesterday.
Everything.
Now,
So you know how some Division I schools, they'd schedule a Division III school to start their season. We actually played.
And you beat them?
No, we did. No, we didn't beat Hofstra. We beat a couple Division II schools. We played Princeton every year. We lost to Princeton twice.
Wow.
My junior and senior year.
So you seen our guy Kirill live in the flesh?
Oh, a million times.
Wow.
He's from Reading. I went to his basketball camps as a kid. And then I went and played at. He told me I couldn't play at Princeton, and that kind of pissed me off.
I want to hug you right now.
That's what he even said. He said,
Grandy,
Matt,
I feel like he needs a basketball hug, right? Keep going.
He goes, Matty, you can't play here, and even if you could. He said, Matty, you can't play here, and even if you could, you don't have the grades.
No, stop that. That's the worst thing. Like, just stop.
So then we ended up playing them when I was a junior. They opened their season against us.
Oh, my goodness.
We lost in overtime.
Oh, what'd you do?
I had 8. But keep in mind, we lost in overtime 45-43. Right. We were playing Princeton.
So you really had 17. Right?
Exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
boy.
Steiny, you really miss your glory days. It's all a joke.
I really feel like giving you that hug. I love that you know it, man.
I mean, it's not that I remember a lot about that game against Princeton, just that I got called for a charge in the back court, and we were up 2. It was the worst call I've ever seen. Anyway.
Real quick, somebody text in. What about returning the kickoff in the Super Bowl? I never thought about that.
That would be great, but you got to be able to watch yourself as you're scoring on the big
Well, they
screen.
got that now.
I know. So, how about this? Now, this one jumped out at me. It's got nothing against the, it's not sports related.
What's what we've been doing?
I'm leaving home today, and I hear Susan say to Mary Page, my senior.
I love this.
Hey, have a great day today. It's almost spring break. And I was like, oh, it's spring break next week, huh? And she said, yeah. I said, oh, she doesn't have school next week, huh? And she goes, well, she doesn't have school for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm like, what?
I go pick up little D.
I'm like,
week off. 2 weeks?
When do you get 2 weeks off for a spring break?
They're
in high
milking
school?
it. At O'Dowd, right? Good God.
Are you kidding?
2 weeks? You don't get that for That's Christmas.
If I find out it's 2 weeks and you still get this joke of a ski week, it better be combined. Seriously.
Now, there are some people driving around. That's an extra week with your baby girl.
No, it's all cool, but like, come on.
To hell with the kids.
Steiny, was there a 3-point line when you played? You know, it's a great question, 650. And
I want to say, is this even a question? You didn't play with the 3, huh?
I didn't. But let me tell you what I'm not bitter about. I'm not bitter that the 3-point line came in 1986-87 when I graduated in 85-86.
Oh, man.
That damn line came in the year after I graduated from college.
You could
I can imagine.
You could be Mark Price.
Ask me how many points I finished with in college. See, this is what pisses me off.
Now it's getting out of control. How many points did you finish?
I finished with 930 points in college.
So that would be how many games?
I don't care. You think I didn't hit 17 20-footers? Dude. I would have been 1,000-point scorer. I'd be in the Hall of Fame, and my legacy would have been so much greater.
Well, you were invited to your Hall of Fame, and you didn't go.
That was high school.
Oh, boy.
That was high school.
You.
I was nominated for my college Hall of Fame, and I haven't heard yet. The letter was sent out 7 years ago.
How about your brother?
He's nothing.
He got some action.
He's got nothing.
For the Hall of Fame.
He's got nothing.
Oh, boy.
He's got nothing. Hey, Wandale. Wandale's on 101. What's up, Wandale? How you doing, man?
Wando.
Oh, Wando.
What's up, baby?
Okay. How you doing?
How's it going, guys? Good. I was, the other night, randomly, been meaning to look up some of your stuff because we hear about it so often, Steiny, and it's good to hear about. And I found the blog, was reading some of the blog the other day, but I also went all the way to the College Reporter, which it's fun to look through some of these game reports and see your photos, Steiny, and read about the team and the slow starts with the close games and what was it, 86?
85, 86, we got off to a slow start. Yeah.
Could use an Eric Talbert on the Warriors. Going above the rim. Maybe a TJD is doing that for us, or who's the other guy we could use?
Brian Mennett. Could use Brian Mennett. Use a great passing big man.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff in there. So check out the College Reporter. It's Franklin and Marshall that host it online. So
okay,
that was fun to read, Steiny.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That you didn't put them up to that.
Well, I didn't know you could have. If you're telling me I could get my old college paper, like the newspaper.
Oh man,
I know what I'm doing tonight.
I want video.
There's no video.
But somebody was recording it.
No, nobody was. They don't exist. Like that's the. I told you this too.
No, Scotty, everything was.
No.
Yeah.
You can't.
This wasn't before the VCR.
No, but like the okay, Larry Bird came into the NBA in 79,
yeah.
80. You cannot watch every single game that Larry Bird played.
Oh no, I
as
get
a Boston.
that. My point is somebody has that game. Is what I'm saying.
No, nobody has it. Like nobody has a game. Nobody. I can't say. I wonder if I could find the game tape of Franklin and Marshall versus Gettysburg.
So what about? I know it's NBA. What about Wilt's 100? Somebody has that.
No, it's not available. You can't see it. There's a lot of games like that they just don't exist. I mean, I've done this bit before. When they talk about the idea of heaven.
Yeah.
Okay?
Or the cloud.
Yeah, up in the clouds.
Yeah.
My here's what heaven, okay, you die. So then when you get to heaven,
start over.
No, like you have like in heaven you could literally then see every game Kobe Bryant. Like you could like in your mind somewhere it would exist. Because heaven's the perfect place, you could basically say, let me go watch every game Kobe played at Lower Merion.
Right. No doubt.
Like, that would be unbelievable. Yeah. Let me go watch Wilt's 100-point game. Let me watch the scrimmage of the Dream Team when the college guys kick their ass.
Hey, you know what? We can do that now with technology because we can watch every high school LeBron game. I'm like, that's something we could get.
You think?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, ESPN was doing some of the games. I got to believe
you're probably
if
right
we go to LeBron's house, he has probably all his games on.
But I think once you get before like 1990, I don't know.
So what was the Celtics Sun game that went like triple OT?
That you could get. That was in 76.
Okay, all right.
Like
so
you could get that.
Okay.
But I don't think you could get, let me watch 80 games that year. I'd be shocked. I mean, maybe
seeing Wilt against Russell, and like that's why I hate when we do these top fives. I can't tap into. Not that they don't qualify. I didn't see it.
I gotta believe.
I hate that part of it.
If you see Russell and Wilt, you won't say those are the greatest big men ever. Probably not.
Now, what made you say that?
Because it was a different game. Because when you see Bob Cousy dribbling around like a nitwit, do you think, wow, he would be great today?
Pistol
NBA.
Pete, I believe, would be great today.
A little later than that. But, I think they have like little footage of Chamberlain's 100-point game. But I don't know about, I don't know if you can see the whole thing.
Yeah.
There was something else I wanted to talk about with my basketball playing career, and I can't remember.
Oh, boy.
Let's go to John in Berkeley. Hey, John, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Steiny, enjoying you guys' show today.
Hey.
Quick Fordham University trivia.
Okay.
None other than PJ Carlesimo, 4 sport varsity letterman at Fordham University. So you could have made it there, I think.
You know what? I gotta be honest with you. I think you might be wrong. I think that may be PJ's father.
Oh wow. Well, shoot. Then I stand corrected. You would know better than I.
Because PJ's father was there, I want to say he coached and was an AD there and went there. I can double check, but you may be right. You may be right.
You know who else went to Fordham?
Thanks, John.
Denzel.
Oh.
Yep.
Fordham's right in the heart of New York
Donald Trump,
City.
too.
Right in the heart of New York. Donald Trump, I thought, went to Penn.
I got it, Fordham.
The University of Pennsylvania.
Fordham.
Okay, then he went to grad school at Penn. Please.
Alan Alda from Mass?
No, we're going back to Trump.
He went to
the
number one right here.
He went to the University of Pennsylvania. He may have gone to Fordham also.
Okay. Studied from 1964 to 1966.
Allegedly. But what? I'm just kidding. Tell you what, I'll take questions. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Randy, come get him.
Steiny, was there ever a college gym or arena that you played in that wowed you? Oh, gosh.
See, they don't listen to the show.
Where do I start?
Yeah.
Where do I start? I played at the Philadelphia Spectrum. We played
that place.
We played a high school game before a Philadelphia 76ers
Now,
game.
that is dope.
I played at one of the best college gyms I played at was Princeton. It's called Jadwin Gym. They call it the Cage.
What about the Hershey?
I never played there. You had to advance.
Oh, my God.
We stubbed our toe my senior year against Eastern
So you
York.
never played in there?
Never played in Hershey Park or the
Steiny.
Harrisburg Farm Show. I did play in a place called Rockney Hall, historic Rockney Hall in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Is that still around?
It is.
Now, that's sick.
Will Chamberlain played there. Great gym. Very similar to Kezar.
Kezar is incredible.
It's really similar to Kezar, a little bit bigger. Allentown Rockney Hall.
Wow.
That's about it. Let me ask you.
We're done, huh?
Oh, Presbyterian in a little trouble now. I thought they were going to cover 49-50.
I'm watching UAB
They're down
San Diego
50.
State. 64,
What's the spread, 53 or 58?
57.
So they're going to cover. All right, I do have a problem with this.
That's just, I'm watching San Diego
You're Presbyterian.
State.
You're a 16 seed. You're playing South Carolina. You're down 89-39.
The Gamecocks.
And they just showed a Presbyterian player on the sidelines crying. I mean, what'd you?
Yeah.
I mean, what? You should have been crying once you got the draw. I mean, once you saw you were playing South Carolina,
You guys
could have started crying.
when it comes to crying.
No, I know you're
Ask
crying.
me what I did last night as I got in bed. And I
Tell
was
me.
bored.
Tell me.
I put on the Super Bowl, and Chris Jones was crying during the national anthem. And I can't share this with anybody, so I just want to call him and ask why. And your boy
You don't love your
Sirianni
country?
did it last.
That's fine.
But why is the Super Bowl? Are you really that emotional?
Can you not allow?
You've been to the Super Bowl, but this was last night, and I studied the tears. I
love
rewound it. Are you really crying? Did somebody say, "Hey, put some moisture under your eye. We're gonna pan to"? Like, why are you? Grandy, I know that makes me.
You're so
I won
cynical.
last night. It was on. I'm cleaning out the DVR.
You're
said
so
press
cynical.
play, and there he is crying. I didn't buy it.
It's a beautiful thing
I didn't buy it, Chris.
when the enormity of the moment overcomes you. It's a beautiful thing. It's not something to mock.
Well, I'm not.
You are. You're
I just
mocking.
got-
You're mocking it. You're mocking two things. You're mocking Chris Jones and you're mocking the United States.
No, I just
love it
questioned
or
why we
leave
play
it,
it
Goo.
before. Why we
Love it
play
or leave it.
Why we don't play it in church? Before you walk into church, play the national anthem.
No, that's not the place for it. Although before sporting events might not be either. I don't.
Yeah, I hear you. I got to.
Can you double check your information? I'm
It's
pretty sure Donald Trump went to Penn. Maybe it was
It's
grad
right
school.
here. It's
But
bothering you, but it's
it
right
is bothering me.
They
There's
got
no
him
doubt about it.
64 to 66.
Hey,
Donnie.
we only have an hour left. Believe it or not, it's been at the top of my list for 3 hours. Warriors, and I have / Draymond Green.
Man.
Because there is a piece of Draymond Green info that we got to talk about because
let's
it's
do
going to
it.
affect the Warriors. I mean, we might get around to it, or I may think of 7 other things during the break that I'd rather talk about. That segment was brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary sale. With Hot Buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Ashley's.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tough one for Presbyterian. Oh, they did cover, right?
I'm so sick.
Listen, we got to talk about this. Somebody said what the line was, and I can't remember if the line was 53 or 58. But if it's 53,
I'll be 57.
I don't know. But if it's 53, it landed almost right on the number.
How do they know? And how about this, Snotty? First team, UConn's playing in the men's Stetson. Where's that at?
Florida.
Okay.
But I don't know where in Florida.
The score is 46 to 13.
Okay, well, they're... Okay.
Come on.
Well, they scored 3 in the second half. It's 41-10 at half.
I'm seeing I'm seeing 54.5 for Presbyterian.
And what was the final? It was like 91-39. It was unbelievable. It was
so
like
they
came down to the last minute.
Well, hello.
No, but the line was 54.5, and they almost nailed it.
Yeah, it's incredible, man.
Presbyterian was hanging, like they were only down 30 with about 5 minutes. It looked like they were going to...
52-point margin on a 54.5 point spread.
They didn't cover.
That is...
won by 50.
So why was the Presbyterian woman player crying? They covered.
The fourth quarter was 17-2 South Carolina.
Look at Dawn Staley rubbing it in.
Man.
Running it up. That's what we do in Philly.
46-13. Who's watching that game?
My question, though, is there's something that bothers you there, but I don't know what it is.
The score! And before I throw it back to you.
But what about the score that bothers you?
It's not competitive. That's high school versus college. Let me ask you this.
Let me ask you this. But let me guess. They're talking about expanding the NCAA tournament. You want it expanded, don't you? You'd like more teams to be.
St. John's should be. There are a lot of teams that. I understand the semantics, but still, 46-13 miss me. But I need you to tell the people you believe me about me getting in bed and putting on Chris Jones on the Super Bowl last night.
I believe that. You're a sick individual.
About 12:43.
Hey,
I got in bed, turned on the Super Bowl, and here he is.
Well, no wonder you got to get more sleep on a
I get
school
6-7 hours.
That's not enough for you.
What are you saying? Dude, what? Anyway, go ahead.
Hey, by the way, I want to seriously, I'm proud of you, buddy. It's been a good bounce back show for you.
I just didn't like the question. He said, dude, I snapped. I radio snapped.
No, you did not.
But go ahead. You got to pay off this, because I think I
don't even know what I teased.
The Draymond tease.
Oh, really?
And it sounded like
about regular sports?
Oh, boy. Not you.
God.
Steiny, they need to put TJD at the 5. I don't know how long he can hold
that's
up.
That's what we can talk about.
All right, I'm being for real.
So Anthony Slater, the Athletic, wrote a story a couple days ago about Draymond playing the 5, and it's obvious. And Steve Kerr's basically made it clear that he's got to play 5. Whether it's not only out of necessity, but
does he have to?
He has to. He's only going to play 4 in very limited minutes with Trace Jackson Davis.
Okay, now you're going to laugh. I'm being real. If the worst is him being out and gone because of this back injury or disc or what have you, why wouldn't Looney or TJD be a combo option to get Draymond from chopping down trees every game?
Because all their bigs can't score. So whether it's Trace Jackson Davis, and yes, he can dunk an alley-oop. Whether it's Trace Jackson Davis, Draymond Green, or Kevon Looney, Steve Kerr does not want to play 2 of those guys together a long stretch because they can't score.
And they've won 4 chips with it. I get it, though. Or 3 because Looney wasn't on. But yeah.
But even when Draymond was at 4 and they'd have Bogut at center, like Draymond was a different player back then, even offensively.
Remember how I told you he was running and it looked like there was a hitch in his get up and nobody. Now I know why his back is, and he's out there, Joe Frazier, Steiny, and he said as much. Dude, he's in the fry, man. I like, that is a component that hadn't been talked about. So Slater asked him about it, and Draymond. Did you hear him the other day where he talked about, I don't know if you did,
Well, Draymond just said he's built for it. He can do it. But,
right.
I mean, yes, he can do both those things, but
I have the quotes from Draymond if you want.
Yeah, give it to us.
He said, it's definitely more taxing because at the 5, you are involved in every possession. At the 4, 4s don't crash every time. You may not have to box out every possession. At the 5, you got to box out every play. 5s are trying to get the ball every play. Even something as simple as that, let's call it 20 more box outs a game. That's contact. That's a battle. So it's definitely more taxing, but I'm cut out for it.
And I believe
you got to do what you got to do.
Tell me, I know I was wrong I saw something in Wiggins' eye, but I believe that's why he grabbed our man's jersey the other night under the rim, because he was just frustrated with the contact, how he was feeling, because he gave up a bucket. Oh, boy scored on him.
Our boy scored on him a couple times.
Well, we
Jaren
know
Jackson.
that, but yeah, well.
But that's
like I'm nervous about that part of Drake. But if they're gonna, it sounds like Kerr's saying, "Goo, we're riding. We got a nail in the tire. It ain't flat, and we're just riding till it goes flat, and hopefully it doesn't."
Your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. Draymond at 5 can be one of the Warriors' greatest strengths, but it's one of their biggest weaknesses now because they're asking him to do too much at this age.
Man,
Draymond was sneaky athletic. He's lost some of his athleticism.
But when he throws down, he'll throw it down Tuesday. He threw it the other night. No, the dunk. The dunk. He comes around that corner and yeah. Like, go ahead. I hear you.
Right. When the lane parts like the Red Sea.
Got you. Shout out Moses.
Okay, so he can take one dribble from the foul line and dunk. I mean, there's only one player in the league who can't. That's Steph.
I'm uncomfortable with that.
I
can't wait till we see him.
By the way, if you want to find out about Steph Curry's first dunk, Draymond Green's first dunk, or Klay Thompson's first dunk, go to our social media page at 95.7 The Game. We've got the Big 3 Unplugged, our very own Whitley Sandretto, who, this is...
I got to believe Klay dunked.
Let me tell you something. This is how you get stuff done, all right? Let me tell you a little bit about our Whitley Sandretto.
I got my pen.
She's out at the arena. She's been out at the arena every day for years.
No doubt.
And years.
She's one of a kind.
Years. That's why she can do something like the Big 3 Unplugged, because they all know who she is because she's out there all the time, and they all know who she is, and she knows who they are. They talk to her, and so check it out. The Big 3 Unplugged. It's on our 95.7 The Game social media page, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
She's awesome.
Okay. Go ahead. Just I need something.
I said she's awesome, and I thought you were going. What happened?
Talk about Draymond or something.
I just said he is the key ingredient to if you tell me he misses 5 games,
I thought it was Wiggins.
Or 4 games, the Rockets got major action, and that's just the one. I'm not excited. It's a bad nervous, but I really thought the 14 games they have left, 5 at home. There's only 5 regular season games left. At Chase, Bastani, I find myself like, what do they call it when you look at an accident on the freeway? Rubberneck? What is it? Mm-hmm. I feel like I'm doing that for the Warriors because I didn't see the Rockets as a threat until I told you a couple weeks ago. And you're like, goo. And they were like 5 or 6 back. But now, you can't tell me tonight's not a playoff game. And unfortunately, what I don't like about tonight is you can't rest Dre if you wanted to just because of Houston. When a week ago, we thought you might be able to because you were cemented in 10th.
I mean, this is where I think you got to be realistic about where they are. I mean, even I just wrote some notes wrote some notes down about the Warriors, and the one guy I've written down is Steph Curry. And I was listening to the game the other night against Memphis, and Bob Myers used the word regarding Steph Curry.
What did he say?
He said, he's in a little bit of a malaise. He said malaise. And I thought, yeah, you know what? But then I thought, well, here's the problem.
Aren't a lot of players too, though, Stoney? Forget their age at this juncture of the season.
I don't know.
So teams that have handled their business.
Are any Rockets players having a malaise?
Well, they're like 18.
Well, that's probably why Steph's got a malaise. My point is here's what I think is the problem, is I got Steph Curry with an asterisk next to his name because he's going to have to kind of start carrying him again here.
Wow, man.
But he's going to try to carry him the last 14 games of the regular season. And then he's got to carry him to, I'm convinced a big part of the title 2 years ago was that he missed the last month of the regular season.
I won't argue that.
And he got into the postseason fresh as a daisy. And now he's got to do legitimate work this last month before the play-in game even starts.
Because they, as a collective, put themselves in this situation. They have no wiggle room to do.
Nope.
Hey, Steiny, take the day off. Grandy, take the day off.
I mean,
or take a week off. Like
St. Bishop O'Dowd.
Yeah, I'm nervous, man. Really. Like would you be shocked if Indiana beat them?
No,
and you're probably going to throw something at me.
They're
Look
better
at their
than the
home
Warriors. They
record.
have a better record than the Warriors.
Well, they're younger than the Warriors, and that's what scares me.
But they're better. They have a better record than the Warriors.
You see the line tonight?
Well, 4.5.
Warriors.
Who's favored?
Warriors.
That's because we don't have Mathurin or whatever. Mathurin.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'll tell you, what's the over-under on T.J. McConnell stripping
I'll
Steph
tell you,
Curry?
Terrence Ross and Mathurin, they got some stuff in common. Your boy lets them fly, man. But, Steiny, they haven't got to that point to where a team like the Pacers and Siakam, they're a good team. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we're there yet to where they would be favored over the Warriors. Like, that's not where we're at yet. And if you bet the Warriors, like some people I know, last name ends with an N, and bet the Warriors at home, you taking some L's because you're like, good God.
So the Warriors are favored tonight.
Yeah, 4.5.
Jeez. What'd they do to deserve that? They can't. They're 18-18.
Beat Milwaukee.
That was last year,
Dude,
it feels like.
Grandy,
Remember?
I thought that was game. Watch out.
We may have some updated numbers from that, actually.
Oh, I know where you're going.
They lose one more game and you're out on your prediction. Warriors need to go 14-0 for Guru's 18-4 finish to be right.
Now, I wasn't the only one. I don't want to say no names, but everybody, right. Dude, it looked like it was clicking.
Yeah, it did for a couple games.
I'll
NBA season's a marathon.
Yeah,
Grandy gets it.
No, I love Grandy. I'm gonna tell you this.
Yeah.
This will be an off-season unlike no other. And what if I say this to you? Since Joe Lacob has inherited the team, this is different. Steiny, you're going to run it back?
See, somebody's right when they say, now, I am just looking to disagree with Goo now.
No, but this is, man.
No, it's got to be.
And it all depends
Unless they shock the world.
See, I'm throwing your stuff
run
at
it back
you.
again.
Daryl Steinmetz.
Oh.
I think Joe Lacob might be like, hey, Goo, Steiny, we can win around. That ain't changing what I think this team needs.
No kidding.
That's on the bingo card.
I know.
But what if that thing just shot you guys, went around? And then
you guys need to understand, I know Joe Lacob.
Right.
That's the point.
Well, we had him on the show.
They make the play-in, win the play-in, and lose in the first round. That's no different than if they end up finishing 11th.
Wow.
To Joe Lacob.
And the more I think about it, you might be right. I was going to say, what about the gate of that game of the play-in? That's on the road. So that ain't even, that's somebody else's money.
It's an uphill slog for the Warriors.
Pacers' defense sucks from the 707.
Okay.
No, I'm just throwing that at, they can score.
Who, the Pacers?
Yeah.
Warriors too. I couldn't tell you what the Pacers are in scoring. Do you know? Or did you just say they could score?
No, they could.
So they're top 5?
I like Halliburton. They got some athletes.
I like them, but so are they the top 5?
I would say top 10.
Top 10?
Yeah, I would say top 10.
God, I would.
But since the refs have been letting these guys play, offense has gone down. It's coming down.
The Warriors have one problem tonight against the Pacers, and he's on the sidelines. Ricky C.
He's
got a title. Let me guess, he should be fired because he won his title.
Just had a horrible loss.
Oh,
no. The Wizards.
Oh, no. An NBA team with a horrible loss? Well, let's write him off.
Grandy.
Pacers are the highest scoring team in the NBA and the third highest points against.
Shame on
What
Steinmetz.
number is that? I'm going to try to guess. I'm going to say 126.
That's too high.
That's too high.
All right.
122.
122.8.
122.
You got to have it up over there.
I don't have my computer on right now. Dude, I've been put on a show today with my knowledge of just bring up anything.
The soccer
and I'll
stuff.
give you.
Was it hockey? The hockey stuff shocked me.
The longer the Warriors extend their postseason, the less I have to hear about baseball. Go Warriors. Dude, I'm telling you, it's going to be a fun baseball year. I'm getting back to my first love. That's my what do they call it? A goal. Well, I heard somebody on the internet, write down the 10 things you want to accomplish in the next year, and then try to figure out what you can accomplish in 3 days and pick that one for it was.
Who's that? I like that.
It was some guy, I'm not sure. He's a gray-haired guy. He talks like he knows everything. One of those guys. There are a lot of guys like that surfacing on the internet. They're well-dressed, jack and tie. They're older guys, and they have all these little stories about how to successfully make $1 million, or like with the one guy, the corporal or the general goes, first thing, everybody successful has in common. The first thing they do is you got to make your bed. If you make your bed first thing in the morning, you'll start to realize you can accomplish something.
No, miss me with that crap.
I'm kind of with you, but you know what? I've been making my bed, and I'll tell you what, it's changed my outlook.
I hate doing it.
Do you?
Yeah.
I do too.
I let the wife do. She gets mad. Hey, let me read this from your 408. The way Steiny jumps on Guru is priceless.
I don't do that.
Hey, all jokes. Absolutely hilarious. Best show on the game. I love y'all.
Well, then why do you get so mad at me?
See, but what we figured out in the meeting after talking to our psychiatrist's mind yesterday was that, Steiny, I think I was getting mad at other stuff, taking it out on you.
No,
you're not a bully. You've never been in a fight, but I will say, people that don't know, the one thing you got is a jerk voice. You got a bully voice, and you know how to use it. But people, I'm fine. But you do sound like a jerk. So I could really hit him in the kisser, but that's not really you.
No.
Yeah, but you got a voice.
What people got to understand is like yesterday when I said, I don't want to talk about Wiggins. It didn't really,
but you didn't say it like that. You were mad at the world.
I didn't want to talk about Wiggins. I'm sick of talking about Wiggins. Yep. No, I really am.
Oh, no, I get that.
But I have no right to tell you, well, you can't talk about it.
Well, you didn't. And then that's when my claws come out like Wolverine.
I'll tell you what. Let's be a team here. It's 119. I'll get, why just you talk about Wiggins for 2 minutes. I'll just let you.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the Warriors are going to do anything in the near future, how about that, Jack? Forget just this year. It revolves around number 22. I don't care what player you give me. I understand it. I'm rooting. Lifelong Warrior fan. But at the end of the day, this season is going to go as far as Andrew Wiggins' activity level. And the other night, even though I know you said we've seen this, done that, he was active. And unfortunately, Drew, if you're listening, we love you, but we'll take active at this point. So as long as he's active, they got action. And I see a scenario to where Klay Thompson could be scorching the Lakers. Steph is Steph. Dre's Drayin', just, doing bully ball. Klay doing his thing. CP3 finding guys for lobs. Kuminga can't be stopped on the break. Yeah. And the Warriors can give a team a problem. And that's why the way I watch the NBA, even the Clippers, there's no team in the West outside of Denver to where Steiny is just you're going to beat the Warriors by 30. That's why I'm hoping, and I hate at the same time, that they've allowed themselves to lose a game on the road in the play-in and this thing be over. They got the ingredients to compete. There's no doubt about it. Has this season it's just been a disaster and a litany of reasons. But dude, if Andrew Wiggins is active,
this segment has turned so much more difficult than I thought.
No, it's there.
For me to keep my mouth shut.
Do I sound crazy or like a deranged fan? I love hard, but I look at my kids at their best, not their worst.
I mean, sure, if Wiggins starts playing better basketball, the Warriors are going to be better, but what has this whole season been?
Yeah. It's not all his fault, too, Grandy.
No, there's blame to go around. Yeah.
I'm going to give him the brunt of it.
No, and the people that think he's not going to be here next year, that's something so, like, Steiny, you got to give him away for nothing,
apparently,
basically.
Though, it does sound
and I love Wiggs.
Your bar for Wiggins is so low. If he has 2 good games between now and the end of the season, you'll want to extend him.
No, that will.
Do you want to extend? Admit it. You want to extend Andrew Wiggins.
You get in a playoff series, and he's Andrew Wiggins at 22 or just somewhere close to that.
Okay.
And the next series they lose, but he still it ain't cut you. You could just tell, hey, the light's on. Stoney, because the reality is he may be yours moving forward.
So this guy gets to play 14 good games a year?
He's not doing it on purpose, nor is he enjoying it.
All right.
It's like clinical.
It is funny, though.
He is not trying to ball out.
I don't know that.
Did you see his brother plays overseas? True story, Stoney. Well, you're not on X.
I broke it yesterday thanks to Whitley.
You broke it how?
Was it the day you were out?
Oh, that. So.
Whitley Sandretto was here. Yes, it was Wednesday because we had an all-staff meeting that we missed. You missed.
Was there food?
Just, you know what? They had just
hors d'oeuvres.
Just chocolate cupcakes. I didn't have any either.
Good job.
Thank you. Back to Wiggins.
So you saw that with his brother then?
I did. Whitley brought that to my attention and our attention. And if people don't know what we're talking about is Andrew Wiggins has a brother, I think his name is Nick, who plays in Indonesia.
Yes, sir.
In a pro league. And he said on social media he's stepping away from the team. He's done for the year.
Oh.
Because he's got to attend to a family matter. And of course, then when you think of that being
no doubt
Wiggins' brother,
that's what he was doing.
I wonder if Andrew Wiggins has to, may have to deal with this again also. But
now I didn't look. Now that's family.
That didn't come to your mind?
I looked at it like, okay, Wiggins had did his part because obviously somebody's ailing, and the brother, do this one.
Maybe.
I never thought. Now I am. If they need him again, he could. Oh my goodness! And hopefully, what's going on gets fixed.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what's going on, but I don't know if it means anything related to Andrew Wiggins. I'm just telling you that his brother, who plays in Indonesia, is going to not finish the season to tend to a family matter. I mean, he's playing in Indonesia.
Man.
It's like halfway across the world, so maybe he feels more of a sense of urgency and to get back into the area.
Scotty,
I don't know.
You know who Dr. Gene Scott is?
I have no idea.
He was a real dream seller. You guys remember Dr. Gene? I guess that's what sounded like. Or the white-haired gentleman you talked about that if you make your bid, that's a big crock of if you make your bid.
You know what a dream seller sounds like? It sounds like when you were peddling DeVry.
Well, I did.
How many dreams did you sell?
I was President's Club. Went to Mexico.
Did you ever get an award for great salesmanship?
Oh, my God. I was like the most.
That's your shining moment.
Yeah.
Why didn't you share
I would
that?
have a suit on, office with the kids
I think we should tease this.
Let's tease
I want to tease this.
I'll do the whole spiel.
I want to hear about Goo. I
was Daryl.
That's true.
And I had you and O'Connell on. I would have you on my
We were terrible.
You were.
See, now what?
I loved you
we were not a good show. We
Why
were
do
not.
you say that
because
about
we
yourself?
weren't.
You were entertaining.
I just started in the radio business.
Who cares?
I didn't know how to prepare.
You.
Yeah, but it was terrible.
You were younger. Snotty, I loved it. And then when you guys got let go, I hated it.
For Haberman and Middlecoff.
Yeah. Those were.
They stuck it to us, Haberman and Middlecoff.
I saw Haberman in Vegas. He's cool.
Oh, he's a great guy. Yeah. Great guy. All right, so on the other side, Guru's going to tell us about the awards he won as a salesman.
Well, you asked me. Don't make it seem like I'm doing your basketball career.
I asked him. I'm looking for a light 10-minute segment for me, the Too Short segment, and 888-957-9570. We got 10, 15 minutes on the other side, and that means we'll take some questions from you. If you have a question for Guru about how to be a salesman, or if you have a question for me, I was a long-time landscaper before I got going in the journalism business. I can tell you about rhododendron and things like that, tulips. I got all the answers. And let me see. That's all brought to you. You know who it's brought to you by. You know Guru and I, and you know Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
You got a bully voice, and you know how to use it.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, you know who we are. It's the Too Short segment.
Call us short, dog.
Quit begging.
More like thirst. Same thing, huh? What you got going after work? I'm going to get my son from college.
I know.
He'll be home with us for a week.
I thought we were going to get a quickie.
Yeah, they call that a rain check. But you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
No, I am.
Because you're going to where? The Peacock Lounge.
Hey! Ho! Whoa! Yo!
D'Angelo Johnson. I'm snitching. My bad.
Yeah, I'm proud. I'm going to be out and about tonight.
You're going to see a live band. How about that?
I am.
All right. Nothing like that.
I mean, I could say, but
you give out the address where we're at.
Nobody shows up. So,
boy,
should I say it?
I just don't like you not giving the place you're going love.
All right.
I don't like we're in a gang.
All right, I'll tell you. Well, what about your sales pitch? That's what we teased.
Well, yeah, I'll give it to you.
How long does it take you?
30 seconds.
That's it?
No, it's about a minute.
You're never making a sale.
Dude, I sold education. If you wanted to be a dental
sold encyclopedias?
A dental hygienist, vocational nurse, RN, pharmacy tech, and I'd be looking at the parents like, you really don't want to do this to your kid. There's no money. No, seriously, I had a good, man, it was incredible, man.
What? Tell us about the biggest award you've got. You got for selling at any company, because I know you worked.
So we went off enrollments.
I know you worked for a lot.
Hey, we went off enrollments.
What is it? Okay.
So if you wanted to be a dental hygienist, it's a $80,000 program.
Okay.
Now you got to go to financial aid, and the better off your family is in regard to your mom and dad making more money, the less financial aid you're going to get. So Steiny, we used to have barriers to where they'd be like, "Well, Mr. Johnson, I don't have a car. Here's a pen." Here's a piece of paper. Write down 5 people that care the most about you, and we'll call them. Like it would be. And if I go on my boss and be like, "Hey, boss, she doesn't have a car. He don't have a car. Steiny ain't coming." Write down who will give him a ride to school. So I'd go to my boss's office like, "Hey, it's all bad. It's never all bad." And that's how I got right on the table. But I'd be like, "Mr. Simons."
Yes, sir.
What we're going to do today is I'm going to give you a tour of the facility in college, let you get a firsthand look on how the kids interact in class. Any questions you have, I'm here to answer them. And my job is to recommend you to the enrollment review board. Once I do that and you meet all criteria, we will ask you if this is a commitment you think you can. Steiny, I'm forgetting my whole thing, my whole spiel, but then it would be like, if at any point, Mr. Steinmetz, you feel like, you know what, Daryl, this is just not going to be a fit, this is not the school for you,
right?
Feel free to stop me. And
well, I'm actually interested, but
I didn't forget everything.
My problem, Daryl, is, and it's probably the reason why we're even talking in the first place, is I have trouble following through on commitment. So if I agree to go to DeVry and change my mind, what happens?
Well, that'll be answered.
Will I get my money back?
No. See, what we'll do is you'll talk to a financial aid advisor, and then you and the advisor can discuss that. But what I need from you before we even get to that juncture, Matt, is I need to know this is something you really want to see through. And right now, those questions are concerning. The fact that you're already wondering if you're going to get your money back. So I'm going to have Judy come in here from financial aid. You guys will be private. I can't be in here. And you can ask her all the questions you need. But what I'm going to do is put my neck out on the line for you. But before I do that, my first question, Steiny, is why do you want to be a pharmacy tech?
I hear they make a lot of money. Is that true?
Well, I got.
What's the starting salary after I graduate?
I got a piece of paper with the median, with the average, about $60,000. Now that's depending on if you do this or that.
Now or 25 years ago?
Man. But your boy was at the top.
You know, my first.
And I'd be fitted.
You know.
Slim face. I was in my prime.
I can tell you the salary of my first job in San Francisco when I moved out here in 1990.
But see, before you do it, I'm going to tell you what gas was and what it was to go to a movie. Go ahead. 1990.
So 1990, I moved out here. It's probably 91 that I finally got a full-time job at a legal publisher, Matthew Bender and Company.
Wow.
They published legal books. Basically, I was a word processor. I just typed in.
Oh, boy.
They were going from the actual books to digital.
Okay.
So all I did was typed in
a court recorder.
Well, like a book of laws, like the California statutes, and I just put it into a Word document, and then we had to proofread it. So then you'd have to bring in another person, and they would look at the screen that I had typed, and I would read the law to make sure that I'd gotten it all right.
I'm going to give you
nightmare.
$35,000 a year.
$18,800.
Wow, go give it away, chips.
18.8. I was clearing $1,100 a month.
Where did you live?
I shared a big studio with my buddy Andre.
I never heard about him.
He paid $800, so we split it. So I was paying $400 in rent, and I had $700 spending money each month.
So you're single at this point?
Of course.
So was you had the happening spot? Where we going tonight? Studies and Andres.
We're not going anywhere.
No, did you have people over?
That's all we could do.
That's it.
That's basically all we could do. Boy, those were the days. I had student loans that I had like $260 a month I had to pay back.
Or people calling me a shark. I was not a shark. I was selling education.
I don't think you were.
Yeah.
Who's saying that?
People on the chat.
Guru sales pitch.
Yeah, I forgot the pitch. It's an F.
There's something about FP and Willard are coming in on the other side. I was talking to Dana, my buddy Dana, yesterday, and FP's name came up. And
save it.
I will save it.
Well, it's got to be flattering.
Well, it's got little to do with FP and more to do with you and me.
Okay. Well, I'll say this. Grandy, can you help us? What are the Giants doing, and what the hell was that video where the lights turn out and the DJ was spinning? Is that going to be after every home run, or what's going on? What am I missing?
I missed the video. I don't know.
Boy. You hadn't seen that? It's all on Twitter. They got the DJ cutting the wheels of steel, and they're like, oh, the Dodgers did that 2 years ago. So I'm like, is that going to happen after a home run?
Maybe they're trying to make it a little more fun inside of Oracle.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, like
let Renell go.
Like the DJ in Phoenix that said loud club noise. Wait, what? Let anybody?
You know
that
what?
Was good.
You got me thinking. I know we're almost up against it.
Loud
Do you think Coach Kerr would take back when he said,
"No,
you got all that music going"? That's when they were dead.
That's why I like.
He didn't mean that,
but that's why I like. Kerr.
He played in that.
He got a kick out of it.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't make him mad. Okay, no, that makes him laugh.
Steiny. And I'm the guy. Real quick, if I heard that music on my tiredest day playing, and I heard 50 Cent, and they were playing music, your boy's back. Like, I just marvel and envy these NBA players while they're playing hits. How can you be tired? You know, as you play, people hate it. I love that part of the NBA.
Hey, you know what? You know what we have coming up on the other side? Don't forget it's a Friday, which means What's Bugging You?
Oh, my goodness.
We'll have the What's Bugging You segment with FP Santangelo and Mark Willard.
What's that?
Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
Yeah.
That's coming up at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. On the other side, you know what time it is. It's the crossover with FP Santangelo and with Mark Willard. And like I said, it's the What's Bugging You segment presented by Atco Pest Control. Segment's also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing digital deals for members. Red seedless grapes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson. We're joined by Mark Willard and FP Santangelo. It's the crossover coming up in 10 minutes. What's bugging you? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. What's up, gents?
I want to brag. Can I go first?
Go.
Steiny, let me go.
You can go.
And you know what I'm talking about.
Time
And
to
you
cook.
being a Major League Baseball player, you know about those closed doors meetings. I love team. I'm a team guy. Yesterday we had a show meeting.
Oh.
But it was a different type of show meeting. And some words came out, not anger. And I just came in today as feeling light as a feather. And there's nothing like just talking, guys. And, I didn't know that. And now I love this man. I've always loved him. But just when you get stuff out, words are powerful.
You went to therapy.
I used that earlier.
That's why people go to therapy.
Look at him smiling.
Yeah, and you don't even know that stuff is on your shoulder or your back or your thighs or your neck
right now, guys.
Right. Like that, yeah.
I don't want to go home.
Why don't we allow the true experts, the Division III basketball player and the former Major League Baseball player, we'll talk about what team meetings can and can't accomplish.
Do you know what's funny? I sat up late for me last night watching, which means like past 7:30. But no, are you guys watching Full Swing? This the Netflix.
I didn't see the second one yet.
I haven't seen the second one.
Second episode or second season?
Second season.
Okay, I'm on episode 3 of season 2.
Full Swing.
It's called Full Swing, and it was wildly successful last year. It was the first season. It was like eight episodes. So they brought it back, and a short time ago, I don't know, a handful of weeks ago, they released the second season. And I love, if we get nights, and we don't get many of them. My oldest son is a high school golfer at TAM, and I'll just text him. We do that. I don't have a house. I don't have a house that's big enough to text within it, but I still do it just because little guy's asleep. So I'll just text him. Full swing? ? And it's one of the few things that can get him the hell out of his room. And he'll come up, sit down. We watched the third episode of Full Swing. Whole thing was about therapy. Whole thing was about sports psychologists.
Dude, I could do a whole show on that.
I bet you could. And there was one player who was very resistant to go. And he was down in his dumps, and he just wouldn't. Damn it, I'm not. I'm not going to work. And there was another guy, and it's Maddie, you'll remember the guy who won the U.S. Open last year. What's his name? Wyndham
Clark.
Thank you, Wyndham Clark.
I like him.
Wyndham Clark. I didn't know this about him 4 or 5 years ago. Hot mess.
His life.
On the course, angry. Couldn't do it mentally, just total hot mess. And he believes, and they told the story of him accepting sports psychology into his life and the direct line of where that went to winning not just tournaments, but a major.
Dude, I had a book by Carl Keel and Harvey Dorfman called The Mental Game of Baseball. And I carried it in my bag, my baseball bag that went in my locker. And so when they unpack your stuff, that book would always be on the shelf in my locker on the road at home. I had it highlighted, and it was all about visualization and breathing and goal setting and just approach on a daily basis. And I got it in A-ball, and I was about to be released. I started reading this book. My average went from like 095 to 300 in like a month. It saved my career. And so I had it highlighted, and it was just all tattered and torn. But then it became sort of my superstition thing that it had to be in my bag just in case I had a meltdown and had to go to page 48 and read that chapter.
What was the biggest lesson?
Wonder Boy.
To control what you can control. And there's exterior distractions reality checks was my biggest thing. Like, if I don't get a hit here, what? Like, I'm still going to go home to a wife that loves me and a family, and you put this undue pressure on you. But like breathing, visualization, you used to lay on the bed, listen to music, and I would see whoever's pitching that night and the ball coming out of his hand. And Lunatic Fringe by Red Rider was one of my favorite songs to visualize to. And I would see the ball going off my bat. And there was like 5 or 6 times throughout the course of 14 years where it happened exactly how I pictured it.
Wow.
And I'm jogging around the bases in a deja vu mode. Just kind of freaking out as I'm running around the bases.
Like that's how powerful the mind is.
Oh, it is.
I'm big into mental health. It's one of my passions, and I'm big into sports psychology. I wouldn't be talking to you guys today if I didn't have that book. And every team has like 7 of those now. They travel around, and there's shrinks and sports psychologists everywhere. Those guys have everything at their fingertips now, everything they need. So did you guys end it with like a good 30-second hug where you just like embraced for about 30 seconds?
No,
but it was.
I'll tell you what.
It was. Go ahead.
Oh, so we got uncomfortable in here.
No. What it was an example of leadership. It was one of my finest moments.
Oh, good God.
Quite frankly.
Wow.
Let's pull the curtain.
Pointed directly at himself.
This is good radio. I like this.
I thought you were going to give a compliment to Nahigian or something like that.
Who deserves it all. He was the maestro of it all. And
he wasn't the maestro of it all. I went in there and said, okay, I'm in a little bit of a rut.
But not we. You said you.
I said me, but that's what leaders do.
Wow. Extreme ownership is this book I'm reading by a Navy
Even
SEAL
if it's
right
not
now.
them.
Really good.
Even if it's everybody else, you say, I'm in a rut.
Yeah.
And what that really means is my partner's killing me.
That is great. And I spend a lot of time with this man, 20 hours a week, plus the 2 or hour and a half before. And then I'll go to the cafeteria and we talk about our kids. We talk about everything but us. And sometimes you assume, I know everything that's going on with this man. And when it's so simple, but you kind of take it for granted. It's like we talk about everything sometimes except us.
I think that we're
and yesterday it was us.
And I know that our ages are not all the same. In this room. Like, I haven't turned 50 yet. But anyway, but I like our age, or even maybe just being an adult. It becomes, I don't know if you guys experience this, it's very, very difficult to get to the point where you have time and feel ready to be like, okay, I'm the priority today.
Man.
I'm going to go take the time to work on me. Like, I don't even remember when the last time that happened. Just speaking for me, when you've got 3 kids and 17 jobs and a lovely partner, and you sort of intend to start every day a certain way, and 3 minutes later, next thing you know, it's 11 at night, and you're like, never got to it. Never got to any of it.
That's deep, man.
Because you're just running around doing all the stuff. And so, maybe that's what you guys experienced. And I've had actually a lot of people even say this to me very, very recently, where they're like, you know what, it might be good if you just, let's look at you for a second. You know what I mean? And take that time.
What did you say? Self-care. Is that that book you're reading?
Yeah. Self-care. Go in and talk to Father Nahigian. Go into the confessional.
I've been in there all week.
I've been in there all week. You have.
Yeah.
Were your ears burning last night?
Why?
Because I was talking to you about you with my buddy Dana. As we were watching some games.
There's that word buddy again.
Yeah. He's a man.
Was it your friend?
He was a friend.
If it's your friend, it's a girl. I just learned. If it's a buddy, it's a guy. I just learned that.
Yeah, that's a true story.
I went out with my friend last night.
His/her name is Dana. So you make up your own mind whether it's a...
That could go either way. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So we're talking about FP's name came up, and I'm like, just getting to know him. He seems cool. I'm like... And Guru's name came up, and I said, Guru wants to talk to FP about Warren Cromartie and Ellis Valentine and Andre Dawson. It's like, all I want to talk to FP about is what's Montreal like? Montreal, I've heard unbelievable. But I do want to ask you, where were your minor league stops?
I started in Jamestown, New York. I was there for 1 day, and then I got promoted to high A ball right out of college in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Nice.
West Palm Beach was a nice place.
Yeah.
I had 13 spring trainings there because that's where the Expos used to be and the Nationals. So no West Palm Beach well. The Double-A was Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the capital.
Yeah. How was that?
That was
Yeah.
Not Florida, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of people there. Let's just say that we're close to the 3 Mile Island thing.
Okay. Wow.
That is.
And I'll leave it at that.
I got you.
Like 3-headed fish in the river and stuff. But Harrisburg was cool, and then Indianapolis, Indiana, for a year. Was
underrated.
AAA. Great city. Went to the 500. Sick.
Yep.
And then the team moved to Ottawa, Canada. So Ottawa was the AAA team for the last 3 years.
I've been to Ottawa a few times. I kind of like it.
Great city.
Yeah.
It's a big league city with a AAA team. It was great. They treated us like kings.
Yeah, it's a capital of Canada.
Canada Day is the best holiday ever.
Really?
They shut down the whole city, and it's just a bunch of Canadians drunk. It's awesome. And they're I'm half Canadian. Like 3 years in AAA Ottawa and 4 years in Montreal.
Did you learn French?
Just the national anthem. That's it. By osmosis. But yeah, cool stops. It was fun.
So the city itself, it's like everybody speaks English, but they also speak French. Or how's that work?
Yeah, I think it's Quebec, so it's a French-speaking province, and I think French is the first language.
But you didn't have to learn it.
No.
Okay.
Everybody speaks English.
Did you try FP?
I just know dirty words and stuff like that, and dirty phrases that the clubhouse kids teach you. You know, that kind of stuff.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's time for What's Bugging You, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you? We'll start out with Goo today.
All right. I'm not trying to judge anybody, but I remember in the 80s and 90s, you got your mail by 5, maybe 5:30 on a bad day. Last night it was about 8:50, 8:55. I didn't know if a 211 was in progress. I got startled at home, and there was the mail truck and the guy dropping off a package. I went and got it, and I looked in the dark. Like, it's damn near 9 o'clock. I know there's more people on Earth, but my goodness, what happened to the deadline about 4:35? Why is the package, and why am I startled thinking somebody might be trying to break into the house at 8:50? I'm not better than anybody, but I have questions, guys. And I now see the mail truck on a Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we doing?
Really?
Yeah, on a Sunday. That used to, kids are playing Little League and everything on Sundays. That used to be the family day. But I just got questions as to why is it taking so long? That's what's bugging me.
I have noticed that too, though.
I got scared, like, who's breaking in and the door is heavy. He's slamming the door. I'm like, oh.
There's all kinds of thoughts. I don't know what it was about, and I have sympathy here, but something about COVID took a handful of industries in a direction where they're just like, you can't ship stuff anymore.
I feel bad now.
Right, no, you can't figure it out anymore. You can't get product anymore. Things can't get from point A to point B. But then Amazon is over here in the next box, and they're like, we'll have it there in 4 minutes. Exactly. Like, hit submit, and we'll be at your door 5 minutes later, like a fire truck. Like, what on earth? So I don't know. But the other thing that comes to mind when you say that, there's also something, and it's our boy Sebastian Maniscalco, who's coming to Chase Center.
What a name.
He has a bit about people coming to the door in 2024 or 2023 or whatever that is so funny, because there's something that happened in the last 20 years. Like, people used to go to each other's houses.
Yeah.
Just drop by, right? And he's got this whole thing about how mom would always have food just in case, because someone might drop by. If you come to someone's door now, I mean, you want to call the police right away.
Man.
Dogs are going crazy. Everybody's hiding. You can't come to my door. And to your point, at 9 at night,
oh my goodness,
people are looking at each other in the house like, do you know someone?
Get ready.
Did you call someone to tell them they could come over? What's going on? So I get it. It startles the hell out of you.
It's new. Yeah.
FP?
What are we doing?
What's bugging you? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
It's a handoff thing. Yeah.
His mind went.
Well, I had to go pick up a prescription at the Target on Mission.
Sure.
And I'm coming to the show, and I want to get here early. There's a nerd convention in town. They're all out with lanyards everywhere. It's like a zombie apocalypse of nerds right now. I don't know what's going on.
You didn't ask them what they're actually doing.
They all look super smart.
I saw a lot of lanyards.
And I'm sure their bank accounts are way better than mine.
Look at him.
But man, there is a dork convention in town right now, and I don't know what it's for.
And that's why I'll be out and about.
And it was bugging me because the sidewalks were packed. I mean, there's so many people. I guess it's good for the city. If I'm thinking
we should ask them if you can effectively do a wire transfer without
what's going on there.
Individual approval. Just see what they say.
Oh man,
Hey,
I don't think
question for you.
I don't think they're good at random conversations. Well, there's a lot of them though. There's just I don't know what it is. Is there a tech
There's
bro?
something.
It's like tech bro.
I saw the
thing
company.
going
I
on?
didn't recognize it because it's.
Anyways,
they do something with computers.
There's an infestation right now.
Yes. I'll go. Apparently, there's some noise being made about expanding the NCAA tournament. Expanding it. No, I said expanding it.
I haven't heard this, but I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised either, but you gotta be kidding me.
What's the format? Like to what?
They would go up to 96.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they would go up to 96. There's 64 now, plus the play-ins. So probably got about 70. But I guess, what is it, 48? 96 would be a perfect draw. And there's talk about doing that. Meanwhile, Guru is saying that Stetson's down to Connecticut 50-11 right now.
It was,
but we should expand the
spread
tournament.
And then we had a game earlier where the spread was 57 minus 57 FP. That game shouldn't even be scheduled.
74-42 right now.
It's a game developers conference in the city.
That's
video game.
Game developers.
Action tonight.
So I nailed it.
You did.
I nailed it.
Be nice to them.
I absolutely nailed it.
Be nice to them. They're making bank.
Are they really?
And they're going to go spend it some hole.
They ain't going on a date tonight, I'll tell you that.
Boy, there's somebody for everybody.
So that bugs you, huh, Steiny?
A little bit. We expand too much now. It's always been my pet peeve.
Give everybody a ribbon.
I grew up on a baseball system that had 28 teams at one point, 7 in 4 divisions, and 4 teams made the playoffs. 4 of 28. Do the math.
Wow, man. That's
what, 12%?
When the Expos and Pirates were in the NL East. Remember
and now there's 12
back
of
in those
30.
days.
Well, I'm glad you
wonder why Andy Pettit, of all the pitchers in baseball, leads in postseason wins. It's because he got to pitching more than anybody else. I just don't like, and that makes it impossible to compare eras.
I'm glad you brought up expansion. And
are you going? Is it your turn?
Well, is it?
What's bugging?
Right. What's bugging?
I'm glad you left me until last because I really would love to hear what you guys think about this. So, Pacers are in town tonight, and we're looking at this. And I just had a moment of clarity, if you will, by looking at the NBA standings and sort of having a moment of, what the hell are we doing? What are we really talking about here? The fact that the play-in tournament has been produced, and I don't dislike it. I'm here for it. But it has fooled us. It has completely fooled us into thinking that whatever it is that's going on with the Warriors is not as bad as it actually is.
Wow, damn.
We are sitting here stressing out over 10th place in one half of the league. And I'm like, what is that? There are more teams ahead of them than behind them. And we're sitting here going, well, but if, and this, what?
You looking at me?
All of us. What are we really talking about? And if the Warriors are being real with themselves, what are they saying behind the scenes? I know what Steve says to us every week when he comes on. I believe in these guys, and boy, you get to watch out, give us a shot. Are we really looking at this going, well, but if, and then twist that, and then take a right turn at market, and then maybe put one finger in the air, and maybe we can come back next year and make this look like this, that, or the other. 10th place in one half of the league?
For you. Well, if
I mean,
that's the thing. And I get it. It's a hypothetical, but if there were no play-in, like there wasn't 5 years ago, season be over.
Correct.
Like we'd know they're not going to the playoffs for the most part, pretty much, and that's it. They're not going to the playoffs. They're a lottery team,
and God forbid the Rockets catch them.
No, and that's what we just.
But I'm going to push back a little bit because I got a big diamond ring in my pocket at home from a team that won a wild card game.
But
the Giants in 12 won a wild card game.
But this isn't a wild card. But this isn't a wild card.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but what was their record? It's not the same thing.
And if they get in, these guys have resume and credential in the NBA playoffs
so
to be able to make a run.
Remind me
to play the games that they're used to playing that mean a lot more than the ones they're playing right now.
The wild card game back then was 4th and 5th place play for 4th, correct? So out of 15 teams, you needed to be in the top third, and you needed a record that was well over 500 in order to achieve that game.
Or right around 500. No, just right around 500.
I'm going to look up the standings that year. What year are we talking about?
Was it 12? Was 12 the year they won the World Series as a wild card team? I'm trying to think.
When they beat Pittsburgh, they beat the Pirates.
Yeah,
when they beat the Pirates.
Was that Crawford's home run?
Grand Slam.
That was 2014.
Yep.
Oh, that was 14?
Okay.
2014.
So they won a World Series as a wild card team.
Yes.
And a team that had won 2 before. The guys knew what they were doing in the month of October, that had resume and knew what it took to win a championship, and a manager who had won a couple himself and been to a World Series of Padre. So there's parallels with a coach that's been there and done it, and a bunch of guys that have 4 rings in their locker.
The Giants went 88 and 74 that year.
So just, that's a good record. It's not great.
And they were, let's see.
Are the Warriors 5 games over right now?
I think you both have good points.
They're 3 games over. Yeah, they're 3 games over.
Did you learn that in your meeting? Is that what you guys went over in the meeting? Goo, you have a really good point.
I mean, the way...
You got 15 teams, and you needed to be in the top third, and you were 14 games over 500. And you had to, when you win 1 game to move in, you're already in the Final Four. You're already in the Final Four. The 10th place, there are way more teams ahead of you than behind you. And for you to even get into the playoffs, you have to win 2 games on the road against good teams. And at that point, you make the final 8 and probably go against the champs in a 7-game series right away.
I'm not saying that you're great on Market Street.
I know what you're saying.
You're making great points.
I know what you. Well, so are you. But I know.
Yeah. Did we get a hug?
I do think.
Did we get a hug for 30 seconds?
This love thing's really in the room.
But I think the Warriors have earned the right to be eliminated before you bury them. Like I'll even say that.
I'm not.
Like if the Warriors hadn't won a title even 2 years ago or never were a champion, I'd be laughing all year for.
Totally.
But then again, I don't think people would be talking about it unless they had a title 2 years ago.
I guess what I'm saying, I'm not burying them. I'm more maybe even looking,
because I'm gonna tell you what it sounds like to me.
I'm maybe looking at us, or I think the larger point is I hope that the Warriors don't make the play-in tournament and then lose, and then as an organization head into the offseason and feel like they're close.
Willard, I don't think Lacob would think that.
40 minutes ago, Willard, I said to Steiny, does it really matter the fact that they're here and they're looking behind themselves and looking at Houston? If they go in and lose, is that going to pause plan A? Or are they sounding like you? Because everything FP said is in my heart. He read my heart. Like, let's watch it and see what they do. Anything can happen.
For sure.
But is Joe Lacob really like, are we really 10th? Is this how we're getting? And is that going to stop? Any success in the playoffs going to stop?
I think Joe Lacob.
Plan A is going? I just said that to
I think he needs a serious run. Joe Lacob needs a serious run.
I would hope so. We're watching a basketball team that you
that San Antonio game broke me, man.
You poor folks out there who are scraping together their dollars to maybe go to Chase Center one time, and you got a 50-50 shot of them winning the game.
Wow.
Come on, man. What is this? What is this?
It ain't over.
The reason we're talking about it and the reason we're throwing it around is because of what they've done in the past and who they have right now.
No doubt.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resume. There's a lot of jewelry.
And there's no sweeping that under the rug.
Yeah.
And I'm not here like boycotting the game. Like I like the play-in tournament. It's interesting. It brings in a different dynamic. It makes it harder for the teams that just sneak into the playoffs. I am pro play-in tournament.
Mark, they may not even get that.
They may not.
Coming, and I hate every part of it.
I just wonder. I wonder if we're letting the play-in tournament make us feel like everything is still at least close to okay.
I think there's absolutely something to that.
But nobody will take 10th around here that's nothing to write home.
Ride it to an NBA title,
Mark,
because they were 6 last year, Mark.
The reason that leagues do this and expand the playoffs is just what you said.
Yeah.
So that a fan base can stay interested in their team longer than they normally would. And get excited about something that's manufactured by new rules.
Here's the other whopper, though, about this. Like, don't you, and I do feel this, don't you feel like there's a feeling even within the team at times of like, nah.
Curry Curry sounded like that.
And Draymond. Draymond.
Yeah.
Draymond on his pod is like, come on, man. Like, I'm supposed to get up for this?
I'll tell you what, and I'll leave you with this one. I know we're up against it. What's scaring me about the league, if I'm Adam Silver, we got Ant-Man and all kind of beautiful young talent. Yeah. If you're telling me there's a scenario, and it is, where LeBron and Curry are not in the NBA playoffs, that's a changing of the guard right there.
Well,
that's like Shohei Otani getting suspended.
And Curry don't get in. Two of the biggest stars.
The NBA it's like the Mutual of Omaha. It's Wild Kingdom. Nobody feels sorry for LeBron or Durant, Steph. On 95.7, The Game. Have a great weekend, everybody.
You should go hug now.
Yeah, go hug it out. You guys are too nice.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I want to make sure that it's crystal clear because there's no negative Nelly going on here. I'm someone who, for instance, I've always defended the clubhouse that pours beer and champagne all over one another when you clinch the wild card and when you clinch each round in the playoffs. I am pro fun, and the play-in tournament is fun. And that is compelling theater. It is someone's going home tonight. We're doing it right now in March Madness. It's super compelling. Somebody's playing, somebody's going home, somebody's moving on. I'm all in on the play-in tournament.
Dude, I've had fans ask me at times, like, why do they pour champagne on their heads when they clinch a wild card game and it's just one more game? I'm like, do you know how hard it is to play for 6 months, 162 games, and you get one more game that could extend your season, could lead to a parade? Like, I just don't get it. Why did they pour champagne on their heads last night? I mean, because it's a big accomplishment.
I always look back and say, what is it to you? What's the problem? Pile on each other on the mound.
Have fun.
What's wrong? What's wrong? I know people who are playing pickup games. They're running laps around the whole place when you win and there's nothing on the line.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, so have a good time.
Have a good time.
Have a good time. I won our fantasy league here at 95.7 The Game this year. I will not let these people forget it for the rest of their lives. I don't even know if they know that yet.
Nobody cares about our brackets because I tweeted that yesterday. Like, nobody cares about your brackets.
Go ahead.
But,
go ahead.
But you and I are tied for first.
No, don't do that.
You and I are tied for first.
You and I are not tied for first.
Christy and I are tied for first.
Yes, you and my lovely Christy are tied for first, and only because of the way technology works is her subheading under my top heading. I put her picks in for her, so it says Mark Willard, but I made sure the subheading said, this is not Mark Willard. This would be the lovely Christy. My bracket's the one down toward the bottom. I'm ahead of Guru and just about nobody else. I've lost every close game, and you're right. Nobody cares about the brackets.
There's three things nobody cares about. In my opinion, I could be way off here.
Your fantasy team.
That's along with brackets.
Okay,
your brackets, your fantasy team, your golf outing. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to hear that you chipped in out of the sand on 17.
Yep.
And I had a really good day today. I was hitting the fairways, and I was like pure in it, and I hit one 310 down the middle, and I made a 40-foot birdie putt on 18. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. And this is a little more sensitive. Nobody cares how your kids are doing in sports. I'm sorry.
Nobody cares how your kids are doing?
Johnny had 3 hits last night, and this and that, and my daughter scored 2 goals, and I mean, I'll listen, but do you really care about like random people's kids and how they're doing in sports?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't.
Absolutely
If that makes me terrible, I'm terrible. Yeah. I don't want to hear about how your son is the next shortstop of the Giants when he's 6.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like if it's a friend or family, a dear friend and family, okay, because I know your kids. I care about them. Yeah. It's just randos. Don't tell me about your kids. I mean, care.
Jude went 2 for 3 and drove in a run on Tuesday night. Just thought I'd let you know that.
Well, you're a friend.
Yeah, okay.
So that counts.
You don't care.
But I don't know him.
No, you don't.
If I knew him and I'd worked with his swing and I locked him in or screwed him up, which would probably be the case.
He's lefty.
Oh, yeah. He's got a sweet swing?
It's not bad.
Guess what? I don't care.
Yeah, he's got a weird stance. He came back this year with a weird stance. I'm like, why are you standing like that?
Wait.
But whatever.
Where did he get the weird stance?
I don't know. He just
YouTube?
I don't know. He's like squatting more now.
Really?
Yeah.
He's taking a dump in the batter's box?
It's like, buddy, okay, if you hit the ball, I'm not going to stop you. But
if you stand on your head and get a hit, stand on your head every time. I don't care what your stance is. Like.
Just get a Gatorade after the game. I don't care. But anyway, back to the issue at hand. And 888-957-9570. We actually would really love to hear from some Warrior fans on this. Are we just all on a ride? And so I want to put that out in front. I'm pro fun. If the Warriors are in the play-in tournament, yes, let's do it. I'm like, it's going to be a big game. I'm going to root like crazy. And yes, I'm not saying today they can't go on an interesting run or journey. I'm actually not saying that. But I do think this. I think the play-in tournament has fooled us. I think the existence of it has made all of us feel something different about the Warriors than right now what is actually true.
Hasn't a team won it all from the play-in and got to the conference finals? Both?
No.
Gotten to the championship.
Yes. The Miami Heat got to the championship.
And the Lakers
last year made it to the conference finals out of the play-in tournament. I will also add, though, that both of those teams made it out of the 7 or 8 seed out of the play-in tournament, not the 9 or the 10.
Here's the thing that's going around my head right now, and I love this point you're trying to make, and I'm buying it. But I'm thinking if you have a 9 or a 10 seed, and they're random teams, and we're doing a radio show in a random city, are we that excited about a play-in game? I think there should be excitement from the sense that we have resume. This team has resume. They've been there and done it. They're going to turn it up a notch because they know how to turn it up a notch. Most teams wouldn't. So if it's just some random city that has a team that's overachieving and they're a 10 seed, maybe they're excited about it, maybe they're not. But I'm not saying there's going to be a parade, but I'm keeping hope just because of what they've all accomplished and that they know how to play in October, or they know how to play in the playoffs just like the Yankees knew how to play in October in the early 2000s. We used to always joke that Jeter's just playing another game. Yep. And it's game 7 of the ALCS, and he's just out there playing baseball. And when you've been there and done it so many times like these guys have, you can take out the nerves and all that. It's going to be a basketball game for Steph, Clay, and Dre. It is. Mm-hmm. Maybe you see JK try to do a little bit too much because he's 21 years old, but they'll reel him in. Pods might lose his mind for a second because it's the playoffs. But like when you talk about the core 3 guys, they're going to be cool as the other side of the pillow. They've been there and done it, and they're going to know how to turn it up to a level that they need to turn it up to and leave it right there and put it on autopilot.
Like, I agree with you, except for what's interesting about this year's play-in tournament is you can say the exact same thing about whoever's on the other side of the court. They're either going to be playing LeBron or playing Kevin Durant or Kyrie Irving. Maybe the Sacramento Kings, and obviously that's a little different, although they've already had a playoff experience with them recently.
And the rings, though, they go to the championships.
Yeah, so everybody but the Kings in this scenario has got championships. I know Luka doesn't, but I mean, you're going to be playing somebody who, as you're detailing, will know how to, quote, ramp it up when they get to this game, whenever it is and wherever it is.
It's all about money, dude. It's all about keeping fans interested to late in the season and going to the arena and paying for the tickets, and in baseball with the wild card, filling up stadiums, and a team that what was it, the Reds last year out of nowhere with all the kids that they were a couple of games over 500. Yeah. They won 82 games last year, I think. And everybody was like, the Reds are going to be the wild card. And they filled up the Great American Ballpark was booming last year in September because they thought the Reds are going to get the playoffs for the first time. And they didn't make it, but that was fabricated and created by the league to keep interest in a lot of cities that normally wouldn't have interest in the months of September. Once school starts, when kids start going back to school, attendance usually goes down. And if you can keep interest, now you're making money.
But I'm supportive of that. I laugh every time there's this playoff expansion and people go, oh, this is concocted and fabricated. I'm like, right, like just like the previous playoff spots were. It used to be 2, and then it was 4, and then it was 8, and now it's 27 or whatever. Like at every stage, yes. In fact, the entire existence of sports is fabricated, concocted, and done so for entertainment dollar. Why are we even doing this? Why is there a Golden State Warriors? It's completely fabricated for money. So what? I'm in complete support of that. It's the entertainment dollar. It's a show. We get involved in it. There's community involved. There's just the magic of the whole experience. So I have no issue with the existence of the play-in tournament. I want to make sure that we and the Warriors don't let the existence of the play-in tournament adjust how we feel about this team and where it should go next. Because it does strike me that we're sitting here going, come on, baby, big game tonight, because we could move from 10th to 9th. I don't know, man. Like, none of what you've said is wrong. I'm not anti-play-in, and I don't think the Warriors are dead in the water as far as making noise. And yes, they're champions and they can turn it up. But the 4 games over 500 in the NBA, they're ahead of 5 teams in the West. They're behind 9. It's like, doesn't that already confirm to you that massive change is needed next year?
Massive change?
What's the small tweak that moves them up that board?
Kuminga keeps moving in the direction he's moving.
But he's already here.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
This guy's a superstar, and he's going to be a superstar for a long time.
Maybe.
And the whole league's about to find out about it, at least fans around the league. I think the players know. This guy's, I don't know, you've probably seen a lot more basketball than I have, Mark, and I just don't remember seeing a guy improve this much throughout the course of a season, like the last 2 months. It's been like, whoa.
Well, part of that is just that he's actually out there with the 30 to 35 minutes every night. He hasn't had that before. He finally got his opportunity, blend that with the Warriors, thought he was finally ready for his opportunity, put it together, turn the key. Let's go. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm totally with you. Although that leads me to the conversation we were starting yesterday, which is, can Jonathan Kuminga really become like that? Right, no. But can he do it fast enough to actually help Steph compete for the whole thing again?
Yes.
Okay. And I accept your answer.
I think so. I mean, for whatever it's worth.
I accept your opinion.
Get paid for my opinion. I think he's the next thing.
Damn.
Like he needs to be the dunk contest. He needs that exposure next year. He needs to enter it. I don't care. He's going to win. How he jumps, how quick he jumps, how high he jumps. He's the fastest guy on the Warriors. We talked about that. Nobody talks about speed in basketball. I always talk about football and baseball, 40 times, 60 times. Like, he ran down the court, and I keep watching him drive. Like, he's got to be Jordan Poole had to be the fastest guy when he was a Warrior. But I think Kuminga, with his size, is the fastest guy on the court with his strides. And just the way he's playing, the confidence he's playing downhill, I ain't getting in his way. If I'm Pajemski and I'm on the other team and Kuminga's coming at me, I ain't taking a charge on that guy.
Yeah.
And everybody just gets out of the way when he drives. His confidence in his jump shot, his turnaround jumper, his defense has gotten better. His rebounding still needs to improve. Whatever. This guy is a budding superstar. I said the same thing about Jordan Poole, though, a couple of years ago, and I was wrong.
Well, he was all those things. He was a greatly improved player, and then he turned around and went the other way, and there are 1,000 reasons for it, and they're all well documented. I just look at it, though, and go, okay, if JK's that good and he's that close to being good and Steph is Steph, they're already on the team. They're both already getting north of 30 minutes a night, and it has added up to 10th place in one half of the NBA.
Yeah, I feel like they've been playing with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake all year. It just seems like that, right? But the effort, I think, is there on a nightly basis the last, 2 months. I love how they're playing. I love how they played against, was it Memphis they just beat? I know it was a bad team. I understand that. But the ball movement, the confidence that they have, I tune in to watch Kuminga now, I do.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And if Steph gets hot and Clay gets hot, great.
The whole idea of one foot on the gas, though, I want to address that. And we will next. We'll get to your phone calls. Has the play-in tournament sort of tricked our mind into thinking that things are better than they are? 888-957-9570. We'd love to take your calls. Your boy Burnsy's going to join us here in about 45 minutes. We got plenty of stuff on the Giants and Otani as well. FP is in for Dibs. We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely. Totalmente. Find a store or switch suavemente.
You got to go out there and be tough. We're warriors.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, you got to read that. Dude, does everyone want a good Friday laugh? You want a good chuckle? Go ahead and read that. This is on Twitter?
This is on Twitter. It's my favorite tweet I came across last night about the Otani thing. It says, welcome back to SportsCenter, presented by ESPN Bet. For more on the Otani situation, we can go to our FanDuel MLB insider, Jeff Passan, at our DraftKings studio in Los Angeles, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. Jeff, how could something like this happen?
I love it. Oh, gosh.
He's got 54,000 likes, and it's from a guy named Jeff on Twitter.
I love it.
Knocked it out of the ballpark.
I absolutely love the question. That's, for me, the kicker. How could something like this happen?
And there's so much truth to this, right? We're promoting gambling so much. It's paying all the bills.
Totally.
If you get a podcast and it takes off, you're sponsored by a betting site. And it's all around Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Hell, one of the regional sports networks is Bally Sports.
I mean, this is the truth. Like, we've done a lot of Otani. I got no idea where this is all going. Let's say that his hands, or at least his fingertips, are dirty in some sort of a way. This is clearly one of those things where it's like, if you were to get punished in 2024, just come back in 2034 and let's find out if what you did is even still illegal.
Right.
Like, come on, California. At a certain point, you're all going to have to get on board. And this isn't me. I'm not getting political, and I don't even really know the particulars of what goes into each state by state. I just know this. This feels very much like when the Washington Commanders were called the Redskins.
Oh,
sorry.
Drop that. Dump that.
Yeah. It feels like that. It feels like when college football did the BCS, to where you're looking at these situations and going, you do understand that you're going to change, right? I know you got your little flag in the ground right now, like Dan Snyder. We will never change our name. I'm like, well, no, you will. You're either just going to be on the right side of history or the wrong. Like, that's changing because what you're doing now doesn't work. And the carrot on the end of the string is way, way too pretty. Like, every state essentially is going to get to a point where they need this to balance their budget. They're going to need it. So you're going to do it. Why not now?
Still reading that tweet.
You're going to do it.
I'm still reading that tweet.
How could something like this happen?
How could something like this happen? I saw this Instagram video the other day. It was really interesting to me, and I don't want to get political because I just hate it. I didn't know that the Cleveland baseball team,
Guardians,
the Cleveland baseball team had the first Native American player.
Oh,
and then they had three more. And that's how they got their name, the Cleveland Indians, because they had 3 or 4 Native Americans on their team back in the day when they started.
Interesting.
And then now they can't be called that.
No.
So I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know.
In many ways, the history of it ends up not mattering.
But I think it does, though. If you had the first ever Native American player in Major League Baseball and then you named your team the Indians, that's kind of cool.
It is. But my point is I'm not saying the history shouldn't matter. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
In other words, it has to fit into the box of now. And think how many names have been changed. And the historical implications of how that name came together, or even what we thought about those people then, is ignored.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. It's just how it makes us feel now. And people who did things that were just completely normal 100 years ago, we then take today's social morality and apply it to them now, even though we have no idea what they would have done now if they were alive now.
It's such a slippery slope.
Right? I mean, yeah.
So, where are you on this whole thing?
Which thing?
The Otani thing. Because I feel like we're in the first inning.
Same place I was yesterday.
I think we're in the first inning of this.
The only new information, by the way, that you sent it to me, was that apparently this illegal bookmaker was going around, this is weeks ago or months ago or all of it, had been going around claiming that Shohei Otani was a client. However, it is definitely insinuated that he was doing so to drum up business, not because Shohei actually was a client. Or maybe he was. But I'm with you. We're in the first inning, the top of the first inning. They don't even have 3 outs yet. So, yeah, it's got to go somewhere. And I still do not. The more I read, here's the other thing that we didn't share yesterday. Or maybe we did. I can't remember if we shared this. No, at the end, we might have. But the whole it's a $4.5 million wire transfer, and Carlos Ramirez called, and we all talked out that you can't transfer $4.5 million without their direct knowledge and approval. It wasn't a $4.5 million wire transfer. It was 9 different wire transfers that totaled $4.5 million.
Wait, is that because you can only transfer $500,000? That's the max?
I don't know. But I do think it's relevant because I think people should know that what is actually now being accused is not just the wire transfer of 4.5, that he did it 9 different times without Shohei knowing. Okay. I didn't believe you before, and now I super don't believe you.
First inning, dude.
Yeah, first inning.
From the first inning. Yeah. Jeff Fletcher, who writes for the Orange County Register.
Yeah, he's great.
Really, really cool dude and a good writer. Went and asked former teammates of Shohei about what do they think about this.
Okay.
And they all said they're shocked because he doesn't watch any other sports. That's all he watches is baseball.
Oh, I believe, I don't know why I believe this. I haven't put it this way. I would have an easy time believing that Shohei is not a gambler, that he was not the gambler, the client.
I would have an easy time believing anything right now.
Yeah, well, no, I don't have an easy time believing what Shohei's attorneys are saying. I don't have an easy time believing that at all, that this was stolen. I think that it's highly likely that he's trying to pick up for his guy.
9 times?
And he did it in a way that was not legal.
I would not be surprised if he's implicated.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has a gambling problem.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he's not, is what I'm saying.
I'm rooting for that he's not, because I think he's good for sports, not just baseball.
I hear you.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime dude.
I'd be rooting harder if he was still an angel.
But based on everything that's happened, much
harder.
Throughout the course of history with gambling in sports, like the Pete Rose thing started with just a little pebble in the water that you're hearing that Charlie Hustle's got, and then by August of that year, of that season, he was banned from baseball.
Totally.
And there's all kinds of things throughout the course of history of when it first comes out, it's this, and then all of a sudden, it's that. So I'm not saying this is another case, but I would not be shocked if he has an addiction. I would not be shocked.
Nope.
I don't think he does. I'm not rooting for that. I want him to play. I want the Giants to beat the Dodgers at full strength this year. I do. And I think Shohei's great for baseball. And I want to see Shohei come to the ballpark here, and I want to see him play for selfish reasons. He hit a home run in spring training that looked like a pop-up to shortstop, and it was the other opposite field, and it was, 10 feet over the fence in left center field.
Yep.
I've never seen trajectory on a baseball that high go out the other way opposite field. It was unfreaking believable.
No, he's incredible. And I don't want him out of the game either, at all. I agree with every mature thought you just stated. But boy, I want the Dodgers to lose.
Well, we all do. We all do.
Almost by any means necessary.
I almost want them to win the division again and then lose in the first round again.
I want them to go 1-161.
I don't think they're going to win the division.
I know you don't.
I'm sticking to that.
That's fair.
I should have some proof or some data behind that. It's just a hunch.
And that's fine.
The Diamondbacks.
You can't have any data behind it.
The Diamondbacks went to the World Series and nobody's talking about the Diamondbacks. They went to the World Series.
Totally.
That's a really good baseball team. But they're the Diamondbacks. They're young kids. Not a lot of people know them. They don't have the star power. They don't have Mookie, Freddie, and Shohei.
You do have a little bit of data. You have some data.
That's a good team.
You have some data.
What's that?
The Dodgers have played 2 games, and they have failed to shake the rest of the division.
Yep.
They remain tied.
Yep. They're a 500 ball club as we speak.
They've only got 160 games left. Yep. All right. We'll circle back to that, and Burnsy's going to join us in a half hour. Robin in the city wants to hit up on your Jonathan Kuminga comment. Go ahead, Robin. What's up?
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's up?
Sugar. What's up? So, I happened to get off work early and have a migraine, and my head even started pounding more when FP. Is that your name? Shit, I'm sorry.
That's my name. Good job. That's why I introduce myself as Frank to most people, because they can't get the letters right. But yes, FP.
Well, I'm sorry, but Frank's a god-awful name. FP is great. I'm just kidding. Here's the deal.
I will not say what I think about Robin. That's not fair.
Wow.
But
I'm not named after a bird.
I got all those names: Robin Redbreast, Brandon, and I got little skinny legs too, and so it didn't help the cause. Okay, sweetie. And I got a son named Otis, Otis. All my non-black friends love it. My black friends say, "Why you name that baby that country name?" But anyway.
My main man, Otis.
I love the name Otis.
So here's the deal, FP. Now that I've kind of liked you a little bit now, I disagree that Jonathan Kuminga is and maybe you corrected yourself because you did say budding superstar, but I don't think he's quite a superstar. And I wanted to ask my man Mark, and you don't have to answer me now, because there's a great debate between superstars and stars. And how many superstars are there really in the NBA as opposed to stars? You can think of two higher-level superstars in the league, and I hate to say it, that's Bron and Curry. Other than that, the NBA got a star power problem, okay? The Warriors and Laker game got more viewers than any Denver game. I mean, really, Denver's great, but they're boring to watch. And the second thing that I want to say is, and Mark, maybe you can elaborate on this. Don't you think that when the developing pools, his development is coming along because he's having a chance to play? That's one thing. And the second thing is, don't you think that most people in anything in life do better when they are incorporated with more seasoned people, regardless of what the field is? It seems to bring the best out of them. So I noticed that these developing players, they do well when they play with staff. Of course, the offense is centered around him, finding him. And they play well with Clay, and, they're mentoring him. And so the difference this year, I think, in Jonathan Kuminga's development is that he's getting the opportunity to play. And the number one thing is that the vets have decided, because they have to, embrace these players. Do I see Jonathan Kuminga becoming a superstar? I don't know if he'll become a superstar. It takes a lot to be a superstar. Is he going to become a star? Perhaps, but he won't become a superstar losing people on defense twice like he did in the last game. Peace out, guys. Have a great weekend.
Okay, Robin. Yeah, real good. So this is a very, very layered conversation with a lot of different things. The definition of a superstar is to each their own. And a lot of people can, if you wanted to say it's only LeBron and Curry because of international recognizability and TV ratings and all those things, you could. I expand it much beyond that for me. I definitely think players like Giannis and Jokic, even a Jason Tatum, an Embiid, debatable when we get to the Clipper players like Harden, and not Paul George, but like I think, Luka to me. Could you fit Kyrie into that? In Kevin Durant, like there's at least 7 to 10, in my opinion, in the NBA that get that label. And so for Kuminga to actually get there, I think right now it's very easy to see the pathway to stardom. Superstardom, when the league is like, only needs to use one name. You notice all the people I just mentioned, I don't even need the last name. Luka's in town. Giannis is in town. Can you get to the point where it's like Jonathan's in town?
LeBron.
And I know who you're, right? Steph is in town. I know who you're talking about. If you went to someone, right, you're going to travel up to Sacramento this evening. If you got there and the Warriors were playing the Kings and you're like, Jonathan's in town, people would be like, what are you talking about? But if you said Steph's in town, everybody knows exactly what you're talking about. So that's hard to define, but that's sort of the way that I do it. And for him to get there, he's going to have to become a player who can be a clear number one on a winning franchise and capture the imagination of young fans. They want to wear the Kuminga 2s and things like that. That's superstardom, and I think you are a more consistent rebounding, better jump shooting, more winning, more clear number one on the roster type player away from getting to that point. For me, that's at least still 2, 3, 4 years away.
Yeah, some all-star games in there.
Absolutely.
And I don't think he'll ever be a first-name guy. It's going to be J.K. or Kuminga.
Okay, fine. Whatever it is. There's probably, like, I didn't say Joel. Joel's in town. I'm sorry, what? Embiid. Fine. Maybe it's Kuminga. But
such a good name.
It is. And so that plays, right? The Kuminga 2s. I'd buy those.
I'd buy those right now.
Do they make me jump? Because I can't jump.
Is there Kuminga 1s?
No.
So you just went straight to 2s?
Yeah, go to the 2s.
The first model sucked?
Well, you don't want one shoe. You want 2. Give me Kuminga 2s. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. That's kind of my definition of it. And so I see what you're saying. Is there a pathway to it? He's got a lot to do. And there's also got to be some things that fall in his lap. I don't know if you can be a superstar if you're playing next to Steph Curry. So this has to be when Steph is gone and you clear out and you become a one and a winner and there's gear and the money didn't change you and all of that stuff. That's all got to happen first.
Does a superstar, by your definition, have to have a championship in order to be a superstar?
No, because Embiid and Luka are superstars.
Okay.
Absolutely. But you can't be on a team that's like hanging out in the 10 seed, in other words. You know?
Yeah.
I think Jason Tatum's a superstar. He hasn't won a title. You could even have arguments about the way he's played in the playoffs, and he's got a really good second player on his team and all of that stuff. But this guy is the clear number one on a team that flat out crushes it in the NBA night in and night out. They're 55-14 right now. I think Jason Tatum's a superstar.
And I think part of being a superstar is believing you're a superstar and owning it and embracing it. Some guys don't like the spotlight. Some guys don't like. Totally. Was it Luka?
You might be thinking of Jokic.
Jokic, the one that said he doesn't want to be noticed.
I just kind of want to go home.
Yeah.
This is kind of hard to play for 2 more months. I'm not paid extra for this.
But Tatum did a sit-down interview with somebody from ESPN. It was great. And they said, "Are you the best player in the NBA?" And he just said yes. And I guess a year or so ago, he hesitated on that. He deferred to a few other guys. But this year, his game has just gone to a whole nother level. But he believes he's the best player in the NBA. That's what I think of a superstar. They know it. They think they're the best. They exude those qualities on and off the court.
Yeah.
And they're professionals.
I give you here's one that's fuzzy. Damian Lillard. Superstar?
I'm a Hall of Fame to me. When somebody goes in the Hall of Fame, that's a superstar.
Oh boy, he'd definitely go in there.
And I'm just saying, I don't understand in baseball how all of a sudden you can be a Hall of Famer when you haven't been a Hall of Famer for 15 years and now you're in. Like you got better after you retired. A Hall of Fame to me is you either are or you aren't. So it's a 1 or a 0 immediately when you say the name. Lillard's a superstar.
I'm with you that you know it when you see it.
You know it when you see it. If you have to go, it's not a Hall of Famer. Because if you have to go, it's not a superstar.
Yeah,
it's an easy answer.
Well, there's really good, but the thing about Lillard, and I know he's had some dances in the playoffs. There's no question. That's the other thing is you have to be able to hold that label for a while and just have that look in the NBA. And there's a lot of teams that masquerade with they're like, this is our star. And then 4 years later, you're like, oh, we can't get out of the 12 seed with this person as our 1. That's not a 1. So Russell Westbrook, you're 2.
Did you say KD at all?
I did.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah. I think Kevin Durant's a superstar. No question.
Absolutely.
No question. But there are players around the league, a DeMar DeRozan, Halliburton is in town. This is just getting started with him. But players who are 1s on their team, and you're like, okay, but is that lasting, and are you doing anything with that?
Is Brock Purdy a superstar?
Not yet. No. Although quarterbacks, this is kind of a completely different algorithm because they're such stars just because of of the position they play.
That's why I threw it out there.
Yeah. You go around the league right now and do all the whole one name thing. You could do it with every quarterback in the league. except for the teams that are like, we're not even sure who our starter is. Like, we're not doing the Raiders and being like, Aiden. Yeah, I don't even know who your quarterback is, okay? But, right, when the Atlanta Falcons come to town this year, it's like, Kirk is coming. I got that.
Is he a superstar?
No, but that's not my point. My point is
I like this game.
He's a highly paid, like, well-known quarterback in the NFL. So there's name value there that just comes with the position.
Who's a superstar in the NFL?
Oh, there are a ton of them.
I know, but number one.
Mahomes and Allen.
Of course.
And Burrow. Those come to mind
Kelsey
for sure.
is a superstar.
Kelsey is a superstar. Lamar Jackson is a superstar. I'm just looking at I kind of think I think that Tyreek Hill is like from a name value standpoint. I think that
McCaffrey is a
superstar. Christian McCaffrey is a superstar.
Debo?
Yeah.
If there's a balk in it, if you balk, if they're not.
Yeah.
This is a good. I'm going to play this game at a bar next time I go. It's like superstar or not a superstar.
No. The NFC, I'm like scrolling through the NFC. I'm like, not a lot.
Right?
There's not a lot of superstars
Is
in the
Dak
NFC.
a superstar?
Kinda.
No, that's not the answer. If he's kinda, he's not.
Then I'd say yes. He is a marketable. But again, the point I'm making on the quarterbacks is it's an unfair fight. Like whoever the QB of the Dallas Cowboys is, that's kind of just a superstar.
Oh, look at the text line. This is great.
Yeah.
Brock ain't a superstar. Anthony Edwards is he a superstar?
Yeah, I mean, some of them are just great players. All right, more on this coming up for sure. Burnsy in 20 minutes. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. FP's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibley for Safeway, and I enjoy all the amazing digital deals, including these ones. You can earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with your Safeway app. Red Delicious seedless grapes, $1.47 a pound, limit 6 pounds. Lucerne milk or Open Nature almond beverage, half gallon, $1.97 each, limit 4. Yoplait yogurt.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
FP's in for Dibs. And Eric Burns is going to join us here in about 15 minutes, and I have a very good idea what we're going to be talking about.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
We've been waiting for this. Major League Baseball has released an official statement. MLB has been gathering information since we learned about the allegations involving Shohei Otani and Ippei Mizuhara from the news media. Earlier today, our Department of Investigations began their formal process investigating the matter. So the official Shohei Otani investigation has been launched and is underway.
All right, game on. I told you it was the first inning.
On to the second inning.
On to the second inning. Why do we have that horn on the breaking news? It sounds like we're at a spring break club with like shot deals.
Because, yeah, who doesn't like to feel that way? Like blow a whistle in your ear and, it makes the shot go down easier. Yeah.
My son just texted me.
95.7 The Game.
It is funny when the breaking news is bad and it feels like we're celebrating. We're like, oosh, oosh. Steph Curry broke his ankle. Oosh, oosh, oosh. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Like, anyway. Where's the shot girl with like shot specials and the green shots in a test tube? To go with the breaking news.
Anyway.
What is that?
Anyway, the social media just absolutely lit up.
Yeah, my son just texted me.
Yeah, the official investigation is underway. And so I just, here's how I translate that. And I'm sure you do the same. There's sort of a pre-investigation investigation. In other words, they're not launching an official investigation unless they poked around a little bit and found out that an investigation is necessary to go much deeper into this.
Or it's eyewash. And we investigated it, we found nothing. But there would be pressure for them to do this, so they have to do this.
Well, they have to do something.
That's what I'm saying.
They could not sit there and go into the weekend, and it is very, very not lost on me. MLB is a New York operation. And tell me again, what time did this news come out?
5:57 p.m.
Oh, gee.
East Coast time.
2.5 minutes before 6 o'clock. Rob Manfred just ran to his car.
On a Friday.
Exactly. So they knew since 3 days ago, Friday at 6 o'clock, just boop, we've launched the investigation. Because you're right, it's also that. It's their way of saying, yep, we heard. and like, we're not going into the weekend to say nothing, but we're also going to tell you that we're like, we got it, but we're not saying anything for a while.
It's a Friday news dump is what it is. But
of course,
in order to clear Otani and cover for Otani, there has to be an investigation.
You got to do it.
Because if they do nothing, then we're going to talk about it for 3 months every day.
Well, the speculation is going to kill this whole thing because you know this, that perception becomes reality.
Yes.
And right now, here's what's real on the streets in terms of like fans, okay? Just Bob and Joe sitting around as they get beers tonight and talking. I bet Steiny and Goo are over at Old Ship doing this right now. You're sitting around, if you're a sports fan, there's 2 words, and that's it. There's only 2 words in this entire story that the average person is gathering. Word 1, Otani. Word 2, gambling. That's it.
Right.
That's it. The depth of the story does not make it down the street and around the corner. It's like the little game in kindergarten. Whisper in the ear of the person next to you and have it go around the room and see what it is at the end. And the word tomato will turn into orange by the time it gets around the circle. And that's where we are. Like, we are way too distracted. Nobody's sitting down to read not nobody, but you get what I'm saying. And so all that anybody is really hearing is Otani and gambling. And baseball cannot have that, does not like that, and needs to dive into this thing. For me, though, where it goes next is now, does the accountability and the accuracy and everything really get held to a standard? This is where reporters really need to kick in. Because if Major League Baseball is truly going to do an investigation, I know where my mind goes first. We've talked about it a ton the last 3 days. So where's that recording of those wire transfers? Because it has to exist. Let me hear it. Whose voice is on there? Let's go. What did you hear in the tapes of the wire transfer? There's no way that you're transferring $4.5 million through a wire without a paper trail and a vocal trail. So you're actually going to investigate this? Or is it like you're sort of insinuating, let's just put a big sticker over the door and say we're out for the weekend, we heard, and then hope that, again, like baseball always does, let's just wait 5 days and 7 days and 14 days, and maybe everyone will forget.
It's impossible.
It's impossible
with this guy
because it's their biggest name.
It's impossible.
Exactly, it's the face of their league.
I don't even think they can cover it up. In today's world with social media and the reporters digging and trying to make a name for themselves, you can't get away with something nowadays as big as this. You can't. They can't cover this up. They can't. There's no way.
Well, then I would have thought that people in high places would know that. However, I will never believe the story they're telling us now and the way that it came out.
Nobody believes it.
Well, it's the clunkiest thing you've ever seen. And so if you can't hide it and you're telling a lie, then where are we going?
What are you lying about? That's my biggest question right now. What are you lying about?
Well,
I think there's more there here is what I'm saying. What are you lying about?
There for sure is, but to me, you are definitely lying when you say that Shohei was the victim of theft. That's a lie. And it is the exact opposite and stark contrast of the exact story that the same people told 24 hours earlier. When the first time, ask anybody who's ever been a police officer or an investigator. Somebody sits down and tells you a story, and then 4 hours later they tell you the opposite. You don't send that person home. Why don't you stay right here at the table? I think we've got some more questions.
Dude, the biggest thing I always go back to, Mark, is they were laughing in the dugout in the ninth inning together. Yep. If somebody stole $4.5 million from me, I don't care if I had $2 billion.
And did you see the timeline of events on that? The report is that Shohei knew at that point that there was a gambling issue. He knew that that Ipe had a gambling issue.
He's known that for 5 years.
Right.
They do everything together. If you missed it the other day, there's no secrets in baseball. You live together for 8 months. He's part of the fabric of the team.
It doesn't add up.
He's in the dugout. He's on the plane. He's in the clubhouse. He's on the field for batting practice. This guy's might as well be a player. And if it's your best friend as a player, and I got a wingman, and we go out and drink beers after the game, we hang out, I know everything about that guy. Because we share everything together. We sit on the plane together. We sit on the bus together. I make sure on the road his locker's next to me so we can gossip together. Whatever. We know everything about each other. It's a small fraternity, just being a major leaguer. And then when you have a friend on a major league team that you vibe with, you do everything together. You want to get coffee this morning? Where are we going to lunch today? Beers after the game? Where are we going? What's good in the city? And then you go out with that person. They know about your family, they know about your wife, they know about your kids, they know how your marriage is going, they know if you're talking to somebody, they know everything.
By the way,
I know if he's gambling.
Yeah, and you're speaking to this as a person who would have had language options for that best friend to be someone else. In other words, The reason I bring that up is I think what you're saying is true, but even more so for Shohei, because there was a grand total of one other person who he could even talk to because of the language barrier in that entire organization.
Yeah.
It's not like he could be like, you know what, I really like this Mookie Betts guy.
Yeah, let's go out.
Let's go. Why don't you and I go hang?
But the interpreter has to come with them.
That's exactly.
So
there's only one thing to me that feels believable.
What's that?
And I don't
like he's a good dude?
Well, no, I can't say this because it makes it sound like I know what happened. And I don't. But there's only one scenario to me when you put these pieces together. There's only one that fits. The only thing that feels believable is that Shohei Otani tried to pay for his guy, paid off a gambling debt without realizing that in the state of California, a wire transfer to an illegal bookmaker is a crime. He did that and then realized with the people around him, oh crap, that's a crime. So we better recant this whole Ipe to ESPN explaining how Shohei paid off my gambling debt and turn it into a crime. theft. Shohei had no knowledge. That, to me, is the believable scenario here. But there's also 1,000 things I don't know.
If there was one payment.
There were 9 payments.
There's 9 payments.
9 payments.
So somewhere along the line of 9 different payments, did it have the time frame in these 9 payments?
No, I haven't gotten that yet.
So somebody's got to step up and go like, bro, you know this is illegal.
Right.
Like, you know that these payments are illegal. If it was one payment and he didn't know, okay, well, slap him on the hand, whatever the penalty is, $4.5 million, a lot of money. But like if you did it once, okay, but like 9 different ones, somewhere along those 9 ones, somebody's got to say like, hey, dude, this is illegal. Do you know this is illegal?
Yeah.
Somebody, like he's not that insulated.
No doubt. No, I know. Not when there's that level of money.
But you, Mark, when you're that level, you have a financial advisor, you have a CPA, you have everything. And
We'll get Eric Burns into this conversation. We'll take your calls. We're sponsored by Prize Picks. FP in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Use code GURU957 for a first deposit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
FP is in for Dibs. Eric Burns in literally a couple of seconds. And your son just tweeted about this, FP, and I think it's actually a really fun point. I'll bring people behind the curtain for just a moment here. We have all kinds of data. We're almost like Gabe Kapler with radio. We know what you're doing out there. We know your behavior, time of day, what day, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes Fridays are a little bit less than some of the other days. And I get that. People are heading out of town. You're just kind of, right? You're leaving work early, whatever. Your behavior might be different. And your son just tweeted this, and it made me think of our business. Y'all should start listening on Friday afternoons. You should actually make an appointment to listen on Friday afternoons, because this is when the sports world decides to dump all the stuff that they don't really want you to think about and talk about. Friday news dumps. It's been happening on a weekly basis so far here in 2024. And this investigation into Shohei Otani is only the latest example. So here we go. Let's get Eric Burns into this one. Hey, Burnsy, what's going on?
Mark, what's up, man? FT? What a apropos time to have me on. Talk about gambling.
Yeah, we got Pete Rose Jr. on the show.
Yeah, you know anything about this? Are you involved?
Look, man, I've gone on a record before in saying that I have never been scared to lay action in my day. And, I mean, it just dates all the way back to my junior high school days when a buddy of mine was running $5 parlay sheets out of the boys' bathroom at lunchtime. So
it's amazing.
It's just we're in such a weird spot with all of this because gambling is now legal in 40 out of 50 states. And I don't think that MLB, the NBA, NFL, they're still trying to tread very lightly into this, with some of their biggest sponsors being gambling partners. So, here we are in this Otani situation. And I've had several people reach out on No Filter Network. We've talked internally about, what, our response would be, just like, hey, you don't want to speculate, but if you were to ask me, just from all the information that I got in the early going, I don't think there's a ton more to this story than what actually has been reported. Now, with MLB opening an investigation, you have to open an investigation, especially if you have money wires that are coming from Shohei himself to this bookmaker in Southern California. It'd be sort of ignorant not to at least look into it. But I don't know if this is as complicated as people are making it out to be. Could this be some huge cover-up for Shohei's own gambling habits? Yeah, but there's no way we could presume that at this point. If this is a bombshell that's dropped later, fine. But there's no way, nor should there be a way, for us to speculate upon that. Now, let's say that it actually is Shohei Otani who laid this action and lost $4.5 million. I don't know exactly what the commissioner would do, but it would be up to his discretion, only because it was an illegal bookmaker in which who was the one who took the action. Now, if you look at the rules, it basically says I think players are allowed to gamble, not obviously on their own sport, but you're not going to, look, gambling's legal in all these different places now. But is that illegal for Shohei? Like, would that mean some sort of suspension for him from Major League Baseball? If so long as he didn't bet on baseball, I don't think, even if he did drop that kind of coin, that's Shohei's issue. I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is really shady. He obviously entrusted somebody who that was his best friend by all accounts. That was someone who he spent every single last day with, and then the media. Lastly, I'll shut up here and let you guys go. But the media in LA, I just read something how they've somewhat turned on him in a 24-hour period. It's like, well, how could Shohei be so irresponsible not to know the whereabouts of his finances, this, that? Well, look, Shohei entrusted his life with this guy. I mean, the same way my wife could be cleaning me out right now, I'd have no idea. There's certain amount of things in my life that I want to worry about. In specific finance things, I'm not going to micromanage. I would rather trust and be burnt by that trust than to have to have this consume my life. And what it said in the article, this one I literally just read about 5 minutes ago, was that Shohei needs to start worrying about more than just being a great baseball player. It's like, wait, hold on a second. No, Shohei's job is to be a great baseball player. There's certain basic necessities and things that he needs to address in life. But he, if anything, from what I can gather from this, he's been burnt like majorly by his interpreter, by his best friend. And this is just, there's a lot coming at us and a lot coming at Shohei in a very short period of time.
Bernsey, we've both sat in the FBI meetings in spring training where they show us this movie they made in the offseason about, a guy approaches you at the front desk, you're checking in at a hotel, and he's like, hey, I recognize you, and let's go have some beers. Next thing you know, he's like, how's your arm feeling? How's your leg feeling? They taught us to be aware of people that are trying to get inside information. When you talk about Ipe, his interpreter, he's part of the everyday fabric of the ball club. He's in the clubhouse, he's on the bus, he's on the plane, he's in the hotel, he's driving Shohei to work. They're best friends. If your best friend, and you know this, you gamble, if your best friend is losing, and he's losing a lot of bets, and he has to chase that money and he's trying to recoup, is he going to bet on women's Duke basketball to cover 42.5? Or is he going to bet on what he knows? Meaning, I know everything about, I'm part of the fabric, the everyday fabric. And we're saying that, like, maybe he didn't, or he's saying he bet on overseas soccer or whatever it is. Like, if just as a guy that bets, you're going to chase and try to bet on what you know best, right?
No, you're just going to chase, bro. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, obviously, you take Hawaii, you take the points late night, you go for the over. That's one we all know. It happens on Saturday nights, right? You've been getting slammed all day, and it's like, screw it, Hawaii to the over tonight, boys. It doesn't. Yeah, it's. You know what's funny? I mean, as much as I like gambling, I've never considered it an addiction. It's something that I just enjoy doing. Each year I would sort of set aside a budget of, hey, look, this is what I'm willing to, lay down. But there's also some, really sad stories of, those who have become degenerate gamblers and gambled, away everything. Now, how is that any different than the stock market? It's not, right? It's just a whole hell of a lot riskier. But I don't know what Shohei's interpreter would have bet on. What he knows, and in the baseball world, yeah, I'm sure he has some great insight. So if it does come down to the fact that he was betting on or against the Angels, that would be a problem. Now, is that Shohei's problem? Look, there's no way, I don't think, in any form or fashion that Shohei is going to be so idiotic to be like, yeah, take us tonight or don't take us tonight. You and I had a really good buddy that was a bookmaker for a long time, and it was like those conversations wouldn't even come up. Like it wouldn't even come to. It would never be at a point of. It would never get to that point of discussion when we would talk about the actual, say, A's or Diamondbacks games or anything else. Now, did we talk gambling? Of course, we were talking football games. We were talking this. If he said he likes them, and I also could tell you, and you know this very well, FP, man. On any given night, I could try to tell you, in a game I'm playing, I could try to tell you that, dude, we're going to roll Colorado tonight. And then we go out there and say we have Brandon Webb on the mound, and it's 2007. He's the Cy Young Award winner, and I'm hitting 20 bombs and ripping 50 bags on the top of the world, and yeah, we're going to take this thing down. And then Colorado goes out there and kicks our ass. Like, that's the beauty of sports, and it just goes to show you, and you know this from being a player, is that there's never a guarantee in any of this. There's just not. And gambling is very difficult. I think a lot of the professional gamblers have gotten an edge up because of the algorithms and the different algorithms that they've created to try to play at like a 56% plus, rate. But overall, you never know. So I have no idea what these guys, or how far this has been taken.
I'm going to ask you one more question, and don't forget Mark is here. You got to let him play. It's his show.
No, that's okay. I got stuff to do.
How does one pay off their debts? Is say if you are in debt, when do you pay them off? How do you pay them off? Because there's 9 different payments of $500,000 to pay off this $4.5 million debt. Does that raise any red flags to you?
No. I think that's a very dedicated, loyal gambler, a good client, right? Like someone who's paying his debts. Like a lot of times. And this is how a lot of these operations will get unveiled, is that you'll have somebody who will rack up millions of dollars of debt and they won't pay it. And then they actually will go to the feds and say, oh yeah, well, I'm getting threatened because I lost X amount of money, because there's no legal obligation for them to actually pay that debt down. And then what they'll do is open up books everywhere, right? Open up different accounts everywhere and try to chase this to pay this. And, it gets ugly. Now with Otani, obviously, or his interpreter, who they had the access to the money, and, I don't know what he was betting on. I don't, again, I'm not privy to this information, but it'll be really interesting to see how it shakes out. The feds are all over it. I mean, they haven't skipped a beat. So I have a feeling they probably know a lot more than anybody else. I do know that, at least I read this, is that the feds at a certain point had said that, or the MLB had said they had not been contacted by them. So, I don't know what that means, but obviously now MLB is going to open this investigation, and they should.
Eric Burns with us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs, FP's in for Dibs. Burnsy, does this all add up to you? Let me ask you this. This guy, according to reports, to make $180,000 a year. It makes sense that he could build up a $4.5 million gambling debt, especially if he wasn't using Otani's bank as collateral.
Yes, because he paid it. And that's where the 9 payments of $500,000 will come in. And so long as you paid your last debt, they don't care.
Right, but my point is this. Would the bookmaker continue to take that amount of bets from this guy without knowing that he had the backing if he lost?
Yeah.
He would?
Absolutely, because he knew. Well, he knew immediately. Think about this, Mark. He loses $500,000, right?
But how's he get that? But how's he even get that?
This is funny because this is where this gets a little shady. It's not up to the bookie to even care where the money's coming from. So if it's coming from Otani and he's Otani backed, obviously because he's getting these wire transfers with Shohei Otani's name, right? He's getting these transfers. He's like, look, if it's whoever's laying the action, he doesn't care. He knows the checks are cashing. And so once he's not running, this guy's W-9 to try to figure out how much money exactly that he's making, nor does he care. He knows these bets are coming in, and he knows that whoever it was that was placing the bets, once they lost, they paid off their debt.
Right.
And so once he's up $500,000, think about this though. He's up $500,000, and so why would he continue to take the bet? He's already up on them. So if he dished out on another $500,000, he's like, dude, I got his $500,000 anyway. What do I care?
Right. I guess my point would be is it totally makes sense, except for that to me that speaks against the idea that he was stealing the money from Shohei.
He knows that it was cashing, and if I would not put it past I wouldn't put it past Shohei or the interpreter to figure out that this guy had the ability to transfer money like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was making the payment. He's making his house payments, his car payments. He was doing everything, right? Shohei's not married, and I imagine he has a business manager. But that's where this gets interesting, because if there's a separate, like in life, it's sort of like our government. You want checks and balances. So you have, I know when I played, it was like I had my agent, and then I had a business manager, and then I had a financial guy. So I actually had three, right? And then there's three different areas where it's like the business manager's watching, what the financial guy's doing, and then the financial guys is watching what the agent's doing, and there's this kind of it's like the three branches of an individual ball player, and it works out well. And then then I got married, and I let Tara handle all of that. So from there, I don't think it's not as ridiculous as it sounds to think that Shohei could have been naive to this situation. I also could tell you that it's possible that Shohei and his interpreter were laying action left and right on just about anything and everything. I mean, is that possible? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would I be shocked? No, I'm not going to be shocked. I would be shocked if they did so idiotic to bet on baseball. So I don't think that would have ever been the case. And so long as that's not the case, I don't think this is going to be, anything major in the world of sports like everyone's making it out to be at this point.
Eric Burns with us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, before you go, one non-gambling question. What's it like to play for Bob Melvin? Why is he such a great manager?
Well, it's interesting because there's an article that came out in Fox News yesterday that I sent FP. I told him to read it. He probably
I read it. He let you play, let you steal bases. He took the training wheels off and let you be you. And you were wondering how your career went if he was your manager your whole career. I read it.
And there you go. And so basically the article is about a new book that I wrote, Let Them Play, a parenting and coaching guide to youth sports. And we came up with a system and a way of coaching literally based on the way Bob Melvin coached. Number one, he was an incredible communicator. Number two, the story I told in the article is that when I got to Arizona, he's like, Bernsey, so happy to have you. It's been pleasure, super fun managing against you, watching all these years. He goes, I got one rule for you. He goes, every time you get on base, I want you to steal. I'm like, yeah, I got you, Bob. He's like, no, like I want you to go, man. He's like, your success rate is, awesome at this point in your career. He's like, I think we can continue to push the envelope. I'm like, all right. So that first year, I went out. I think I stole 25 out of 26 bases, and then I showed up the next year in spring training, and he goes, I don't think you understood me. Your success rate is way too high. I want you to go every time you get on base. I'm like, done. And so that was the year that I stole 50 bases. And to have a manager that had that belief in, we hit 3-0, we get to a 3-0 count, and to not have a take sign, and to not be fearful of swinging a first pitch and making a first pitch out. And I reference the A's in this, not to knock them, because the A's taught me how to play baseball at the professional level. Awesome. What Billy Beane and everybody did over there for me, whether it was Bob Guerin, who had an opportunity to play for us down the bench coach for the Dodgers, the Ron Plazas of the world, the Keith Littmans. It was just so many great influences in my life. There was an element, and this was my only knock on it, is that I would play scared. I would be scared to run the bases. I would be scared to make an out on the bases, that is. I'll be scared to swing on a first pitch in case I just so happen to pop it up and wonder what Billy Beane's going to say if I, go back into the, clubhouse in between innings to take a leak. And, here he is like, what are you going to swing? Like, it literally, like, he would strike fear in that sense. Now, with that, Bob he was the opposite. Now, the irony is Bob Melvin's managed a long time for the Oakland A's as well. And anyhow, he lets you play free, let you play fearless. And so we built our entire organization and let them play coaching philosophy. And the entire book was based on that free and fearless approach to coaching youth sports. And instead of over coaching, like we see so often in youth sports these days, it's horrific. And, parents, basically putting their self-worth in their child, and it's not good. So in order to get the most out of a kid, you've got to have them playing free. You got to have them playing fearlessly. And it's everything that Bob taught me.
Yep, love it. Let him play. Very, very good. Hey, Burnsy, thanks for hopping on today. That was a lot of fun.
All right, guys, anytime.
Good stuff, Burnsy.
He gone. Eric Burns, right here on 95.7.
Used to be my friend. We used to talk all the time.
Used to be.
No, now he's like Todd Marinovich's dad with his kid.
Whoa.
No, I'm kidding. They have this travel baseball with Colton. His kid's a player. It's going to be good.
I bet.
He's really good. He's
playing, if that guy's your dad, you got no choice.
He's playing like up with 14-year-olds. I think he's 11.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I point out something that when we first read the MLB statement didn't really pop to my mind, and now it does.
It was a lame statement, Mark, if I'm being honest.
Well, that's that. I don't disagree with you, but I noticed something that I didn't notice the first time. Let me read it again for those of you who are just joining us, and then we will take your calls. 888-957-9570. Here is MLB's statement. Major League Baseball has been gathering information since we learned about the allegations involving Shohei Otani and Ippei Mizuhari from the news media. Earlier today, our Department of Investigations began their formal process investigating the matter. That's the statement.
What'd you read into that?
That they named Shohei Otani.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. Well, it's Major League Baseball. He's implicated.
We learned about the allegations involving Shohei Otani and Ippei Mizuhari. The way I've heard it throughout the week, I've only heard allegations involving Ippei Mizuhari. I have not heard any allegations involving Shohei Otani.
Well, if it came from his account to an illegal bookie, it's illegal.
But the two options, correct, but it's never been phrased to us as an allegation. The two things that are possible, so we've been told on the table, are he either sent some money to pick up for a friend or the friend took it without his knowledge. Those are the two options. And neither one of those constitute an allegation. I grant you that, yes, one is illegal in the state of California, but that's sort of parenthetical based on the two possibilities as they've been pitched to us to this point. That's all. It's interesting. Not only did they use his name, they used it first.
But here, so Burns thinks nothing's going to come of this. Like gambling in baseball, that's the taboo. I mean, that's the biggie.
Sure.
That's bigger than steroids. It really is.
Way bigger.
Because it goes back to Leo DeRocha getting suspended because he associated with a known gambler. So he gets suspended for a year for just being associated with a guy.
You don't get banned for life for steroids.
The Black Sox scandal to Pete Rose. I mean, I think it's so serious that if he's implicated, this could be... They're going to get rid of whatever they need to get rid of. I don't think there's going to be a cover-up here. I don't think they can cover anything up. I think there's too many investigative reporters licking their chops right now to go after this thing.
Let's keep going here. 800 or 888-957-9570, that is. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. FP's in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and I feel like I'm a part of the family. If they have a family picnic at this family-owned bank with the family-owned feel.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. There's a lot going on.
Well, that's not for air, by the way.
Well, no, not that part.
What we talked
not
about.
That part. No, not that part. Not that part. Yale's ahead of Auburn by 1 with 55 seconds to go.
Go, nerds.
So, yeah, look at it. You said there's a nerd convention in town. It's national.
I'm just jealous.
Yale might beat Auburn. So that's one thing. And we'll keep you up to date on that. Don't you worry. You're pretty little head about that. But this Shohei Otani thing, and
I'm infatuated with it, if you can't tell.
I can tell, and I'm not infatuated with it, and we want to take calls and keep talking it out. MLB, if you're just joining us, has launched their official investigation into the situation, and they named both Shohei Otani and his interpreter in terms of what they are investigating. Now, I will just say this, though. Maybe for some of you, a different entry point into the conversation, because you have stated how you want to see the Giants beat the Dodgers at full strength.
I want to see him play.
And everybody, I feel like he has been, in many ways, the most innocuous star in sports because he was an Angel. Who the hell is mad at the Angels? They're so non-threatening that Shohei could be someone that we all rooted for as a sort of an aside to whatever team we root for. Not anymore. Now he is the $700 billion evil empire, Los Angeles Dodger, tucked in between other future Hall of Famers in the lineup, and now a gambling story surrounds him. So a lot of that luster falls, and I do think it's interesting to ask Giants fans, hey, search the depths of your soul for a minute.
Ooh.
Go deep. And with honesty, answer this question. What are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for him.
I know what you're rooting for.
As a lifelong Giants fan.
I know you're rooting for him.
I want him to play.
I have a hard time separating this whole thing.
You don't.
No,
and that's fine.
No, it's not that. If you have to ask me the question in two different forms. I don't hate Shohei Otani. I do love the game of baseball. There's no question what you're saying is correct. It's horrible for the game if something goes haywire. But ask me how I feel about it right now for this baseball season. Sorry. If this leads to a bad record for the Los Angeles Dodgers, sign me up.
Well,
I don't want him to be gone for the rest of his life. I don't want him to be in jail. I don't want this to happen to baseball. I've got two sons who are huge fans, and they talked more about Otani last year than they did about any Giant. And why wouldn't they? What Giant would stop you from wanting to watch Shohei Otani? But I am conflicted because he's a Dodger now. I want them to lose. I want them to lose badly. I want them to lose embarrassingly. I want all kinds of things, like outside of the human stuff. I don't want anyone to get in a car accident on the way home. But I want bad things baseball-wise to happen to the Dodgers every day at a very, very deep level.
See, I think it'll be way more satisfying if the Giants finish ahead of them at full strength.
I agree with you, but I also think it's less likely for them to do that if he plays.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
You know, Warrior fan, do you want to go back and you're like, I didn't like it when they beat the Cavs and Kyrie was hurt?
Mark, I said this a lot on air, that no championship season ever started with one player punching another player in training camp. Like, fights happen throughout the course of the season.
Sure.
And guys get on each other's nerves. But, like, everybody loves each other the first day of school. And the fact that happened with the Warriors, I said it would derail their season. I said that. I said, I don't know how you come back from something like that. I don't know how their chemistry is going to be in the clubhouse. Along the same lines, this is 2 games into the Dodgers season, and now their season from a player standpoint was going to be a S show anyways, based on the media coverage of Shohei Otani, based on Yamamoto being there, and having, 50 credentials in your locker room every day instead of 20. It was going to be a show.
No doubt.
All year. Now, turn that up.
Double it.
Triple it.
Yep.
CNN's going to be there now, and Fox News, and MSNBC, and every outlet in Japan and Asia is going to be there. The news stations, not the sports stations, are going to be there. So when you talk about a punch derailing a season and being a distraction, this is huge.
It's huge.
The one thing I would push back on what Bernsey said, and he was wonderful because he's forgotten more about that stuff than I'll ever know, is that I still don't understand how you can get a $4.5 million debt when you make $200,000 a year.
You can't.
Unless you have the backing of a guy that makes $65 million a year.
That's why I was sort of on that line of questioning, which is I don't understand how an illegal bookmaker who's here illegally to make money is just taking constant bets from somebody that doesn't make $200,000 a year to the point where he could rack up 4.5 unless that bookmaker knew at minimum. Doesn't mean Shohei's the gambler, but at minimum, you've got the backing. It's like when you're 16 and you go buy a car. Your parents better be there to co-sign for you, or else they're not giving you a loan. Like, they're not going to do that. And so I've asked this question a couple times, and I've felt unsatisfied by the answer each time because people are like, yeah, you could rack that up. You just keep chasing. It's like, no, they're not going to. Y'all have a betting account? Like, that money's got to be in there for you to bet it. You can't access that kind of a marker if you make $180,000 a year unless someone knows that the money is there.
I can't get a loan for a $10 million house right now. I don't qualify.
There you go.
Same kind of thing.
Totally. So that's what I was getting at. It doesn't mean that Shohei's the gambler. It does, to me, mean that money wasn't stolen. Because not only did he need to wire it 9 different times, that illegal bookmaker needed to know up front that it was there and accessible. So add that layer into how the hell do you do that without Shohei knowing?
Did you know the favorite part about doing these 3 shows with you this week? Like, I've never done this on radio before, where we're solving a crime and solving a mystery, and I'll see the light go on in your eyes halfway through a sentence, and as we talk, we're like, wait, and you hear yourself talk, and you're like, this makes no sense, this makes sense. Like, we're like CSI 95.7 for 3 days now.
We're doing sports Law and Order.
It's real time, though, because the more we talk it out, it's almost like therapy. The more we talk it out, the more I'm going like, this makes no sense.
It made no sense.
This is stupid. There has to be something more here. And people are getting mad that we're probably implicating Shohei. He is implicated. He is. The money came from his account. So whether he gambled or not, maybe he's just laying down bets left and right on the NFL. But all the players today came out and said, his former teammates, and it wasn't BS because it was all anonymous. They were saying that he just doesn't care about other sports. He doesn't watch other sports.
But so that doesn't really that doesn't really play here, because that's not what it's about. And you know, one of our very good YouTubers, Damon Chang, just asked us, I know a lot of you, and I'm the same, you want to believe that Shohei is as innocent as he's sort of been pitched to be to us.
I do.
And I do think that that's still a possibility. But there's a big but here. And that is, if Shohei simply just went, hey, buddy got in trouble, let me rock 4.5 for you. That's still a crime. It's still a crime in California. You just rocked 4.5 mil to an illegal bookmaker in California. It doesn't mean you're going to be banned for life, but it's a crime and it's a problem.
But it's not a one-time payment screw-up thing, though. It's $500,000
different
payments.
Wires.
Yes. That's covering for your boy for, I feel like,
9
unless
times.
it was like 9 different days. Was it 9 months? Was it a payment a month for 9 months? Like, how did they break this?
Yeah.
I need to know this part.
$500K.
Here's the thing with the FBI.
Monthly payment plan.
If they're investigating this, they have all the text messages. They have all the electronic evidence. They probably even, if he was making these payments over a period of time, they probably have phone calls between Mizuhara and the guy he paid off, the bookie.
Yeah.
They probably, if Shohei texted this guy, his interpreter, anything about like, put 500 on the Niners on Sunday. If that text message is in there, that's legal, I guess, because he's not betting on baseball. Major League Baseball players are allowed to bet on anything but baseball. So, yeah, this is going to be, like I said, I think we're in the second inning now. We started the show, I said we're in the first inning of this thing.
Yeah, the investigation launches. That goes to the second inning. All right, A lot of people want to weigh in on this. Let's rock and roll. Before we get started, though, let's remind you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. And also, quick reminder that every Friday for the rest of the season, we're going to bring you the Big Three Unplugged. Check out our social media platforms. This is really cool. Every Friday, our own Whitley Sandretto, who is fantastic and delightful and all of that, gets the Big Three, Steph, Clay, and Dre, talking about non-basketball topics like who's the most famous person you have in your phone, or are you involved in an illegal gambling ring? It's the Big Three Unplugged. I hope their answer is no. We'll find out. It's all brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department. Are you ready to make a lasting impact in your community? Visit joinacpd.org to start your journey today. Together, let's make a difference. Your community needs you. All right, out to you. Nick and Clayton with Willard and FP. Hey, Nick, what's going on?
Hey, guys, good discussion, and I like that, FP. It does feel like we're all kind of getting trying to solve a mystery, rather.
It is. It's a game we're playing.
And perhaps another source of clues, and I'm happy you're on the air for this, is what do you think the players or the Players Association think about what's going on? And you kind of, I think, might have alluded to a little bit about how the Dodgers players certainly don't want that in their clubhouse and whatnot. And the reason why I even ask it is I have a feeling that's what spurred the investigation, because I kind of felt like the owners and the commissioner want it under the rug and something not looked at. But if they have to look at it, if someone has to have made them look at it, and my sneaky suspicion it might be the players.
Nah, I don't.
Thanks, Nick.
I don't think any of us are rooting for Shohei to go down. I think Mark is a little bit tongue-in-cheek because he's a Giants fan and he thinks it would be cool if they didn't have him. And I don't think that you're in the minority there. I guarantee you there's a lot of Giants fans driving around going, screw the Dodgers. I hope he's suspended. I don't think that's good for baseball. I don't even think it's good for the Giants.
I don't think it's good for baseball. I have nothing against Shohei. I don't want Shohei, the guy, to go down. I guess it's the best way to answer it, and I hope it doesn't feel like I've got one foot on each side of the fence. I don't want Shohei to go down. If this leads to bad things for the Dodgers, I am very much in favor of that part of it. That's all I'm saying.
And betting in California is illegal, right? Through a bookie, through a site.
Yes. This is a crime.
Yes.
And so I would. And by the way, simply paying that illegal bookmaker knowingly is a crime. Sending a wire to an illegal bookmaker is a crime. I guess this is the best way for me to answer it. I hope Shohei is totally okay. I hope this distracts the hell out of the Dodgers all year long, and they win 85 games.
I'm all for that.
That's what I hope. That's what I'm rooting for.
Well, you know what?
I hope that this is just a huge gorilla on their back all year long. And I hope they hate the contract. I hope they're all sitting around right now wishing that they had not spent $1 billion on Otani and Yamamoto. I hope that they're going to be paying for this for 30 years, and I hope it hurts every single day for the rest of their careers. That's what I hope.
Oh, you just made the Instagram clip with that rant right there. That was good stuff.
Thank you very much.
I'm not. Somebody on the YouTube chat said this, so this isn't me, but it made me think: what if Mizuhara is totally innocent? What if he's never bet a day in his life and he's just literally falling on the sword?
Now people would start to hate Otani. Then he becomes a villain.
Well, because it's all going to come out.
Yeah.
This is all going to come out. What
agree.
What if he's never bet a day in his life?
Well, I'm still not convinced it's, quote, all going to come out.
Why?
Because MLB has launched an investigation. I'm waiting for the government to launch the investigation. When we talk about the feds, Rob Manfred is not the feds.
No.
He's the Freds. I'm waiting for the Rob Manfeds to show up.
Yeah.
The Manfred, I don't buy you at all. I don't believe you. I don't think you're doing anything. I think you're just going to do whatever you can to protect Shohei Otani. We need actual law enforcement to get involved before this is really real.
Dude, it makes sense because all the greatest players in baseball aren't in Cooperstown. This is probably just going to...
Totally.
This could be
Pete
another
Rose
one
and
of
Barry
them.
Bonds.
Roger Clemens.
Shohei.
I say it ain't Sohei.
There's a lot of his name is tremendous for puns. It really is.
I don't want him to be guilty. This is hard doing a show. Get in there.
Oh no!
Oh no! I had Auburn.
Smart people win. Stop with the whole smart guys finish last. Yale has defeated Auburn in the SEC stakes. It's official. Florida out. Auburn out. Kentucky out. And I don't mind that one bit either. Stick to football, SEC. Luke in San Francisco. Hi, Luke. You're on with Willard and FP. Hi. How you doing?
Wow, fellas. I'm great. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
You guys can talk. I didn't realize how much you could talk until I was in the queue.
Well,
long time listener.
We get paid to talk. That's what we do.
We're radio hosts. The lovely Christy, my girl, apologizes for me to my children all the time. She's like, you got to understand. You know, like I know your dad took 5 minutes to punish you just now, but he can talk a lot.
You guys must just go home and not say a word.
Yeah, you'd think.
Yeah. I talk to my couch, dude.
Exactly. Anyway, go ahead.
Fellas, it's funny. One thing that they haven't broken out yet in all these stories is all these wires out. But what about the wires in? If they found these wires coming from Shohei's account when they looked at this bookies don't just receive money; they pay money out. So if he paid money back to that Shohei account, then I think he's kind of busted. Whether he was doing it for his little buddy or not, then there's the trail end, and then there's the IRS that's going to want money on those taxes. It's tax evasion, and Shohei should go down for it, but he probably won't.
Well, I mean, those are a bunch of ifs, though. Like, you know what I mean? You're right, Luke. You're totally right, but I don't know if and when we will ever know if money was going back in that direction to that account. And if it was, then, my God, Shohei is at minimum guilty of being really stupid. I mean, like, what do we... Honestly, unless Shohei, and he'd been here for a minute now, too, and we're talking about, and thank you, Luke, we're talking about someone, you made this point earlier, and I like to do this a lot because I do think it helps at least let us regular folk sort of imagine the world in which they live. Here's the example I'll give. Do you remember when a picture got taken of Tom Brady with Ronaldo overseas?
I don't.
Okay. It was right before, what was his name? The old coach of the Tampa Bay Bucks that got let go before they gave it to Bowles. Was it? It wasn't Arians. Anyway,
that's who I was thinking.
Yeah,
it isn't. That was the
Bucks head coach. The Bucks head coach.
The old school dude.
The old school dude. And they moved him upstairs. And Tom Brady, you know, the owner of the soccer team. That's the Glazer family. That's the family that owns the Tampa Bay Bucks. So was Tom Brady across the seas meeting with ownership to try to adjust the staff of the football team? Was he doing that? Well, Tom Brady would have known. When people are like, well, it's just a picture. It's just a picture of Tom Brady and Ronaldo. And I'm like, do you all think that Tom Brady is not infinitely aware of what would happen and what people would think when a picture is taken of him and yet another global sports superstar? That picture is taken with their knowledge, spread on social media. Celebrities are very aware of that stuff. What's going on around them? They have people, they have handlers, advisors, everything. So the idea that Shohei is just like, I didn't know. His contract's worth almost $1 billion. I don't care if there's a language barrier. Do you think that person who's been here for 5 years had no idea that this kind of stuff could be trouble? He doesn't have 1,000 advisors, agents, lawyers, handlers. He's a global icon. He doesn't have people that would be like, so we can't do that. We're going to have to do this a completely different way, whatever it is you're doing. So that doesn't make any sense to me. That's another piece of this puzzle for me. This idea that Shohei is this innocent flower sitting in the corner that had no idea that anything he was just being stolen from. No way. There's too many people around him for something like that to happen.
I'll say this, and this is based on experience. When you're in that world, And I would have no idea what it's like to be that level, obviously. But you feel like you're bulletproof. You feel like I can do whatever I want. I have the world at my fingertips. I can do whatever I want. I'm above the law. I'm a baseball player. And there's plenty of examples of that. So you would think that one of his people somewhere would say, hey, dude, you got to separate yourself from this Mizuhara guy. Like, he's a nice guy. I know he's your friend. I know he's your interpreter. But, like, if he's doing this, you're going to be implicated. And that had to, somebody had to, right? And if they didn't, why didn't they? Because he was gambling and not his interpreter? Dude, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't think his interpreter, like, it's not out of the realm where this guy's never gambled in his life. And he's just wearing it.
Nothing's out of the realm.
I think this could go 74 different ways.
The only thing that feels out of the realm for me is that 9 different $500,000 wire transfers happened and Shohei was like, no clue. That feels completely far-fetched to me.
And I like what the last caller said about money coming in.
Yep.
Like he just lost.
If he is,
he's the worst gambler ever.
Yeah, fade the Ipe.
Like, bro.
Like, man, let's get some picks.
Did you ever, like, do your homework?
Right.
You're the worst gambler in the history of the world that you just lose $500,000 every month or whatever it was?
Where did the money come back?
Yeah, how much came back? When did you win? Did you win a big bet? Did they put $1 million in your account? Was there a $400,000 transfer coming back? Like, did you ever have a great day at the track? Right?
Yeah, dude, no, you'll trip and fall into one win before you lose $4.5 million.
Right? And a big one, too, you'd think.
Yeah.
If he was chasing.
Yeah. It's like a greatest reverse parlay of all time.
Here we go, talking it out. We're just talking it out. There's people listening in their cars. You and I are talking it out.
We need to get that little Law and Order sounder when they go to, when they go to a different scene. Dun, dun. Now we're in the police station. Shohei's being interviewed. You mean to tell me you didn't know anything?
Nothing? When dude, trust me. I should ask Burns this, but it was tough to get in. About
why?
We know, dude. Burnsy and I were wingmen. We did everything together. We knew everything about each other. We did. That's what happens when you live with somebody. Like, and these two were closer than we were.
Yeah, I do think this. At a minimum, without having any idea where this is and where it's going, at a minimum, I'm with you. Shohei Otani is guilty of like really poor decision making in terms of his closeness to this person and his lack of knowledge of how to handle it. At a minimum.
Name me one rock star, movie star, sports star that hasn't been the victim of poor decision making. I feel like it just goes with the territory. Like there's always a musician that you see the E! True Hollywood Story or the TMZ. They all make bad decisions. You get all these big actors and actresses, and they make bad decisions.
What if I give you Steph Curry? Where's the bad decision?
Wow. All right. I mean,
I'm sure he's had some that we don't know about.
I'm sure.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like one time he ordered the chicken, and it was like, dude, the steak is way better at this restaurant.
I'm sure he's made some bad decisions.
We're sponsored by In at the Tides, and more of your calls next. FP's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tides.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. I'm over here dealing with my own banking allegations. Okay? So this is how it works in the real world. Texting with both of my sons right now. Apparently one of them thinks the other one misplaced his debit card. So I don't know who to believe. We'll find out if the story changes in the coming hours. An investigation has been launched into the situation. So, and there are tens of dollars at stake.
Dude,
So,
what if this goes like they get this guy that this bookie and he's got 10 other players?
Here we go.
And it is like my son's tweet, the gambling era, all of a sudden. What the hell? This is crazy. Anyways, let's not hope that happens.
Well, I mean, there 1,000%. There's so many ways this could still go. And by the way, if you're just joining us, again, this is the show. Every day turns into Shohei Day. By the end of the show,
it's the Shohei show.
But what we've got today is simply the announcement that MLB has launched an investigation into both Shohei Otani and his former interpreter, who the Dodgers have fired, Ippei, as they call him. And so that formal investigation has not only been launched, but everyone is gathering that MLB decided to put that news out at 5:57 Eastern Time on a Friday. It's funny when teams do stuff like this. I don't want to go down this road again, but this was very, very much part of my thought process and why I was so ticked off about the Giants' handling of the Rennell situation on Monday. I think that they've known for months that they were going to do this based on what I now know. And they waited until the day that they also had the Blake Snell news. And I don't think that was an accident. Well, and so I look at this now, we're all too quick. We're too attached in the digital world. We see through this stuff. So when baseball releases this information at 5:57 p.m. on a Friday, it's like, guys, we get it. We know what you're doing.
But what was that tweet you just read to me during the break about? It's brilliant, saying that this made another story out of a story because they tried to dump it on a Friday, and now everyone's talking about you tried to dump it on a Friday, which means you're hiding something, and it made another story.
Yeah, Richard Deitch of The Athletic used to be on Sports Illustrated for a while, wrote, once upon a time, the MLB Friday night news dump might have been smart PR. But today, in my opinion, it's doubly bad. Why, you ask? Well, it has a bit of a Streisand effect. You just created a secondary news cycle about how you waited until 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time on a Friday. So, right, you don't do that unless you know, we now know, A, you're trying to hide something. B, you view this as very, very negative news. C, you don't want us to know what you're telling us. You're telling us, but you don't want us to know. You don't want us to talk about it. You're telling us all of those things simply in the way that you said it. And yeah, that's not good for baseball either.
I heard Rennell had a scorekeeper that was betting on the Giants. And they don't know whether Rennell was betting on the Giants or not. But that's what I heard.
Rennell, if she said the name really loud, she knew the next guy would always get a double.
Yeah.
And she knew if she said it quieter, that guy struck out.
No, that's how she placed bets. Yeah. If it was a loud name, that was $100. And if she said it just kind of matter of fact, then that was like she didn't want any action on this at bat. She's betting hits or no hits. That's what I heard.
Yep.
That's why Rennell's not a Giant anymore.
Within the community.
Yep, I heard all this. Yeah. It's fact.
Vince in San Francisco. Hi, Vince. Thanks for calling Willard and FP.
Rennell was betting on Otani is what I heard.
What's up, Vince?
Hey, what's up, guys? This Shohei thing has literally taken over this whole week. And the more I think about it, like you guys said, the more none of it really makes sense. But the only conclusion, and obviously we have very limited facts, I'm sure MLB is hiding or withholding a whole lot of stuff from the public. But what do we know right now? We know that there were wire transfers that were being made to an illegal bookie, and that's it. There was that weird interview that came out Tuesday, and that's one thing that I don't understand. Like, why was that interview even a thing? And then for the interpreter to come out and say what he said, and then like you were saying Wednesday, I believe, how Shohei backed on that and said, no, I had no knowledge of this. So with knowing that, and the transfer is going to an illegal bookie, it's, to me, I feel like Shohei is going to be found innocent and he's just going to be untouched in this whole thing, because let's say that he was putting bets down. We still don't know what bets were being made. What if they really were not about baseball? I mean, I know you guys in the clubhouse said Shohei only watches baseball. That's all he cares about. Okay, that's fine. But let's say it is covering for his interpreter, like was said. It's very believable that the interpreter could have been saying, hey, this is a legal gambling guy that I know. You know, I made bets here. I can't cover it. Can you help me out or whatever, right?
Right.
If that is the case, they have to prove that Shohei knew that it was an illegal gambling person.
Not really.
That's going to be
not really, Vince. Vince, my understanding of this is a little bit different than yours. And here's what I feel like you might be missing here. For Shohei to be 100, like if you want squeaky clean innocence, you're going to have to prove that he had no knowledge of those wire transfers whatsoever, that it truly was stolen from him. And I think that's why the story is what it is right now. And the fishy part that you're also leaving out is that they changed their story in 24 hours. They went public. They sent Ipe to ESPN to talk about how it was his gambling problem and Shohei was covering for him.
Smokescreen. That was a smokescreen.
And
that was covering fire.
And then they switched the story 24 hours later to say that the money was stolen from Shohei. And the reason that's relevant is that if Shohei greenlit wire transfers to an illegal bookmaker, even if he was trying to do something good, even if he didn't know, at a minimum, that is a crime in California. Doesn't mean Shohei's going to get banned for life or anything like that, but that is a crime. So that's not squeaky clean, nothing's going to happen kind of stuff. We're not talking about a small amount of money. And when you talk about illegal bookmakers, the feds and the state, they don't like that. Like this is all come out because of an investigation that's going on into this bookmaker. So this is a little, in my opinion, it's a little bit more intricate and layered than what you just laid out.
And again, that was me going off of the information that has been released. I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff that has come out yet, and it may never come out. Maybe MLB wants to get this taken care of before it goes any further. But based off of what's been said this week, I don't see a way that they can prove with beyond a shadow of a doubt that Shohei knew that the money was going to an illegal bookmaker.
Well,
I think the whole language barrier and interpreter thing is going to be a big factor in this whole thing.
Vince, I get it. Respectfully, I disagree. When you're talking about transfers, wire transfers of $4.5 million, I look at it the exact opposite way. Shohei's going to have one hell of a time proving that he didn't know. Not the way you said it. We're going to have a hard time proving that he knew? No. Wire transfers of that amount of money, good luck proving that you had no idea. And if this does get to federal investigation levels, FP mentioned this earlier, if you think that they're not going to have access to everything, you don't know how these work. They're going to have
the phone calls.
They're going to have the phone calls, the text messages, any communication between the bank and the client is all on the table.
Teammates are going to get interviewed.
So this is a big deal. This is going to be really hard for them to wiggle out of, in my opinion, because you're talking, again, I want to add to what was just put out there in terms of what we, quote, know. We know there were wire transfers. Sure. But we know more than that. We also know that Shohei's entire legal team has already changed their story once. They did, not Ipe.
Hey, let's say that he stole the money. Oh, that's a good idea. If I'm Shohei, I bring Ipe into my office and I say, look, you suck at gambling. You're terrible. After the first $500,000 payment. That's a $500,000. Like, bro, knock this off. There's no way that he had access to Shohei's account and he was just doing this and Shohei didn't know. So if I know, because he's my buddy and we do everything together, I'm the skipper and he's Gilligan and we're running around together everywhere. I'm telling him, like, dude, knock it off.
Right.
Like, that's it. Done. Like, I'm sending the first wire, $500K, knock it off, smack him around a little bit, and then tell him that's it.
Yeah.
We're done.
Not 8 more.
And everyone's like, oh, but it's an addiction. Okay, well, go have your addiction somewhere else, and I don't want to be tied to it.
There are clinics for that.
I'm not trying to be mean, but there's $700 million at stake here. There's my legacy as a Major League Baseball player at stake here. I cannot afford to be around you. Like, Mark, I make decisions in my own personal life, and it sound judgy or whatever, but if I'm around people that do drugs, I go the other way.
You have to.
I don't associate with it. I'll have a cocktail with anybody, but when I see the real drugs come out, I go the other way. So, because I don't want to be associated with it, because A, I'm against it, and B, I just don't want to be around it.
Yeah,
and I don't think good things can happen with that.
Too many phones. There's phones everywhere.
It's just not my thing.
Yep.
So, along those lines, here's a guy that's on a whole different level with his career and his legacy, and he's the greatest player to ever walk the earth, possibly, when it's all said and done. And his best buddy is an addict, and he's not going to bring him into his room and say, like, bro, enough.
No, he's going to keep him closer.
And he's going to give him more money.
And start paying
And he's going to give him more money.
Yeah.
And he's going to give him more money. This makes no sense to me. Unless, hey, I like the Niners today. Go take care of it. Hey, I really, like, God forbid that I really like, I don't know, the Royals tonight against the Pirates in interleague play.
Then he's done.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
I hope he bet on the Niners. That would make me like him even more. I like the Niners too, Shohei. Let's go to Marlon in Concord. Hey, Marlon, what's up? You're on Willard and FP.
Hey guys.
Hey, Marlon.
I'm actually checking out. I'm checking out at Safeway right now. I know you guys are always sponsoring Safeway.
We are. What are you getting?
Yeah, what do you got? What are you buying?
What are you getting?
You know what, man? I pretend to be a Catholic at times, so I'm getting some shrimp to not eat meat today.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Nice
for
done.
you.
Yeah. Well,
I
the
can't
other
do
thing
that.
I admitted to your screener is that I am a Dodgers fan, so I'm calling as a Dodgers fan.
All right.
Yeah, this is
To
good
say
perspective. I want to hear what you think.
Well, I mean, first off, I think it sucks. I think it sucks because, I mean, first we had Bauer, and then we had Urias, and now we have this. So, I mean, overall, it sucks.
And Yamamoto stinks too. No, go ahead, Marlon.
I know, exactly. No, I know, exactly. An inning goes by, and the whole thing sucks. I completely agree. But I do think that Shohei is kind of uncancelable in some way. And the more that you guys are kind of solving this whole mystery live for us today, it does make me kind of think that, hey, MLB's known about this. I'd like to think that Shohei has no clue about any of this actually happening. And the other thing, I'm not sure if people knew. Thank you so much. I do think that people didn't realize that Ippei was born, in the States. So he's probably born to Japanese parents, right? So here you have an American that likes to bet. I don't think Shohei knows anything about any other sports. So I think the poor guy roped into it. He's doing his buddy a solid. And I hope it all goes away in a week or two.
So
that's all
Marlon,
I got.
I do too.
Yeah, Marlon,
I do too, bro.
Marlon, first of all, thank you for thanking the employee who checked you out. I think that speaks well of you. But also, like, I keep sort of, and Marlon, thanks. I keep reinforcing this. Even if what Marlon's hoping for is true, that doesn't mean it's not a problem. It doesn't mean he's going to be canceled or banned, but if Shohei was just taken up for his guy, my guy, 4.5 milli, all good. I got you. That's like a $5 bill to me. I got you, buddy.
4.5 is a lot for anybody.
Because you're my fam.
I don't like that comparison.
I understand.
That's a lot of money.
Oh, but the math actually does work. But anyway.
Stop with the facts. This is Sports Talk Radio.
Yeah, to me, that's $5. Right. Anyway, even if that's all that happened, well-intentioned, good friend, 4.5 milli for his guy to cover his debt. Even if that's all true, you still got a problem. You still knowingly greenlit wire transfers to an illegal bookmaker, which is a crime, and that is a problem, and it will lead to questions. Hey, Dodgers, how are you going to handle this? Hey, Major League Baseball, how are you going to handle this? I get it. He just brought up the names Trevor Bauer and Julio Urias. Now, yes, those are totally different. Those are accusations that made their teammates go, dude, you're gross. Get out of here. We are not, most of us, morally challenged by this topic, even if Shohei was gambling. We are, many of us, not morally. So that doesn't mean we hate Shohei and, oh my God, ban him for life.
What if it's baseball, though? You change your opinion? You bet on baseball.
I would need, like, there's a discussion there still at minimum.
I'm still not like Pete Rose.
Yeah, I'm not black and white, like, oh, you bet on baseball, you're banned for life. There's a discussion there. But my point is even if you're a big Shohei fan, and even if all the intent was good, it could still be a problem for him and for the Dodgers.
Well, that's fine if it's a problem for the Dodgers.
Yeah, it's really fine.
I say free Ipe. I think he's innocent. I'm going with that. I'd like to have the out of the box takes.
Where'd you get that from?
The more I think of the, we're solving the crime on the air. I think he's totally innocent. Free Ipe. I'm gonna get trending on X right now.
Free pay. Yeah, get it. Make a hat.
He didn't do anything. He's wearing this. The guy never made a bet in his life, probably. And they're like, you go talk to ESPN. you go sit down with that reporter, and you just wear it. You just absolutely wear it.
But they're like,
you got a problem. You can't stop. You couldn't stop. There's no way. You try to check in. You try to get help. Just wear it. Okay.
And Otani's like, I'll give you my entire year's salary.
I'll give you all the deferred this year.
Which is like $1. What was his salary this year?
$2 million.
It doesn't even cover the guy's debt.
$68 million, but he's making $65 million in endorsements this year.
Right. Okay,
and then he deferred 68 to, I don't know, 2097.
Whenever.
Whenever Ipe gets out of jail. This is so stupid.
Unreal.
This whole thing's stupid.
It's unreal.
It's so stupid. Honestly, what if Ipe's innocent? Now this is how I overthink things. And like my brain, I know there's a light on and people are listening.
No, that's
but this is how I work. This is how I overthink things.
But this is what we're doing this week.
I know it's fun.
I like
this guy's innocent.
But there's I'm going with it. But you're going with a what if, and there's 1,000 what ifs. I personally want to stick to what I can firmly share in my brain, which is that the story that we're being told, I don't believe. I don't want to then take this and go, so what I do believe is I can tell you what's believable. That's what's believable, which is that Otani just unknowingly committed a crime when he was trying to do something nice. That's believable. The original story that they told.
What is it going to look like when the Dodgers come into Oracle Park? What is it going to look like when Otani goes on the road this year? What kind of reception is he going to get just by his name being associated with this scandal?
I think all of the vendors should dress up as pit bosses. I think that
orange jumpsuit night.
Right?
Not Orange Friday, but like orange jumpsuit night.
Vegas hats, like all the sparkly, and just walk through the stands and go cigars, cigarettes.
Alcatraz night.
21. Yeah. Bet. The bets are down. Hopes are high.
Oh, man.
All right. Big Smooth in Oakland. Hi, Big Smooth. What are you doing?
Man, I'm just sitting in my driveway waiting for traffic to clear. But
what do you live on a freeway?
Yeah, that confused me too. You're sitting on your driveway waiting for. You're home, Big Smooth.
You live on an off ramp?
No, the freeway is right by my house, and I just turned around. I'm like, man, this traffic is kind of thick.
Okay.
But anyway, listen, man. Here's the thing about the gambling. You know what? We're inundated by gambling now on your phone, commercials, gamble. Honestly, I don't think the general public cares. Let them gamble. Who cares? We don't care because you guys have, not you guys, I mean media. It's been so in our face, inundated. Go ahead, gamble. $5 for free. Commercials everywhere, radio. So now, guess what? An athlete's mixed in a gambling scandal. You think? Yeah. It's going to happen more and more and more. Personally, I don't care, man. Gamble as long as you didn't hurt anybody. I'm just saying. because of now it's so prevalent, I think people don't care anymore. I don't think we don't have an issue.
Yeah, but I don't know that us caring is even the issue, Big Smooth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's sort of like what I was just saying. This may not affect your moral compass, and that may not matter. It may not matter. If federal investigators get their hands on this and baseball is put in a spot where Pete Rose has been over here scapegoated for generations, and then you've got this, you can't, you're not allowed to sweep it under the rug. There's too much precedent.
It just seems very hypocritical is what I'm saying. And, what most people are probably thinking, play ball, man. I just think it's very hypocritical. And I don't think the story is as big and I hear what you're saying. It may not matter because of the rules and regulations. But personally, I don't think that average person cares as much as maybe the reporters think we do. Okay, play ball, let's go. I mean, clear it out. Stop pushing gambling to everyone, and maybe I think these players gamble a lot more than what let's be honest. These guys are gambling. If they're not doing it,
well, of course they are.
I agree.
They're telling their buddies to go do it. I'm telling you, man. They're telling their buddies, hey, man, because you're making gambling so fun. These are regular people who just happen to be really good at a certain sport. Why would they not gamble?
No,
I don't know.
Dude, I'm with you 100%. Did you hear our tweet of the day? It's from this guy named Jeff, and it went viral. It's got 54,000 likes. This guy has like 5,000 followers. This tweet has 54,000 likes. It says, "Welcome back to SportsCenter, presented by ESPN Bet. For more on the Otani situation, we go to our FanDuel insider, Jeff Passan, at our DraftKings studio in Los Angeles, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. Jeff, how could something like this happen?" Like, this is the most clever tweet. To your point,
tremendous.
We're inundated with gambling. I watched Major League games last year with on the crawl below. They're having over/under minus Dodgers minus 400, Giants plus
Of
this,
course.
and it's during the game. And my take was, there's Bally Sportsnet is now a local RSN, regional sports network. So a casino basically owns a sports network that's broadcasting Major League Baseball games. And I'm sitting there watching this and how big gambling has become in the sports world with our apps and everybody betting on games. There's shows on ESPN where they're telling you what lines to bet. Even Bonte's pregame show with the Warriors, they do betting lines. Sure. They do. They take the Warriors over. Sure. But betting's everywhere in sports. And I'm watching this in baseball, and I'm watching how incorporated gambling is in baseball now. And I'm thinking to myself, like, Pete Rose can't even go to a Major League ballpark because he bet while he was playing baseball.
Okay, but can I?
And now it's just so part of the everyday fabric. To our caller's point, and to this like clever tweet that I think is hilarious. Like, it's so part of the everyday fabric that we're surprised.
All right.
We're shocked.
Let me offer.
I know Major League players that gamble.
Let me offer an alternative view, because you're right. I will not argue the hypocrisy of professional and college sports making gambling such a big part of what they're doing and their partnerships. But then on the other hand, here the players can't even come near it. That is hypocritical. You all are right. However, I'd also argue this. That does not make it okay to commit crimes. And because sports gambling has become so prevalent, you absolutely can find legal ways to do this now. And it's all sponsored by Prize Picks, for crying out loud. Like, there's 1,000 different ways. Is this segment even sponsored by Prize? No. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. But do you get my point?
Yeah.
There's 1,000 ways for you to do this, especially if you're a billionaire, legally. So you're all right. It's hypocritical. It doesn't mean you get to commit federal crimes.
What if we go to like a cultural thing? There's certain cultures where gambling is part of the everyday life, everyday fabric.
And there's also cultures where it's like the biggest taboo of all time.
Which is ours.
Yeah. No, this is worse. There are those that are worse. You know? But I get what you're saying.
There's a cultural element to this too, I believe.
Sure. All right. More calls coming up. 888-957-9570. FPN for Dibs. Weatherden Dibs.
Freeman's Appliance annual Red Tag sale is March 22nd.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Remember 4 hours ago when we were like, what do you think the Giants' burden of expectations is this year?
And before we came on, we were thinking about show topics today.
And we were going to talk about it. We had some opinions. We had some thoughts.
We've had breaking news every day this week.
And then I was like, all right, the Warriors are the 10 seed. What are we doing? Why are we, like, has the play-in tournament fooled us into thinking things are not as bad as they actually are? Spoiler alert, I think yes. And we talked about that. And then 5:57 Eastern time rolled in, and Rob Manfred and his cronies, my favorite new band, launched a Friday night news dump. We are launching an investigation into Shohei Otani and his former interpreter.
Another layup for us, another whole show thrown into our lap mid-show.
Well, you know what's fascinating is, and we have a number of ways that we monitor engagement with a radio station and show. Like, there's 100 ways that we're doing that as the show is happening.
We have cameras in your cars right now. Right. We know that.
That's right.
We know if you're listening.
If you have purchased an Amazon Alexa or a phone in your life, we are in your dome.
Know where you live.
Right now.
Like, don't back out of your driveway because there's cars coming.
Nope.
We knew that.
Eric, I see you. I'm right behind you. Anyway, point is, we got a number of ways where we're kind of tracking engagement as things are happening, and this has been really big. Like, people are, and you know, that's rare. I get that sort of like peripherally, this is Giants related. It's Otani. He was a Target. He's a Dodger. The season's about to, I understand all that. But my God, this is something that I feel like is really, it's capturing people.
It's the biggest star in sports. Not in baseball, in sports.
You think?
Yes.
You do?
He's the biggest star in sports.
Do you mean that because...
Who's bigger?
Well, do you mean in America or the globe?
The globe, America?
Well, I think that's two different answers.
In America.
Otani is a bigger star than LeBron?
Yes.
Mahomes?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
All right. We can agree to
Shohei
disagree
Otani is a bigger deal than... He's a bigger name than LeBron James?
He's like the Taylor Swift of sports. He is, because he can hit and he can pitch.
No, I get that.
And he's a once-in-a-lifetime...
Well,
yeah.
I'm splitting hairs. It doesn't matter. I get your point. Your point, even if he's third.
It's why people care is my point. Even if he's third or fourth. Yeah. But internationally, I would say yes. For sure.
Yeah. Well,
are there soccer players I'm leaving out? Messi?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, never mind.
What's his name?
Scratch that from the record, Your Honor. I don't know.
I got a nod from Grandy.
What?
Mbappe. That's your guy.
All right.
There's your international global icon.
I thought you were just saying, did I pronounce his name right? And I was saying, that is his name.
Is he, like, I know he's...
Messi and Ronaldo are probably
Messi and Ronaldo are more popular because they've been... But that's kind of like LeBron. Like, if I was drafting an NBA team right now, my first pick's not LeBron. He's the most famous NBA player. He's not better than Giannis. Like, he's not more effective on the court right now, right? So same thing.
What about Kelsey?
Messi and Ronaldo.
Just because of the relationship.
Well,
he's got to be up there.
He might be the biggest crossover sports star.
Yeah.
Like, guaranteed that if you were at a high school right now and you went into over there in the corner where the girls are all talking and they're doing TikToks, Kelsey is a way bigger name than Otani.
Okay.
But Otani's still a big name.
It's big.
Very big.
That's why people care.
My 15-year-old daughter totally knows who Otani is and follows Travis Kelce on Instagram. Absolutely.
See, I would love the whole Kelsey Swift thing, and I publicly said it all the time because anytime you can get more eyes on a sport, it's great. And I started listening to Taylor Swift because I wanted to do my due diligence, because if all the Swifties are going to watch football, I felt like as a football fan, I had to go like check out Taylor Swift.
So what's your favorite song?
I don't know. I just listen. Cruel Summer.
Is that actually a song?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Right?
Yeah. No.
Thank you.
Frank.
I'm a Swiftie, bro.
Frank in the city. Hey, Frank, what's up?
What's up, big dogs?
What you doing?
Sorry, I'm literally on Prize Picks putting in a parlay because it's Flex Friday.
Robin said Frank's a terrible name. Just telling you right now.
That's true.
Hey, this question is, I mean, this is for long term. Like, FP, you were in the locker room, in-house gambling, killing time, playing cards, whatever. I mean, do you think that they might ban this in the locker room, or?
No, dude. There's NCAA pools in every locker room. There's gambling on airplanes. I'm sure on the Warriors plane they have card games going on.
Confirmed.
Yeah,
Steve is confirmed. What was the group? Was it Wiggins, Draymond, Steph?
He told us Steph, Clay, Dre, and Chris Paul.
Dude,
that's what it was. Steph, Clay, Dre, and Chris Paul.
That's the A game, bro.
Yeah, that's the Hall of Fame game. Is what that is. That's called the Hall of Fame game.
There's some glue flying around that game. I'm telling you what.
And I think Iguodala was in that group when he was still on the team.
It was reported that the Giants were like addicted to this the card game I never heard of last year.
Pusoy dos?
Something like that. I don't know what it was. And Jock Peterson was he was the pit boss.
Yeah, you gotta say it slow.
Yeah.
Real slow.
Yeah.
Like, think about it and then be like, I'm going to say it now.
I ain't saying it.
I'm going to say it slow.
Nope. So, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of gambling within the confines of sports teams.
I mean, I guess I just put it this way. This keeps coming up, and this is what I'm saying. Gambling is not the issue. Illegal wire transfers, for the moment, are the issue. If this were to arrive at Shohei's betting on baseball, then gambling becomes the issue. But oddly, Shohei Otani sending $4.5 million to cover for his buddy is actually worse than if Shohei Otani had his own account and was betting on soccer. Because he's allowed to do that if it's a legal account, right? It's not, they're allowed to be, like, Shohei could bet on the Niners, right?
Yes.
But you can't do it with an illegal bookmaker, an illegal gambling ring with wire transfers in the state of California. So I do think to a certain degree, where we're sitting today, with what we know today, there's a little bit too much conversation about the morality of gambling in sports, because that's not really what I think is being investigated. What's being investigated is whether or not Shohei Otani committed a crime. And if that heads down the road, because we're in the periphery right now, if that heads down the road of Shohei had an account, Shohei is the gambler, Shohei bet on baseball, now we've got a gambling issue.
It's called Rule 21. Articulo 21. For the Latin players.
Mm-hmm.
Any player, umpire, or club, league official, or employee who shall bet any sum whatsoever upon any baseball game in connection with which the bettor has a duty to perform shall be declared permanently ineligible. That's articulo dos. Any player, umpire, or club, or league official, or employee who places bets with illegal bookmakers or agents for illegal bookmakers shall be subject to such a penalty as a commissioner deems appropriate in light of the facts and circumstances of the conduct. So the second one does not stipulate baseball. It says any player, umpire, club, or league official or employee who places bets with illegal bookmakers or agents. It doesn't say on baseball, it just says bets with illegal bookmakers or agents for illegal bookmakers shall be subject to penalties.
Right, but subject to penalties is also at the whim of the commissioner.
So the first one is if you bet on baseball, however, you're done.
That's a problem.
The second one says if you bet whatever, it doesn't stipulate baseball with an illegal dude when this is an illegal dude.
No doubt, but again, this is to your point. Yes, that means that you should be punished, but is Rob Manfred going to do that to Shohei Otani?
I don't think there's a way to cover up things if you have the feds in on it, and if you have investigative reporters that are going to dig. I don't think they can't protect Otani with their investigation, because if it's a shady, like eyewash investigations, then somebody else is going to come in and do a better investigation.
Right, but you're talking about the legality if it ends up with the law versus the legality of just baseball.
Yeah, I'm more worried about
In other words, Rob Manfred can say, we do not stand for this, and Shohei has been suspended for this weekend.
See, but people are saying that they're not going to punish the biggest name in baseball, but I think with the history of gambling, they have before. Pete Rose was the biggest name in baseball, or one of them.
He bet on
Leo
baseball.
DeRocher is one of the biggest managers in baseball ever.
He bet on baseball.
He just hung around a guy.
If he bet on baseball, no, he's out. But if he bet on the Niners, as you put it, first of all, nice job.
Wait, if he bet on the Niners, though, with an illegal bookmaker, he's out.
He's not out.
Well, I mean, he can be punished.
He can be punished. and probably would be punished, slap on the wrist. They're not banning Shohei Otani because he bet on the Niners.
I just think with the history of gambling in baseball,
I get it.
It doesn't matter who you are. I really don't. I might be naive on this one.
If he bet on baseball.
I know there's rumors Michael Jordan, that's why he went and played baseball because he had a gambling thing, and there's all those rumors. You've heard all the urban legend stories.
I did see someone yesterday suggest that he'd go play in the G League for 2 years.
Yes, Otani.
Yes. No, do you get what I'm saying? I'm with you if you bet on baseball. If he's going direct to an illegal bookmaker and betting on something else, then it's at the discretion of the commissioner, and there would be a punishment, but it would be window dressing. They're not going to send him out of the league for a year because he bet on the Niners. They'd be like, you can't do that.
But if it was with like a mafia guy.
Oh, well, no, but then that's more on
You're going to get your legs broke.
That's on the legal end. That's for the feds. If the guy ends up in jail, then obviously he can't bat third.
Hey, Shoei. You owe me $4 million. If I don't see the $4 million by the end of Friday.
The mob definitely called him Shoei.
Shoei. Hey, Shoei. Next time you're on the on deck circle, I know where your family lives. So when you're walking up there, I need you to strike out, Shoei. Hey, Shoei. I need you to strike out, Shoei.
Hey, Shoei, or whatever.
If you don't strike out, Shoei, I know where your wife lives.
That was funny. Okay. Oh, guess what? It's time to let you know that you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The Otani news would have just broken 3 minutes ago had the MLB offices been based on the West Coast. That's right. Yeah.
That's right. Turn your mic on.
5 o'clock somewhere, and it just happens to be here. Yep, I love that sound. It is Friday, and it is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock pop, brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company, whatever time it is, and wherever you are, join us as we get ready for this sports weekend. And it's arguably one of the best of the whole year. Got the tourney going on. You got Warrior basketball. Baseball is just around the corner. We're going to be sipping on their unfiltered wheat ale called 530. It's late hopped to produce a slight citrus floral aroma and flavor. I really love this one, by the way. Go get yourself a 6-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the game with us and the beer right here on 95.7 The Game. All right, let's keep going on the calls. Ooh, I see one that says Willard is 100% wrong. You always talk dirty to me, don't you? I'm not going to you yet, but I am going to go. I can't wait for that call.
I like when people tell me I'm wrong. I love it. I love to hear the other side always.
No, but we got a lot of people waiting. Right. But yeah, Jason, stay right where you are. We're definitely coming to you. But we're going to Guru in San Jose. I imagine this is a different Guru than the one that we employ here at 95.7. Hi, Guru.
It is definitely a different Guru.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
Yep. You're right.
I could tell right away.
Is. Yeah.
CSI 95.7. I knew right away.
It's an investigation sensation. We have done it. All right, Guru, what's up? Thank you.
I mean, I've heard you guys talk about the Shohei stuff for the last 2 days. Captivating stuff, by the way. I mean, I haven't turned off my radio, so I mean, it's been good.
That's the goal.
And my take on this entire thing is, I mean, I agree with Willard. I think people taking the gambling angle and the gambling in relation with sports and all of that stuff, that's not the point of this entire thing, right? If Shohei was a serial gambler, that would actually increase his legend a la Michael Jordan, right? So that's not the point here. The point here is that Shohei's advisors, through his interpreter, had a story, and they decided to change their story on a whim. That is, Shohei's lawyers, the best lawyers money can possibly buy, decided to change the story. And the question is, why? Why did you change the story about something as innocuous today as gambling? And I think the illegal bookmaker stuff, look, if Shohei was gambling through an illegal bookmaker and that was the only thing, we would say that, okay, Shohei is not as squeaky clean as we think he is, and we would probably move on, right? But he would get a slap on the wrist from Major League Baseball. But if he gambled on baseball through this bookie, that would be potentially highly incriminating news, and that would be something that his lawyers would know about. So why would his lawyers say that he got the money stolen from him because they don't want the money to be associated with Shohei?
Yep.
Right? So, I mean, that's where my mind is going with all this. It's not about the gambling. It's about lawyers lying, and what is the ulterior motive here? That's my take on it.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Great points, Guru. Like,
Thanks, Guru.
Mark and I thought the same thing. Like, what are they hiding?
I got 3 questions if this were a press conference. And
All
you
right,
can put whoever you want up there.
Can I be the...
You're Shohei's lawyer.
All right. This will be the smartest I've ever been in my life.
Okay.
Where did I get my law degree from?
Question number 1.
Yale.
Oh,
Harvard Law School.
No, stick with Yale. They just beat Auburn.
All right.
All right, question number 1. Why did the story switch from Tuesday to Wednesday?
Because on Wednesdays we lie. Every Wednesday.
Okay. Next question. How does someone who reportedly makes $180,000 per year rack up almost $5 million in gambling debts?
We're here to talk about baseball and baseball only.
I am hating this press conference so far. And then my last question is, in 2024, with all of the security measures in place, is it your stance, because it seems like it is, that 9 different high-value wire transfers were made directly from your account without your knowledge?
I'm his attorney.
And if so, how is that possible?
If the account doesn't fit, you must acquit. Is what I'm going with there.
Your answers would be great if this was like a Leslie Nielsen movie. But
it's my favorite, by the way.
Yeah,
He's my favorite ever, bro.
I can tell. Must save the queen. All right. I come away from the press conference dissatisfied. You're not going to like the op-ed that I'm about to write. Those are my 3 questions. That's what I want answered. Why did you switch your story? How on earth does someone who is not worth anywhere near that amount of money amass $4.5 million in gambling debt? And lastly, is it your stance that 9 different wire transfers directly from your account were made without your knowledge? And if that is the case, how is that possible? Hard-hitting questions.
Those are great questions, and I think
that's what I want answered.
I would love to hear.
And I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Thank you.
I want to hear from somebody that thinks this is like that there's nothing here. I want to hear somebody that believes the statements. Is there anybody out there that believes that they changed the story and he really got robbed and you're down with that? Would not make fun of you, full disclosure. I just want to me, I can't see anybody seeing that. Like, why did they change the story? Why did it go from go in front? Did you pushed him in front of ESPN and said, bro.
Right.
That's why I think I'm onto something, that this kid might be innocent.
They set
He's
this
39.
up.
He's not a kid.
Do y'all understand that?
36, maybe.
Shohei's lawyers set up the interview with ESPN for Ipe to tell the original story, which they then said was a lie 24 hours later.
You go fall on the sword. That's why I think I don't know what the percentages would be. Like at the sports book, that Ipe had nothing to do with betting at all, that he was just the conduit to this guy.
Yeah.
For Shohei. I don't think that's out of the realm at this point.
I don't either.
Because why would they push him in front of ESPN to go say, like, I have a problem?
Yeah, because they're protecting something.
You go say you have a problem.
Yeah, they're protecting something.
And then, oh, wait, it's illegal for Shohei to knowingly transfer this money to an illegal bookie in the state of California, and that's a crime. So now, because we just thought of that, which I find hard to believe, we're going to say that you stole it. Now you're a liar and a thief. I'm free Ipe. I say free Ipe.
Free Ipe.
I honestly feel bad for this guy. I do.
Well, but we
should I not?
Well, not yet.
Is this a bad take?
It's not a bad take. It's just a very speculative way to get to a formal opinion. Like, this is one possibility that you're throwing out there. I don't know how with any of these things we arrive at here's what I think happened. I don't know. We can throw out a bunch of different possibilities. We can have suspicions. I'm not going to firmly say anything about, like, I think this happened What I'm saying over the last 3 days is when they tell me their story, I'm like, I don't think that happened. I don't know what did, but I don't think that. Yeah, that doesn't add up to me.
It's fun to be super gossipy and try to think about what happened.
No, I'm not telling you not to do it.
I mean, there's real people's lives that are going to change because of this.
Probably. Well,
can you imagine the scenario is if we never see this guy play again? Can you imagine that? Like we never get to see the greatest player maybe to ever walk the planet.
That would stink.
Never play again.
That would stink. Ipe's life has already changed. He's lost his job.
And he might go to jail.
But he might make more money with his new job of being paid off by Shohei Otani. I don't know.
It's such a conspiracy theory going on.
Maybe Jason in Oakland is a representative of what you're saying because the line here is Willard is 100% wrong, which we love. Hi, Jason.
I love it.
Hi. Welcome to the show. What's up?
Hey, first off, that was the best press conference I can ever remember hearing in my entire life.
Yeah, I thought we did a good job. Yeah. He was going to bust out a kazoo if I asked another question.
So here's how you're wrong about it not being a big deal if he's betting on other sports. And this would be a bigger deal in other years than this year because he's only DHing. But like in another year where he's pitching, let's say he's down $5 million in the hole, and the bookie says, tell you what, the over-under is, you're pitching and going against a really good pitcher in this game, and the over-under is low, like 8. So give up 9 runs and we'll knock off $1 million.
Well, okay.
It's easier to fix a game on the mound, too. Okay. I saw some tweet about that the other day. Well, it's not like he could pitch and hit and throw a game. It was a sarcastic tweet.
Here's the thing, though, Jason.
He could probably strike out 4 times on purpose, and there's got to be a way to bet against that, right?
Well, right. So
he's not. I can't go there.
Here's where I'll kind of come back on what you're saying on 2 different fronts. First of all, I didn't state that if he's betting on other sports, it's quote unquote not a big deal. That was not my point. My point was it's not as bad as betting on baseball, and then it's also not definitely baseball illegal. In other words, there's not a firm, if you do this, then you're banned for life. What FP even laid out, if you do that, if you bet on football, well, then that is punishable. Well, what does that mean? That means Rob Manfred can step in and do whatever the hell he wants. And he doesn't want to ban Shohei Otani. So my stance is that would not lead to a massive punishment because baseball is motivated to not massively punish him. Now, your stance, the second thing you said, is if he's down big to gamblers, it's a big deal because he'll go out on the mound and start throwing games. Well, I don't know if that's what he would do.
No.
He might, but I like that. You're taking a leap deep in terms of how he would handle that situation. And I could argue that every athlete ever now, anytime they've got any sort of financial thing out there, that could handle it that way. Steph Curry could have a conversation with Aisha, and she's like, we need to remodel the house. And he could be like, I'm throwing this game. We need to remodel the house.
He's making $50 million.
Exactly. So, here's one thing. If you're worried that Shohei Otani needs to worry about money, he doesn't. He might be the richest athlete in the world. He's got almost $1 billion deferred. He makes 10 times what the second-placed athlete in baseball does off the field in endorsements.
You know what I can't get out of my mind, Mark? Is that if I'm Ipe and I'm chasing that money, and there were odds on where Shohei's going to sign, and there was everywhere, and every book in Vegas, that's where I get my money back.
Right.
I bet $4.5 million or $4.8 million that he signs with the Dodgers because I got that inside info. They probably wouldn't let him place that bet.
They wouldn't let him place that bet, especially if he had to wire the money directly from Shohei's account.
You get creative with that, though, couldn't you?
Well, sure.
I don't know.
Give the money to a friend. Big D is on the freeway. Hey, Big D, what's up?
Oh, man, but listening to you guys are great, man. Where's Dibby at? Is he on the Greyhound coming home?
Hey, I'll be straight real with everybody. I love to bring people behind the curtain when I can. Dibs and I have been texting throughout. Yeah, Dibs and I have been texting throughout the show because there was a point both yesterday and earlier today where I'm like, it'd be fun for you to call in and scream about March Madness and alcohol while you're on your trip in Vegas. It would probably be funny. And he's texted both days like, do you want me to call in? And this Otani thing has become such a big deal that I told him about a half hour ago. I go, you know what, man? This thing's kicking a little bit too much. I don't want to force that in on you and everybody else. And his response was, all good, because I'm in it right now. It's up to you to decide what it is. But Dibs is in it right now, Big D.
Strip club?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll go with the Otani.
He actually literally just texted me again while you're talking, and he went, did I mention deep? I don't know what it is, but he's deep in it right now.
Service on the Greyhound.
Go ahead, Big D.
Hey, on the Otani thing, hey, you know what? It's going to be, nothing's going to happen to him because they're going to look at it like, he can't be that stupid to do a wire transfer to some mob guys. And you know what? Who I want to hear from is the bookie. That's going to blow the whole case open. Now I'm thinking like you, Law and Order. Let's get that bookie over here. And hey, bookie, if you're listening, call 95.7.
Well, Big D, now you do. He brings up a really good point. Big D, you bring up a good point, which is that if this is truly an investigation, there are going to be other people who sing.
100%.
I don't know who's believable, but
they're going to say, look, we have the text messages between you and Otani.
Yeah.
We have them right here. Look.
You got the wire transfers.
Listen to this phone call, press play.
Right.
We have this phone call translated by Ipe.
Right. Like, is that happening behind the scenes right now?
Probably.
Otani's people are on the phone with the bookie. Like, what do you need us to pay you so that you won't sing?
No, they can't. This is all
probably not.
It's too late for that.
Yeah, it's too late.
Everything's tapped.
But,
everything's.
Hold on. I want to remind everyone: the only group that has said they're investigating is Major League Baseball.
IRS is investigating. Yes,
that's been stated.
Yes.
Okay.
I googled that earlier.
Well,
Somebody said it on the text line.
That means we'll have an answer by 2028. Sorry, it's tax season.
Here, I'll get that up for you. Keep talking.
Well, I just talked to Tyler in Oakley. Hi, Tyler. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show. So up front, I'm a Dodgers fan. I'm a transplant from down south. Utah. Moved out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Moved out here when I was 18. Went to San Diego, did the Marine Corps thing for a little bit. But, yeah, man, like, I want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, but it's really hard when you change your story as much as they have. But at the same time, I do think that if Otani had this major gambling problem, I think it would have came out by now. Like, there's no way that a bookie would be like, hey, man, you're in $4.5 million. You owe me $4.5 million. The way to get it back, like, it was stated earlier, is, get on the mound, throw a game for two. Like, it would have came out by now, I think. And I'm really looking forward to this baseball season so we can win, another NOF title and go out in the first round. Man, baseball's rough for me.
Indeed.
Baseball's rough for me.
Tyler, very, very well stated, and your championship a few years ago doesn't count. Wanted to let you know that too. But anyway, here's the thing, though. Like, that's another leap for me. This idea that Otani's a gambler versus Otani's throwing games. That's like... These are completely different.
You can't. One guy can't throw a game. It's like Burns said when he came on here. If he strikes out 4 times, the Angels could still win 10-0.
Why would we even do that? Again, Shohei Otani makes so much money that any of these opinions that come from a place of like, well, Shohei was under distress because, right? He oh my God, he owed a gambler money. He owed a gambler $4.5 million that falls out of his shoes when he takes them off.
Hey. Showy.
Hey, Showy. I love when you do that.
You strike out tonight at least 3 times. Showy.
Hey, Showy, come here.
Showy's like, here's $1 billion. Go away.
Showy, I know where you live, Showy. Yeah, this could get weird. Weirder than the show's getting right now. The IRS confirmed Thursday that the interpreter and Matthew Boyer, who's the bookie, the alleged illegal bookmaker, under criminal investigation through the agency's Los Angeles field office.
Right.
IRS criminal investigation spokesperson Scott Villard said, not Willard, but Villard,
said he could
not provide any additional details. So so that's
the IRS is investigating, and again, that's where we sit today, which is that an illegal bookmaker under IRS investigation has been receiving money directly from Shohei Otani's accounts. So it's not about throwing games. It's not even about betting on baseball yet. And for me, it really isn't even about, well, baseball's investigating. Great. I'm glad Rob Manfred's on the case. I feel awesome. The bigger deal right now is whether or not a crime was committed.
Do you know how bad it's going to look for Major League Baseball if they say we didn't find anything and then the feds come in and find everything?
Correct.
So they have to do a legitimate investigation.
I would guess.
They have to, because they'll look even worse, and it'll be a bigger story if we concluded that blah, 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 and he's fine. And we're not suspending him. Here come the feds behind it, and they're going to no. And they're going to do their own congressional investigation and call it the Mitch McConnell report or whatever. I'm telling you. So Major League Baseball has to take this seriously. Everybody thinks they're going to cover it up for Otani because they can't lose their biggest star. They can't do that. Even though I kind of wish they could, because I don't want him to go away. I like the guy. I want to see him play.
It depends on what happened. It depends on what they find as to whether or not they can quote unquote cover it up, or at least make it look a little nicer, or limit the punishment, or whatever. It depends on what they find. I am still stuck on this, especially if there's an investigation, IRS, baseball, all of these things. I am very, very focused on the fact that Shohei Otani's team changed its story. They were the ones who blinked first. So if there's a potential crime being committed, don't try this. I've never tried it, but I've watched a lot of Law and Order. I was addicted about 15 years ago. Don't do this. If you are talking to investigators,
don't lie
about a crime, don't tell a story one day and then go to sleep and go back and tell a different story the next day.
They'll tell you.
It's the first thing they're going to do and go, well, now let's look at you. We're looking at you. We're not looking at Ipe. We're looking at you.
Yeah, they'll tell you, just don't lie. If you lie, then you're in worse trouble.
It makes you look guilty.
Just don't lie to us.
Yeah, even if you're not, it makes you look guilty. Willard and FP, glad you're with us. Let's go to Leo on 880. Hi, Leo. What's up?
Oh, hey, when Pete Rose got, picked up for gambling, I remember the Sports Illustrated story. I was a little kid, and they talked about how Pete Rose just followed all baseball games obsessively. He knew all the scores, and they just said, oh, it's because he's so into baseball, but it was betting. But if Otani's like betting on all these damn, Premier League games, he's going to be watching these all the time. And I would just love to know if anybody was, hey, Shohei Otani always has a Premier League in the background. He's always got an eye on these scores. That would be, convincing to me. But the bigger thing is, who gives a translator $5 million of credit?
No one. This is incredibly unprecedented. Leo, thanks. Here's what I would say, though, also. And this is well before there was any investigation or even a thought of this story. This goes back about 6 months. Back when Shohei Otani's free agency was about to get started, I do have some folks who ties to the Angels, let's put it that way. And all we were trying to do was let's get to know this guy, thank you, a little bit better. We don't know him. He doesn't speak to the media, and so he's just this mysterious, amazing baseball player. And the whole free agency, no one knew what made him tick. It was right? Does he want to, is it East Coast? Is it West Coast? Is it National League, American League? What does he want? And nobody knew. And in the process of me trying to dig a little bit on that, you definitely got the word repeatedly that Shohei was to baseball kind of like what Kevin Durant was to basketball. It was like Shohei cares about one thing. Ball. Baseball. Wake up, baseball, go to sleep. Next day, rinse, repeat. And so the idea that he would be cruising around watching the Premier League would be a little bit of a head scratcher to me, because similar to the way Kevin Durant is like, wake up, shoot basketball, eat, go bed. Like that is every single person I talked to pitched that idea to me about Shohei Otani. So I don't think like you said, you did some digging and everyone's like, he doesn't even know about other sports.
Yeah, all of his former teammates were interviewed and they all said that he just doesn't even pay attention to another sport.
Doesn't pay attention to anything but baseball. And he's now recently married as well. Hopefully he pays attention to his wife. So
in the offseason.
Yeah.
Hey, you got me 6 months all to yourself, but for 6 months I got to go out there and try to find a way to get hits. I'm sorry. We're not going to SeaWorld when we play the Padres. It's a business trip. We're not going to Disneyland when we play the Angels. It's a business trip. I'm sorry you're not coming to Chicago and spending my paycheck on Michigan Avenue. It's a business trip.
That was Blake Snell-esque. That was super Blake Snell-esque.
Those conversations may or may not have happened.
Hey, Blake, what do you think about San Francisco? Why did you decide to sign here? Is that where I signed? I don't even know where the hell I am right now.
But his point in that answer was, I don't care about the city. I care about baseball and the Giants and winning games and going to the ballpark and playing baseball.
No, I get it. I'm not ripping the answer.
Yeah, I thought it was a great answer.
It's a very true answer.
It is. And we're all in these bubbles. We don't know about politics. Maybe now with social media, players are a little more privy to this stuff. We don't know about politics. We don't care about the outside world. We care about our teammates and winning a baseball game. Then we go home. We go to our hotel rooms. We have a couple pops with the boys at night. We care about our teammates. We go home. The thing with Otani is he wasn't married last year. He didn't have a family. So whether it's road or home, he's spending time with his interpreter the whole time. When you go on the road, it's the boys. When you come home, it's family time. Like you catch up with your dog and make sure your dog knows who you are. And you reintroduce yourself to your kids about twice a year because you're on the road so much. So, I mean, in that regard, we almost have a fight in the Nebraska game if I'm getting distracted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the Steph Curry that's why I took the Huskers. They got like a Steph Curry guy.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Just the look in his eye was like kind of frightening almost. Look at that. Oh, that's really funny. Oh, he turned into a linebacker for a second. Well, they're getting their butts kicked too. Nebraska's down by 13. Pretty sure I picked Nebraska. I'm so bad at March Madness. I'm reminded 24 hours in every year why I go, should I fill out a bracket this year or just flushing $25 down the toilet? But then it's like, you got to do it. It's a lot of peer pressure.
It's made me pay more attention to the tournament than I normally would.
Well, that's because you walked into her earlier today and said that FP stands for first place.
It does.
Let's go to Dirty in San Rafael. Hi, Dirty. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? FP, great to hear you on 95.7. Loved your show up on the other channel.
Thanks, dude. It's great to be here.
I'm absolutely. I'm curious what you guys think about Otani and fantasy baseball for this year, because he went in the first round of my draft, and I'm wondering, should I throw out a trade for my 10th round pick? I got Garrett Cole. He's got the elbow issues. Should I trade for Cole? Is Otani going out indefinitely, or is he going to get 600 at-bats this year?
I totally get why your name is Dirty, San Rafael. We're just in the second inning. The investigation is just starting, and Dirty is like, dude, how can I take advantage of this situation? I love that. Good job, Dirty.
Can we get we have an update stinger?
Ooh. Yeah, what just happened on your phone?
I need an update stinger.
Something just happened on First Place's phone over here.
We have
95.7 The Game.
Is it
in the 95.7 pool? The lovely Christy is in first place by herself right now.
There you go.
Just wanted to throw that out there that your girl is number one and I'm in third place. I have the bronze medal tied with four other people.
Did you just screenshot?
I screenshot you to send her.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
She's winning the pool.
Yeah.
Christy, if you're listening, you're winning.
How many games have been completed?
I don't know.
So there were 16 yesterday.
There's still 180 points to be had.
No, long way to go, which is exactly what she'll text back to me when I say this. But yeah, how many games have been completed? Cares. 16 yesterday, and what? 8 more today? 28?
Yep, 8 more today.
Yeah, she's got 20. So 20 out of 24?
If I don't win, I hope she does.
Not too shabby.
I've never even met her, and I'm rooting for her.
Me too. I paid her entry fee.
That's $1,000. I don't know, whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
I think we get like, I don't know,
a couple bucks.
$82 and a cheeseburger.
$82. We're going to be investigated by the feds for this pool, I think.
Hang on. You want me to send this to her?
Yeah, send it to her.
I'll send it to her.
Make her afternoon.
With no comment. Well,
she's listening. She always listens,
She's
right?
driving here right now.
Oh.
She's
pick
driving
you up?
here right now. Yeah.
She's your Uber?
Yeah, we're going to dinner.
Where are you going?
With some friends.
Where are you going?
To the Baba.
Oh, you're going to a fancy place. You don't want to alienate yourself from the.
It's actually a party of 5, so we're not going that schmancy. I don't even think there'll be a white tablecloth. Maybe.
Is it a swinger thing?
No. No.
You better be careful.
No,
you better be careful, mister.
No. We're taking our winnings and we're going out.
Spend your money tonight.
After the first round.
We used to have a saying that the meal money can't spend itself, boys. Some guys would pocket their meal money and be like, bro, it ain't going to spend itself.
Did you get that in the minors, by the way?
Yeah, like $6 a day.
Yeah. So when I was in the minors and I wasn't a player, I was a broadcaster. And by the way, what years were you in the minors? What years would this be?
I don't know, the whole decade of the 90s.
Whole decade, yeah.
No, 89 to 95.
Okay, 98, I get to Boise, Idaho, single A.
96.
Short season single A, Angels organization. And every broadcaster in the league was jealous of us. And I don't even know why. The organization was like, on a small scale, Idaho, successful. Like, nice stadium, fans came. It was nice. And we traveled with 2 charter buses. The other teams would come in on 1 school bus. The whole team on a school bus. Dudes are like hanging from the ceiling trying to find space to sleep. Because it's every day. There was 3 days off the whole summer. So you play your game, get in the bus, drive to the next town overnight.
I lived that for 7 years.
I bet you did. But when we would get on the bus to start a road trip, us broadcasters, not only did every person get their own row because we had 2 charter buses, the broadcasters got coaches per diem. And I want to say
$20 a day?
For a 3-game series, we would get, it was at least 15. It was $15 to $20 a day.
It's pretty good.
And you'd get an envelope of cash. And then it was always a race to see like who was the idiot whose envelope was empty first. Because every single town you could pick, do you want to do a cheap restaurant? Do you want to do a nicer restaurant? And all of them had casinos, and everybody would go straight to the casinos, right? Because you had cash in hand. I was with you, man. We're not saving that stuff.
Not going to spend itself, boys.
We had no expenses. Your meals are taken care of. You're playing every single night.
We got to put some single mom through college. Let's go.
Exactly. You want to know what an apartment in Boise, Idaho costs?
Like $400 a month?
Not even.
Not even?
In 1998, yeah. You get your own like 1-bedroom, like right in the nice part of town, $300 a month.
In A-Ball in West Palm Beach, my apartment was $500 a month and I was making $750. So I had $250. Well, after taxes, not even that, to buy groceries.
Plus your per diem.
Plus $6 a day.
Yeah.
On a commuter trip across the state. We go to McDonald's. We go to Olive Garden, all-you-can-eat lunch, and get the breadsticks to get full before the game.
You didn't stay with families? You had your own place?
No, I had my own place.
A lot of the players they would stay with families, host families.
They didn't have that. I never stayed with a host family, except for in the Cape Cod League. But we always had to go through the want ads, and find an apartment and ask them if they could rent it to us for 6 months because we played for the local team and we'll leave you tickets.
That always felt really creepy to me. I wanted to know about those families.
I didn't even know half the time where I was going until the last day of camp.
Like, what?
Am I going to AA? Am I going to AAA? Am I going to A-ball again? Where am I going? And then you break camp with this team, and then you get there, and the first day there's one workout, and then opening day, and you got to scramble around the first day to find a place. I think it's a little different now where I know when I was a coach in San Jose for the Giants.
Yeah, they figured it out for you a little bit.
They had housing for the kids.
Well, they better.
And for the coaches.
If Farhan Zaidi's in your organization, you better help the minor leaguers.
Dude, have you seen Papago? What these minor leaguers? It's better than the big league facility. They have chefs now. We had peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that we used to fight over. In a cup of chicken noodle soup at lunch. That's all we had. And if the pitchers got there before the position players, they took the noodles and we just got broth with saltine crackers. We stick saltine crackers in our back pocket and be eating crackers during the afternoon games.
I do love saltine crackers.
That was how. Now these kids have like a buffet with salmon and steak and shrimp, and I love it. It's great.
I used to go to Sizzler and clean that cracker basket out.
Take our $6 and we go to the Olive Garden in Lakeland, Florida, and all you could eat soup and salad with the breadsticks. And then we would steal the breadsticks and bring them home to eat at night after the game. The nutrition was not a thing.
No, well, it doesn't matter.
Even with the Giants in 1999 at Candlestick Park, Murph had like a George Foreman grill. That's it. We take frozen burger patties, stick them in the George Foreman grill, and make cheeseburgers before the game.
As a Giant.
Now these guys have, as a San Francisco Giant. Now they have like an organic chef and everything's
Kapler's cruising around.
And Murph would have great, but after the game, Murph would have like spreads from the best restaurants in San Francisco. So it wasn't like we were.
Yeah, like I'm not feeling bad for you.
I'm just saying now. No, now everything's covered.
The whole thing is crazy. I always wanted to know about those host families though. Like I was like, what's that conversation like?
I don't know.
You live in the middle of nowhere, America.
The cameras set up probably.
Right. And Bob and Marge are sitting there looking at each other like, you know what I think we should do?
Let's get the sexy one.
Yeah, I think we should have a 19-year-old kid move in that we've never met before. I think that's what we should do. Yeah. Maybe his name's Shoey.
Hey, Shoey. I'm going to need you to strike out twice tonight, Shoey. I know where your wife lives.
Oh, gosh. No, that's not what I said, Giants for life. I just got a comment on YouTube that I want to address. I'm sorry. I know,
Did they get under your skin a little bit?
No. He just said you're no longer allowed to make Farhan is cheap jokes. They just spent an ungodly amount of money. That wasn't a Farhan is cheap joke. That was a Farhan sends people up and down on the taxi squad every 4 hours joke. That was a you better take care of the minor leaguers because they don't even know from day to day if they're a minor leaguer or a major leaguer. Do you remember opening day last year? Remember the family that was going to come out and see the debut of the kid?
It was Bryce Johnson, I feel like.
And then
wasn't it Sean Jelly and Bryce Johnson?
And then he got sent down and someone else got called up and the family couldn't get there in time because
they didn't. Lefty from the Dodgers.
Yeah, like the whole thing. And that guy stayed there for 14 hours and then they sent him down. And that's what I've never been making the Farhan is cheap jokes. They never made any sense to me.
Well, I think a big misconception is that general managers or presidents of baseball operations are cheap or they're not the ones.
It's not their decision.
Call. They have to get approval from above.
Right.
It's not their bank account that they're signing players with. It's the Giants it's the Padres.
And they offered north of $300 million to Harper and Judge and Correa and all of these people. And yes, it's not Farhan. It's someone with the last name Johnson who's greenlighting that stuff.
And now they're over the luxury. Are they over the luxury now?
They are.
They spent money. That discussion's out the window. Now it's go out there and do it. Here's your guys. We got your guys. Go do it.
There's still 5% of me that thinks there's going to be one more trade that brings them back down financially.
Joey Bart came out of the game with a tight hamstring today.
With a tight hamstring.
Yes.
You believe that?
I don't know. They wouldn't report that if they were trying to trade him.
They got to do something with him.
You can't trade damaged goods.
No, that's a good point. But got to do something. They're not going to just release Joey, are they?
What if he makes the team?
That's a lot of catchers.
I heard the manager likes him a lot.
Yeah, I bet.
No, he does.
He likes everybody.
But he likes Joey Bart a lot.
Okay. Maybe they keep him. That'd be great. Let's get back out there. Johnny in Alameda with Willard and FP. Hey, Johnny, what's up?
What's up, fellas? No, I was just wanted to piggyback off this homestay situation. I wasn't a major leaguer myself, but I got a story when I was in a tournament up in Canada, and we were homestaying at this house, and I got the short end of the stick. All my teammates were at these facilities. The houses have batting cages, and Mom was cooking, steaks and chicken. And then I had this family. I woke up and all we were eating hard-boiled eggs and oatmeal, and that was for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yep.
And I couldn't believe it. And so I hit my dad up. I was like, "Dude, can I stay with you in the hotel tonight?" But yeah, that's how you were talking about the roughness of homestaying.
That would be my luck, dude. I would get the family with 17 cats, and there's a funny smell coming from the basement.
And by the way, that's most houses. You're in the middle minor league towns.
There's bodies buried in the backyard, and I got the serial killer sponsor family.
The whole thing. I'm not. This just feels creepy to me. These kids get drafted out of LSU, and the next week they're in Boise, Idaho, and they're like, "Here is this is Sarah." And that's her husband, Billy. He's 15 years older. And they're
easy with that one.
No, and they're gonna host you. They've got a room in the back with a futon. I'm like, this is so creepy.
They're nice people doing this out of the goodness of their heart.
So creepy.
So that the kids can save a little money once in a while. And you know what they do? They love to tell you, we housed Brandon Crawford.
Oh, exactly.
And Buster Posey stayed with us. Do you know that Tim Lincecum lived with us for 3 months?
So we've got a little bit of a good luck charm. 4 players have come through here and made the big leagues. So just so you know, no pressure, but you are going to make the big
100%, dude. 100%.
Super chat from our listener, Diego Sanchez. As a Giants fan, I'm enjoying this S-storm the Dodgers are going through, but by far, Mafia FP has been the best part of this show.
Hey, Shoey. You owe me some money, Shoey. You're going to go on the IL if I don't get my money, Shoey. Send that little friend of yours over to my house.
Right. What's his name? Hippie.
Send the hippie kid over.
Send the hippie.
Send the hippie. Is it hippie? Send hippie over.
Hippo? What do you call him? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. Take some more calls on the way out, and then it'll be the weekend.
Let's go.
And at 5:57, we'll dump some news. That's coming up here on Willard and Dibs. I'm in it right now. Did I mention deep?
95.7 The Game.
Yep. 3 handoff thingies for you this week.
It's a big week.
And I think we can also announce that not this next week, but the one after that, Monday and Tuesday, April 1st and 2nd, we will be back together again.
And we'll have breaking news in both of those shows, too, the way we're rolling right now.
By then, Shohei Otani will have a spot on Alcatraz.
Yep. Orange jumpsuit for sure.
Yep, it'll be done. Only ball he's hitting into the water this year is going to be him with his chuck it and his dog out there on Alcatraz. That's going to be it for him.
Go get your DH out of the ocean, Dodgers.
That just hit me. That was funny, and then it got funnier. That one just hit
Max
me.
Muncy, right?
Yeah, go get your DH out of the ocean. This is one of these stranger. Yeah, your camera did the thingamabob there. You got to fix your camera because the people on YouTube are like, "That's a cool pennant, but that's not FP." See the pennant?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
We'll be here next couple weeks from now again. It'll be fun with Mark. I like him.
It's going to be great.
He's nice.
I've never had a caller. So we have like a little call screen. It tells us who has called and where they are. Thank you, Grandy. He's fixing. I've been wanting to fix that the whole show. The Warriors banner behind me had fallen down. Thank you, Grandy. You're welcome. All right. This is Jay, and he is painting in his room. You know, usually it's like, oh, this is Jay in San Jose. No, this is Jay in his room painting. What are you doing right now, Jay?
You guys are funny. I don't know if you guys pay attention to the YouTube feed. I'm Jay Passer.
Jay, we pay a lot of attention to the YouTube feed, and if you're there a lot, you know that. I'm talking to these people all the time on here.
I do know that. I do know that.
All right.
And that's what I love about you guys. Oh man, no, I got a lot of things going on here, and I'm painting rooms, and it's a lot of work.
Do you host minor leaguers by any chance?
Yeah, Jay. We didn't interrupt you by having you call us, did we?
No, you guys are fine.
Oh, okay,
you guys doing a great job.
Good,
you
awesome.
Guys doing a great job.
You are too.
All right, so so I'm the guy that says the whole Otani thing is awesome. It's awesome because it's exposing the hypocrisy. All right, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on Major League Sports, and I know from actual experience that there is a lot of insider trading going on. All right. Yeah. Name drop. There you go. But the actual point that I wanted to say is,
how many beers deep are we right now? I'm just wondering, like, how many cocktails have we had since 5 o'clock?
When did your Friday night start?
Oh, dude, I've been painting all day, dude.
So it's fumes.
It's Bud Light and painting all day.
I was going to say, you've been doing a couple things all day, haven't you?
Yeah, it's all good.
I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be like, I painted the wrong color.
No, I painted 3 rooms. It's all good. Don't worry about things.
No, it's all good.
What I want to, but my main point is this. When you go into Olive Garden and you order all that salad and all that bread and you want more bread and more salad,
yeah,
dude, just know that you are putting work into a slavery industry because those waiters spend their entire day getting breadsticks and salad. And they're trying to work their butts off because I did it in college. And I want you guys to know that you got to be nice to those Olive Garden waiters that may not get your main dish to you. And that because they're running salad and breadsticks. And I know FP was out doing his freaking, minor league baseball or wherever the hell he was. Hey, man, I'll tell you what. I want the entire Bay Area to know that when you ask those Olive Garden waiters, hey, more breadsticks, more salad, I just want to let you know that there is a lot of stuff going on. And they spend their entire day filling up salad and breadsticks.
Yeah.
And look, I'm 48 years old, bro. But there was a time when I was in college and working at Olive Garden. Be nice to your Olive Garden waiters. Tip them well.
I mean,
that bread and that salad gets overwhelming, dude. And that's all I'm calling in for. And, Vegas fixes in.
Okay.
That's the best call I've ever heard in the history of Sports Talk Radio. Did you guys clip that? Because that was freaking priceless. He started out He started out like Vincent Price, and then it just got better every second, and you just let those guys go. And I've been doing this a long time, and that was the best way to end the week ever.
That really was. Was that a plant? Was that one of your drunk friends, Randy?
Was Bud Light and painting all day.
Was that Dibs? That might have been Dibs.
That might have been Dibs.
That might have been Dibs at the Luxor.
No, that wasn't Dibs.
There wasn't Dibs.
That was funny.
Oh my God! Did you hear how? I think he called them slaves at one point.
He went there.
I'm pretty sure what he described actually is called. I have a different word for it. A job. I don't know how many of you have ever had one before, but there are duties, and then you go do them, and then every couple of weeks or so, someone gives you money. That's a job, and I'm in favor of them.
Yeah, but a lot of restaurants don't have the all-you-can-eat thing. So he is running salad and breadsticks all day. He's running around like a crazy man. Get me more breadsticks, bro. Get me more breadsticks.
Did you end up having a job at Olive Garden against your will? Or did you at one point fill out an application?
Dude, that guy should be a regular guest and maybe even host a show on the station.
I want to see that painting.
I would listen to drunk radio all day long.
I want to see that painting. He's in his third room, bro. It's all good.
You guys are funny.
Yeah,
dude,
so are you.
There's just I'm going to stay off people he wants to kill list.
My favorite kind of under the radar, under the breath comment that you made.
What? If you can't tell, I was the smart ass on the team. I was that guy.
You're like, do you ever host minor leaguers? That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
You just get drafted by the Giants, and the next thing you know, you're in Salem, Oregon, and that guy's like, come on in, I gotcha.
Come paint some rooms with me, bro. I got all-you-can-eat breadsticks that I brought home from work. I got some wilted salad in the freezer.
That was amazing. The defensive play of the week should have been our call screeners and that guy. But
can we replay the call?
As it turns out, the defensive play of the week, which is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Let's go back to Wednesday, shall we? The Warriors are coming off of that stupid loss to the Knicks. And now they're hosting the banged up and young Grizzlies, desperately in need of a win. They begin to pull away in the second quarter, and then they keep it up in the second half thanks to good efforts on both ends of the floor, including this one by the rookie, Trace Jackson Davis.
To Laravia. He'll drive in a 1-on-3. Goes up. Rejected by Jackson Davis. Saved by Chris Paul. Saved by Draymond. It was out of bounds to Jackson Davis. And here comes Klay Thompson in the front court. Coming middle. Back to Jackson Davis. Goes up and lays it in.
That was perfect. He started it. He finished it.
Yes, he did. And that was the defensive play of the week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Hey, man, this has been a ton of fun.
Had fun.
Ton of fun.
CSI 95.7 for 3 straight days. Solving The Otani thing.
We did it.
We did it.
Yeah. I hope the Dodgers just crash and burn. That's my hope above all other things.
Tell Christy good luck. She's kicking ass.
She's right downstairs. She should come meet her. Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you for all the engagement. Ton of fun. Thanks for being with us this week. What's coming up on the game? There's a Warrior game tonight. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Here comes Warriors Live with Mark Grandy ahead of Warriors and Pacers. For FP, for Grandy, for Sterling, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
It's Bud Light and painting all day.
Ladies and gentlemen,